Chapter 2651. Top 1. The top 1 prize of the event was truly heart-stirring. There were many spirits in the world. Fire spirits, wind spirits, metal spirits, each one had their own unique path of crafting. But there was no doubt that in order to be a crafter, one had to have one of these companions by their sides. There were some crafters who had more than one, some who combined multiple paths or chose to have more than one of the same kind. But this was still the inevitable truth of them all. Morphing and forging ores without the help of spirits was possible, but without being in the creation state, it was hard to give your creations any sort of life without them. Of the normal spirits, there was no doubt that the metal spirit was probably the most highly sought after, and also the most dangerous to work with. However, there were spirits above this level. The Minerva race was known for a great number of feats during their existence, but it could be said that of their best, one would be remiss if not to mention the Minerva spirit. The Minerva spirit was the only humanoid spirit in existence. It looked like a small doll, always sitting beautifully on the shoulder of its master, but within that small body, there were a myriad of changes and it housed the mysteries of the universe. The Minerva spirit, being a humanoid spirit, was a blank slate. It was capable of practicing and growing affinities for forces much like other races could, and as such, it was considered to be the absolute pinnacle of spirithood. Having a Minerva spirit was akin to having a growth-type spirit capable of becoming any one of the others. If you wanted to behave like a metal spirit, it would. If you wanted it to become a fire spirit, it could. If you wanted to fuse the paths down a unique and personal adventure of yours, it could do that as well. The Minerva spirit, even in comparison to the spirits used by various god races, was known as the beast of them all. Of course, that was a matter of potential and not actuality. The Minerva race of the past was capable of raising Minerva spirits, but the current Owlin race wasn't the same as the Minerva race of the past. As such, though these spirits had the greatest potential, in practice, they were weaker than those god spirits. In addition to this, who couldn't tell that the Owlins only dared to do this because they were certain that one of their own would win? Minerva spirits were so rare these days that there were less than a few dozen in the Owlin race that had one. Of course, part of that was also because they were making a real attempt to distance themselves from the Minerva race as well. But now that they had the support of the Plutos, what need was there to do that any longer? And now, such a spirit was the prize for the first ranked. How could the hearts of the youths not be stirred up? Everywhere Leonel and Ina walked, there was a large berth given to them. The city of the Gathering of Kingdoms wasn't part of the projected images to the wider population, but the battles themselves certainly were. There was no shortage of individuals who picked out Ina immediately. Compared to the human bubbles who were just worried about living it up for the last moments of their lives, or surviving the carnage forced upon them by others, these worlds were different. They were strong enough to not worry about the culling, so they had all watched the Gathering of Kingdoms for the sake of their own entertainment. And due to that, the image of Ina was practically burned into their retinas. They might not have seen what happened in the city, but the world wasn't filled with fools. When Ina kept entering the arena more and more injured than the last time, despite having secured easy victories earlier, they could put 2 and 2 together. In the eyes of these people, Ina was an absolute legend. Of course, this bubble world wasn't the Owlin bubble. There was quite some distance Leonel and Ina had to go before they could reach such a place, and it was a bit inconvenient for them to do so in a straightforward way as well. If Leonel just started hopping from teleportation pad to teleportation pad like everyone else, the result could be imagined. The Minerva race would easily be able to trace it back to his exact location. So, Leonel had taken a different approach. There were really 2 ways to approach this. The first was going out of his way to travel through the in-between worlds for as long as possible, distancing himself as best as possible. The trouble was that he wouldn't get very far. Anastasia's speed was based on the force in the surroundings, and anarchic force wasn't something she could absorb. So, unless Leonel had great treasures to feed her, it was a pipe dream to do so. Even if he mined the force crystals in the bubble worlds, their quality was so inferior that they would at best give him the speed of a human 9th-dimensional expert. And what good would that do him? If he moved at that speed, he wouldn't get very far even if he used all 3 months. It would still be a small enough search radius for Minerva to pin him down. Luckily, there was a second approach. Leonel smiled when he laid eyes on the teleportation pad for the first time. Just like he expected, it was well within his wheelhouse. This world was a cloud race world nearby the human bubbles. It was known as the Fleeting Bubble. And the reason Leonel was smiling right now was because the crafting skill of this world was very clearly inferior to his. It seemed that he could really have some fun. Chapter 2652. Here, Chapter 2652. Here Leonel pulled Ina's hand and the 2 stepped into the teleportation circle. I would suggest the rest of you wait 3 days before using this thing again. Just to be safe. Leonel grinned and the Cloud Race Elder running the teleportation pad trembled. Even if Leonel was just joking, he took it very seriously. In fact, he planned to close the whole thing down for the next week at the very least. Whoosh! In that moment, Leonel's mind trembled and his gaze sharpened. The teleportation pad lit up, but across several bubble worlds this happened as well. In fact, people who had just been about to step into their own rushed away, fear coloring their expressions as they weren't certain of what was happening. Boom! The teleportation pad seemed to implode after Leonel and Ina vanished, a rush of light piercing into the skies. The Cloud Race Elder put a hand to his chest, wondering why his heart was betraying his thoughts and trying to rush out of his throat. Leonel and Ina repeated this exact same action 3 more times until they found themselves in a world with pink clouds. Shearing! To the side, several winged knights brandished spears, pointing them toward Leonel and Ina. They hadn't personally activated the teleportation platform, nor had they gotten any signal that someone was coming from the other side. Their immediate reaction was to go on the defensive. But the moment they brandished their spears, Leonel smiled and tapped at the air. Suddenly, the spears in their hands crumbled to ash, taking them aback. Spear Sovereign? Their hearts trembled. One had to remember that not all spears fell beneath Leonel's spear sovereignty. Weren't the treasure spears of the spear domain able to withstand him? Spears of a certain caliber were always able to resist the influence of a spear sovereign, and that went for weapons in general. This was the Owlin world. They were the best crafters of the demigods, even when they tried to distance themselves from the Minerva race. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. For their spears to fall beneath Leonel's spear sovereignty, just how profound was it? Is this how the Owlin race greets its guests? Leonel asked with a smile. Halt! A voice came to stop the winged knights from following up with another attack. By this point, Leonel's appearance had garnered a lot of attention. There was only one teleportation pad that the Owlins had opened up to the outside world, so all of the traffic was centered in this region. In this large and grand city hall-like region, there were many youths already in the process of registering their information, and there was a long line of administrative members and winged knights to keep the peace. The one who had just spoken to stop the incoming winged knights was an older gentleman with extremely pale pink hair, so pale in fact that it almost looked white beneath the bright golden lights. Please, the older Owlin stretched out a hand and a wing away from Leonel and Ina, escorting them toward registration. The winged knights looked toward each other in confusion, but ultimately didn't say much. Yes, we'll both be participating, Leonel said with a smile. Ina raised an internal eyebrow, but her expression was placid. She realized after Leonel said it that the Owlins were extremely strict with who they allowed into the world. If Leonel said that Ina wasn't a participant, it could go one of 2 ways. Either they would force Ina to go back and use her to track the whereabouts of the human bubble, or they would find another excuse to detain her and cause trouble for Leonel. Obviously, even if Leonel was going to be unruly, he wouldn't give the Owlins such an easy chance to make things difficult for him. Ina would just forfeit every round. As for using the segmented cube, now that Ina had appeared, that was obviously impossible. And in which stream? We'll both be taking part in the crafter stream. All right, the old man nodded. Here are your registration tokens. They also double as a GPS to bring you to your assigned lodgings. Feel free to enjoy the accommodations and events prepared for in the city. The exchange will begin in 2.5 months. Leonel smiled and nodded, taking Ina's hand and leaving. Watching him disappear, the older man's gaze darkened. Lyric, is that all you're going to do? An older woman appeared in a flicker. She too was dressed like a winged knight. While Lyric was in charge of administrative matters, this woman, Aurora, was in charge of the winged knights. No one dares to say this in front of the mists, but this child forced her to suffer a loss. We can't unilaterally act on our own. I truly didn't expect him to actually appear, but clearly this young man's arrogance knows no bounds. Or maybe it's just confidence. He's good and he knows it. Unless he steps out of line, dealing with him in untoward ways will just ruin our reputation. Remember that it is the Pluto race that gave us the right to host this event. Although we are the acting host, it's only by proxy of their grace. We can't do anything that infringes upon our own reputation because it will infringe upon theirs. Be mindful of your actions, or else the Owlins will cease to be. Aurora fell into silence, not responding. But her gaze did flash with a cold light as she glanced toward the direction Leonel had gone. Leonel and Ina began to enjoy the city sights. They enjoyed foods they had never tasted before and even found some interesting entertainment to pass the time with. They didn't seem to notice that they were being watched in everything they did, nor did they seem to care. Soon, the crafting geniuses who hadn't participated in the Gathering of Kingdoms quickly came to know of them as well. Oh, they're here. Want to go see them? Leonel asked Ina. It seemed that Yuri and Savan had made an appearance as well. Chapter 2653, you are? Chapter 2653, you are? Leonel allowed the 3 women to have their fun. He was a bit curious about which stream Savan and Yuri had chosen, but not enough to interrogate them about it. He'd find out soon enough. He kept a part of his mind focused on them in case anything went wrong, but honestly, he knew that he was just being paranoid. Even so, better paranoid now than regret later. There were some things that simply couldn't be reversed after they were done, and he wouldn't play such games of probability with his wife's life. The rest of Leonel's mind, though, paid closer attention to the city than he had before. Truthfully, he wasn't planning some great scheme, he was just truly taking a look at the city planning and learning quite a lot as he did so. The city was a delicate balance of advancement and nature, but what was odd was that it didn't feel like there was very much nature at all. There weren't trees or grass, and yet just the smells alone made him feel like he was in the depth of a forest of purity. As Leonel observed, he realized that the entire city was arranged into something that almost felt like a natural force art, but wasn't quite. That single half-step it was missing was a huge chasm that was nigh impossible for most to cross. So you can plan a city like this, huh? I wonder what would happen if I filled in that half-step. Would I create a city beyond this one? This was probably one of, if not the best city of the Owlins. Just by virtue of this, it was bound to be one of the best cities in existence beneath God's cities. It definitely opened up Leonel's eyes to certain things. He had always thought of force arts like runes drawn of Dreamforce, but that wasn't exactly entirely true. The magic system of Camelot drew force arts with other forces and formed them into spells. That was another branch of force art usage. Then there was the Luxnix force art language that could form constructs that looked like real, living, breathing beings. It wasn't just force art languages themselves that he could tweak and create at will, but couldn't he also decide the medium the force art was formed from as well? As Leonel walked, wisps of auspicious air formed and fused around him, leaving a trail of an intoxicating scent and bronze tendrils. It was just a subtle change to his perspective, but he felt like it had opened up a new door. Hadn't he already known all of this? What were teleportation platforms, if not ores infused with spatial force that were refined into force arts? Wasn't a city just another example of this? No, three-dimensional, Leonel thought, his mind a bit absent. Those casual words were thrown to the back of Leonel's mind. It was something deeper than that. He had seen three-dimensional force arts before. They were quite complicated, but overall less special than they seemed. After a certain point, a crafter's mind was so sharp that even analyzing such force arts was easy, and it also wasn't like a teleportation pad at all. There were no grooves for force art lines in the city, and even if he shot into the skies and looked at the city from above, he doubted that he would see the obvious arrangement of a force art either. It wasn't the streets, it wasn't the formation of the buildings, and yet it was also, somehow, both. Leonel grasped at something that was slipping through his fingers, and then he suddenly smiled. He thought of the ancient earthen concept of feng shui. He wondered, what decided the affinity of a world? Was it its world spirit? But what decided the affinity of a world spirit? Was it coincidence? That sounded silly. Airflow. No, force flow. Bang. Leonel felt like something exploded in his mind, a whirlwind of force spiraling around him as he walked down the busy streets. Several people were alerted instantly, but he didn't seem to notice at all. The buildings were so sturdy that even their glass hardly flexed beneath the force of a mere fourth-dimensional existence like Leonel, so he didn't even worry about being blamed for damage. His mind was entirely occupied by his thoughts. He finally understood why this city felt so special. It wasn't just the buildings or the streets and their patterns, but rather what their position did to the force in the air. It was the way they forced the force to move and flow that gave the city its hints of specialness. In that way, it was very much like an application of simplicity, but on an entirely different level than what Leonel was capable of, or had been capable of, until now. Leonel's lip curled. "Thanks for the lesson," he said in a soft voice. The flow of force, Leonel changed the arrangement of his natural force art and it seemed to evolve into an entirely different level. At the same time, he could feel that his constellation realm had inexplicably entered the black grade due to a breakthrough that seemed entirely unrelated. But how could they ever be truly unrelated? If they weren't, then why were they part of the same list of requirements his father had for him? Leonel looked up to find that several people were looking at him, but he just smiled. He continued walking until he found a shadow blocking his path. He looked up, or rather, a little less than down. It was weird, this man cast such a large shadow, but he was actually an inch or two shorter than he was. This man was none other than Talon of the barbarian race. He was looking at Leonel as though he was a juicy piece of meat. Leonel could almost swear he saw some drool coming from the corner of his lips. "And you are?" Leonel asked with a smile. Chapter 26T54, Replace. Chapter 26T54, Replace Talon's head tilted to the side. He wasn't used to looking up at people. He was even less used to people dressing as casually as himself. And, even less than that, he was very much not used to people being able to maintain eye contact with him. As a demigod, Talon obviously didn't participate in the Gathering of Kingdoms, and he had also paid little attention to it. But even if he had, it wasn't like anyone had seen Leonel fight. And even if he had seen Ina fight and came to know that Ina was his wife, he still wouldn't have cared. He couldn't really take anyone beneath demigod status seriously, but he sensed something odd from Leonel. Talon sniffed. "You're a destruction sovereign." "Oh?" Leonel chuckled. "What's it to you?" Talon's brows shot up. Did Leonel not know who he was? Even a demigod youth would do an about-face if they saw him walking down the same street. It was well known that the barbarian race was among the last you should dare to offend. Interesting. Talon really spoke this time. Rather than just mumbling out his thoughts, he boomed out with his real voice. The sound was like a roaring beast, and the wind pressure alone sent Leonel's hair wildly fluttering. Leonel showed a strand of surprise. Talon's brows shot up. Did Leonel not know who he was? Even a demigod youth would do an about-face if they saw him walking down the same street. It was well known that the barbarian race was among the last you should dare to offend. Interesting. Talon really spoke this time. Rather than just mumbling out his thoughts, he boomed out with his real voice. The sound was like a roaring beast, and the wind pressure alone sent Leonel's hair wildly fluttering. Leonel showed a strand of surprise. Talon laughed boisterously. "Finally realize how strong I am?" Leonel blinked, confused for a moment before he suddenly understood and shook his head. No, I'm just surprised your breath doesn't smell like a pile of shit. Those in the surroundings froze. What was this boy saying? Talon was surprised again. He thought for a moment that Leonel was just trying to save some face, but when he looked into the latter's eyes, he could feel it. It was a battle intent that made him quake. The only reason Leonel hadn't attacked already was because of the rules of the city, but he was hoping for it, almost praying for Talon to attack first. His will was so powerful that it practically took tangible form, echoing through the air with the same repeated words. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Talon's finger twitched and he almost really attacked, but he restrained himself in time. Who was this ant to goad him into attacking? Who was this ant to dictate his actions? You're lucky, Talon said in his booming voice. I can't tell if you did this as a reverse psychological attack, or if you really wanted me to attack, but it doesn't really matter. I came here to be a great crafter, and that's what I will be. Leonel chuckled. That's a shame. Talon frowned. What is a shame? Leonel took a step and walked by him. As he disappeared into the distance, his voice echoed. If you had chosen to use your fists, you might stand a chance. In a battle of crafting, even if a god descended, they would lose. What an arrogant little... Aurora's voice trailed off. It was beneath her status to curse in such a way, but this Leonel Morales really had a way of pissing her off. He hadn't even been here for long, but he had already caused so much trouble. First, he destroyed 10 fourth-order spears. That was just a drop in the bucket for the Owlins, but having to do the paperwork to replace them had fallen on Lyric's shoulders. How could she feel happy about her husband having to do more work just because of a brat's whims? Second, he ate a ridiculous amount. All of the accommodations were free, and watching Leonel eat piles of gourmet meals really felt like a knife in her gut. That alone was fine, but when he ordered this ridiculous amount of food, he actually had his wife improve them as though they weren't good enough alone. Third, there was the sudden breakthrough in the streets. As far as their reports knew, he was just randomly strolling and then had an epiphany. There was nothing more impossibly annoying than seeing an arrogant bastard succeed. It made her teeth itch. And finally, all of that was capped off with his interaction with Talon. It felt like he was leaping off their backs to improve his prestige. In all this time, she hadn't even heard of a single person refer to him as human. It was like they had all subconsciously erased that tidbit from their memories. She felt like she was stifling a belly full of anger and she had nowhere to vent it. She took a breath and exhaled. She was already an old lady, but she had actually let a brat piss her off to this extent. If Leonel didn't disrespect her winged knights, she wouldn't even hate him so much. But the moment he appeared, it was like the first thing he had done was slap her across the face. She was practically watching him like a hawk, waiting for him to slip up so that she could bring the hammer down. But the man was just too good at towing the line. Aurora slowly calmed down. The sage Minerva had yet to do or say anything, so why should she? This wasn't the stage to deal with Leonel. Not yet. Leonel seemed to waste his days away until the 3-month period was finally up. As the date approached, the cheeriness and awe of the environment seemed to float away, replaced by a sinking heaviness instead. Although they weren't fighting for the survival of their worlds, this was a different battlefield entirely, and there was a lot riding on this matter. Whether that be tangibly, in terms of the rewards, or more intangibly, many had their own speculations as to why the Pluto race had chosen to do this, and it felt like yet another clue that the descendants of the Minerva race were co-opted for this duty. Not many talked about why the Minerva race was destroyed, but everyone knew the open secret. What did it mean for the Pluto race to try and raise up the descendants of the race that tried to replace the Infinity Beast? Chapter 2655, Holding Back Laughter. Chapter 2655, Holding Back Laughter. Leonel walked into a grand arena that was oddly silent. He followed along with a group of participants, Ina, Savan, and Yuri following behind him along with one guest, Lyra Emberheart. Lyra had only appeared today and had hardly said a word outside of a light greeting. There was another interesting guest as well, though she wasn't a part of Leonel's group. In fact, she was doing her best to stay the largest distance away possible. This person was none other than Lumina, an owlin with blood too impure to be considered a demigod. She was also the very same woman who cried out in defeat before she and Ina had exchanged even a single move. It seemed that while there wasn't good overlap between crafting and battle geniuses, there were still some among them that could do both. Even so, most beneath the demigod level were seen as only here to fill in the numbers, and that counted those with only trace amounts of demigod blood. There was a surprisingly low number of demigod participants though, which was something Leonel took note of. It seemed that every race had only brought forward a single representative, and that included the Owlins. It looked as though they had some sort of tacit understanding with one another. But what that tacit understanding was, Leonel wasn't sure. Aside from Talon, the member of the barbarian race, there was of course Celestia of the Owlins. There was a flaming bird that seemed to lack any sort of corporeal body aside from golden run-etched bones that could be vaguely seen through their flaming feathers. And finally, there was a demon. The flaming bird was a female beast known as Verma. Despite the fact she was a literal ball of flames, the heat she exuded was quite gentle, and though she held her head up proudly, she didn't exude an air of haughtiness. This race of beasts was known as the Celestial Ember Race. As for the demon, it was a dream Asura. He stood tall, almost 3 meters. His body was covered in purple scales, and his eyes had a dreamy, almost cloudy mystery to them. Even with the horns rising from his forehead, rather than demonic, he was devilishly handsome, almost blindingly so. There was no shortage of women casting long glances at him before catching themselves, only to fall into the same trance moments later. Even without trying, the dream force he exuded was palpable, the light smile on his face painting its own dreamy scenery. Leonel had learned of this man's existence over a month ago, but he hadn't done anything about it. He was finally coming across the dream Asuras that had seemingly haunted 3 generations of his family, and yet he was frighteningly calm. He hadn't been in the mood to keep up his arrogant young master facade in recent weeks, but he would unleash it all today. When Leonel got a good look at the arena, he realized why there was no noise. There were almost no spectators at all, but he realized that this was only logical. The Owlins were only allowing the participants to enter their world, so as to not be accused of bias, they probably also didn't invite their own citizens. Taking a step back, the Gathering of Minds was meant to be an exchange between the geniuses of the crafting world. Only the second aspect would be actual crafting, while it could be said that the first round was more of a debate than not. It was based on the disagreements that took place during the debate that the challenges would commence afterward. The judges would note down the ideologies, and then mark who superseded that of the others. Like this, an undisputed king would eventually be crowned. In this sort of environment, a rowdy crowd was actually completely unnecessary. Luckily, there were also a far smaller number of participants for the Gathering of Minds as well. Only a few 10,000 compared to the trillions that took part in the Gathering of Kingdoms. Even the weakest could fight, but fools without any inclination toward the crafting art would only embarrass themselves by coming here. Plus, the barrier for entry was much higher. Not only did they have to travel for months, but who would dare to come here and waste the time of a demigod race? Then, there was the fact that the demigod races who cared enough to participate only sent 1 representative each. Leonel wondered if that was a soft warning of sorts to not do exactly that. The crowd separated into 2 streams, one for the crafting aspect and another for the force pill crafting aspect. However, just as they did so, they were stopped. Minerva raised up a hand from high above, looking down on the participants below like a lofty queen. This year's Gathering of Minds will be different. We would like to start a new tradition. Our goal is different from that of the Gathering of Kingdoms. We are not here to fight, and though we may compete, it is out of friendly intentions only. There doesn't need to be just a single winner. It's very possible for us all to come out as winners on this day. As such, today, the 2 streams will be combined into 1. I will give you all 1 hour to hone your collaboration skills and add a new 3rd round. During this round, you will mingle and get to know your fellow crafters. After this round is finished, you must pick a partner of the opposing stream to pair up with yourself. This partner will be with you through the round of debates and challenges, so pick wisely. You will only go as far as your partner is capable. Good luck to you all. Whether by coincidence or not, Minerva's gaze swept over Leonel. However, when she expected to see a frown, some despair, anything, she found a man desperately trying to hold back his laughter. Leonel rolled his lips over themselves, not making a sound, but his eyes told a tale of 1,000 stories. You fucking idiot. Chapter 2615 minutes. Chapter 2615 minutes. Chapter 2615 minutes. Objectively speaking, it wasn't a bad plan. All things considered, the fact that Minerva went so far as to do this was actually a net negative for Leonel. This meant that she was no longer choosing to be as arrogant as she was in the past and taking him more seriously. Honestly speaking, this was bad news for Leonel. Minerva was someone he had only managed to defeat because of her lack of wariness and her overall arrogance. She failed to take Leonel seriously, so she had only brought 3 people, and in the end, she had lowered her guard so far that he was able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Now that she was actually taking precautions, this meant that the villain he was ready to face off against had changed her deck of cards. It was just unfortunate she didn't have nearly enough information to play such tricks on him. He actually didn't want to expose Ina's abilities, as that was yet another net negative for him. However, all things considered, if he were to rank the list of worst outcomes to the best, this was ranked somewhere in the middle. Of course, the best outcome was that Minerva would still be arrogant enough to not make any contingencies whatsoever. In the worst case, though, she filled the competition with abstruse lingo only well known and understood in circles who had been formally trained in the complete worlds. Even in the worst case, Leonel wouldn't be completely helpful. He didn't need to understand terms if he could understand the intention of those speaking them through the fluctuations of their dream force. However, if the one explaining the matters was Minerva, who had dream force far above his own, then there wasn't really much he could do if she hid her intentions. This was still a problem he might face. However, unless Minerva was in existence who had reached the extreme of both crafting and force pill crafting, Leonel felt that he would be just fine. As far as he was concerned, she was the only one who Leonel felt could hide her dream force fluctuations from him. Even though he knew that this wasn't a killing mistake on Minerva's part, and he knew that the game had only just begun, he felt alive. Crafting with these kids wasn't going to stimulate him in the slightest. However, this game of chess with a woman a half step from the creation state, now that was stimulating. Leonel felt a light pinch come from his side, and he saw Ina send him a questioning look. Seeing her perfect reaction, Leonel couldn't help but smile brightly and give her a kiss on the forehead. Ina blew out a breath and rolled her eyes. Compared to the murdering demoness they had all seen just months ago, she was completely different. Restrained, and though not quite docile, she exuded a gentleness that quickly became sharpness when she met the eyes of others. "What do you want to do?" Ina asked, using her soul to communicate with Leonel. "That would depend, but partner up with me and I'll take the brunt of it for now. You're going to have to teach me how to force pillcraft." Ina was speechless. What was this man talking about? They could share their comprehension of forces, but that and this were two different matters. It wasn't like they had just swapped all of their intelligence for one another's. The reason they could exchange force comprehensions was because they were anchored in the soul to begin with. However, matters like crafting and the like were more complex. Leonel laughed. If it wasn't at least this difficult, what would the point be? Ina smiled and shook her head. Leonel made it sound so easy, but she would have to first create an entirely new system of force pill crafting that didn't rely on blood sovereignty, and then somehow transfer all that muscle memory and the like to Ina. "It's easy," Leonel just said. "We'll fuse our souls and they'll never know the difference." Ina blushed. "You can't be serious." The first time they had done this was back in the Void Palace. Back then, Ina remembered the feeling quite clearly. It felt far more vulnerable than being stripped naked. Of course, this wasn't why Ina was blushing. It was more so that doing this was almost like having sex in broad daylight. Leonel was really too much. Seeing the devious grin on his face, Ina couldn't help but pinch him a little harder until he yelped. The exchange had already begun, but Ina, Leonel, and their cohort hadn't even moved. In fact, the couple were clearly busy flirting while those who hadn't expected the new rules were running around like headless chickens. How were they supposed to vet thousands of people in just an hour? At best, they could just throw a dart at the wall and hope for the best. Unsurprisingly, the demigods paired up the quickest. The dream Asura, Somnus, paired up with the barbarian, Talon. The Owlin and Minerva's disciple, Celestia, paired up with the flaming bird, Celestial Ember, Verma. It suddenly made sense why they had sent just a single representative each. They didn't want to make the bias any more obvious, now did they? Orion, a member of the Cloud race, paired up with Lumina, the branch descendant of the Owlins. And to Leonel's surprise, Lyra Emberheart seemed to have found a dwarven sparrow to pair with, a young man named Aaron. As for Savan and Yuri, Leonel wasn't even sure what skills they had, but what he did know was that they had chosen to pair together. "Excellent," Minerva spoke with a gentle cadence. Her inner thoughts were completely unreadable. In order to decide the seating for the debates, Minerva waved a hand and a large board appeared before everyone. At the same time, a thick and magnificent pillar rose up from the middle of the arena. "This is our Owlin race's pillar of truth. It is imbued with the wisdom of our ancestors and has the ability to see through the profundities of the word. Thanks to the grace of the mighty Pluto race, it has been restored to its former glory. It will be an unbiased arbitrator of the round of debates. You have 15 minutes. Converse with your partner and converge on an answer to submit for this question." Leonel looked up at the large board and frowned. Chapter 2657, Stick in the Ass. Chapter 2657, Stick in the Ass. The line that separates force pill crafting and crafting is a fine one. In her scholarly writing, Letherial Seeker noted 3 particular points of this interweaving tapestry. These points came to be known as the convergences, an overlapping set of principles that both disciplines rely upon. These 3 convergences are the point of life, point of dimension, and the point of creation. According to the analysis of you and your partner, are these convergences comprehensive? Are there too many or too little of them? If they are perfect, what does this mean for the disciplines? Is there hope of them one day becoming one under a unified banner? Leonel looked up at the ridiculous question and felt like he was back in school again. Which stick-up-the-ass professor concocted this nonsense? Letherial Seeker? Who was that? Point of life? Point of dimension? Point of creation? What even were those things? He had not a single clue. Looking at the general confusion in the region, it seemed that he wasn't alone either. He shook his head, having already predicted much of this. This was the worst-case scenario for the path Minerva could have taken. It was just a bit annoying to watch it play out. But the issue with this wasn't just that the question was steeped in countless years of ironic academia speak, but rather that it did so while forcing the fusion of 2 disciplines. If it was just about crafting, or just about force pill crafting, it could still be acceptable. But because it was a nigh esoteric question that touched upon both disciplines, made it cross over from the realms of just difficult to outright sinister. If it was just related to crafting, Leonel could likely deduce what the meaning of all of these things were. However, there were multiple reasons he couldn't do the same as easily now. For one, he needed the context of a force pill crafter to do the same. Second, the words hadn't been spoken. Instead, they were just put up on a message board and read. It had already been muddied by so many fluctuations of Dreamforce that there was nothing for Leonel to take advantage of. Third, while he had the life tablet, it didn't just give him random tidbits of information on any and everything. It had important documents related to history, and it also had the rules of the Dream Pavilion spelled out in detail, but it didn't have academic papers on the philosophy of crafting lying around. Leonel looked up at this question for a full 3 seconds before he looked away, a time interval that might as well have been an eternity to him. In the end, he shrugged. Well played. Going as far as to set up this message board was truly a clever move. He couldn't deny it. It seemed that Minerva was being far more cautious than she even needed to be. Leonel sent a glance toward the other youths, but he almost immediately felt a suppression on his dream force. It wasn't just him, but it happened to everybody. Minerva didn't say a word, but everyone understood. In a gathering of Dreamforce experts, cheating could be abound if there were no precautions taken. On the surface, this seemed like a helpful nudge for the lower rungs. After all, if the demigods wanted to cheat, how could they stop them? But Leonel knew that this was clearly targeted at him. Demigod or not, who could resist his Dreamforce at this point? If it wasn't at least this difficult, where would the fun be? I actually know who she is, Aina's voice echoed in Leonel's mind. You do? She's a blood sovereign. There are recordings of her in the Golden Tablet, but she was a bit weird in that she didn't use her blood sovereignty to concoct pills like I do. She purely used life force. I didn't really like her method because it focused too much on imbuing life rather than actually creating it. I thought that it defeated the purpose. Did it mention the convergences? Leonel asked. Aina shook her head. No, there was nothing about that. There weren't even methods, honestly. It was just a technique that gave a small introduction to how to refine force herbs. Let me see it, Leonel suddenly said. Aina nodded, and a stream of information was passed on to Leonel. Leonel fell into his thoughts, scanning through the entire technique in just a split second. It was extremely rudimentary and was clearly designed for children to dip their toes into the concept. This woman can't be simple, though, if there is. Leonel's eyes narrowed. If this woman was mentioned in the Blood Sovereignty tablet, she was almost certainly mentioned in the historical records of the Life tablet. Leonel had just assumed that she wouldn't be, but he made a mental note to always check just in case in the future. However, when he tried to communicate with the Life tablet, his eyes narrowed. I can't? The limitation was definitely not on the Life tablet, it was on him. These people couldn't possibly suppress the Life tablet. I see. They didn't just suppress Dreamforce, they went deeper, severing our connection with the second dimension and the dream world in general. But in that case, how is it that I can still use my soul to communicate with Aina? That should have been cut off as well. Leonel realized that he had no method of finding an immediate answer to this question. Wait, if they truly cut off access to the second dimension, we would just all die. Our bodies would become fleshly sacks. That means what they're restricting here isn't actually the second dimension, but rather the communication between dimensions. Then, that means the reason I can talk with Aina is because she's followed the perfect human path. Her ability to communicate with the second dimension isn't cut off because her soul is perfectly fused with her body. And because we are husband and wife, she has a sliver of my soul within her, which means... Aina felt a pulse in her mind that made her blush. She gave Leonel a glare, but she ultimately didn't resist. This was all really too embarrassing, Leonel chuckled. Brushing up against Aina's soul might as well have been like caressing her naked body. If you added that on top of this fact his wife was clearly an exhibitionist adjacent, then her reaction was all but expected. Suddenly, the Life tablet that wasn't responding to Leonel before began to do so. A smirk curled his lips, but he immediately focused on the task at hand. According to what he understood, the tablets like the Blood Sovereign tablets weren't created by the god beasts of creation like the Wise and Legacy tablets. Instead, they were created by Wise Star Orders after the fact in homage to the Infinity Beasts. However, the Wise Star Orders of that time were on a completely different level and still had access to the Northern Star lineage factor. What was more important than that, though, was that the task of documenting events and passing on knowledge that all Wise Star Orders were tasked with was entirely focused on the cream of the crop. This was to say that if Lithariel appeared in Aina's tablet, she almost certainly appeared in the Life tablet. Soon, Leonel found the information he wanted. Lithariel? Vanuelia? Leonel didn't expect to see that second name, but he continued to skim. Unfortunately, he didn't find any direct information about this topic. Instead, it was all focused on her feats and things of the sort. Those two women were mentioned together a lot, mostly due to blood and carnage. However, as Leonel continued to read, he began to pick up on tidbits of information here and there that helped him build up the context he needed. Did you find it? Aina asked. Maybe like 20% of it? But we'll need to actually collaborate if I want to understand the rest of it. Lay it on me, wife. I'm at your mercy. Aina shook her head and laughed. Then, she latched on to Leonel's understanding and started to try and fill in gaps of her own. In Leonel's mind, he constructed a new dreamscape, one built around finding the answer to this question in specific so that Aina wouldn't be overwhelmed by his other thoughts and deductions. Slowly, they started to build up their understanding until a voice suddenly rang out. The 15 minutes are up, Minerva said lightly. She waved a hand and several wooden tablets descended from the skies. These are dream impression tablets for those of you unfamiliar. This will be another part of your challenge. I will give you 3 minutes to imprint your answers. Leonel caught the flying tablet and chuckled. It seemed that they were really intent on making this as difficult as possible, huh? If he was correct, over 80% here wouldn't even be able to submit an answer. Chapter 2658 Games. Chapter 2658 Games Dream Impression Tablets had much of their abilities inscribed in their very name. You were meant to use your dream force to etch the information onto it, but this was more complex than it sounded. Most didn't have the ability to project their dream force out of their bodies. The vast majority of dream force-related abilities were restricted to within one's body, and only when one was at the level of a savant or had a very rare ability index was it possible to project it. That meant that using this tablet for most didn't come naturally. This was just one of the issues. Using Dreamforce was one matter, but controlling Dreamforce to convey a particular idea was an entirely different can of worms. Dreamforce was the culmination of one's very being. Stripping it down so that it could convey one thought at a time was nigh impossible unless you had a special method to do so. There was a reason those without Dreamforce affinity found themselves lost in their memories if they should absorb the Force. It represented everything they were and had once been. However, these weren't the main problems at all. It had to be remembered that the region was Dreamforce locked. No one could use the Force in the first place. So how were they supposed to etch anything onto a tablet like this one? The answer to this problem alone was yet another thing that both Crafter and Force Pill Crafter had to fix together, because if Leonel was right, it was only possible with the combination of both, under normal circumstances that is. Leonel tapped a finger and little Tali allowed a small strand of itself to seep into the woodblock. In an instant, it was done, and Leonel flicked his wrist, sending the tablet crashing toward the Pillar of Truth. However, the moment it looked like the two were going to crash, the wooden tablet zipped right into it. Leonel's actions, obviously, caught quite a great deal of attention because Minerva never said to do such a thing. Most here didn't even understand how the Pillar of Truth worked, and even if they did, they would never have done what Leonel did because it wasn't their place to. And yet, bang, a pillar of light rose into the air with a mighty momentum. When it cleared, the runes on the Pillar of Truth began to light up one after another, moving so quickly that most couldn't keep up with the exact number until it suddenly came to a quivering stop. There were a total of 108 runes on the Pillar of Truth, each one shaped into a delicate feather. The closer one looked, the more difficult on the eyes it became until those delicately sculpted feathers became a complex stream of force arts that could quickly overwhelm the mind. And at that moment, 36 of them lit up at once. Minerva's heart skipped a beat. 36 was just a third of the total number of runes. It looked wholly unimpressive, especially since there was nothing to compare it to. However, this result was enough to shake her down to her soul. That was because, according to her predictions, if anyone lit up even 9 runes, it would be a shocking matter. She never, in her wildest dreams, expected that Leonel would be able to light up 36 after the first question. She hesitated, suddenly not quite knowing what to do. Before she could solidify her thought process, a second group followed suit, and suddenly, it became impossible for her to blame Leonel for his actions, especially as a third and fourth followed up. No one understood what was happening because the Pillar of Truth remained at 36 before slowly fading away. As the new tablets continued to fuse into it, nothing budged as though it had gone completely dormant. Minerva clenched her jaw, and her disciple Celestia watched with a furrowed brow. This wasn't supposed to be what happened. They weren't even supposed to use the Pillar of Truth this round because the question was too profound and her teacher had never expected anyone to come up with satisfactory answers. Then she realized it. Leonel had done it on purpose. He had likely learned about the Pillar of Truth from the... No, that was impossible. Her teacher's restrictions made it so that he shouldn't be able to reference it. In that case, did he just deduce its use? Or did he guess it? A world of pressure seemed to fall on Celestia's shoulders, and Leonel didn't even look toward her direction even once. It was Verma who plucked the wooden tablet out of her quivering hands with her beak and tossed it at the pillar. The pillar flashed, 36 runes quickly lighting up, before a thunderous boom echoed and a 37th formed. Leonel smiled and didn't say a word. He didn't seem to mind this in the slightest, because he already knew why. Obviously, these were prepared answers, and it was no wonder why they didn't originally have the intention of using the Pillar of Truth. However, he didn't mind it, mostly because he hadn't given the full breadth of the response he could have. Talon sent his response forward, and the Pillar of Truth lit up again, once again forming the same 37 runes. Many of the groups could only watch pale-faced. Many of them had never come up with an answer in the first place, but there was also a not too insignificant portion that had an answer, but simply couldn't write it down no matter how hard they tried. They could only watch as the timer ticked down and finally hit 0, the despair setting in. Of the thousands that came, in the end, not even 100 were left, leaving just under 50 teams remaining. Yuri and Savan hadn't managed to cross over that final barrier, but they didn't seem to mind. They had only come to see Aina in the first place. Let's see what other games you have in store. Chapter 2659. Fourth Chapter 2659. Fourth, Yuri and Savan gave the two a worried glance as they moved away to the spectator stands. On the one hand, it was a good thing that they had managed to place, and even though they had lost, it was very close, but on the other hand, they had lost. However, after a while, they exhaled. What were they so worried about? This wasn't the gathering of kingdoms. There was no genocide on the line, right? Leonel grinned and gave them a wink, taking Aina's hand and pulling her toward a set of pillars that were slowly coming out from the ground. One another, the 50 or so remaining groups each took up a seat on a pillar surrounding the Pillar of Truth. Minerva watched Leonel from start to finish, an uneasy feeling in her heart. How could she not tell that Aina and Leonel were communicating? The problem was that she couldn't tell how. She knew their souls were bound, but there was a suppression on that, so it couldn't be. In that case, it must be a treasure of some sort. That was the logical answer. But why was he so casual about the loss? He didn't seem like the type to take such a thing in stride. Her eyes narrowed, but ultimately she maintained her composure. While it wasn't an existential matter that fueled her desire to take home a victory, she wanted this victory for the Owlins. This would mean their rise back to the status they deserved. Minerva suddenly relaxed. She had done enough. If her disciple couldn't snatch victory for herself, then it just meant that they were unworthy. She didn't believe a pure-blooded Owlin would lose to a human, let alone two of them. Congratulations to those of you that have made it to the round of debates. You've all been acknowledged by the Pillar of Truth one way or another, but ultimately, the Pillar is a tool, and it is the minds of the living that created it. Often, it isn't the best idea that wins out, but instead the idea that is presented the best. This isn't the truth I want, but is rather just the way of the world. A great con man will outsell a genius 10 out of 10 times. On the middling levels of society, this is meaningless, especially as a crafter. What others do will never have any effect on your performance, so why bother with the foolish thoughts of others? However, on the largest scales, when the convergences collide and karma begins to play a larger role, you can no longer ignore the minds of others. There is only one dream world, and we all share it. Leonel's gaze narrowed. His heart trembled at the words, and he seemed to have understood something quite profound in that moment. It was just the faintest edges of it, so small and infantile that it could barely be considered an understanding at all. And yet, it still seemed to hit him like a speeding truck. His surprise was one thing, though. His actual reaction to the words being said was another. That was because Minerva was once again using terms he wasn't quite familiar with, and with his dream force restrained, he couldn't just analyze her meaning. If it wasn't for the fact he had already come to analyze the language of the Owlins thanks to their earlier encounter, he wouldn't even know how to understand or read any of this stuff. That said, he was in a much better position now. He knew what the word karma meant, and almost the instant she said it, he recalled his conversation with El Ryan about the issues with taking in too many innate nodes. He felt that there was a better than 70% likelihood that these two matters were related. There are 48 groups of you right now, and you'll already be ranked from the first to the last seed. Your seeds will decide the priority in speaking. Those with higher seeds have the right to interject and suppress the voices of those with lower seeds. However, they can only do so to a particular target just a single time, and only when they have a proper rebuttal. Should you silence someone but not have an appropriate rebuttal, you will lose silencing rights for an entire hour. During this spar of words, you will be rewarded points for every successful rebuttal. Every hour, the seating will change based on these accumulated points, and thus the silencing rights will also shift. After 3 days have come to an end, the round of debates will come to a close. From then, we will move on to the round of challenges. However, as you might expect, the higher your seed, the better chances you will have when it comes to these rounds as well. No, as the two tied for first seed, you two may decide amongst yourselves who will kick off this round of debates with their opening statements. YHA haha, Talon laughed boisterously. As the saying goes, ladies first, no? Any disagreement, Somnus? None, Somnus replied with a light smile. Verma gently flapped her wings, and sparkling embers of gold filled the skies as though she was speaking in agreement. Celestia took this matter in stride and effortlessly parted her lips. In that moment, she looked like an empress who was born to rule. I will keep this opening statement light and brief. The convergences, that of the point of dimension, the point of life, and the point of creation, has long been a widely accepted theory. However, I personally believe that it has many faults that our predecessors have yet to take into account. Verma here has posited the existence of a fourth convergence. However, we are just laymen and juniors in the face of the true masters, so we can only posit what this fourth convergence might be. It has to be something that both crafting and force pill crafting share, but also something fundamental enough to lay the foundation of life itself. I will open the floor for you all to convey your own personal ideas. What could this fourth convergence be? Chapter 2660, Statistics. Chapter 2660, Statistics. Leonel was a bit surprised. He hadn't thought that they'd take this approach. It was much more nuanced. He had expected them to back the theory in its entirety. But this, he cast a glance toward Minerva, then smiled. Leonel took a seat on the pillar, and Ina sat by his side. She closed her eyes and leaned her head on his thigh, seemingly forgetting about the rest of the world. If Leonel needed her, she'd be here. But for now, it didn't seem necessary. How about you define what the three convergences mean to you first? Leonel asked with a smile. Celestia cast a glance toward Leonel. Quite frankly, with all the training she received, she felt this young man was beneath her. Dreamforce expertise did not a crafter make, and even then, her Dreamforce was also in the life state. She just wasn't a sovereign. That's not an appropriate question, don't you think? Isn't it? Leonel chuckled. You just asked what we thought the fourth convergence was, but you want to keep all your cards hidden? That's not the magnanimity a first seed should have, right? Celestia's eyes narrowed. This wasn't something that she could easily rebut. She had, indeed, been the first one to ask a question, but she hadn't really cared about the answers of the others. She just wanted to start to gather her first points. Hey, Celestia held up a hand and stopped him. She didn't use her silencing ability, but she also didn't want this man to fight her battles for her. In that case, I will begin. Leonel's pillar trembled and a flickering character for the number 1 appeared. Celestia cast a glance at it, but didn't mind it. The pillars wouldn't just take into account things that happened during the debate, but also things outside. So long as it was a spar of words, the winner would come out with a point. I can only provide my humble understanding. To me, the point of life and the point of creation very clearly refer to the second and third dimensions, the first being where the potential for life resides, and the second being where that potential becomes life itself, thus being creation. Some might believe that the points of creation actually refers to the first dimension, but I don't believe that to be the case. Humanoid and beast races alike are entirely unable to access the first dimension. Even the majestic experts of the creation state can only tap into an infinitesimally small piece of it, and yet it's capable of granting them so much power. Therein lies the trouble, because without the assumption that the point of creation is the first dimension, then the point of dimension seems to lose its meaning. It seems that the logical procession of matters should be the points of creation, life, and dimension, referring to the first, second, and third dimensions respectively. However, I believe the point of dimension is far more fluid, much like our own prowess can be. It represents the body of the treasure or the pill, and as such can exist in all dimensions from the fourth to the ninth. Does that explanation satisfy you? Leonel smiled and nodded, not rebutting or providing a counter view. This made Celestia's eyes narrow, especially when it looked as though a dawn of understanding came across several people nearby. She didn't understand what Leonel was trying to do. Originally, she had thought that he would have some wild haymaker to throw that would put a wrench in her plans, and she even felt somewhat on edge. But in the end, he just rested in silence and stroked his wife's hair as though the rest of them weren't there. The rhythm of the debate was thrown off, and suddenly more people were lost in thought than those that were willing to speak. It was clear that they were still digesting Celestia's words. Minerva frowned, but she forced her expression to smooth out. This was a battle that would go on for 3 days. There was no need to get angsty. Plus, it seemed her disciple had already figured out what to do. "And your thoughts?" Celestia asked lightly, her gaze still on Leonel. "My thoughts?" Leonel chuckled. "I'm just a layman. What thoughts could I possibly have? Is that so?" "Then you were asking just to learn of my definition?" Leonel chuckled. "If that's what you want to think. And my thoughts are wrong? I believe everyone here can see what's happened." "I would agree with Celestia," Lumina suddenly spoke lightly. "This is an exchange, not a one-sided affair. If Celestia can take a step back, why can you not?" Leonel's smile didn't fade. "I just find it interesting. Why would I need your definition? Did I not perform the third best? Is third best considered first in your eyes?" Lumina sneered. "I mean, that would depend. It's all a matter of relativity." "How can something like that be relative?" Lumina snapped. "Well, my wife and I at least got our answers ourselves." Celestia's gaze suddenly became frighteningly cold. "Is that an accusation? I hope you brought forward your evidence." Their pillars trembled, and a direct challenge seemed to have been registered. "Are you sure you want to play this game?" Leonel asked with a grin. "I can give you a chance to back down now." "I would like to see your evidence," Celestia said calmly. To the side, Lumina sneered as though this was her own personal victory. As for Talon and Somnus, they watched on with great interest. "All right, if you say so," Leonel shrugged. "Are you aware of how the Pillar of Truth works?" "Of course I am," Celestia said with a frown. "Then you should know how impossible it is to get 37 runes to light up." Celestia couldn't help but scoff despite her usual calm demeanor. "That's your evidence? Did you not light up 36? Are you saying you cheated as well?" Leonel chuckled. "You're not getting it. The runes on the pillar light up in sets of 9 and subsections of 3. Lighting up just one extra requires being an infinitesimally small amount better than the one before. It's almost like filling a cup past its brim and then hoping surface tension helps stop it from spilling over. But rather than getting to the point drop by drop, you're pouring in a whole bottle of water and hoping for the same result. The default setting of the pillar is sets of 3 or 9. To light up 37 is highly improbable." "So what?" Celestia froze as her pupils constricted. Leonel's lip curled. "Alone, the probability of you doing it is incredibly low." "The probability of not just one but 2 groups doing it." Leonel looked toward Talon, and both of them just so happened to be demigods who chose their partners immediately and without conversation. "If my calculations are right, the odds of that are less than 1 in a trillion." Celestia quickly recovered. "Those are just statistics, not proof." Leonel's sneer deepened. "Statistics are the weapon of true scientists and intelligent minds. Those on the cutting edge of research only deal in theories with great backing and high probabilities of being correct. They don't deal in absolutes. Do you disagree?" Celestia's lip quivered. Their pillars suddenly lit up. Celestia froze. She had no idea that Leonel could have gotten 37 as well. In fact, according to his calculations, that was exactly what he would have gotten had he not dialed his answer back a bit. But he didn't precisely so that he could spring this trap. Chapter 2661, Robot. Chapter 2661, Robot. From the very beginning, it never mattered whether they had actually cheated or not. Leonel truly had no proof, but that was never really the point. Just like Minerva had said, at a certain realm, the objective truth wasn't all that mattered. But Leonel did feel that she was wrong about something, even on the lowest levels. Objective truth was hardly ever what was most important either. The idea that truth alone should reign supreme were the ideals of an idealistic and naive individual. Truth was only as important as the way it was packaged, and the way it was packaged was dependent on era, on culture, on the immediate climate. If one couldn't accept this, you only really needed to look at the historical trends. By definition, every time the majority changed their minds and accepted another path as their reality, it required convincing. But how many could truly understand the science that proved the Earth was round and not flat? How many understood the nuance of evolution? How many could read Einstein's paper on relativity and actually come to understand what he was talking about? And yet most accepted this as the objective truth. Why? It was because they had been convinced of it. It was because, at a certain point, enough people had been pushed off their current course that it became natural to accept it as the truth. It wasn't the first time it happened, and it wouldn't be the last by any stretch. Even further than that, how many times were discoveries ignored for years before they were accepted? How many different scientists had come to prove the same matter, only for just one of them to get the credit for presenting it the best way first? No matter what realm of academia you were at, the objective truth never mattered as much as the timing and the packaging in which it was presented. Everything else could be ignored. And right now, Leonel could see some of those wheels turning. He hadn't made another breakthrough, but he had had a shift in mindset. He was already doing a lot of this. What was he doing now if not trying to change the public's perception of himself and his wise Star Order status? The intelligent and the powerful could always make the truth what they wanted it to be. If a god descended now and told everyone that Leonel was a menace to be killed, would the objective truth even matter? If these people wanted to play games, Leonel was more than prepared to play along with them. In fact, he would give them more than they could handle. At that moment, Leonel's pillar began to slowly dim, and his point total moved up from 1 point to 3. It seemed that the pillar had deemed his rebuttal worth more than just a single point. Celestia's expression was flushed with hints of embarrassment and anger. It felt to her like Leonel had just treated her like a child who didn't understand anything. Then, her very own racist treasures had agreed with him. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. Leonel turned toward Lumina as though Celestia didn't exist. By now, she must have realized that Leonel responded exactly the way he did to goad her into responding the way she had. If not for her targeting Leonel on his third-place finish, would it even have been possible for things to end like this? Orion, who stood beside Lumina, felt his heart constrict under Leonel's gaze. Lumina was far too foolish and far too enraged to see what was happening. He could already tell that Leonel had shifted his target to them, but she was too busy clenching her fists to realize that they should probably prepare. They were a seed beneath Leonel and had placed 5th. Just below them was Aaron and Lyra, who seemed to be close, so they were already at a disadvantage against Leonel to begin with due to the silencing rules. This wasn't a battle they should have picked, at least not yet. He pinched the bridge of his nose. That saying about fearing boneheaded teammates was really ringing true right now. Leonel smiled, but his gaze seemed to be particularly cold when it flashed over Orion. Mimicking him during a fight against his wife already signed this man's death warrant. The Cloud Race member was just very lucky that Leonel wasn't in a position to kill him outright right here and now, but even so, he could do something else. Beneath his smile, as expected, Lumina spoke first as Orion was too shaken to stop her. You've been doing a lot of questioning and accusing, but you've yet to contribute anything. Have you forgotten what this exchange is all about? This isn't a sparring match. Oh, Leonel smiled. I don't mind, but that's precisely what it is, sparring of the minds. Do you disagree? Semantics. I used the word sparring to point toward your needless aggression. What your statistics don't account for is the relative upbringing of those here. It is natural that they might have the same answers because they have systematic training that are of relative similarity. The fact that they might draw the same deductions is only natural. Ah, so you mean to say that they're robots incapable of self-thought? An interesting summary. Lumina was flustered for only a moment before she recovered. There goes the aggression and ad hominem attacks again. You seem incapable of engaging with the topic and want to constantly obfuscate and hide the truth. We can all see through you. First, you force Celestia to answer a question for your own personal gain, and then you don't show any sincerity by providing your own perspective. Instead, you just launched another attack. How can such a petty, narrow-minded person possibly achieve great things? You'll always be stuck in the same mindset, and ironically, you'll form your own barriers and make yourself into your own robot. Chapter 2662, Trap. Chapter 2662. Trap. Leonel's smile didn't fade as their pillars began to tremble once again. The challenge in Lumina's words was clear. It was almost like if he did give his opinion now, he would be admitting that she was right and thus lose out on the round. But if he didn't answer, he would also be proving her right by being the petty man she claimed him to be, and thus lose anyway. The only way forward was to thread the needle and get her to move off of her position. However, Leonel didn't seem to be in a hurry to do so. I heard that you two were part of the cohort who attacked my wife, Leonel suddenly asked. Don't try and change the subject, Lumina growled. Answer the question like you've made everyone else before you do. Leonel chuckled. The pillar has yet to give its decision yet, so who are you to decide whether I'm changing the subject or not? You've been doing a lot of talking for others. Is your favorite position that of an obedient doggy? Lumina's eyes opened wide, her fury almost getting the best of her before she just laughed with a tone filled with mirth and derision. You heard him, everyone. This is the response of a man who has no shred of intelligence of his own. It's ironic you call me a dog when all you know how to do is bark and bite back. Did you miss the part where this was a conversation of intellectuals? So I guess your answer is that you're mad that the pillar hasn't granted you victory yet? Leonel shifted the focus right back to the pillars that were still the process of glowing. He uncaringly stirred the conversation back to the topic he wanted to focus on, and it left Lumina not knowing how to respond for a moment. Well, you can choose to not answer the question, but I believe that the pillar might take that as a loss on your part. Leonel's smile deepened, and Lumina suddenly realized something. Clearly, the pillar felt that Leonel's line of questioning was in line with their current debate. Did that mean that Leonel was trying to force her to confess to her crimes with the pillar as support? Suddenly, her face drained of all blood. No one knew the full extent of what had happened during the Gathering of Kingdoms. The only projected images were from the actual battles. The happenings in the city weren't well known at all. However, this gathering of minds was entirely different. No, it couldn't be said that it was different, but rather that what was being projected to the world right this moment was this very conversation. The only saving grace for Lumina, the only hope that she could cling to, was the fact that historically, fewer people watched the debates versus the actual challenge portion. However, how could she hang her hat on this now? Not only was this the very start of the debate round as barely a few minutes had passed, but it had all started off with a bang with an immediate clash thanks to Leonel. On top of that, this was the first gathering of minds in generations. How could people not be watching? A cold sweat began to pour down Lumina's back. What they had done was nothing short of sinister. She was afraid to answer, afraid to admit it, afraid to take the consequences of what it might mean. She wasn't just Lumina, she was a princess of her family, and on top of that, she was a proud Owlin descendant. It was something she flaunted everywhere she went, and it was something clear by the illusory wings she always used to carry herself. Suddenly, the pillar beneath her began to fade, and Leonel's own began to glow brighter and brighter. It was like the last bits of sand in an hourglass were trickling down, painting the very same imagery as the cold sweat that was making her robes stick to her back. They dropped down one after another, and time seemed to slow in her eyes. She only had a few seconds to respond, and time was running out. On top of that, Leonel had a silence that he could use on them. If she waited until the last minute, she would never get a chance at all. She could say that Leonel didn't have any evidence, but hadn't he crushed Celestia even without any evidence to speak of? Was she really going to have to admit it? If she did, she wouldn't just be implicating herself, but the Owlins. If Minerva was enraged, her family was finished. She could wipe them all out on her own. Orion, who was standing beside her, didn't have nearly as much riding on this, but it felt that Leonel, sitting there stroking his wife's hair, was akin to a slumbering dragon. Every step they took in his lair was like another weight on their hearts, and the pressure was growing so great that he was suffocating. Of all the ways he had expected this matter to go, never had he thought that things would end like this. His cloud race already had a bad reputation among the races, and they were only able to maintain their prestige through plausible deniability and their overall strength. If he was roped into this, watching the two being suffocated like this, many began to wonder if this truly wasn't a battle. The populations of existence had suddenly never felt that a debate could be so entertaining. The stakes felt so high that it was as though they were standing on the precipice of a cliff themselves. And that was the entirety of Leonel's mastery. The information, the fact that his wife had been treated like someone to suppress and crush, hardly mattered. Most of those watching probably felt that it was only natural for a human to suffer in such a way. But if he packaged it like this instead, Orion suddenly steeled himself and spoke in a booming voice. In one mare. I did hear that your wife was attacked. In fact, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. However, saying that we were part of the cohort is going a little far, don't you think? My cloud race has its quirks, but you shouldn't be reacting like this because I almost defeated your wife in battle, right? Chapter 2663 Smile. Chapter 2663 Smile. There was no other choice. They had to fight it out with Leonel on the grounds that they did nothing outside the norm. He could already see Leonel's intentions. Lumina had accused him of being a brute who only knew how to bark and bite, and now he was asking them what role they played. Really? Is that so? Leonel asked with a smile. Are you sure that you don't want to retract that statement? Orion clenched his jaw. Leonel suddenly pointed up and an image played. Unfortunate, an image of Orion chuckled. I asked them not to put such a beauty through hardship. There was only so much I could do. Orion shrugged his shoulders in the image. Those guys are pretty heartless. Well, I think one of them is just acting out of jealousy. Maybe you'll meet her, though it seems unlikely at this point. Lumina is her name. No need to thank me. The real Orion suddenly turned a ghastly sheen of white. At the same time, his cloud figure shook and trembled. The runes in his cloud figure looked as though they were about to collapse entirely. He cursed at himself internally. The worst part about this image was that he hadn't even turned into Leonel at that point in the body, so it was even more difficult for him to deal with the situation. Just as Lumina glared at him and was about to rage at his sheer incompetence and stupidity, he gave her a pointed glare. At that moment, they realized that if Lumina suddenly snapped at him, it would be tantamount to admitting her guilt as well. Are you aware that this is a debate of the minds, not a place for your theatrics? There are any number of ways to fake such an image. To form such a perfect one at that? One that so perfect encapsulates my guilt? Do you take the spectators for idiots? It was shameless, unmistakably so. However, none of that mattered right now, not in the slightest. This was a debate where the truth was less important than its presentation. There were certainly people in the audience who would have watched that battle. There were also most certainly people smart enough to realize that Aina was definitely being ganged up on. But during the Gathering of Kingdoms, even at that round, there were always thousands of ongoing battles. And, back during then, he had spoken those words the instant he stepped into the arena. So even if most would have chosen to focus on their battle because it was a clash of titans, they could have easily missed the start. However, what made Orion uneasy was that Leonel's smile didn't fade. Indeed, I could have faked it, you're right. Your cloud race is certainly capable of doing such a thing and are well known for their distasteful methods. This was what my partner was referring to. Your crude and crass style has no business being in these circles. Mentioning a person's race as though that assigns fault to their character? You should be ashamed of yourself. Lumina seemed to finally relax. She felt that Orion was performing better than she thought he would be able to after that video resurfaced. Leonel's smile deepened. Is it that much of a problem? Should we go over your race's history? Orion's expression darkened. Every race has their own shades of dark and shades of light. I have no idea what listing out something that I could do for any number of races will prove. Do you just want to use this as a platform to disparage others? Need I remind you that this is a sanctioned debate, not some crass bar for you to hurl insults in? Me? Crass insults? Leonel chuckled. Orion kept feeling more and more uneasy. He looked down at the pillars, wondering why they hadn't assigned a winner yet. They were already looping around in circles. Shouldn't it be smart enough to understand that Leonel had nothing? So, I'll give you one last chance. Did you or did you not attack my wife outside the bounds of the Gathering of Kingdoms in order to secure a brutish and crass victory? Orion sneered. Asking the same question over and over again isn't going to get you a different result. Leonel pursed his lips and nodded. Interesting. He waved a hand, and the image in the skies suddenly concentrated into an orb of light. With a flick of his wrist, at astonishing speed, the orb of light suddenly rushed toward the Pillar of Truth. Orion and Lumina blanched. They had never thought that this would happen. If the Pillar of Truth confirmed that it was a proper recollection of events then, a figure suddenly flashed in front of the pillar. It was a familiar old woman, one with a proud pair of wings and a dazzling set of armor. The head of a division of the Winged Knights, Aurora. She caught the orb and shook her head. I would advise against participant Leonel Morales from doing this in the future. This is not just the first time, but the second time you've attempted to use the Pillar of Truth without permission. The first time, we allowed it, but let the record show that this was not our intention. The Pillar of Truth is very fragile and is considered to be an ancient relic that was restored under the great effort of the Pluto race. It can only be used under the expressed consent of Pavilion Head Minerva. It cannot be used to settle petty squabbles about events unrelated to the Gathering of Minds. Minerva smiled from high above as Aurora did her dirty work for her. Was the explanation perfect? Of course not, but it didn't need to be. Plus, no one could deny how special the Pillar of Truth was, and they also couldn't deny that they let Leonel use it freely the first time, even when doing so was the reason he was able to gather his first 3 points in the first place. Orion and Lumina also both released a breath they hadn't even known they were holding. However, when everyone's gaze fell on Leonel, the smile was just the same. The confusion hit them in waves. What the hell could he have to be smiling about? Chapter 2664, Idiot. Chapter 2664, Idiot. Suddenly, the orb in Aurora's palm shattered, catching her off guard. She was thrust into a state of confusion, not quite understanding. She had only caught it with enough pressure to maintain control. She hadn't put in nearly enough effort to crush it. Just considering the speeds the orb had withstood just to fly over here in the first place, it would take hundreds of times more strength than she applied to crush it like this. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Aurora panicked and her aura flared out. She entrapped the bits and pieces of the orb that she could, and she directly destroyed the one she couldn't. Obviously, she thought that Leonel had expected this to happen. So, he set the orb to detonate as a way to get around her defenses and make it to the Pillar of Truth anyway. If those pieces touched the pillar, then her stopping it wouldn't matter anyway. But unfortunately, she miscalculated. That was never Leonel's intention at all. Instead, the world watched as a supposed elite Owlin panicked at the thought of the shards touching the pillars and rushed to stop them. Was the Pillar of Truth really so fragile that it couldn't stand such a thing? Why were the Owlins trying so hard to stop it? Aurora blanched when she realized how bad the optics of what she had just done were. She stood frozen, unsure of what to do. However, when she looked up at Leonel, his smile had never faded. If this was such a problem, you could have just said so. Why did... Leonel was silenced, and his lips seemed to be pressed close under some mysterious power. It would have been perfect if Celestia had done it, but the Owlins weren't such fools. Instead, it was Talon and the Dream Asura who had taken action. However, Leonel didn't seem fazed in the slightest as he turned his smile toward them. Everyone had heard the rules. You couldn't just silence a person for the sake of silencing them. You had to have a rebuttal for what they were going to say. Leonel really wanted to hear what they could possibly have to say that would be counted as a legitimate rebuttal. Unless their rebuttal was perfect and unimpeachable, the optics would only get worse. And, clearly, Talon knew that. However, this was simply a matter of picking the lesser evil. Should they 1. Allow Leonel to continue talking and make the situation worse? Or 2. Should they take action to stop it now and take the backlash that might come with it? The answer was obvious. Sometimes you had to take a loss to earn a victory. I believe that is enough, Talon said. We've gotten far off topic during this debate. I won't make any accusations about what may or may not have happened between yourself and these two, but as the senior said, those were mere petty squabbles. The moment Talon spoke, his pillar glowed as well. It was inevitable. Now he was roped into a three-way battle. In addition, when he finished speaking, it seemed that the pillar had taken it as an adequate enough rebuttal because his silencing rights hadn't vanished. That said, for the next hour he had no ability to silence Leonel. Oh, I didn't expect such a thing from the member of the barbarian race. Novel, indeed, Leonel replied. Talon's eyes narrowed. That's the second time you've mentioned another's race entirely unprovoked. He didn't say anything further, but Leonel's pillar began to dim while his own grew stronger. From high above, it had taken all of Minerva's self-control for her expression to not become a gloomy mess. She seemed to finally realize that Leonel was playing the same game she was. He had never come here expecting this to be a completely fair arbitration of his skills and intelligence. He was more than willing to play as dirty as they were. The main issue was that Minerva suddenly couldn't see his depths. Why did Leonel keep digging himself into a bigger and deeper hole? Even Lumina hadn't mentioned the human race even once, even though that was probably the easiest dig to take at Leonel. But now, Leonel had disparaged the Cloud race, and now he was doing the same with the barbarian race. She couldn't see how this would benefit him at all. Was it? Leonel blinked innocently. Didn't this Owlin descendant here say that the reason the four of you were able to reach the same exact standard is because of your upbringing? Wasn't that implying that you did better because you were demigods? Talon frowned and looked toward Lumina with a quick side glance before focusing on Leonel once again. Your thoughts on the world are so twisted, Somnus suddenly spoke. I find it both sad and unfortunate. The Dream Ashura shook his head, sighing deeply. When he spoke, the world seemed to resonate and listen. His voice was gentle, yet masculine, soothing, yet commanding. It was clear coercion. Please, do explain, Leonel replied. What you should be looking toward here is not a matter of race, but a matter of class. It is not because we are demigods, but rather because we have well-established families within our race that gave us certain advantages in our upbringing. To reduce it to a matter of race is laughable. There are many of our races who are entirely incapable of performing as well as you can. To make matters worse than that, not only did you reduce such a complicated matter in such a rudimentary fashion, but you also took it a step further and disparaged them as well. Don't you find this to be too unacceptable? The pillar of Talon and Somnus glowed even brighter. Leonel's smile deepened. Idiot. The fact Leonel would choose to say this word now of all times, especially when he was being accused of being crass, was shocking to them. But the confidence in his gaze made them waver. Chapter 2665, Lying Through His Teeth. Chapter 2665, Lying Through His Teeth. I am the absolute best of the human race. I am unmatched by no one other than my lovely wife. I am the pavilion head of a dream pavilion. I am a wise star order and the wielder of the life tablet. Somnus seemed to understand what Leonel meant almost immediately, but unfortunately, they didn't have another silence to use, and if Celestia used hers here, the point of Talon intervening on their behalf in the first place would become moot. Now you tell me, why was my answer lesser than yours despite my class being unmatched within my race? The Dream Ashura fell into silence. He felt like everything kept going back to this issue, this one mistake, and no matter how hard they tried to pull themselves out of the quagmire, they couldn't do so. He almost felt that Leonel had done all of this on purpose, even going as far as to weaken his answer just to get this very result. But he had no proof, nor did he have a good argument to make it sound plausible either. Also, don't you think you're a little bit too stupid? Leonel asked, still stroking Ina's hair. By definition, just to be capable of coming here, we all have to be of exceptionally high class. 1. We had to survive the culling. I mean the Gathering of Kingdoms. You might not find it to be a big deal since you didn't have to participate, but I'll gladly paint the picture for you. 2. We had to have enough resources to practice these two streams of crafting. Not only did we have to have the resources, but we had to have a teacher that was willing to pass down such knowledge to them, an individual who's likely worth far more than the resources we used to get here in the first place. Then, on top of all of that, we had to be the cream of the crop to even show our faces, let alone get to this debate round where there's less than 100 of us left total. So, when you say the Owlin descendant was referring to class and not race, it's either one of you is the idiot, or both of you is the idiot. If there's a certain class you can only reach by being a demigod, then what's the point of making the distinction? Semantics? Does telling people beneath you that they can definitely achieve what you have, even when their circumstances are entirely different from your own, make you feel warm and fuzzy on the inside? Leonel seemed to speak all of this in a single breath, but he didn't raise his force, nor did he rush. Every word was akin to its own resonating hammer strike, even keeled and tempered to perfection. Those who were watching the multi-layered and multi-stage debate seemed to realize that Leonel was baiting out this interaction from the very beginning. If he never mentioned race, it would have never gotten so far. And yet, somehow, by mentioning Lumina, he seemed to reframe the entire argument as something she had started. To make it worse, every time he mentioned her, he referred to her as the Owlin descendant, drawing attention to the actions of Aurora again and again. Even without mentioning it, everyone was drawing their own conclusions. Why else would the Owlins take action if not to protect their descendant? It didn't seem to matter how far from related Lumina was to them, and it suddenly became a matter of a lesser race against a greater race. As though all of this wasn't bad enough, because Leonel was saying these things to the Dream Asura and not Lumina or Orion, it hit even harder. There were many members of races at the same level as the Cloud race, but because Leonel was lashing out against Somnus, it felt like the whole world was joining him to lambast a silver spoon-fed elite who didn't understand the plight of those beneath him. It's fine though, I'm very used to this, that's just the natural course of things. The human race has been at the bottom of the barrel for a long while. I personally have no ability to raise up trillions of people. If the members of lesser races that have formed dharmas couldn't do so, how am I going to? But I would suggest you all watch your words. I may be brash or crass in your eyes, but my words ring true. So instead of using underhanded means to secure your victories, how about you meet me head-on like real men or women? Of course, you could also just directly give up. I can take my victory and go home. Somnus's expression became placid and unreadable. Orion and Lumina panicked as they seemed to realize something. Then, in that instant, the pillars trembled and erupted with a blinding light. Leonel and Ina's points moved up from 3 points, all the way to 10. A silence fell on the arena, a smiling young man sitting there as though the weight of the world didn't seem to matter much to him at all. He took a casual glance toward Minerva, and a casual sneer tugged at the corner of his lips. He had to admit that this little game was almost as fun as crafting. Almost. Elrion watched this scene in a garden that was much of a garden, at least not in the natural sense. Rather than being filled with beautiful greenery and a delicate fragrance, it was instead filled with carnivorous plants that put beasts to shame. Of course, he had been watching Leonel's performance, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He knew what Leonel's goal was, so he could see countless underlying tricks he was playing that others couldn't. That line about how he alone couldn't raise the entirety of the human race was especially potent. But what made it even more potent to him was the fact that even though Leonel said all of this, he didn't believe it at all. Elrion felt he knew Leonel well enough to know that that man believed that he could do what even gods had failed to do. He was lying through his teeth, and yet doing so with a bright smile on his face. Chapter 2666, Ridiculous. Chapter 26666, Ridiculous. The first hour came to an end, and it seemed that there was absolutely nothing they could do against Leonel. In fact, many were scared to engage with him at all, worrying that if they did so, he would veer the conversation back in a direction that they didn't want it to go. Leonel hadn't gotten the case, slam-shut victory he wanted. After all, he hadn't been able to force them to admit to what they had done, but that was fine. He never really expected to. Things had gone pretty much exactly how he had expected them to. A large part of why he had been able to be successful, though, was thanks to Ina. Thanks to her, he could use the life tablet even under the suppression, and, as such, he could understand things on a deeper level. Of course, these things weren't related to the actual debate, but rather how far he could push the pillars themselves. It was very important to his goals that he could bend the conversations in the direction he wanted, but doing it too much, or to too great of an extent, could backfire on him instead. He couldn't just hop into a conversation about fire and make it about water, or else he would get dinged for it. He had to make them at least tangentially related. It seemed that the Celestia and the others knew this as well, which was why they veered the conversation away from Leonel and made it purely about the convergences, which was what started all of this to begin with. After another hour passed, Leonel was still firmly in the lead, with Talon and Somnus, as well as Celestia and Verma, having gained 3 points each. The rest of the top 10 had best 1 point each, and there was a clear gap between them and everyone else. By the time the third hour had passed, they had closed it in by another 3 for a total of 6 points, while Aaron and Lyra had managed to move up to a cumulative total of 4, placing them in 4th place ahead of Orion and Lumina. It seemed that Orion and Lumina were having their own struggles. They clearly didn't trust one another, and that made working together a nightmare. Sometimes they would even contradict one another, and because they were coming from the same pillar, that was registered as an immediate loss. Obviously, they had only come together because they felt their individual statuses were too high to go with others, and too low to match with the demigods. But ironically, this had come back to bite them. By the end of the 4th hour, the 2 demigod groups were only behind Leonel by a single point, while Aaron and Lyra were just 3 points behind. They were clearly the shocking dark horses of this event, and Leonel found himself being quite impressed by them, especially Aaron. He was very sharp, and he only jumped into battles he was certain to win. At this point, he was the only one aside from Leonel who had yet to lose a single debate. Though that was a bit of a biased recollection of events, considering the only reason the demigod groups had lost was because of Leonel. As the fifth hour was coming underway, it seemed all too obvious that Leonel would fall out of his first place position. In the eyes of the participants, Leonel had only been able to claim so many points by arguing about things entirely unrelated to crafting, so it only made sense that he wouldn't be able to hang in when the conversation was veered away entirely from what he was best at. This helped many of them to relax. Leonel wasn't some behemoth they couldn't take down. He was very manageable so long as they stayed within the realms of crafting. Soon, he wouldn't have a superior score to them, and they could finally challenge him without worrying about his muting powers. I would have to say, then, that the fourth convergence would have to be related to the regulator or regulators. If my position is taken to be the correct one, wherein the point of dimension is variable, the point of life is the second dimension, and the point of creation is the third, then there still needs to exist an anchor for the first dimension, or else there is no real impetus for creation at all. After Celestia finished speaking those words lightly, Lumina and Orion could only bow out in defeat. At this point, the two were trying to argue that there was no need for a fourth convergence at all, as the point of dimension was exactly the representation of the first dimension that Celestia was looking for. Unfortunately, they have inevitably failed. Like this, Celestia gained another point, gaining an equivalent point total to Leonel. And right then, for the first time in hours, she looked toward him, a light of pride in her eyes. However, once again, she found a smiling Leonel. No, it was more accurate to say that he was grinning. All this while, he had just been flirting with his wife. That much was obvious by the way Ina smiled from time to time, even with her eyes closed. However, he suddenly looked active again. Finally caught up? Leonel asked with a smile. Celestia didn't take the bait. In fact, she wanted to ignore Leonel entirely. Getting into the mud with him would just give him another opportunity to sling some more at her. She wouldn't allow that. She opened her mouth, ready to move on as though she hadn't heard him, but she didn't expect Leonel to continue first. Since the kiddies are done fooling around, I guess I should finally give my stance. Simply put, you're all wrong. The point of life is the second dimension. The point of creation is the first dimension. The point of dimension is indeed variable, if you want to describe it in such layman's terms. In reality, what it represents is the seed of growth and potential. Not that any of that matters, considering even Lethariel was wrong anyway. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. In the end, Celestia couldn't help herself. Chapter 2667, almost no difference. Chapter 2667, almost no difference. Oh? Leonel asked with a smile. Celestia was put off by the casualness, but she shrugged it off immediately afterward. This wasn't a debate about random subjects, this was something she understood intimately. It was impossible for Leonel to pull one over on her, especially when this was something she had been drilled about. Many of her ideas weren't her own, they were Minerva's. Of course, she would never admit this, nor did she need to. She had already taken the optics loss on this point, so going forward, it wasn't as though Leonel could try and ding her for the same matter once more. Thinking to this point, she felt like a burden had been flung from her shoulders, and she unleashed her inner pride. Since Leonel dared to meet her on this sort of battlefront, she would crush him. You may not be aware of this, but the word creation in this case isn't translated from the same creation that represents the first dimension. If you truly get into the weeds, the latter form of creation doesn't refer to creation itself at all. It's rather a spark, akin to the Big Bang. It didn't create anything, it just set the stage for creation to happen. On the other hand, the former form of creation, the one referred to as the convergences, is translated from the original Minerva language as actual creation, more akin to childbirth rather than child conception. Just because of this alone, it can't possibly refer to the first dimension, as there aren't any living entities in the first dimension to begin with. There is only a force of nature that guides the laws as we know them. To make your statement even worse, you confused the true definition of point of creation and assigned it to the point of dimension instead. Then, you topped it off by saying that Master Lethariel was wrong when you misinterpreted her definitions to begin with. How can you even assign correctness and falsities when you're incapable of understanding the underlying argument to begin with? Celestia's words were clearly much sharper than they usually were, and she was several-fold harsher. However, no one really blamed her. Leonel had clearly come in, guns blazing once again, and, just like before, his smile didn't fade. You seem to be quite intimately familiar with the Minerva language. That's good, Leonel said with a chuckle. Celestia frowned. What was he trying to imply here? Then, you should probably understand that when you're translating a language, you should probably understand the culture around it first, grasping the climate of the time and what social proclivities people in that era might have had. There are many words that fall into and out of favor depending on the times. Medical terms in one era can easily become insults in the next. There are even words that, when used in the incorrect fashion for long enough, will become the correct fashion. Language is a conduit for people to interact with one another. It isn't a rigid structure or set of rules, and if you look at it that way, you will suffer. Near the end of the Minerva race's existence, that version of the word creation did, indeed, come to mean a spark rather than the actual action or creation itself. However, do you know what was happening during the end of the Minerva race's era? Celestia instinctually used silence, wanting to stop Leonel from talking, but to her horror, she had forgotten that he was still number one. The placements would only change after the hour was up, and even if they changed right now, they had the exact same number of points. Contrary to that, Leonel could actually still silence her if he wanted. No, not like... Leonel continued without a care. The Minerva race was obsessed with creation, obsessed with replacing the god beasts of creation. They were not only striving to create, and yet failing to do so, but they were also dying off as a result. In the past, they were filled with optimism and hope for the future, so to them, there was little difference between a spark of creation and creation itself. To them, it was one and the same. They were the strongest crafters to ever exist after the god beasts of creation, so practically anything they put their minds to, they likewise managed to succeed in. Do you see the issue here, now? You're using the correct definition of creation if Lethariel wrote her words in the era you're referring to. Unfortunately for you, she didn't. So, why are you lecturing me on something you have little understanding of? Leonel tilted his head to the side as though he was really waiting for an answer, one that would probably never come. Celestia's lips parted, but she had no rebuttal. The pillars trembled, and Leonel's points moved up from 10 to 11. Let alone Celestia, even Minerva frowned. Was what Leonel said true? She had no easy way of confirming. She didn't have an encyclopedia of history in her head like Leonel did. The history of the gods was so long and winding that the end period Leonel referred to could have easily covered tens of thousands of years. Lethariel definitely existed before then, so the odds that the definition had changed were quite high and plausible. Celestia gritted her teeth. Verma wanted to tell her to calm down first, but Celestia had already begun to speak. You said the entirety of the theory is false anyway. Prove it. No one here has dared to say such a thing, even those far above myself have never made such a claim. Sure, why not? Leonel chuckled. My main gripe with the theory is that it treats crafting and force pill crafting like they're truly two separate existences that can only overlap at these convergences. That isn't true at all. The truth is that there's almost no difference between the two at all, and that's precisely what makes the world of difference. Chapter 2668, a statement. Chapter 2668. A statement. Celestia froze, not understanding what these words meant. She would have normally called Leonel out for speaking nonsense, but she no longer dared to. Was what he had just said truly too profound for her to understand? She didn't want to believe it. People believe the main difference between the two disciplines is that one provides external support while the other relies on internal support. A sword is an external item, and a force pill that can raise your dimension is an internal one, but this is hardly true. I can create armors that are a personal and direct increase to my personal stats. They can even go as far as to change my affinities or enhance them. Is that not an internal support? On the other hand, my lovely wife could easily create a force pill that could explode on contact with water, having no other purpose but to store a ton of force that causes a violent chain reaction when the requirements are met. Wouldn't that technically be an external support? Celestia frowned. No, the armor you create almost certainly relies on a lineage factor that I'm sure of. It isn't the armor itself, but rather the interaction it has with a third-party force. That's hardly the same thing. As for the exploding force pill, how a pill reacts to its environment is precisely the point. The fact that you mentioned it would need an external mechanism to trigger its activation tells you everything you need to know. If you made a bomb as a craft instead, it wouldn't need an external mechanism to activate. You could do it based on time, you could have an external trigger if you wanted, but it would be necessary. You could even have it explode immediately and it wouldn't cause any problems at all. You can't play a game of semantics to try and draw lines of parallel similarity where there aren't any. To Celestia's surprise, Leonel actually agreed. But that's exactly my point, Leonel said. In fact, I believe the convergences aren't convergences at all. The points are locations where the two disciplines come together. Instead, they're the points at which they diverge. I would call them divergences instead. My lineage factor can trigger changes to the way my crafted armor acts precisely because it exists at the point of dimension. It represents my potential. A force pill can explode upon contact with water because that represents the point of life. The second dimension is the origin of all forces, and it is where they interact. Celestia felt her head spinning. How are they divergences if it's at those points they can act so similarly? She didn't even sound like she was debating anymore. It sounded like she just really wanted to know the answer. That's because those points have little to do with crafts at all. My lineage factor is an external item. The water is likewise an external object. They aren't part of the original crafted treasure or force pill. If not for the existence of those third parties, it would be at those points that they diverged the most, and it's precisely why those are the very points they can be brought together from. Celestia felt like an implosion had just gone off in her mind. She didn't even realize that Leonel's points jumped from 11 to 20, and then from 20 to 30. All of the accumulated point totals from previous rounds of debates where a winner had been decided were added to him. Although this didn't take away points from other participants, it hardly mattered. This was the other thing that Leonel had learned about the pillars. It was taking note of everything that was being said and noting them down. Even if a point was conceded in one debate, it didn't mean that it would necessarily be a loss in another debate as well. Some people were better at forming their arguments than others. However, ultimately, the pillars still pursued truth. There were two reasons why Leonel had been patiently silent until now, and the first was because he wanted to accumulate all these points for himself rather than having to rope everyone into a large-scale debate. Wasn't this easier? Plus, he got to flirt with his wife instead of wasting time with these people. And as for the second reason, you claim to be so humble and in the dark. Lumina's almost shrill voice came to the side, but now you're speaking as though you're a master on the topic. Are you sure you don't want to retract what you've said before? Admit you were being a bastard the entire time. Her voice was tinged with hints of madness. They had taken so many losses until now, and it seemed like they had lost their chance at the top four. She couldn't believe that she was about to lose a damn sparrow. It took everything in her to not spew out all the hatred in her heart. The moment she caught onto a hint of Leonel's weakness, she grabbed it with both hands and refused to let go. If Leonel could accumulate points from past debates, then why couldn't she? If he was so boldly contradicting himself, then why couldn't she capitalize on it? Orion almost fainted. He couldn't believe he had shackled himself to this idiotic woman. He had only come here because he was forced to in the first place, and now he was dealing with wave after wave of bullshit. What did he do to deserve this? Leonel smiled. Are you sure you don't want to retract that statement? I'll give you another chance, just like last time. I don't need your damn chance, Lumina screamed. You're a fucking crass, hairless monkey. Do you think these people can't see through you? No one believes that you actually want to be charitable. I fucking hate your kind. Bang! Lumina's head exploded. Leonel didn't even make a move. Neither did Ina. In fact, neither of them even flinched aside from Leonel's grin growing wider. The debate portion will come to an end now. Please take a day's rest, everyone, Minerva said lightly. I will issue a statement on participant Lumina's death shortly. Chapter 2669, Stifling. Chapter 2669, Stifling. Not long later, the Owlins issued a statement. It held all of what one might expect. Lumina was lambasted as a divisive individual who hadn't understood the spirit of the debate. However, the worst sin was the fact that she had disparaged one of the participants without rhyme or reason. Of course, the language was far more flowery than this, and the argumentation was actually quite excellent, but Leonel just couldn't be bothered to get anything more than the cliff notes. He touched his ears, a cold smile curling his lip. His earlobe had been split in two, and it certainly wasn't his own doing. He hadn't reacted to it back then, or more accurately, he hadn't reacted to the sudden pain at all even when he registered it. When it came to Minerva's attack itself, his body couldn't have moved fast enough to get out of the way even if he wanted to. Ina had moved, but because his hand was on her head the entire time, she got the message to not move as well. Cute, Leonel said lightly. His vital star chi couldn't heal the wound at all. No matter how hard he tried, it stayed just the same, as though no amount of force he could form could heal it. I'm participating, Ina said coldly. Her golden eyes glowed with a murderous intent as she seemed to want to burn the world down. At the moment, the two were in their hotel room as Leonel's ear continued to bleed without signs of stopping. It seemed that his blood couldn't even coagulate and dry to stem it at all. Leonel looked toward Ina and didn't answer immediately. Their goal was obviously to hide Ina's skill. The reality was that Ina's force pill crafting was on a level all to its own. Even if it was filtered through Leonel and lost more than 90% of its usual potency, it would still be enough for victory. The value of the highest echelon of force pill crafter was much higher than a top-flight crafter. A crafter could protect you, but a force pill crafter could give you the strength to protect yourself. These were two entirely different things, and the rarity of the latter was much greater. Leonel assumed that this difference would disappear and even overlap once he got to the truest highest echelon of crafting, but ultimately, as with most things, it wasn't just about truth all the time, but rather perspective. If Ina's skill in force pill crafting was revealing, it would lead to a different kind of trouble compared to her blood sovereignty, but it would be a problem that came with the same level of trouble nonetheless. In fact, it might be more complicated to deal with. With blood sovereignty, it would be variant invalid brutes rampaging about in a mostly straightforward attempt to kidnap her, but in this case, it might not be the same. The plots might be far more sinister, far more multi-layered and variable, and harder to combat. Why? Leonel asked. To prove a point, she said with a scowl he was sure was meant to look menacing, but he could hardly see it as anything other than adorable. Leonel smiled. And what point is that? Ina pouted, not liking Leonel's line of questioning at all. Leonel sighed. Honestly, if it was just that, it would be fine. But the main problem is that we have to disassociate our success from the potential success of the human race as a whole. Someone capable of doing what you can do, well, a force pill crafter of a certain level could elevate even a demigod race, let alone our own. We're not strong enough for that yet. Ina didn't respond, but she didn't look very happy about his words. I'm going to complete my third rebirth. Leonel raised an eyebrow. You ready for that? I was a while ago. The only reason I didn't was because we were having fun, but I've been ready since the Gathering of Kingdoms concluded. After it completes, I'll break into the 8th dimension. You want to complete 3 rebirths for each, the 7th, 8th, and 9th, I assume? Yes, Ina nodded, not surprised that Leonel had guessed it. I think that I might even be able to complete the 4th immediately after I break through too. Okay, well, you know your husband is a wealthy tycoon, Leonel grinned. I'll support you. He still had way more contribution points than he knew what to do with. Well, that was mostly because there were too many things he wasn't allowed to trade for, but that was neither here nor there. It's not enough, Aina said with a teasing smile, her previous foul move being whisked away as she straddled Leonel. Oh, and what would be enough? Aina kissed him. Take them for all they're worth. Extorting people? Leonel's laughter boomed. That's what I do best. The couple was quickly lost in their own world. The day came and went. With the conclusion round of debates, the 4 teams that made it through were expected. Leonel and Aina, Celestia and Verma, Talon and Somnus, Aaron and Lyra, each of the teams stood on their own pillars. Today, Aina didn't look last at all. In fact, her killing intent had returned and it made the atmosphere quite heavy. Leonel could only smile bitterly, but he didn't try to police his wife's actions. She could be just as stubborn as he could sometimes. Talon kept looking over at Aina, his red, Samoan-like runes pulsing from time to time before calming down. He had to keep reminding himself that he was a crafter here, not a barbarian. If not, he would have already jumped out to attack. Even until now, Leonel's ear still hadn't stopped bleeding. He had no choice but to craft an earring for himself that had the sole purpose of catching and storing the falling blood. And that only made Aina angrier. She could fix it, but doing so would reveal too many things. It was too stifling. Chapter 2670, Logically. Chapter 2670, Logically, welcome to the challenge round. You have all made it to the top 4 and should be proud, Minerva said lightly. According to tradition, this challenge round wouldn't normally end in a ranking. Often, it was an arena to settle unresolved differences between craftsmen from the round of debates and also a method of exchanging treasures. In order to accommodate a ranking, we will make some changes, the first of which is introducing a baseline of treasure. Right now, the 4 of you have earned your top 10 placement. As a reminder, this means that you all have earned the mind-splitting rune of the top 1000, the spirit-elevating force herb of the top 100, and the creation-grade ore and 8th order standard blueprint of the top 10. The lowest tier prize will represent 1 point, the second will represent 3 points, and the final 2 will represent 5. Any treasures you all bring forward will be ranked on this same scale as well. However, you will all start with a total of 28 points. Of course, you will not actually place these treasures on the line. They will be more like vouchers. However, any additional treasures you bring forward will be put on the line. As you know, the top 3 reward, the 9th order standard blueprint and the 9th order workbench, personally forged by me, is exactly that, a reward reserved for the top 3. However, there are 4 groups of you, so if you would like it, or the top 1 prize beyond it, it will be dependent on your efforts. Now, for the nitty-gritty. 1. Even if you have more points than the person in question, you cannot force them to match your points. If you enter a challenge sequence with a higher ranked treasure and you don't want to stoop to the level of your opponent, you will be at your own risk. 2. Likewise, you cannot force a person with a higher ranked treasure to come down to your level either. Leonel's lip curled when he heard these rules. He found it amusing because there was definitely a scheme at play here. It was simply impossible that the Owlins would have a treasure on the same level as the segmented cube, so why would they be laying out rules that clearly seemed to benefit him? He believed that the clue was hidden in the first rule. Not being able to force his opponent to bring out a treasure of equivalent value was like asking himself to shoot himself in the foot. However, he didn't mind it considering the second rule was there. No one could force him to participate if he didn't want to, and even if they did manage to find a way to force him, they still had their face to worry about. For example, even if they brought out a lesser treasure, it couldn't be too much so, or else they would be putting their bias on clear display. The fact Minerva had killed Lumina painted the entire picture. That wasn't something the Owlins could afford, especially since they were using this as a stage to return to their absolute peak. The third rule to offset this is that when a participant puts forward a treasure with a point total that surpasses that of their opponent, and the challenge is willfully accepted, the individual who challenges is allowed to choose which stream they would like the battle to take place in. Leonel blinked, his eyes suddenly going wide. Aina looked at him as well, seemingly just as surprised. Were they serious? Suddenly, the two laughed silently with one another, realizing what was going on. It seemed that Minerva hadn't reached the point of treating Leonel like some sort of deity. She was highly confident in her disciple, so of course she would lay out the rules in this way. From Leonel and Aina's perspective, they felt that it was stupid to allow Leonel, who clearly had the greatest treasure here, the right to force others to pick crafting instead of force pill crafting. But from their perspective, it was the exact opposite. They probably expected that they would have to take their time and goad Leonel out of his hiding spot. They didn't think that he would be willing to bring out the treasures he had immediately, so they thought that they could take advantage of him with these rules. The fourth rule is that you all must complete at least 3 challenges before you can bow out. In addition, a challenge can be refused, but you cannot refuse 2 in a row. With that said, the last seed will have the right of first challenge. Minerva's gaze swept over Aaron and Lyra, who were quite shocked to receive this opportunity. Leonel, though, was again not surprised in the slightest. If they had a chance to take an advantage away from him, why shouldn't they? Aaron and Lyra looked toward one another. The two were an unlikely partnership, a member of the dwarven race, the bottom of the barrel in terms of mortal races outside of the human race themselves, and the pinnacle of the mortal races, the pure-blooded spiritual. But they had done well for themselves until now, finally making it to this stage. For Aaron, the difference between a top 10 reward and the top 3 was enormous. The Dwarven race didn't have a single Ninth Order standard blueprint. Well, at least not one that wasn't akin to a carefully laid trap or rooted to the earth. This, though, he believed would be a chance to change all of that. They might be able to shortchange him, but could they do the same to Lyra? Lyra gave him a smile that made his heart skip a beat. He blushed and shook his head furiously. He was here for his entire race, not to chase women that would get him killed. He took a breath. Scanning through the participants, his eyes eventually landed on Leonel, but he hesitated. Logically, Leonel and Ina were the obvious target. The other 4 were demigods. But no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't help but feel they were the most dangerous couple here. Chapter 2671, Temper. Chapter 2671, Temper. Maybe it was because they were known as the cowardly race, but Aaron and his people had always had a keen sense of danger. Truth be told, Leonel wasn't actually looking at him with the same menace in his eyes. His smile seemed far more genuine, and he almost seemed to be encouraging him. Compared to the arrogant young man that had been here for the last few days, it felt almost out of place. Almost. However, when Aaron looked at the earring on Leonel's earlobe, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Most hadn't noticed this detail, but he had. He hadn't missed it at all. Realizing the kind of troubled waters Leonel was fishing in, Aaron knew that he couldn't get involved. And the best way to not get involved was to challenge him. Aaron cleared his throat. I will challenge Master Leonel and his hyena. I will start with a 1-point challenge. As for the stream, I will pick the force pill crafting stream. Leonel's smile didn't change. He had expected this, and he could practically read all of Aaron's emotions on his face even without the aid of Dreamforce. Then his lips parted. I refuse. Aaron seemed to deflate, not out of disappointment, but instead relief. For a moment there, he sensed that Leonel wanted to accept, not out of hate or angst, but because he felt that any challenge should be met head-on. In that brief instant, Aaron had felt suffocated, like he was standing on a battlefield instead of a crafting arena. He exhaled a breath and shook his head. Why had he been so worried anyway? He picked the force pill crafting stream, which was Lyra's expertise, not his own, and it shouldn't be Lionel's either from what he understood. Even so, with that, Talon and Somnus were up next, and Leonel suddenly grinned. He looked at them first before they looked at him, the air rippling and writhing. Hurry up, Leonel said. Tau. A strong palm slapped against Somnus's chest as Talon pushed him back. Until now, Talon had been constantly suppressing his battle intent. Again and again and again. He didn't care if targeting Ina instead of Leonel was the best or smartest option. What had Leonel done until now to deserve such reverence? As far as Talon was concerned, the only reason Leonel waited 5 hours to rebut Celestia back then was because he wanted to listen to everyone's input first so that he could build up his knowledge. It was clear that his training wasn't nearly on the same level as theirs, and he was correct. Unfortunately for him, though, that was precisely the illusion Leonel wanted to create. If the first reason he waited 5 hours was to accumulate all the points at once, the second was to give this exact thought process to those that wanted to challenge him. But very soon, it would be too late for them to regret their incorrect conclusions, starting now. I bet all 28 points. Do you dare? Leonel sneered. That's it? Is that all you have? Talon's eyes narrowed, sparks of fury flashing in his crimson gaze. Obviously, the plan was to drain Leonel of all his points first and then force him to take out the treasures later, but he didn't expect this. In the end, though, Talon was far too pent up to take such a thing lying down. Are you even capable of taking out something that would land on the scale? Bang! At that moment, the world fell into complete silence as the pillar beneath Leonel cracked so thoroughly it looked as though it would fall to pieces. At that moment, violet forces billowed out from Leonel's hair in waves. For a moment, it felt like his King's Might lineage, after having been dormant for so long, was about to erupt, but instead, it was restrained in an unintelligible stream. His dream force seemed to bump up against the restrictions, a crown flickering into and out of existence atop his head. Bang! The Dreamforce barrier shattered to pieces, and a crown and robe of foggy silver and gold took shape around Leonel. From the beginning, the barrier was at its lowest setting, ready to be taken down for the sake of allowing them to actually craft. The restrictions were going to be set instead to block off senses from crossing over into other pillars to protect whatever crafting secrets they had, but Leonel's own had suddenly shattered as though he didn't care whether others sensed him or not. But no one was focused on this at all. Instead, their gazes were all focused on the item that Leonel had just slammed into the pillar. An item so tough and extraordinary that even the pillars of the Minerva race couldn't withstand a collision with it, the life tablet. You want to craft against me? Then bring out something worthwhile. 28 points? What worth do you think that has to me? Talon's gaze constricted into pinholes. Technically speaking, Talon was the challenger, and Leonel couldn't just change the challenge points because he felt like it. But in this case, Talon had called Leonel out first, and if he chose to back out now, he would be humiliating himself. The problem was, did even the gods have a treasure comparable to the life tablet? It was well known to be the greatest invention of the god beasts. In this sort of situation, what should he do? A cold sweat formed on his back. Coward, Leonel sneered. Talon's temper raged and his red tattoos glowed, his fury causing a cyclone of force to form. A clash of red and violet shook the skies as the pillars swayed back and forth. Tell you what, since you're all so poor, I'll do you one better. Leonel flicked a wrist and a list of items appeared. You want to battle for my life tablet? Bring out any 3 of these treasures and I'll welcome any and all challengers. Whether demigod or not, in the field of crafting, not a single one of you is my match. He would let these people know that his temper wasn't for show. When he raged, even gods would suffer. Chapter 2672, Unacceptable. Chapter 2672, Unacceptable. Leonel's list was enough to even make Talon's eyes pop wide open with shock. The fact that they would have to bring forward 3 of these treasures just for a chance at the life tablet was even worse. It had everything from entire mines that were strategic resources even on his world, all the way up god-level world spirits. And yet, it was impossible for Talon to refuse that the life tablet was, indeed, worthy of this. How long had the various races been trying to get their hands on it? And yet, despite knowing exactly where it was, none of them had dared to do much of anything about it. This was the weight of the god beasts even so long after they had vanished. Even Minerva had never expected Leonel to do this. She was so hyper-fixated on the segmented cube that she didn't even hazard a chance at getting their hands on the life tablet. Then she understood. Could it be that Leonel thought that this was what they were after all this time? If she took a step back, it was possible that Leonel simply didn't understand the taboo around the life tablet. It wasn't like he had ever tried to hide it, and he had even announced to the world that he was a wise Star Order. In a situation like this one, it was very possible that he never thought that they would be after the lesser treasure. It can't be. Minerva suddenly had a thought that struck with so much fear that her hand trembled. Could it be that Leonel was doing all of this purpose? Could he be purposely feigning ignorance? Could it be that he wanted to use the Owlins as a shield to obfuscate what he was doing? Minerva's heart trembled so violently that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Her thoughts were so consumed by this that she couldn't even divert her attention toward doing something to stop Leonel from taking over the entire situation. The Owlins seemed to be in a much better situation than the humans were, but were they? They too were heavily tied with the god beasts of creation. They too had flown too close to the sun and gotten nearly burnt to ash for it. Now, they had suddenly gained the support of the Pluto race, which was reportedly on the decline, had suddenly risen into the top 100 of the Dream Pavilions, and now they were trying to get their hands on the life tablet as well? Minerva paled. Even she didn't dare to do all of this. She did believe that her Olin race was too cowardly. They were to the former Minerva race what the likes of Lumina and her people were to them. They were so wholly inferior that no one really took them seriously, at least not on the level of the gods. If not for the fact Leonel had kept calling her the Owlin descendant, Minerva would have never had to go as far as to kill Lumina for being a fool. However, wasn't that exactly what Leonel was doing here again? Had she been losing this game of chess this entire time? If the gazes of the world all suddenly shifted from the human race to the Owlin race, what would happen? From the very beginning, most didn't care enough to take Leonel very seriously. First, he was a human. Second, as he had said, he was just one person. Even if you counted his wife, that was just 2. Gods weren't the only races capable of forming gods. There were demigods and even mortals that had birthed gods before, individuals capable of forming dharmas, and beyond that, idols. However, if none of these people had managed to raise their entire races to the standard of the gods, then how could Leonel do so? What he had said was true, but the Owlin race was different. For one, they were already on the precipice of godhood. They were a threat that the world would take far more seriously, and that dichotomy would only be driven home even further now that the contrast between Leonel and them was all so clear. Leonel was being suppressed left and right. The mortals might not have noticed the wound to his ear, but any higher-level expert certainly had. Maybe Leonel could even heal that wound and chose not to on purpose. In their eyes, he probably looked like a youth who was lashing out at the injustice of it all, while in reality, he was throwing Minerva and her people so far into the spotlight that he could slink away into the shadows. Minerva's murderous intent flared like a raging torrent, but just as quickly it was doused in a water so cold it made her bones shiver. She couldn't kill him. It was impossible for her to kill him. If she did, or if anything happened to him on the way back to his world for that matter, what would the world assume? Obviously, she had killed him and taken the life tablet. Her name was even Minerva. It was like she had seen a trap and taken a dive into it with both feet, not even testing the waters with a toe first. No, it's impossible for anyone to think that far ahead. She couldn't believe. For the sake of her own sanity, she couldn't believe. It was a necessity, or maybe it was the exact opposite of whatever that was. In order to set up such a scheme, Leonel had to have a grasp on politics, and even more importantly, her own psyche to the level that he could accomplish this. But this was only the surface level, because on a deeper level, no, she really didn't want to believe it. The Pluto race was in such a bad position right now. She had only gotten faint inklings of the ongoings. It was impossible for them to willfully plunge into such troubled waters, unless Leonel had manipulated them into doing so. And that was the most unacceptable fact of them all. Chapter 2673, Fingerprints. Chapter 2673, Fingerprints. Ultimately, none of this would have as much weight as it seemed if not for Pluto race. They had sponsored this event, they had rebuilt the Minerva pillars, they had their stamp all over this. If not for them, maybe even the Owlins would be too small and insignificant for the gods to give a damn about. But this, and now, number, she couldn't accept it. Had she really been so tunnel-visioned on the segmented cube that she missed all of this? Talon stood frozen, looking at the long list. Leonel seemed to have been prepared for all of this. He couldn't help but look toward his partner, Somnus. But in a rare moment, he found that Somnus's expression was actually incredibly solemn. In all his days, Talon had never seen Somnus take anyone seriously. This was a man who could chuckle and laugh through everything, and even when he seemed to have on a serious expression, it was usually nothing more of a facade to lure his competitors into a false sense of security before he unveiled his trap. Everyone knew the Dream Ashura race. Among the demigods, they were probably the most dangerous race. They seemed to keep to themselves, but they had hands in many pots. It was impossible to tell just how many things below the god realms that were actually under their control. It wasn't a surprise that they had sent a participant for this gathering of minds, but it also had to be understood that the clan of demons wasn't exactly united. Somnus's actions in coming here were actually for his own goals. As for what those were, even Talon didn't know. Even so, Talon could never guess that the reason that Somnus was reacting like this now was because someone had warned him against coming. Somnus, I told you once before, I know you won't listen to me, but the gathering of minds is something you should avoid at all costs this time around. It's troubled waters and you could end up stuck in the turbulence. Why do you think most demigod races have politely declined? We're powerful enough to reject the invitation of the Minerva, so take advantage of that and let one of the other worms get caught up instead. Talon chuckled. Dear sister, don't you know that fishing in chaos is how you catch whales and sharks? This place is too boring. I hope you're right. Talon's elder sister looked at him deeply for a moment and then went back to not caring. She didn't seem to care much one way or another as she yawned. As far as she was concerned, she had already done her duty. All right, just don't bring that shit back here. When what I say happens, know that you're banished from the clan. You're on your own. Talon blinked in surprise, but then he smiled. Banished? Did he care? No, not really. There was really no camaraderie among the Dream Ashuras. Everyone was always plotting and scheming. He might as well have been alone to begin with. In fact, he felt that this warning was just another one of his sister's schemes. Maybe she wanted to place one of her own people there instead. Too bad for her, his standing was more than high enough to claim this spot for himself, while she was too old to participate. Plus, when she said he was expelled from the clan, she didn't have the power to do it. That meant that she was relying on her prediction being correct to push for it first. Essentially, once he was stuck in those troubled waters, the clan would use it as an excuse to boot him. He wasn't surprised by this at all. The Dream Ashuras were flexible to the point of being spineless. Of course, it wasn't out of cowardice. Rather, they always looked to maximize their benefits. There had even been plenty of Dream Ashuras who were expelled in the past, only to return upon becoming strong enough. Then everyone acted chummy as though it had never happened at all. He couldn't take it seriously at all. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Flora watched as her brother walked away and sneered behind her book. Little idiot brother, you're so easy to goad into action. Look at you go. Flora chuckled after her brother vanished. Too bad. You have no idea that ancestors' fingerprints are all over this mess. Maybe if it was someone else, you'd have a chance. You might even know I'm scheming against you right now. Too bad, you were the cutest of my little brothers. Somnus's eyes flashed like lightning, and he suddenly looked off into the distance as though he was trying to see something. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. His gaze shifted back to Leonel, who was just sitting there. He felt he understood why his sister had goaded him into coming here. Their ancestors' fingerprints were truly all over this world. But why did he sense so much of Leonel's as well? Suddenly, he spoke. If you don't want to take the 28-point challenge, just say so. And what do you mean you'll accept if 3 of these treasures are brought forth? If you recall, you've already given up one challenge. You can't reject another one without losing all right to participate. Minerva's expression changed, and she suddenly wanted to scold Somnus for speaking like this. Leonel obviously knew this as well, so why would he say this? That was obviously because he knew that right now, the only legitimate way for them to claim his things was through a crafting challenge. If it was any other way, or any time after today, they would be dropping a rock on their foot. If Leonel used the excuse of a second refusal to participate as a reason to withdraw, it would all really be over. The Owlins would take this loss and not even get the segmented cube back out of it. Was this what Somnus wanted? Indeed, because he realized that Leonel's withdrawal was the only way for him to get out of this unscathed. Unfortunately for him, Leonel wasn't going to play to his tune. That familiar smile returned. Chapter 2674 Bonus. His Stage. Chapter 2674 Bonus His Stage. Thanks to Mr. Ham, 1/6 Leonel gave Somnus a look, then his gaze landed back on Talon, his smile quirking into a sneer. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. Unfortunately for them, Minerva had chosen to do this in partners, which meant that one person couldn't unilaterally decide to do anything. Shut up, Somnus, Talon roared, fuming. He was shocked by the list, but his fury didn't disappear in the slightest. In fact, he felt that the only way to crush Leonel's pride was to take this life tablet. It was just that, fuck, Talon roared, whipping out an orb. What is it you— Shut the hell up, Talon roared again, shutting the voice on the other side up. Send me a demigod world spirit and 2 top-class mind cores now. What the hell, now, Talon roared. You know what? I really don't appreciate the way you're talking to me right now. Woman, I will rail you into next Sunday if you don't hurry the fuck up. Is that a promise? Talon was furious by the flippant replies, but before he could say anything else, the orb popped and a spatial ring was left in its place. He took the ring and slammed it down into the pillar so hard that it quaked. It's here. Now fight me, damned coward. Leonel laughed. These people truly were rich. He just commanded someone casually and it had appeared just like this? Maybe he had underestimated these worlds far too much. Since you're being so generous, how could I not take your offering? Talon clenched his teeth hard, but soon his rage became like the smoldering embers of a subdued flame. His crimson runes glowed so brightly that his body seemed to be a metal that had just come out from a forge. Even his belly was so solid it reflected like polished steel. In an instant, he seemed to have channeled it all into a furious concentration. Somnus remained silent, not lashing out after Talon's outburst. In truth, Leonel withdrawing wasn't the only way to avoid this, because Talon getting the life tablet was another way, so long as it was anyone but the Owlans. We will make bracers. Whoa, hold on, Leonel held up a hand. Don't you think you should reveal it to everyone? I need to know what to cross off the list, and what if you make me do all this work just to cheat me? Talon's eyes flashed, but this time he didn't seem to be as unhinged. The spatial ring flashed and 3 items appeared in a floating orb. This is a demigod world spirit from a world that collapsed 2,000 years ago. This is the abrasive ore and the Urbi ore. Everyone's eyes flickered. Even the simplest on the list, Urbi ore, couldn't have possibly been that simple, or else it wouldn't have made it onto Leonel's list. That meant that it had to be the purest 9th-dimensional reinforced Urbi ore, and an entire mind at that. The demigod world spirit was self-explanatory, but the abrasive ore, the ore was, obviously, a 9th-dimensional ore, but it was more well known for being one of the few foundation-type ores like Urbi ore, but it was on another level entirely. It worked a lot like evolution ore, but rather than just elevating the forces of an ore, it could elevate its very substance. It was called abrasive because it had an extremely rough surface that could attach to anything. Just with a casual addition of abrasive ore, one could raise a weapon formed by the mediocre means of a moral world into the realms of demigod realm. This one in particular was capable of raising a treasure to a lower god realm status. It was an incredibly important strategic resource, and yet it had been brought out like this today. Leonel smiled. Okay, now you can go. We will craft braces. We will only use 3 ores, Urbi ore, elastic flash ore, and sparking rose ore. Half an hour time limit. Do you dare? Leonel chuckled. You don't need to try and goad me anyway. I've already said it, none of you are my match. The pillars trembled and the oars appeared before them. Atlas, come! There was a flash of lightning in the skies that sparked and landed right in hand. After a blinding, crackling bottle vanished, there remained a hammer of silver and bronze in Talon's hand. From time to time, it would sparkle with both an ancient light and arcs of lightning. Oh? Leonel was a bit surprised. He had never seen a spirit like this before. But he was also amused. It looked like Talon had summoned his spirit from the skies, but in reality he had just pulled it out from his spatial device. As for the bolt of lightning, it was caused by the spirit becoming akin to a lightning rod. He had to admit that it was still very cool, though. Originally, he thought that it was a lightning spirit, but that wasn't the case. It was an earth and lightning spirit. It had both characteristics of earth and lightning force. It was a path of crafting Leonel had never seen before. With another flash, Talon's workbench appeared and he smashed his hammer down on it, looking toward Minerva with a fervent gaze. You all may begin, she said lightly. At this point, she had no choice but to continue pretending to be calm. Whether or not things would fall completely out of her control was still up in the air. She would wait to see how things fell. Boom! Talon almost immediately began to work. Every time he struck his hammer down, the skies would rumble and descend with a bolt while the ground would quake to stabilize its energy. He forgot about everything else and fell into a rhythm. He didn't even notice that Leonel hadn't started, and quite frankly, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. This was his stage. Chapter 2675, Bonus Earth and Lightning. Chapter 2675, Bonus Earth and Lightning. Thanks to Mr. Ham, 2-6 as far as Talon was concerned, if Leonel wanted to act arrogant and piss away his chances at keeping the life tablet, then it would be on him. All he was here to do was prove that there was more to being a barbarian than being a barbarian, and no one would stand in his way. Not Minerva, not Somnus, and certainly not Leonel. Leonel picked up the oars and rolled them between his fingers, seemingly lost in thought. For the first time, he wasn't actually wasting his time away, nor was he chatting with Ina. He was just silently observing, his own thoughts roaming a bit before snapping back into focus. Things were going well, but he still had to thread a proper needle. Should he go all out? Should he hold back? Even potentially losing this round on purpose was on the table. People probably didn't understand just how much control he had over the life tablet right now. It was his to command. Even if he let Talon have it it would practically be like a loan he took interest on. At the same time, if he let Talon have it, then killed him and took it back later, how much trouble would the Minerva race be in? Everyone would obviously blame him. Defeating a barbarian in crafting was one thing, but defeating them in battle was impossible. If the Dream Assurers were the most dangerous, the barbarians were the strongest of the demigods. Talon was probably able to hold back from fighting him earlier because he felt it wouldn't be a challenge at all. Who would believe that Leonel had been the one to kill him? It was a plan that might work, actually, because while Minerva seemed to have thought of it, and Somnus seemed to have realized it as well, while Talon was intelligent, he wasn't on that level. He might not be on that level, but he's smarter than he seems. No crafter of this level could possibly be a fool. Leonel looked up and watched Talon for a long while. Every one of his downward strokes took on a masterful level of control. But even further than that, it was the way he simultaneously controlled the lightning. Every time the skies rumbled and his hammer slammed down on the oars, the bolts would shatter like fragmented glass, running across the workbench and Talon's body. Talon would then control these thousands of small strands of lightning in a split moment, feeding them into his craft and even using them to draw force arts. His hammer, or rather his earthen lightning spirit, was actually both his spirit and his force quill. It was fascinating, and the level of control needed was on a level no less than that of the life state. He was controlling what was easily tens of thousands of variables at the same time, but that wasn't the shocking part. It was the fact he was not only juggling them, but every second he had to toss them away and begin a new juggle of thousands, each thrown in random locations. Maybe the most impressive part, though, was also the most obvious. He was controlling the wild lightning of a demigod world. That sort of thing was hard to beat. It was practically like he was refining his craft with the world at his back. This was a level of crafting mastery that could shock the masses. Leonel looked back down at the oars. Even Talon's selection was interesting. It was easy to use a dozen oars at their level to create something spectacular, but it was much harder when you limited the number. The room for creativity was lessened, and the paths you could veer onto were restricted. Even beyond that, the ore choice itself was likewise interesting. Elastic Flash ore was a lightning force imbued ore. It was a vein type ore, and what was interesting about it was that it could form a web of lightning within a craft to give it elastic properties. However, not in the normal sense, but rather a more intangible sense. It wouldn't make a material like rubber, but it was very good at using its net of rubber to transfer force impacts from a singular location across many. If it was properly applied, that is. Then there was Sparking Rose ore. It was a fire force imbued ore, and it was interesting because it could take a small spark and make it bloom, thus its name. It was likewise a vein type ore, but it was designed to amplify. One could see the trouble then. One had a dampening effect and the other had an amplifying effect. While the former was good for a brace that would often be used defensively or held one's wrist to absorb high-velocity impact, the latter seemed like an absolutely terrible choice to do the same. That was why Leonel praised Talon's choice. It was well in line with the spirit of the Gathering of Minds, and it would definitely elicit a great deal of discussion from the crafters of the world if Talon's skill hadn't already done so. And it was precisely because of this choice that Leonel decided that he wouldn't throw the match. Every time he interacted with these people, he learned a little bit more about them. Everything he learned, he threw into his simulations and made decisions on them. Talon was much more meticulous than he looked, and such a simple plan wouldn't work on such a man. It would be better if he crushed him entirely. Having made his choice, Leonel closed his eyes and sat down. After a single breath, his eyes opened once again as his wife leaned her head against his shoulder. The world seemed to still, and in Leonel's region, the thoughts and actions of others seemed to have disappeared. The moment Leonel's arms raised just the slightest bit, the sleeve of silver and gold on his left arm thrummed to life. Chapter 2676, Bonus All Talk. Chapter 2676, Bonus All Talk. Thanks to Mr. Ham 30C6 with a tap of fingers, ripples echoed into the world. Many were shocked. Was Leonel not going to take out a workbench? In truth, Leonel had never really gotten used to using a workbench, though this was mostly his fault. Many of the situations he ended up crafting in were open spaces like this one. Although he could have brought out his workbench, he never needed to. He only used his workbench when he needed to completely focus on a task, one that stretched his abilities to the absolute limit. For example, he had never forged any one of his divine armors without the help of his workbench. However, he felt that it was wholly unnecessary in this situation. The workbench personally crafted by the Minerva race had no reason to make an appearance here. Bloop Little Tolly started off with such an innocent sound, and yet in a single instant it rose up like a roaring eastern dragon, spiraling into the skies. Leonel didn't ask the little guy to do this, but it seemed it had been provoked by Talon's display. It didn't interfere with Talon's lightning because it felt that this would ruin the spirit of the battle, but that didn't stop its head from growing so large that it looked as though it could swallow the city whole. ROARAR, the oars of Owlin Race's bubble all shook. Mines rose and collapsed, the city walls cracking as though he would shatter a moment later. Then, Leonel tapped another finger. Tulliver vanished, becoming small globules of silver that danced in the air. Then, Leonel's fingers became a blurring whirlwind, snapping so fast that booms that dwarfed the thunder in the skies began to ripple out faster and faster. Many seem to have forgotten in that moment that Leonel was only in the fifth dimension, at least to their eyes. His fingers were too agile, too quick. They seemed to be on a level all to their own, pushing and pulling back so quick that it seemed he would be overloaded. Veins of blue began to glow on his forearms as his vital star force quickly followed up, replenishing his hands faster than he could even damage them. The herby ore was swallowed up by little Tali. Although using cleansing waters was far superior to any other purification method, much like the workbench, Leonel simply didn't think it was necessary. In what felt like a brief instant, there was a reflective slab of what looked like shimmering graphite sitting beside what looked like a lump of coal. The latter of which was obviously the impurities, while the former was a perfect representation of a perfectly purified herbe ore. What was especially shocking about this was that it took Talon upwards of 5 minutes to purify 3 ores, while it had taken Leonel barely a second to purify just a single one. While it was true that some types of spirits were far better at some tasks than others, especially depending on the path they took, was it really meant to be so exaggerated? But then it got worse when Leonel proceeded to do the same for the next 2. What was odd, though, was that Leonel didn't just case away the impure lumps of gold as he began to work on the rest. One of his fingers continued to tap at the air as he brought out Force Quill, or what they should was supposed to replace one. Leonel's metal spirit combined with his body again, commandeering his hand for a moment before forming into a quill that trembled like a real feather. It looked so delicate and fragile, and yet at the same time, it radiated strength. Since Leonel was going to incorporate his metal spirit into his divine armor, why not get a Force Quill out of it? One that could pen the world. For a moment, it felt like he was wielding a spear instead of a quill. Every one of his strokes rang through the world like spear dance, as though a natural force art was being birthed just by virtue of the fact he was crafting. And that was exactly what was happening. He didn't even summon his own natural force art, but another was being formed. Every stroke resonated with the forces, ringing through the ores and elevating them to a new level. The golden veins and crimson veins of the elastic flash and sparking rose ore formed a network with one another. Sometimes they would branch off from one another. Sometimes they would have jumps and skins within that would alternate from gold to red, and at other times they would be directly fused into one another, forming a gorgeous mesh, and one that looked as though it had every right to explode right in Leonel's face. However, mesmerized by his technique, most didn't have the mental capacity left remaining to realize that what he was doing didn't seem to make any sense at all. He seemed to be combining the ores into something new, but when they had opposing effects, could that even be possible? However, when Leonel started using the impure lumps of coal he had just purified them off in his craft, they couldn't ignore it any longer. It felt like their worlds were spinning on their head. What the hell was going on? Leonel didn't even seem to notice the shift as he began to incorporate the final herby ore, building around the vein patterns. It was like he had forgotten that it was a foundational ore, and he was instead almost using it like an accessory. Even so, waves continued to billow in the hearts of the spectators. Whether it was Minerva or Celestia, or any one of the others, he wasn't all talk. It was the only thought they could have as the brace was completed, falling into Leonel's hands in a pair. They could have sworn he had just completed one. Where had the other come from? The world was filled with silence and the sound of Talon's hammer. Chapter 26-1770, Bonus Lacking Creativity. Chapter 26-1777, Bonus Lacking Creativity. Thanks to Mr. Ham 4-6, the oppressive aura around Leonel vanished, and his smile returned as Tolliver slipped back onto his own arm, disappearing from everyone's presence as though it was never around to begin with. It was only now they realized how they hadn't noticed the metal spirit earlier, and then something else clicked. Leonel was constantly walking around with a metal spirit attached to him like that? The waves in their hearts that had been doused by Leonel's odd crafting choices seemed to have returned in even greater force now. This was on another level compared to Leonel's uncle always wearing his armor everywhere. It wasn't just a physical toll, but a mental one on top of that. Who didn't know how voracious metal spirits were? With just a single roar, it felt as though Tolliver would swallow up the whole planet. In fact, back when Tolliver had roared like that, the winged knights were all activated as though a great battle was coming. And yet this was the spirit that was so well under Leonel's control. Bang! Talon's final hammer strikes fell, and a shimmering silver brace with red and gold veins. He grinned with a swelling pride and looked up, only to find Leonel's wife kissing him on the cheek. "What? Am I very handsome?" Leonel asked with a laugh. Ina smiled and didn't refute. It was just unfortunate that there were too many people here. Talon's grin became somewhat ferocious. He had decided that he wouldn't bash Leonel's face in, but taking his tablet and disappointing his woman, wouldn't this be akin to a victory all to itself? When he saw that Leonel had created 2 braces, his sneer deepened further. They had only been given enough material to make a single high-quality one. If he made 2, both would be inferior products. On top of that, if he was foolish enough to separate the elastic flash and sparking rose ores into different braces as well, he would be ignoring the spirit of the challenge and also lose by default. He was practically humiliating himself. Somewhere inside, though, Talon was disappointed. He had been hoping for a good battle, not this. With a wave of his hand, his brace floated toward the Pillar of Truth. Light erupted and one rune lit up, then 3, then 6. It continued until flashing, attempting to form another group of 3 before it failed. The lights coalesced, blessing the brace with its grace. It had to be understood just how excellent this result was. Even though they had received 37 earlier, that was based on theory, and theory that wasn't their own to begin with. What one could describe in theory and what was actually of substance and real were two different matters. Just a single rune would have been shocking enough. To get 6, well, that was something that among the younger generation of even the Owlins, only Celestia was capable of. In fact, even she couldn't 100% guarantee such a thing. It was representative of a standard that was just barely shy of the first order standard of the God Realms. Oh, Leonel said, sounding somewhat bored. After some thought, he tossed one of his braces over. Rumble. In an instant, 9 runes were lit. Talon froze. But then 3 more runes were lit until 12 were formed. It tried to form 15, but it failed in the end, falling back to 12 rumble. A pillar of light descended, enveloping the brace and shocking the world. That's impossible. Talon didn't know what else to say. What he was seeing didn't make any logical sense. But his spatial ring was already floating over to Leonel's hands, landing with a grace before vanishing. Leonel waved a hand and took his brace back, then tossed the other one over. Since he could get them both blessed, why not do so? Once again, 12 runes lit and he smiled, taking it back. Talon gripped his earthen lightning spirit so hard that the skies shook as though another flash of lightning might descend. How was this possible? All right, next. Who are you challenging? Leonel asked, looking at Celestia with an almost bored gaze. At that moment, Talon could see the disappointment he had just felt reflected in Leonel's eyes. Except this time, Leonel actually had all the right in the world. The shocking disparity rocked their souls. Explain, Talon suddenly said. Leonel sent him a glance, his boredom deepening. He didn't know why he should. Was he here to give people lessons? He had much better things to do. This is an exchange. You're obligated to do so, Talon said, his voice booming. Leonel shook his head. Talon was correct, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Since this barbarian asked to be dressed down, he didn't mind. Is it very difficult? You managed to create a life grade treasure that isn't even really at the life grade. Isn't the point of the life grade to create something new, to make it a single existence that is unrecognizable from the original pieces used to form it? You spent so much time trying to keep the ores separate that you were bound to fail. That's not true, Talon frowned. I was mindful of their differences, but I created a whole item. If I didn't, the pillar wouldn't even light up, let alone form 6 runes. Sure, if you want to call it that, Leonel shook his head again. Leonel waved a hand. I know exactly what you did. You used the sparking characteristics of the sparking rose ore and diffused it within the elastic flash ore, creating a brace that could absorb attacks flexibly and reflect them back in a stronger capacity. That's something even a child could think of. I'm not even sure why you thought it was so impressive. That shit-eating grin you were wearing made you look so great and superior, when in reality I have more creativity in a single pinky finger than you do in your whole body. Chapter 2678. Bonus Enemies of Everyone. Chapter 2678. Bonus Enemies of Everyone. Thanks to Mr. Ham, 5'6" Talon kept glaring at Leonel fiercely, making the latter have to use all his willpower to not roll his eyes. Clearly, Talon wasn't going to give in until Leonel explained how he had done it. Annoying, Leonel muttered. His mind was occupied by other things right now. He was still trying to thread a needle, and this bastard was obsessed with something he had done casually. For a moment, he almost wished that he had just given him the victory, but then he might have had to listen to the man's drivel. Your thinking is far too rigid. You're obsessed with bringing out the best qualities in both and making sure that they balance, when that's not necessary at all. The point isn't to create the purest treasure. Purity is subjective and changes based on the observer. I'm sure there are some cultures who would lambaste you for daring to think of touching a woman's hand before marriage, and others that will look down on you for not having a harem of them. Crafting is just a reflection of real life. When you start with 3 separate ores, purifying them to 100% and then trying to craft with them is like pulling out a rubber band and extending it to infinity while expecting it not to snap. The elastic flash ore has its own tendencies, as does the sparking rose ore, and even though everyone just thinks of it as a foundation layer, so does herbe ore. Your job as a crafter should have been to mute some of the clashing characteristics and let the others shine. The elastic flash ore has a great ability to disperse attacks, forming tracks for forces to run along. The sparking rose ore is excellent at forcing the forces to converge onto a single point while amplifying it. The latter works more so with capillary action, while the former relies on the principle of flowing from areas of higher concentration to lower. If you formed a network of them instead, alternating between whether they converge and where they diverge, taking advantage of their properties, muting them in certain locations and amplifying them in others, rather than forming a treasure that could only act defensively like yours, you could create one that could be used both offensively. I don't just need to sit here and wait to be attacked like an idiot. I could flood my brace with my own force and use it to launch an assault. Likewise, I can flood my force through in a different pattern to amplify my defenses instead. The other problem with your braces is not only the fact that it relies on getting hit first, but it also wastes way too much. It relies too heavily on the fact sparking rows can only take on force from a single point at a time. So while it seems like it's amplifying an attack, in reality, it's only amplifying a small portion of it. If you had designed it like mine, the elastic flash ore would have diverged the force outward and then filtered it through several points in the sparking rose ore, allowing it to amplify the whole strength of the attack to be used instead of just a portion of it. Talon stood frozen. The problem wasn't that he didn't understand Leonel's words. Theoretically, it was possible. But theory was one thing. Actually doing it was a completely different matter. The fusion points between the ores would be especially contentious. You couldn't just use impurities to mute their characteristics, like Leonel had said. That was asinine. Impurities couldn't just be used like earmuffs in the cold. You'd have to make the change on a molecular level. And that change would have to be extremely stable as well to be part of the overall design, or else any small change would ruin the entire craft. The more he thought about it, the more he felt what Leonel was saying was ridiculous. Was he just making things up to piss him off? He looked at Leonel as though he was on the verge of losing his mind, but Leonel sneered. No. It's just that the gap in skill between the two of us is that large. Like I told you before, maybe if you used your fists you'd have a chance. But in a battle of crafting? Leonel couldn't be bothered to finish his words, looking toward Celestia, who was clearly shaken. What? You don't want to challenge me anymore? I could have sworn you were eager. Didn't you want the treasure? Minerva's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Leonel was digging a bigger and bigger hole for them to jump into, but the more she thought about it, the less sense it made. If he wanted to deal with them, why did he goad Talon into action first? Shouldn't he have hidden his skill or eked out a victory? Why did he perform so well instead? She found herself getting lost in Leonel's rhythm. There was only one way forward. They had to win an astonishing victory, and it had to be through the force pill crafting stream. Just going to tell you in advance, if you challenge me in force pill crafting, I'm going to give up. Leonel's laughter erupted while Ina shook her head and smiled. Celestia froze. Indeed, Leonel had just accepted the challenge. He had the right to reject now. Celestia subconsciously looked up toward her master, not sure of what to do. Your master's not going to be able to help you out here, Leonel said, continuing to laugh. Every one of his words was more lethal than the last. Celestia's eyes snapped back, but that only made her look more guilty. If I might say something, Somnus suddenly spoke lightly, intervening. Quite frankly, I think you'd misunderstood something, Leonel, right? We are not your enemies here. Contrarily, you've been doing your best to antagonize everyone since the start of this gathering of minds. Master Minerva gave us all points to begin with, and Talon only mentioned putting up 28 of those, so why are you insistent on using the life tablet? No one ever asked you to bring it forward in the first place. Leonel's laughter faded away, his gaze narrowing as he looked toward Somnus. Chapter 2679 Bonus Dream Asura's Scheme. Chapter 2679 Bonus Dream Asura's Scheme. Thanks to Mr. Ham 666. It could be said that Somnus's words were excellently timed. He had given up on trying to deal with Leonel in a head-on confrontation. If they played a game at Leonel's pace, they would end up losing. I don't believe that you're acting with good faith, nor are you in line with the spirit of the Gathering of Minds. If it was just a matter of your abrasiveness, I could let it go. But commandeering the rules of the event in order to avoid exchanging ideas about what amounts to half of our purpose for being here, are you looking down on force pill crafters? It was an accusation that held a lot of weight, and one that had the potential to be extremely dangerous depending on the situation. Who didn't know that force pill crafters were far rarer, but also held far more influence as a result? If I might make a suggestion to help get things back on track to avoid turning this into a farce, Somnus looked toward Aaron and Lyra, both of whom almost immediately paled. Please challenge him in the alchemy stream after he takes his turn. It is a bit unfair, but I believe this was your original intention, correct? This way, you get to force him into the challenge you wanted originally. Somnus's plot was quite clever and unavoidable. It was distasteful to use his status to pressure Aaron, but as he had said, Aaron had tried to challenge Leonel in the force pill crafting stream before. That was his first choice. Somnus was just giving him an opportunity to do it again. So instead of looking like he was pressuring Aaron and Lyra, it actually looked like he was helping them. But that was just the first layer. Once this round was finished, it would be Talon and Somnus's turn again. Leonel could turn that down, but then it would be Celestia's turn once more. At that point, what could he do? There was a hole in this plan, or so it seemed. According to the rules, Leonel didn't have to participate anymore after completing 3 challenges. He had already completed one, his turn was coming up now, and that could be the second, and finally Aaron and Lyra would be the third. After that point, Leonel could just pat the dust off of him and leave. And because of Talon's loss, he would have accumulated far more points than anyone else. A demigod world spirit was too valuable to even scale properly. It would probably be hundreds of points at worst. That was more than enough for Leonel to be number 1. But there was an obvious flaw to that line of thinking as well. Whoever Leonel challenged had to actually accept his challenge. If they just rejected him outright, it obviously wouldn't count as a challenge, and following his battle with Aaron and Lyra, he would still need to complete one more challenge. It was an excellent plan, truly an excellent one. The only flaw were Aaron and Lyra. But would any of them choose to stand on Leonel's side at the risk of offending 4 demigod races? Of course not. By this point, Yuri and Savan, who were in the crowd of failed participants, looked toward one another, greatly worried. How could they not know that Leonel was only going through so much trouble to protect Aina? If not for these worries, who could match up against this duo? Leonel looked at Somnus expressionlessly. So your solution to me angering you within the rules is to have everyone challenge me continuously? Am I not also angering you within the rules? Now, if you would please proceed with your turn, Somnus said lightly. Leonel scanned everyone one by one. Clearly, Somnus didn't care whether Leonel proceeded or retreated. Whether he participated or gave up now, he would win. Feeling the grips of a dream Ashura latching onto him, Leonel's gaze seemed to lose all its emotion. I challenge the Owlins in crafting. I've heard that they're supposedly the best, Leonel finally said. Celestia's expression became ugly when she heard Leonel's words. She grit her teeth so hard that they seemed like they might crack, but in the end she exhaled a slow, almost methodical breath. We refuse. Leonel's gaze met Celestia's and she felt a cold shiver. Aaron gripped his fists hard, his bottom lip trembling. Even if they challenged Leonel and let him win, it wouldn't change anything at all. They were like cogs in Somnus's wheel. Aaron looked toward Lyra, who seemed to be wearing a similarly helpless expression. We challenge you to a contest of force pill crafting. Leonel sent a glance over that made Aaron feel as though he had fallen into an abyss. Sure, Leonel said lightly. Aaron clenched his jaw and looked toward Lyra. She was the expert here. Lyra stepped forward and set the parameters of the battle. When they were ready to begin, Somnus spoke again. Hold on a moment. Are you the force pill crafter? Somnus asked. Is there a problem? Leonel replied. Yes, there is. The first round was a judge of collaboration abilities. If your wife is just there for show, it means that you would have been disqualified before the round of debates even began. Of course, if your wife is the force pill crafter, then I would have nothing to say. Just for show, you say? Leonel asked in a light voice. Is there something wrong with what I said? Once this gathering of minds is over, it will cost you your head. Somnus's gaze narrowed as a pressure from Minerva descended upon Leonel, almost making his bones shatter to pieces. I will not allow any threats, veiled or otherwise. Should Somnus die following this meeting, you will officially be an enemy of the Owlins, and I will personally hunt you down. Leonel swallowed a mouthful of blood that was moments from coming out from his mouth. The pressure vanished, and he nearly collapsed. A murderous intent suddenly pervaded the skies, dyeing the wind crimson as Aina made a move to stand, but Leonel grabbed her wrist. Minerva sneered. Now, begin the round. Leonel sat behind Aina, pressing a hand to her back. It seemed as though he would be guiding her, but Somnus said nothing about this, finding it amusing. The round ended in resounding defeat. The force pill that Lyra picked, to her credit, was one that even novice force pill crafters could concoct, but it was still too much. Being controlled through Leonel, Aina's actions looked clumsy and unpracticed. The lag in Dreamforce to action was too much, and it was clear that Leonel's knowledge of force pill crafting wasn't very profound in the slightest. It took 2 attempts just to finish the simple pill, and the 2 almost went over the time limit. In the end, they lost the 1 point that Aaron and Lyra had wagered. Blood leaked from Leonel's lips, and he wiped it away for what felt like the umpteenth time, his emotionless gaze landing on Talon and Somnus. The ending of this matter seemed to be all too obvious. Chapter 2680, Mock Defeat. Chapter 2680. Mock defeat. Somnus smiled lightly, giving Leonel a look. He had to say that he was somewhat impressed. Leonel had yet to throw a tantrum, though he assumed that if looks could kill, he would have likely died 10 times over. If thoughts could slaughter, he would have been skewered until his own mother wouldn't have recognized him. Unfortunately for Leonel, it would take more than that to make him give a damn. He was a dream Ashura. There was probably someone, somewhere, cursing him at any given point in the day. In fact, he was selling himself short. Really, there was definitely more than just one person doing so at any given point. Rather than being put off by it, he relished in the feeling. It made him feel alive. We challenge you in the force pill crafting stream. Somnus waved his hand through the air as though he was brushing through water. There were even slight ripples that echoed through the air as he suddenly reached into space and pulled something out. He was a dream Ashura. He couldn't trust even his own family members, so it wasn't surprising that he had his own unique methods of hiding his things. Plus, he had come knowing that things might very well go very wrong, so he had taken much of his stolen accumulated wealth with him. With a pluck, he pulled out 3 rings. You said you need 3 items on your little list to accept a challenge, right? Well, I put forward our 28 points, and these items. Each one houses 3 items on your little list. The first will be a wager for the 3 treasures you took from my partner. The second 3 will be a wager for your life tablet, and the third, well, that will be up to you, if you dare. Somnus's smile was gentle. He didn't look like a demon at all, with otherworldly looks and an inviting gaze that made one feel at peace. It was this sort of dichotomy that made his words all the more piercing, though. On the one hand, one's instinct seemed to be to trust him with your life, but on the other, there was a bubbling rage that made you want to skin him alive. One couldn't be rich if no one was poor. One couldn't be happy if you didn't understand sadness. And one couldn't feel rage if you didn't know what peace was. Somnus seemed to play on that constantly, pushing and pulling at everyone's emotions until they wouldn't even know what to think anymore. The two feelings would form a polar opposite rush, steadily getting further and further apart from one another until they were so opposing that your mind would collapse. It wasn't a technique that Somnus even had to use actively. He seemed to enter this sort of state passively, and when you were stuck in the middle of the whirlwind, it would feel like your life was in the palm of his hands. Those are the parameters for a battle of crafting, Leonel said with a voice devoid of emotion. A handicap I gave you pathetic excuses for geniuses. Can't understand something so simple? Somnus's smile curled. Indeed, Leonel was clever enough to specify that those parameters were for any crafting challenge. I see. I just find it unfortunate that you're insulting your wife to such a degree. You have such confidence in yourself. But now her. From what I understand, such a shoddy foundation for marriage is bound to end in failure. Leonel didn't respond. He looked Somnus right in the eyes, his gaze carrying not a single hint of anything that could be read. There was no sadness, no rage, no righteous injustice. There weren't any of their opposites either. They sat there in a pair, vacant and as deep as a bottomless abyss. Somnus chuckled. That's fine, forget my words of wisdom then. Instead, how about you tell me what parameters you would accept then? 10 times what's on the list. Somnus whistled. What an appetite. Just one thing on the list could bankrupt a normal ninth-dimensional expert of a mortal race. 3 things and a ninth-dimensional expert of a demigod race would really begin to feel the pinch. If you were talking about the entire list, you'd be bankrupting entire demigod bubbles. Of course, these people controlled many such bubbles, dozens at worst, but trying to cobble together 10 times that was asinine. It could be said that Somnus found this amusing because he obviously felt that Leonel had picked out this number because he felt that no one would actually bring forward such stakes, and he found that to be very naive. The comparisons he had just given were for normal, demigod races or demigod bubbles under the control of mortal races that had yet to ascend to that next tier of level. However, the Owlins were a very special case. Being the descendants of the Minerva race already put them on a different tier compared to other demigods. But when their crafting skill was taken into account, it was a different beast entirely. Somnus put his hands up in mock defeat. Unfortunate. I'm not so rich. I'll have to lower my bid then. Just the 28 points and the 1 ring of 3 items to try and get my partner's stuff back. What do you say? I refuse, Leonel said lightly, causing Somnus to laugh uproariously as though he had already expected it. Much like he had thought, one way or another, he won. If Leonel withdrew after Celestia challenged him, then he would avoid getting drawn into this mess. If Leonel accepted the challenge, Somnus was certain that she wouldn't be foolish enough to ask for the life tablet. Instead, she'd ask for the segmented cube he went out of his way not to mention. That would, once again, allow him to dodge this mess. Either way, victory was his. As expected, Celestia parted her lips to speak, only to be interrupted. Chapter 2681, Blasphemous Creation. Chapter 2681, Blasphemous Creation. We challenge you, Verma's gentle voice echoed. She flapped her gorgeous red-gold wings, and the world was filled with a whirlwind of delicate feathers that looked like the embers of creation. Leonel's eyes narrowed, wild sparks of lightning threatening to bring his dreamscape crumbling down, but he controlled it, the slight change to his expression after such a long spurt of emotionlessness. However, despite his indifference on the surface, he was grinning so wide on the inside that Ina had to bite her own lip to the point of drawing blood to keep herself neutral. To outside observers, it looked as though Ina was having trouble controlling herself again while Leonel was running up to the end of his rope. Verma pecked her beak at the air, but rather than pulling something out from a hidden void like Somnus had, there was a sonorous call that suddenly filled the skies. Minerva frowned. What the hell was going on? She hadn't really thought much of Verma speaking. After all, if they were challenging in the force pill crafting stream, then it was Verma's right. She was the force pill crafter of their group, but she didn't like this. My apologies, Master Minerva. Verma bowed toward Minerva. I am but a beast, and my methods aren't as sophisticated as Sir Talon or Sir Somnus. I can only use these crude methods. A celestial ember race elder with wings that blotted out the skies and could envelop the entire city suddenly appeared in the air. With a tap of its claws, the world shook, and Minerva paled. This elder was far stronger than her. She would have to call the real ancestors of the Owlin race here to deal with this, but this matter was being completely under her control. This came completely out of left field. Luckily, with a flap of its enormous wings, the elder celestial ember vanished, piercing through the bubble veil as though it wasn't there at all. Verma flapped her wings, and the ring that fell from the skies gently came to a stop in the air before being pushed toward Leonel. Please check the contents and ensure that they're to your satisfaction. Verma wasn't afraid of Leonel pocketing the materials. What a joke! Even the likes of Minerva, who could shatter his body with her aura alone, had felt all sorts of trepidation just now, let alone Leonel himself. Leonel caught the ring and swept his senses inside of it. This is 20 times what's on the list, Leonel said lightly, his tone seeming to tremble slightly. It was almost imperceptible, and to a layman, he would have sounded as though he maintained a steady rhythm the entire time. But how sharp were these people? Yes. In addition, I will put forward all 28 of our points as well. Verma didn't explain her actions, nor did she have to. All that mattered was that Leonel would understand. She wanted the life tablet and the segmented cube. Somnus frowned, not understanding. Had the Owlins grown greedy? Did they think that by allowing Verma to take the reins, they could be one step removed from whatever happened from here on out? He thought about it. It's possible. It would just be a delicate balance to strike. Maybe it would really be worth it for them if they ended up with both treasures. Somnus remained silent. It was unfortunate that his plans hadn't gone as perfectly as he wanted, but it wasn't all bad either. There was still a chance here at survival. He shook his head inwardly. This matter was truly too annoying. Leonel gripped the spatial ring in a fist. And what are the parameters? Your wife and I will craft a healing force pill using any 3 poison force pills of the 7th dimension. I will leave the decision up to her. As for the time limit, 12 hours. Those in the audience sucked in a cold breath. It was said that any extreme was met by its opposite on the other end. This was a realm that was pursued by countless force pill crafters. To be able to breathe life from the deepest of darkness, that was the realm they all aspired to. This was a challenge that only the utmost geniuses could take up. To turn 3 poisons into a healing pill, and even giving them a chance to pick with poisons they wanted, that latter move could be seen as kindness only if you were a naive layman. By not giving Aina and Leonel the 3 poisons she would use herself, they had to guess from an array of billions of types on their own. Rather than knowing that there was definitely a solution somewhere, they were going in entirely blind. The worst part was that Leonel had no choice but to accept. Not only had he just used his challenge refusal, but he had also set the parameters for what treasures would equate to his life tablet and segmented cube himself. He no longer had the grounds to refuse based on not having adequate points. As expected, when the round began, it took Leonel and Aina upwards of an hour just to pick out 3 poisons to try out. And when they began actually concocting, Leonel, who was already injured, ended up poisoning himself. The whole experience was like watching an angel that had just been soaring high in the skies have their wings clipped. He protected his wife from the same fate, but the longer they went, the more discolored and shameful Leonel's appearance seemed to become. The reversal was far too shocking. The arrogant Leonel plummeted right back to earth. It was clear he had a little bit of skill in force kill crafting, but compared to his crafting talent, it was so inferior that they couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. And then the 12 hours were up. Verma tossed her force pill to the pillar, causing it to tremble and suddenly erupt with an entire 9 runes, better than any of the crafters before but Leonel himself. And then, the green-veined Leonel did the same, but nothing happened. Leonel and Aina's pill crumbled, blowing into ash riding the wind. The Pillar of Truth didn't react to them. In fact, it had destroyed their force pill as though it was a blasphemous creation. Chapter 2682, Sex Ed. Chapter 2682, Sex. Ed Leonel took a breath and exhaled. He pulled the finger sleeve off of his hand and placed it on top of the life tablet that stood as tall as his waist, sparkling with its array of rainbow-colored light blues, pinks, and violets. He swept a gaze over everyone and took his wife's hand. Aina still seemed too angry to move, but Leonel smiled lightly and pinched her cheeks. "It's all right," he said lightly. Aina lowered her head, looking at the ground. She really didn't want to leave like this, but they had no points remaining and nothing left to give. There wasn't any other option. Leonel took Aina's hand and left without a word. He didn't gaze at Minerva, nor did he give the other geniuses another look. He didn't have to. Those that saw what happened here today would understand what happened, and those that didn't just didn't care to in the first place. Minerva frowned. She hadn't expected Leonel to leave without a word. She even had intentions of forcing him to stay to watch the rest of it. There were many losers of previous rounds here too, so she had more than enough precedent to do so. However, for some reason, she hesitated long enough that he completely vanished. It felt like he had suddenly gone from antagonistic anti-hero to sympathetic figure, and if she took action again, then it would only play into the latter even more. But then she looked at the life tablet, and her gaze was mixed with shades of worry and anticipation. Not because of the tablet itself, that thing was a ticking time bomb in this situation. When she had joined the challenge sequence, she had planned to claim it. But those were under completely different circumstances. After all, there was a mad scramble at the time, and there was blame to be spread around. In addition, the Owlins had been out of the spotlight for a long while, a spotlight that Leonel had just thrust that back in. No, since the Celestial Embers had taken action, they clearly wanted it, and she would let them have it. Only the life tablet trembled, and the spatial ring and segmented cube on its surface were suddenly sucked into it. Minerva frowned. What just happened? She immediately thought of Leonel, but he had already left and severed his connection to the tablet. She wasn't a fool, she could see such things. She shook her head. For now, it didn't matter. All things in due time. Acting rash would get her in trouble. That said, she still sent a message. It wasn't the right time to kill Leonel just yet, especially since he had so much sympathy on his side now. However, that didn't mean they couldn't monitor him. He had a fun time obscuring his journey here, but doing so on the way back was impossible. The force arts of the Owlins were on a completely different level. Her lip curled, and for the first time she relaxed, enjoying the spectacle below. Annoyance flickered in Leonel's eyes, but he slowly pressed it down. "Are you okay?" Ina asked lightly, her voice dripping with concern. "I'll feel better in." Leonel looked down at an imaginary watch. "About 3 days, 16 hours, 9 minutes, and 3 seconds. Ina rolled her eyes, not because Leonel was spouting nonsense, but probably because that was the true exact period of time, and he was probably occupying a portion of his brain just to count down properly. She shook her head. She knew, compared to her, Leonel was even more annoyed. He absolutely hated losing, even if it was on purpose. It had nothing to do with the opinions of others, because he never gave a damn about that either. There was just something about losing that made his skin crawl. "Let's go home," Leonel said lightly. Leonel walked to a familiar location, the very same place he had stepped into when he first came to this world and found the winged knights and Aurora's husband waiting. Of course, they weren't waiting for him in particular, and most of them were just watching the stream of the events. Aurora herself had a big smile plastered onto her old face. Leonel didn't say a word as he walked up to the teleportation platform and took a step onto it. Aurora frowned and seemed to notice his presence finally. "Teleportation is closed. Come back another day." Leonel gave her a glance and then tapped a foot. The platform lit up without her input, and before she could do anything, they vanished. She was just about to rage when her husband caught her arm. "Leave it be." "Is it necessary to get angry? Let the wounded animal go lick its wounds," Lyric said lightly. Aurora's gaze flashed. Her husband was always a gentle man, rarely fought, and only dealt with administrative matters. But when he wanted his words to be sharp, they could be. She found herself feeling better. She smiled and didn't mind it anymore. Indeed. Was there a need to be enraged about a broken beast? The gathering of minds continued, but all of existence, in quite quick succession. People stopped paying attention. What entertainment was there left now that Leonel was gone? It felt like they were just watching the same people win over and over again. The best story was Aaron and Lyra, who managed to secure third place for themselves, but after they completed their final 2 necessary challenges, they too withdrew. The result was uglier than Minerva thought it would be. It ended up being a head-on-head battle between the 2 remaining demigod pairs. But the irony of it all was that after Verma's carefully chosen challenge, no one else managed to secure 9 runes, let alone the 12 runes that Leonel had managed to get. In the end, Verma and Celestia managed to claim first place, with Talon and Somnus managing to claim second. At the moment, Leonel with Ina by his side in the middle of an in-between world. 3 days, Leonel said lightly. "Stop counting the time," Ina said with exasperation. "What would you like me to do instead?" "How about me?" Ina said with an innocent blink. Leonel looked at her seriously, then looked her up and down before sighing. "I'm not in the mood." "Hway, gasp," Ina said with a laugh. "I heard about erectile dysfunction, but I didn't think I would suffer such a fate as a young wife." She pressed the back of her hand against her forehead and fainted into Leonel's lap. Leonel grinned. "You know, I've been meaning to bring that up. You really call yourself a 5-star health professional?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Ina pouted. "Well, aside from the fact no health professional would make fun of their patient for such a sensitive matter, shouldn't you also know about other things?" Ina blinked in genuine confusion. "What other things?" Leonel grinned. This felt like an "I'm on my period" or "I need condoms" situation all over again, when Ina knew damn well she didn't get periods like normal women, nor would she get pregnant without her own will to. "You think I don't know?" Leonel cleared his throat. The Feminine Illusion, written by Celeste Aubry, co-authored by Arya Mav, page 21, line 3. If we are talking a matter of statistics, the female body is far more likely to reach orgasm through anal penetration as opposed to vaginal penetration. Ina was speechless for a moment before she burst into a fit of laughter. She couldn't believe Leonel had just quoted something from their sex ed textbook. She hadn't thought of that book since she was 15 years old. The couple laughed, seemingly forgetting about everything else for a moment. Indeed, the world could be collapsing around them, and it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Chapter 2683, Wait a Moment. Chapter 2683, Wait a Moment. As Ina and Leonel were rolling and tumbling in the midst of an in-between world, oblivious to the fact that they were probably one of the very few couples who dared to do this, and more than once at that, the proceedings were slowly coming to a close and an award ceremony began. Minerva and the rest of the Owlins were incredibly gracious. They tried to pretend to not notice the drop in viewership and continued with things as promised, though Minerva was still a bit annoyed. Not at the drop in viewership, though that was its own problem. Rather, she was annoyed that her people had actually failed to stop Leonel from leaving. No matter, she thought to herself. It should be an easy matter to track him now. Lyric should already be on it. She also had another reason to smile as well. Technically, Leonel should be 4th place, and that had earned him a lot of reward, but because he had let his pride get the best of him, even to the point of leaving first, he had not only lost everything, but he got nothing. Minerva chuckled to herself and suddenly wondered why she even had to put in so much effort to kill Leonel in the first place. She had the segmented cube now, so everything else was meaningless. Plus, Leonel had suffered for his arrogance greatly. In Minerva's opinion, a large reason for Leonel's crafting skill should be the segmented cube as well. Now that it wasn't with him anymore, soon enough her disciple would surpass him and the last worry would vanish. Leonel would fall in obscurity just like the rest of the human race and become a footnote in history. No, that was probably more than he deserved. Minerva smiled a gorgeous smile, one that seemed to light up the world as she handed her disciple the Minerva spirit she had prepared. It was a gorgeous little fairy, with the chubby cheeks of a 6-year-old and the childish grace of a 13-year-old. All around, it broke the cuteness scale, flying around somewhat clumsily but also endearingly. With that, the competition came to a close. "You're going already, Somnus?" Talon asked. The one person who didn't seem happy about the ending of these events was Talon. He took no pride in what had happened afterward, though he also made no attempt to stop Somnus. Somnus gave Talon a look. Of course he was getting the hell out of here. He felt uneasy, and he couldn't really describe why. He was probably not going to return home either. Maybe he should go to one of those demigod worlds ruled by mortal races and dip his toes in with the common man for a bit. No matter what, he definitely didn't want to be anywhere near here. Without answering Talon's question, Somnus stepped into the teleportation platform and disappeared. What a joke. He wouldn't explain his thoughts. If he told Talon, who knew what Talon would think? It was best if Talon thought he was disgusted with him. That way he could get off scot-free. Talon raised an eyebrow, but then his gaze narrowed. He was much more intelligent than most gave him credit for, and that made picking up on things others didn't want him to easier than normal. To stay, or to go, Talon raised a foot to step onto the teleportation platform when he felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart. Many thought that the only methods of the barbarians were their strong bodies, but this hid something deeper, a warrior instinct. They were extremely in tune with the world, and there were some strands of their lineage that tied with the Plutos, allowing them a sense for the weaving tapestry of time that others couldn't fathom. Ultimately, though, in most barbarians, this was dormant, and even in those who could grasp it, it only appeared in very specific situations. Right now, something was telling him not to step onto that teleportation platform. Talon slowly lowered his foot, standing in silence for a long while before he suddenly chuckled. "You can have your intelligence," he thought, turning around to return to the city, "and I'll raise you omniscience." The atmosphere was quite cordial. Verma and her ancestor sat across from Celestia and Minerva. Clearly, the latter celestial ember had the ability to shrink her size considerably, or else fitting into such a space with what she displayed before would have been entirely impossible. "No, of course not. There's no problem here," Minerva said with a light smile. "It's because of little Verma's efforts that the life tablet was procured in the first place. We will not fight for this. We only want the treasure of our ancestors." "Good, good," the celestial ember ancestor chuckled, a sweet sound that tickled the ears. Whether it was her or Verma, they both had voices that could rock the most irritable of babies to sleep. "In that case, we can proceed." The two experts sat around the life tablet and began to check it. They assumed that it had to have an inner world of sorts to have taken the spatial devices into it, so they just had to form a connection with this world. However, even after several minutes, they realized they couldn't. Minerva's brows furrowed, and a bad feeling began to form, a sinking feeling in her gut. Could it be that only a wise star order could access that inner space? Minerva was beginning to feel that this was more and more of the case. Could this life tablet be nothing more than a brick without being a wise star order? No, that wasn't true. According to the records, it should have the abilities of resurrection even without it. So why? Minerva stood to her feet. "Esteemed guests, if you could wait a moment. I will have the human youth return, and we will have this situation dealt with shortly." The ancestor celestial ember nodded with a smile. Chapter 2684, find him. Chapter 2684, find him. Things were quickly not going as planned. After receiving a report from Lyric, Minerva realized that the situation was far more complex than she had thought. It was impossible. How could Leonel possibly evade her detection? The teleportation platforms of the Owlins were far beyond anything the lesser worlds would have. It felt like a joke to try and compare them. She had seen Leonel's crafting skill. It was impressive, but only insofar as his age and generation was taken into account. She still felt that she had nothing to fear from him on that front. Personally, she could like up at least 18 runes on the pillar. As she was getting lost in her frustration, there was a rush, and Aurora suddenly came into view. "Master," she bowed low. Despite the fact Aurora looked older than Minerva, Minerva was actually the more senior of the two parties. In addition, she was by far the more powerful on top of that. "What is it?" Minerva asked with a hint of expectation and irritability. She hoped that there was good news, but considering Aurora's expression, it didn't seem to be so. Please follow me." Aurora didn't dare to talk about this matter in public, so she took Minerva along with her. When Minerva realized where they were going, she frowned. Wasn't this where they had stored the Pillar of Truth after the competition? What's going on? Indeed, moments later they entered a vast, well-kept underground space. At the center, there was the Pillar of their ancestors. "Why did you bring me here?" Aurora's lips trembled, but ultimately she felt that showing would be better than telling here. She took out 2 braces that made Minerva furrowed her brows. Weren't those the ones Leonel had crafted? Didn't he take them with him? Why were they here? Aurora tossed them at the pillar, and there was a sudden blinding flash. Boom! The 2 braces shook and rose. Then, one after another, the runes began to light up, not stopping until a full 18 runes were shimmering with a splendid aura. Minerva stood frozen. Her memories flashed back to the event, remembering how Leonel had only tossed the braces out one by one. She had thought it was a bit odd back then, but she hadn't really thought twice of it. Maybe he had wanted twice the impact. Logically, these braces weren't linked. Them being together like this shouldn't change anything unless... Minerva's heart raced. The implication was obvious. He had crafted them casually. They weren't even worthy to be part of his collection, so he left them here for her to find, as a final fuck you. No, there's something I'm missing here. But no matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out what it was. The time continued to tick by, and the celestial embers were growing more and more impatient. The ancestor was already showing a great deal of grace by dealing with Minerva like an equal, when in reality she was far beyond. Being made to wait like this made even a gentle woman like her irritable. Every time another servant came in to say that they just needed a little bit more time, the temperature in the room just became a little bit more heated. Soon, the fine metals that made it up began to melt off the walls. "We go. Now," the ancestor beast said lightly. Even while irritated, she was gentle beyond compare. She stored the life tablet away in a storage device of her own before sweeping up Verma into her wing. She was quickly getting bigger when Minerva rushed in with an ugly expression on her face. "Apologies, young one," the celestial ember said lightly. "I do not have the patience to waste my life away here. If you find the human boy, you are free to visit my celestial ember race any day. If my race finds a way to open the world, rest assured we will likewise return the treasure of your ancestors to you." With a flap of her wings, the ancestor seemed to pretend as though the walls were even there, appearing high in the skies without leaving the slightest hint of damage, aside from the melted walls, that is. Minerva clenched her jaw so hard she almost shattered her teeth. Did she believe the celestial ember? She wanted to, but there was no guarantee. If they managed to open up the world first, and then found out the secrets of the treasure, would they just pretend they had never succeeded at all, pocketing both treasures? This was why she hadn't wanted them to leave in the first place, but there was nothing she could do now. Although she could call her own ancestors, if they forced her to remain here, wouldn't it cause war? Plus, she was one of the very few who cared about that treasure so much. Everyone else thought it was a hot potato. There was a reason she was the only high-profile Owlin to show their face. It was plausible deniability. Should things go wrong, she would be the perfect scapegoat. And yet now, find him. Minerva roared, her chest heaving. She would not be someone's convenient baby-making machine. She was an empress, someone above it all. This wouldn't be where her steps faltered. Somnus's vision slowly cleared, but he frowned almost immediately. The endless black, the cavernous trenches and pointed peaks, the rolling fog and the puddles and rivers of darkness, the in-between worlds. What was he doing here? Teleportation stations did malfunction from time to time, but certainly not so silently, and definitely not in the territory of a clan as prestigious as the Owlins. And then he saw them. A pair of husband and wife looking at him indifferently. Leonel and Ina. Chapter 2685. Both Chapter 2685. Both Somnus's eyes widened. He was in a genuine state of shock. His first and the most reasonable conclusion was that the teleportation device had malfunctioned for them too, so of course they were here. But then, where was everyone else, and why weren't they surprised as well? Shouldn't they feel fear seeing him, a demigod, standing in their presence without anyone to check or regulate him? And then he watched as Leonel slowly pulled out a spear. It flashed out from a depth of nothingness before his body was covered in an amorphous armor with neither shape nor form outside of something vaguely humanoid. Leonel didn't speak a word, but the previous words echoed in Somnus's mind nonetheless. He had said that his words would cost him his life, and here he was to collect. Somnus suddenly began to laugh. Is this what I look like to other people? Overly confident, overly brash, prideful to a fault? You have no idea the gap between mere mortals and demigods, but you came here to flaunt your insignificant wealth? Leonel's spear tip trembled, every downward stroke causing a ripple of flames to spark. As he walked forward, Ina stood in silence, crossing her arms and not saying a word. The current Somnus was beyond Leonel right now, she knew that. But the measure by which Leonel won wasn't based on raw strength, nor the common senses either. Regardless of what the raw stats said, she felt that he had a 100% chance of victory. So she stood there, her hair silently blowing in the wind as her husband continued to walk forward, his gait slow but steady. Every step looked precise, the same amount of distance apart, the same level of pressure, the same time from raise of foot to its descent. And with every step he took, it seemed a new ability flourished. First, it was a rumbling air of bronze that came from his auspicious air, step. Second came the slit eyes of his amorphous armor and their souls beginning to pop and sizzle with strands of smoking embers, his destruction sovereignty, step. Third came a flourishing crown, billowing with dense silvers and golds, his dream sovereignty, step. Yip, Blackstar bared his little teeth, sitting on Ina's shoulder. He was none other than the reason the braces had been found in such a convenient location. And no, he watched Leonel walk into battle as he had seen many times before, his blood boiling. Step. Leonel vanished and Somnus sneered, punching out with a violet-scaled claw. Bang! Spear and fist met. Somnus frowned. The strength behind it was beyond his expectations. Leonel was just in the fifth dimension. It felt like a joke for him to face off against him even if he wasn't a mortal, and a weak-raced mortal at that. Wasn't Leonel heavily injured as well? He literally couldn't stop coughing up blood before. How'd he manage to heal the injuries of a ninth-dimensional existence? Leonel himself felt like his entire arm was about to be shattered. In fact, the casual punch alone made several fissures and fractures appear on his bone, but as soon as they formed, they vanished beneath the might of his body and vital star force. Domain. Universe. Leonel's crown shimmered. Finality. His spear swung down again. Somnus met it with a change to his expression, but he was forced to take a heavy step backward. What? Leonel's spear danced, striking out 3 times in quick succession. His armor thrummed, and his spear tip passed through complex force arts that threatened to make even Somnus's mind spin every time they moved forward. Bang, 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 bang. Somnus's scales split, and the Scarlet Star Force licked at his body, corroding away his force and crushing his defenses. Well, the amount of forces he could use in the first place under Domain's influence. Leonel had control over so many life-state forces at this point that he could even suppress the likes of Somnus by over 20%. The worst part was that Leonel's dream force was so far beyond Somnus's with the addition of his sovereignty that the latter couldn't even muster up his greatest strength. Leone kicked out, landing a sole right on Somnus's chest and sending him catapulting into the distance. He lowered his spear, dragging it along the ground and leaving a line of fire that seemed willing to burn even the anarchic force in the surroundings. I would suggest you get off your high horse, Leonel said lightly. I've heard that Dream Assuras like to play games, so how about we play one? I'm wondering, how many times will I have to kick your ass for you to finally bring out your full strength? Is it going to take 1 kick to the chest? Leonel asked. A slap to the face? The flat of Leonel's spear suddenly slapped out, crossing the void and appearing by Somnus before he could react. The resounding slap sent his head reeling to one side. No? Maybe it's castration. Leonel's spear flickered and his body vanished. The anarchic force rolled, and Somnus prepared to defend his crotch when 2 tendrils of silver suddenly appeared inches from his eyes. He realized in an instant that Leonel had just lied to him, but it was already too late. The 2 force arts took shame, and 2 roaring lasers of gold slammed into him. Somnus felt the air get knocked out of him as he spiraled into the distance. He coughed, but still managed to land on his feet, his gaze suddenly becoming frighteningly calm. Cute, he said calmly. However, when he met Leonel's gaze, the latter seemed unperturbed by his lack of injury. You don't seem to know very much about Dream Assuras, Somnus said. I know more than you think, enough to know a dumbass pretending to be calm when I see one. But whether it's you or the Owlins, you'll both see a crushing defeat very soon. Leonel raised his spear and pointed the blade right at Somnus. Chapter 2686, Dream Finality. Chapter 2686, Dream Finality. Somnus didn't immediately reply to the words, but soon enough his handsome face split into a shit-eating grin that quickly became uproarious laughter. His laughter boomed so far and wide that it caused ripples in the anarchic force. You speak more boldly than anyone I have ever met. Do you really think yourself to be so great even after all that's happened? Somnus's reply was a spear, one that caught him off guard. He was almost completely certain that he could pull Leonel into a chat, but he didn't receive what he wanted at all, nor did he even manage to gain the information he wanted either. Leonel was definitely correct. He was pretending to be calm, and condescending to his opponent wasn't something ingrained into his personality either. Rather, he just thought it was the best approach to use against Leonel. Unfortunately, he was incorrect. Leonel spoke when he wanted to. No one could goad him into speaking. And for that matter, no one could goad him into anything. When he moved, even if his enemies thought he had fallen into their trap, it was more than likely the very opposite. The strokes Leonel left in the air stunned Somnus. As he fell on his back foot, retreating, he couldn't help but feel that Leonel's spear was too beautiful. It almost felt like he was drawing constellations through the darkness, each stroke a line so profound that it could connect the stars. It dawned on Somnus in that moment that he had truly never seen such a perfect spear technique before, something that made his heart skip a beat. How could that be possible? Unfortunately for Leonel, though, the strikes were simply far too weak. Somnus's back foot planted, and he was prepared to explode forth, when Leonel's spear suddenly rotated in his palms as he sidestepped. The butt of Leonel's spear parried the strike to the side, its spin continuing in one fluid motion that slashed out a strike from bottom to top across Somnus's torso. Finality. Leonel's strength suddenly had an explosive increase of 10 times, slicing apart Somnus's robes and into his fleshy scales. The searing pain hit Somnus all at once, and he hurriedly circulated a technique to gain some distance. He seemed to split into 3, retreating even faster when he split again into 9. It looked as though every time he split, he shed more mass, and due to that he accelerated even faster. It was a physics-breaking technique no different from any one of Leonel's 3. Unfortunately, it relied on dream force to obscure the mind, something that was entirely useless against Leonel. Before the shadows could come together again, Leonel had pursued one of them, the tendrils of his armor poking at the skies and forming one force art after another. In that moment, it looked like they were targeting all 918 clones at once, causing Somnus to sneer inwardly. That was until they converged into one. Finality. Boom. At first, it was just a slight spark through the air, a bolt of obscure lightning that drew a crooked line between the layered force arts and Somnus's retreating form. But then the world fell silent for just a moment before a beam that split it in 2 took shape. A roaring wave of golden force shook the in-between world, appearing before Somnus so quickly that he had absolutely nowhere to dodge. He was entirely enveloped by the beam, unable to escape. Leonel's figure flashed forward, pursuing the streak of gold as though he would never be satisfied. Maybe even Somnus didn't expect such a dogged pursuit, nor did he really have the luxury to think so far ahead. Somnus's figure finally appeared, and in that moment he truly looked like a demon for the first time. His body was revealed to be a dense canvas of violet scales, though these very scales were beaten and bloodied beyond recognition. His teeth were bared with malice, and his horns had grown considerably in size, the shock painted deep within his eyes. Had a human really left him in such a state? No, this strength definitely wasn't Leonel's own. What are these techniques? Why are they so powerful? Why were they so much better than his own? Domain suppressed him. Universe suppressed him even further, even to the point of breaking the laws of physics. And then finality was like the nail in the coffin. It was his fault for not really taking Leonel seriously, but it still didn't make any sense. Even if he stood still and let a fifth-dimensional expert like Leonel attack him with all of their strength, he shouldn't even be able to feel it, let alone end up in such a state. How could he know that Leonel had been storing up strikes for finality for months already? He had diverted one of his minds to that task permanently, and he was even storing up more than just one force at a time as well. With Scarlet Star Force, because he had not just one but two innate nodes, he could fill a new one every few seconds. The only limitation was that every new fill required a new Finality Force art to be formed and maintained. But was that difficult? Not at all. Leonel had simply created a new ability he called Dream Finality that did all the work in the background for him. This was the might of the Control Ability Index. Right now, he could easily maintain just over 1,000 finalities at once, and every time he used up one, it would be filled in instantly. At his current pace of battle, even if he could withstand more, there was simply no need to. He would never run out of finalities. Somnus suddenly punched out at the approaching Leonel, causing him to raise an eyebrow and slip out of the way, vanishing into thin air. Seems he finally wants to take this seriously now. Wife, it's your turn. Somnus froze. Chapter 2687, Seconds. Chapter 2687, Seconds. Somnus had never been so humiliated in his life. He thought that the moment he started to bring out his full strength, it would all be over. That was why he had never panicked, despite his shock. But the truth was beyond his expectations. Leonel suddenly took a step back and became a support, while his wife took the vanguard. One wielded a ruby battle axe, and the latter formed a bow from thin air. The worst part was that the domain was still effective. One after another, Leonel unleashed a barrage of arrows that Ina herself didn't seem to have to slow or care for in the slightest. She fought all out, and from what he could tell, she didn't slow her speed or change her cadence in the slightest. There were even several moments where she would erupt with jerky, unpredictable motions and sudden changes in battle philosophy or approach, and yet it never seemed to faze Leonel at all. He hung in there, hoping that Leonel would eventually slip up and end up injuring his own wife, but that moment never came. In fact, the two only seemed to grow stronger, especially when Leonel did something inexplicable and began fusing his finality strikes into one. The vast majority of Leonel's Finality Force arts were formed of Scarlet Star Force, but who said those were the only ones he had formed? A twin pair of force arts began to take shape before his bow every time he pulled back a new arrow, spinning in opposite directions like ancient magic circles. At that moment, the immovable earth of the in-between world became akin to clay beneath his will, forming chilly black arrows that were quickly wrapped in flames. Beneath the simultaneous barrage of Ina and Leonel, Somnus simply couldn't hold up. Even after growing to almost 5 meters tall, Ina's Dharma manifestation made an appearance, causing his eyes to open wide with shock. At that point, he tried to run, turning tail and disregarding any dignity as a demigod that he might have thought he had. Unfortunately, it was worthless. One of Leonel's arrows shot through the back of his knee, pinning him into the ground as Ina appeared behind him, slashing across the other leg and bisecting it cleanly from the rest of his body. In just a few hours, the mighty Dream Ashura had wilted, falling to the ground, unable to muster up any more strength. Leonel smiled, landing beside Ina, who still had a bloodthirsty light in her eyes. She seemed to want more even now. She had felt stifled and suppressed in these last few days as well, and this wasn't nearly enough to make her feel better. Leonel patted her shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Soon, they'd have their revenge, and not just by proxy of someone else, but in the truest sense of the word. Once they grew powerful enough, no one would be able to stop them. Then, his gaze shifted to Somnus, and he frowned. From what he could tell, Somnus was in the 3rd tier of the 7th dimension. He was in a weaker tier than the participants of the Gathering of Kingdoms had been, where most of them had been in the 9th tier of the same dimension. But he was so much more powerful. Neither he nor Ina was injured, nor had they felt threatened while battling against him, but that was because they were both geniuses at controlling the flow of the battle. Plus, Leonel's domain was constantly suppressing Somnus as well. Yet, the man had still managed to last more than half a day, and even now he wasn't dead. Leonel had a much better appreciation now for the gap between mortals and demigods. But that wouldn't stop him from dealing with Somnus. There were some things that you shouldn't say, or you should be ready to face the consequences for doing so. Originally, he hadn't planned on doing this to Somnus. Although he was very curious about the Dream Assuras and wanted to garner more information about them, the overall risk wasn't quite worth it. But he had changed his mind. Somnus's display had reminded him that keeping Dream Assuras at arm's length wouldn't change a thing. If they wanted to target him, they would. Just how many worlds away from the demoness from his own, and yet hadn't she still turned his world upside down? Had he ever done anything to her? Had he ever offended her? None of that mattered to them. In that case, he would bring the fight to their doorstep. Somnus released a bitter chuckle that echoed with a gurgle of blood. You're going to be very disappointed. My clan prepared to expel me for even coming here today, and if you kill me, you'll find it impossible to access my treasures, so whatever you wanted out of this, you won't get it. Hearing the first half of Somnus's words, Leonel's gaze narrowed. Truly, it seemed the Dream Assuras weren't to be underestimated. He hadn't given anything away, but it seemed that Somnus had already thought of the possibility of him trying to rope the Dream Assuras into this mess as well. But clearly he wasn't 100% certain, or else he wouldn't have mentioned his treasures afterward. Leonel smiled. If you wanted to protect your treasures, you shouldn't have shown me how to open your hidden world in the first place, Somnus sneered. As if he would believe that. 1 minute, Leonel suddenly said, looking up. Aina rolled her eyes. This man was really still counting. Somnus, however, was very much confused. What was he talking about? But Leonel didn't seem eager to divulge, crouching down and maintaining his silence as though nothing else in the world mattered but the ticking timer. 30 seconds. Suddenly, the in-between world began to tremble. 20 seconds. Leonel looked off toward the distance, a smile tugging at his expression. 10 seconds. Boom. A streak of rainbow appeared on the horizon, and Leonel opened his hand toward it. Bang. The life tablet landed with a boom, and Somnus's eyes opened wide. Was that, Chapter 2688, another path? Chapter 2688, another path. Leonel grabbed at what looked like empty air and pulled out the segmented cube and a familiar ring, chuckling to himself. He found all of this to be very amusing. Watching her husband giggle like a little boy on Christmas morning, Aina couldn't help but smile to herself. They both knew that somewhere, out there were some people who were very, very mad. And unfortunately for them, while they were lost in their fury, they would miss the forest for the trees, falling further into Leonel's web. By the time they understood what was happening, it would be far too late. Leonel pressed a hand onto Somnus's body as the life tablet disappeared into his glabella once more. Somnus was then sent into the segmented cube. Leonel felt some resistance come from the man. Obviously, bringing someone into a spatial device required their acquiescence. Unfortunately, his resistance was futile purely because he didn't have enough strength left to resist in the first place. Leonel and Aina slipped into the segmented cube to find a glaring Anastasia. Leonel coughed. Oh, Anastasia. You're looking very cute today, did you know that? Look at those adorable cheeks, I could just pinch them for day. Shut up, do that again, and I'll never talk to you again. Anastasia snapped. Ah, yes, ma'am. Leonel stood at attention. Anastasia was a huge part of the plan. The tablets didn't have inner spaces, not in the conventional sense. Even when Leonel entered the Y-Star Order libraries, only his mind did so. His body was still very much on the outside. So, obviously, the segmented cube and the ring couldn't have just vanished into it. He could only make it look like it had, and that relied on Anastasia. Anastasia had the ability to hide, an ability he had made use of the first time he came to these complete worlds. Due to her control over space and time, not only could she distort the space around her, but she could also displace them in time, making sensing her, even for an ancestor of the Celestial Ember's caliber, near impossible. Of course, Leonel had to guide her in doing so, but after explaining what he wanted out of her, she did it without even blinking. It was incredibly easy for her. If anything, Leonel had gone a bit too far. It was entirely unnecessary to displace them through both space and time. Space alone would have been enough, but Leonel thought it was better safe than sorry. That was a step of the plan he couldn't afford to fail, and that was because whether the life tablet managed to make it back or not was also dependent on Anastasia. Sure, the life tablet could respond to a summoning from him, but it had no ability to stop itself from being captured. And worse than that, what if instead of stopping it, his enemies chose to follow it right back to him? They had already realized that not having a Y-Star Order made using the tablet tricky, so there was a high likelihood that they would have taken such a path. It was up to Anastasia to take the opportunity while they weren't looking to store the life tablet away. Then, she had escaped a sufficient distance away, she could pull it out again for it to sense Leonel's summon and return to him. It could be said that without Anastasia, all of this would have been impossible. Of course, this also opened the path for some spying in the future, but Leonel shelved that for now. As with everything, Anastasia's abilities were limited to her and her alone, so unless he was inside the segmented cube, it would be useless. That was why she had to find an opportunity to store the life tablet first before she could escape, and that opportunity came when the Celestial Ember stored it in her spatial device. But for now, that was neither here nor there. Anastasia. Leonel was about to ask Anastasia to open up Somnus's hidden world, but he froze. Sparkling tears akin to crystal fell from the little world spirit's eyes. She looked frustrated, scared, and Leonel reached forward and pulled her into his arms, causing her to be stunned for a moment before she truly began bawling her eyes out. Touching a world spirit through normal means should have been impossible, so when Anastasia suddenly felt Leonel's gentle touch, she lost it. It was the first time she had ever been touched by anyone this way. The floating cloud of blue that made up her lower body darkened and began to rain with its own tears. "I'm sorry," Leonel said softly. "I swear I won't do it again." Leonel thought back to when both Anastasia and Ina had been angry with him. Back then, he had sent Ina on a date with that disciple of the Three-Finger Cult for the sake of luring them away and dealing a death blow to the human alliance. Anastasia had been even more angry than even Ina back then, and he could even tell that she was holding more of a grudge as well. A huge part of the reason Ina had stayed mad for so long was because of Anastasia in the first place. Now, he felt like he understood. It felt like he was abandoning Ina back then, and Anastasia really didn't like it. And now, this most recent plan made her feel like he was abandoning her, and it hit even harder. In the past, Leonel's pride wouldn't have allowed him to even try these plans. He'd rather try something else entirely. But he was trying to change himself, trying to become someone who could not just survive in this world alone, but with everyone else he cared for surviving as well. So he bent his own desires and will, sullying them for the sake of picking the plans with the highest chance of survival. And the result was that this was the second time already he had hurt those he cared for. He looked toward Ina, or was this the third? The fourth? The Gathering of Kingdoms, he made Ina fight alone. The Gathering of Minds, he didn't allow her to fight at all. He held Anastasia's little body tighter, stroking her hair gently as his eyes flashed with a cold light. There was another path. If he changed himself once, he could do it again. He wouldn't put those he cared about through this again. Chapter 2689, No Flavor. Chapter 2689, No Flavor Ancestor, Verma spoke after they left the range of Owlin territory, a hint of excitement in her voice. Compared to her usual gentle demeanor, she seemed to hardly be able to contain herself at the moment, as though she might burst out at the seams any second now. The elder celestial ember chuckled. "Calm your heart, young one. We have yet to benefit as much as you might presume." Verma's gaze dimmed somewhat when she heard this, but soon the warmth of her ancestor's wings made her smile bloom once again. What was there to fear? Her ancestor was chuckling, so the situation couldn't be bad. Since when did the Beast Empire fear hard work? If that was all it took, soon enough they would rise again. "What do you need me to do, ancestor?" she asked. "You've already done more than enough, little Verma. It's time we old bones carry some of the burden. Can I know what our plans are?" The ancestor celestial ember fell into silence, each flap of her wings taking her across several bubble worlds. Just the shadow of her form in the skies was enough to paint the tales of countless legends for years to come. The imprint of what seemed like the feats of a god were difficult to erase from the hearts of the masses that witnessed them. Verma lowered her head. "I'm sorry, ancestor, I've overstepped my bounds." The ancestor celestial ember chuckled. "It's good to be eager, but trying to bite off more than you can chew will only harm you. Even so, you've done a great service for our beast empires this time, and soon enough you will have a seat beside me. What I can tell you is that even if we gain nothing from this life tablet, it will be of great use to us. The demigods and mortals have long since forgotten the power the gods of creation wielded. They were the mighty harbingers of Beast Empire's pride. We, as their descendants, have yet to become worthy to understand the full scope of their being. All we can do is take the steps to one day return as their descendants to our destined glory." Verma listened in silence, her gaze glowing. The gentle flaps of her ancestors' wings that could take them across worlds was nothing more than breeze across her feathers. "In that case, ancestor, does this mean we will be using the Owlins?" The ancestor celestial ember chuckled. "Little Verma, you are, indeed, a sharp one. Are you sad?" Verma's eyes dimmed a bit. "For Celestia is my best friend," she spoke softly, almost worried that her ancestor would hear her. A subtle stroke of ember caressed the junior celestial ember's head. "Indeed, in this world it is hard to find such a friend. These coming events might very well put you on opposing sides of this coming conflict, and it will strain your relationship or maybe outright destroy it. However, in this world, there is no such thing as objective right or objective wrong. Everyone carries their own scales and weights. If she no longer wants to be a friend of yours after these matters, then you will have to make a choice between your family or your friendship." Verma's beak parted slightly, a gloom hanging around her for a moment. Her friend or her family? Wasn't the answer obvious? How could she ever choose her friend? "Will we win, ancestor?" The ancestor's voice echoed across the skies, causing mountains of several worlds to tremble and shatter. "The Beast Empire will rise again." Her voice dripped with confidence. A familiar variant invalid sat on a pile of corpses. His Samoan-like tattoos flashed with red, his belly rippling as he bit into a beast leg over 2 meters in length. Despite the fact he was eating beast kind, those around him didn't dare to say a word. In these last few days, this man had been completely insatiable, wanting to devour any and everything. He couldn't seem to stand any food he ate, and yet he wanted more nonetheless. As expected, he finished off the beast leg, and then his face twisted in disgust. He thrust 2 fingers down his throat and threw up the food he had just eaten before tossing the bone to the side and picking up another barely half-cooked leg of meat. Everyone knew why he was acting like this. He really wanted the woman attached to the rest of that leg he had found. After eating that leg, nothing else could seem to soothe his appetite. He kept killing one beast after another, eating up their legs in hope for the same delicious taste, but nothing could measure up. "Bring me humans," he barked. "It's not tender enough, not flavorful enough, none of you beasts are enough." His roar was so powerful that a cyclone formed high in the skies above, his opaque eyeballs reflecting with a light of savagery and indecency. The tiger beasts looked toward one another, their hearts trembling. There was only one human bubble left, and they had no idea where it was. And humans that could survive, even as slaves, in other worlds were both incredibly powerful and would also have unique statuses. Trying to hunt down humans for this creature to eat would be like antagonizing the other mortal races a step far too early. Even so, they had to do it or else they would suffer his wrath, or so they thought before a message suddenly descended. The variant invalid frowned. Fuck. He stood and kicked away the pile of grotesque corpses and vomit before standing and suddenly vanishing. The moment his oppressive aura vanished, the tigers collapsed, gasping for breath. In that moment, they had completely forgotten about the rage they felt toward the death of one of their own. All they cared about was the fact that the menace had finally disappeared. The variant invalid flashed, crossing several worlds in a blur. It was a journey that took over a day, and when everything sharpened once more, he stood in a world of demigod beasts, Chapter 2690, Beast Empire, Chapter 2690, Beast Empire Apex, you're finally here. The gentle voice of the celestial ember ancestor echoed before she frowned. I can smell beast blood on you. And what of it, old hag? Apex was sent flying so fast that the entire front layer of his skin was burnt off from the initial impact, while the back was torn away by the sheer flight speed of his backward ascent. Boom! He collided in a mountain range that quickly erupted into a pillar of flames. The gentle celestial ember ancestor rose to her full height, her wings opening up wide and flapping with a world-ending majesty. Embers in the shape of feathers descended from the skies in a delicate rain, and yet whenever they touched an object, whether organic or inorganic, they would erupt into a rain of undeniable flames. Calm your fury, Nova, a voice that was just as gentle as the ancestor celestial ember's own echoed, but this time it came from a creature that was somehow even more majestic. Despite this, from its voice, it was also clear that it was a male. If Leonel was present, the first thought that would roar to the forefront of his mind was dragon. But the more you looked, the more different the creature seemed. It did have 4 limbs. It did have a pair of wings that could blot out the skies, and when it hummed, the world seemed to listen to it as though it was truly speaking in the mythology's strongest magic, dragon tongue. However, this was where the comparisons seemed to end. Rather than scales, this creature seemed to have a leathery, white hide. Beneath the sunlight, it would shimmer with subtle hues of reflective blues and reds that could be mistaken for violets. If the sun lit it just right, the ridges and crevices of the tough hide would separate into portions that looked like crystal-lamented scales, but scales they were not. Upon the head of the creature, there were a set of 9 horns, 2 of which majestically curled into the skies while the others just acted as accessories to their dominance. And yet, upon the head of any other creature, the remaining 16 horns would have a place in their own mythology. The chin of the beast was mighty, and upon it a flowing white beard hung, accentuating its age. But those reflective blue eyes, that seemed to hold an exploding nebula within, showed that in exchange for time's coil, there was endless wisdom to be garnered. This beast was an ancestor of the celestial storm race, a monster incarnate despite his gentle gaze. A single breath of his could bring the end of a world. This ancestor in particular was known as Astral Winds. As he spoke to calm Nova down, he cast a glance toward another of their companions, a mighty tiger, a member of the white spectral tiger race, not one of their descendants, but a true demigod of their bloodline. The fury in the ancestor white spectral tiger was far greater than even Nova's own. Which of them couldn't sense that it was the descendants of their race that the so-called Apex had been feasting on? Had Nova not acted first, Nebula Frost would have outright killed him, and right now, that wasn't something any of them could afford to do. When they had sent Apex down to the mortal races, they had known that there was a high chance of this happening. That was why they did it in the first place. It was easier to swallow the sacrifice if it was done to lesser beasts, but that didn't mean that they liked it. Even so, Astral Winds was very thankful to Nova for her quick thinking. If not for her, they might have gone down a road of no return, and all of this would have been for naught. Apex climbed out of the pillar of fire. Walking back toward them, laughing into the skies, he truly looked no different from a zombie. Charred flesh hung from his bones, what skin was left flapping in the wind as though a piece of fabric rather than a person's flesh. His bone was clearly visible in most places, his organs half hanging out, half functioning normally. Even so, he walked as though nothing had happened, still laughing into the skies. And the worst part of it all was that with every step he took, illusory crimson tattoos that hung around him began to converge one after another, healing him so quickly that it almost looked like time was reversing. By the time he stood beneath the 4 hulking beasts, he was back to normal as though nothing at all had happened, his laughter still echoing. Of course, there was a 4th beast among them, the final pillar of the so-called Beast Empire, or so it seemed. However, this fourth beast was hard to call a beast at all. It wasn't in the shape of any known creature, but it was rather a mountain. This wasn't a description of its size or anything else but its true appearance. Its head was unseen, the mountain hiding the scope of the four leathery legs that hung beneath it. It was a creature that was more a force of nature than a living being itself. It had yet to speak a single word, but if one paid close attention, it would be possible to see that it didn't chill beneath Astral Wind's words, nor did its surroundings heat up beneath Nova's rampage. In fact, the space around it didn't even tremble beneath Nebula Frost's whimpering and whining space either. This was a creature that seemed capable of stabilizing existence itself. A mighty beast that withstood the test of time and despite Astral Wind's wisdom, seemed to outshine him in that facet as well. They were known as the Celestial Terror Race, but that was only a name they had taken up recently due to unknown reasons. Once, in a lofty past long since gone, they were known as the Primordial Terrors. Chapter 2691, Number Chapter 2691, Number even with the weight of four consciousnesses far beyond his own bearing down on him, Apex didn't seem to care in the slightest. As for the pain, he relished in it. It fueled something deep within him, likely stoking from the barbarian race he was meant to be born into. But as with all things, existence had forsaken him, and he had ended up as a variant invalid instead. As far as he was concerned, there was no pain greater than that. What could these mere beasts do to him? Why have you summoned me here, hag? You are to bring the news back, Nova said without much emotion and hardly any gentleness. We have managed to procure the life tablet. Life tablet? Apex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't that thing in the hands of a human brat? No longer, Nova replied shortly, not planning to give any further explanation. Then give it to me. I will take it to my master. No, Nova replied just as evenly. She had no obligation to do such a thing. They weren't here in a subservient position. If so, what would be the point in everything they were doing? What purpose would all of this serve? Apex laughed. Stingy old hag. How absolutely ridiculous. I don't see the point in all of this posturing. You need us, not the other way around. Boom. A mighty tempest of space descended from the skies, and Apex was forced to his knees with such momentum that his knees dislocated, his upper legs driving into the ground and shearing away from the muscle and skin that connected them to his lower legs. It was a truly ghastly sight, and even Nova and Astral Winds were frowning. However, they said nothing. It was hard to expect Apex to keep getting away with snubbing their noses in his careless disrespect. He spoke as though he was his master, but he wasn't. Ultimately, he was just a junior, an ant in their eyes. Unfortunately, no matter how they punished him so, they didn't dare to kill him, not for fear of his master, but for fear of the end of their cooperation. Until it stopped benefiting them, they couldn't allow this to happen. Hoof! Apex pulled his legs out one by one, stumbling backward and laying flat on his back. A bloody grin spread across his face as he looked up. Whether he was on his feet or not, it didn't make much of a difference with how absolutely enormous these creatures were. So fiery today, are we? I would have thought that aged-old bones like you lot would have gotten your tempers sorted out by now. At least let me see the thing. Nova's beak parted as though she was about to refute again, but when she thought about it, she realized that she should probably show everyone it. It wasn't as though it could be taken away by the likes of Apex. Seeing the expectant glances of the others, she nodded and was about to take it out when she froze. What's wrong, Nova? Astral Winds asked. The life tablet, it isn't here. Apex erupted with laughter as though he was having the time of his life, but the old beasts ignored him. They obviously wouldn't think that Nova had created such a fuss just to dupe them. Not only did they trust her implicitly, but what would she have gained bringing them out here just to say she didn't have it? Plus, for them, the journey was barely a matter of a few strides. What could she gain by making them waste a few minutes? Even wasting several years wasn't a big deal to them. Of course, there was the idea of forming an ambush, but it wouldn't be a very good ambush if she alerted them to her lie so early on. And, once again, they all trusted her. What could have happened? Nebula Frost asked. It could only be the boy, Nova said softly. He accepted the matter too easily given his temper. It seemed he had plans of his own, but logically speaking, even if he had an ability to call the tablet back, it shouldn't have been able to escape my senses. The life tablet has been captured many times before by creatures far inferior to myself. Nova's eyes suddenly lit with understanding. Then she actually chuckled. The brat is clever. It must be related to the segmented cube. It seems he also made off with my treasures as well, cheeky little bastard. The others were shocked hearing Nova curse like this. It wasn't something she ever did. But even so, it didn't seem like she was mad. Old Terror, Nova asked softly, looking toward the Celestial Terra ancestor. This won't change anything, will it? No. The voice was as old as time itself. When he spoke, rustling leaves fell to silence and loose rocks and boulders raised up from the ground. When his voice finally stopped echoing, the rocks and boulders fell, causing avalanches all around the realm. Nova nodded, looking toward the others. The only hole to our plan will be if the boy exposes the fact he has taken the life tablet back. It will be best to try and kill to silence him, but he has also proven that he knows how to bide his time when it is necessary. In my opinion, his death is a lower priority matter, though something that is most definitely on the list just for the sake of tying up loose ends. Right now, though, our main focus should be forcing the Alwans into the light while we grapple from the shadows. While they are basking in all the pressure, we will take the reins and ascend to godhood once more in a single bound. The question is, my brothers, are you prepared? Roars filled the skies. Go, boy. Report this matter to your master. Nova swiped a wing, and Apex was blown thousands of kilometers away. In the segmented cube, Leonel sat in silence, a ticker of time continuously echoing in his mind. Chapter 2692, Never Again. Chapter 2692, Never Again, it's not your fault, you know. Ina's voice suddenly called out as she plopped by Leonel's side. She leaned her cheek against his shoulder with a smile, pulling his hand into a sandwich between her palms. She could feel Leonel's thoughts more clearly now than ever before. She knew that he was wrestling with himself, a battle between the man he naturally was and the man he wanted to be. She could still remember that scowl of rage Leonel had on his face when he sent her to deliver that letter back in the Three-Finger Cult. She could feel that he was suppressing what he wanted to do with what he thought the smartest choice was. When there were no other variables, Leonel felt that he could take all the risks in the world and still come out on top. But when it was a matter of the safety of everyone around him, he had no ability to guarantee that. If he were to describe it cruelly, there were added variables that he couldn't account for. Trying to make sure that everything was dialed in on his part was difficult enough without also having to deal with an array of people that wouldn't act predictably. That was how Leonel had always seen it. Or, rather, it was the way he had tried to pretend as though he didn't see it, while knowing full well that this was how his mind worked. It seemed, though, that even now his future self, though having disappeared, was still influencing him. Even before he changed the path of his dream force, the back of his mind was still churning with ways of changing himself, of destroying what seemed to be an inevitable future and swapping it for something better. What he had done to Ina had felt like that first step. It made him greatly uncomfortable, and it also struck right at his pride, but he still forced himself to do it nonetheless. And now there was the matter with Anastasia, but that was still just one part of it all. Losing on purpose, making his wife act like an incompetent fool before so many people, opening her up to ridicule and debasement at the hands of a conniving bastard like Somnus. These were all things that filled him with more rage than he knew what to do with, things that made him want to snap the current foundation of his sovereignty and go back to what felt good, what could soothe his ego and temper his fury. Each one of these things was another layer of discomfort, and Anastasia's tears seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. His wife would never complain. She never cared about the opinions of others. The only reason she had ever hidden her face to begin with in the Royal Blue Academy was to lie low and avoid trouble. That was only made obvious by the fact that not only did she not choose to use her original face, but she also got rid of it soon after the metamorphosis began. The only person's opinion she cared about now was her husband's. Even if the world was collapsing around them, so long as the two of them were happy, she would be content. She didn't care about anything else. It was only when the opinions of others began to encroach on her husband did she react like a cat whose tail had been stomped. When those people talked about her like she was a flower in a vase, that the only reason she might be worthy of her husband was because of her looks, and how they even tried to steal her husband away from her with the use of honey traps, that truly filled her with fury. As for a little embarrassment, why would she care about that? It hardly moved the scale for her. Of course, she didn't like being sent to pretend to date another man. She had made as much clear to Leonel, but even then she had only planned to be angry for a small while because she understood the necessity of it all. If not for Anastasia, she would have let it go after a few minutes of coaxing. But to Leonel, even those few minutes of dislike were too much. "It is," Leonel said softly after a long while. "It is my fault. I'll find another way in the future. The universe has an infinite number of variations and changes. Existence would have whatever number that is multiplied by another infinity for the number of worlds that exist. I don't believe that I can't figure out just one that doesn't require." All right, Mr. Brains," Ina giggled and squeezed his hand between hers more tightly. "We can carry this burden together." Leonel looked down at Ina. His heart wanted to say yes, but no, that wasn't true at all. It was his heart that wanted to say no. He didn't like it. He didn't want to have to share the burden. Part of it was his ego again, and the other part was not wanting to put them through this. Wasn't it precisely sharing the burden that had ended up with Anastasia in tears? Ina smiled. It was a soft smile, one filled with meaning and double understandings. "Anastasia is just a child, Leonel," she said in a gentle voice. "Although she's lived for much longer than we have, her mental state is still naive and immature. We have to protect her, but that doesn't mean you also have to protect me. We are stronger together." Leonel fell into silence, and Ina smiled a bit bitterly. She knew that her husband could be stubborn, and the problem was that anything she could say, he had probably thought of a million different ways in a few seconds. But she wanted him to hear her nonetheless. Eventually, Leonel smiled as well, pulling his wife into an embrace. "You don't have to worry. I'm not going to do anything stupid. But I'll also never give those people a chance to ever say anything bad about you again." Chapter 2693, The Best. Chapter 2693, The Best. Ina blinked in surprise. She didn't expect to suddenly be pulled into Leonel's lap like that. But soon her bitter smile became a genuine one. "Good. I'm not doing all this training just to get left on the sidelines," she remarked. Leonel laughed. "Didn't we just beat up a certain foul-mouthed Dream Ashura?" I bet he's been trying to find a way to escape for ages now. Do you think he's despaired enough yet? Aina shook her head, unable to hold back a grin. So that's why you've just been ignoring him? I doubt a person like that's going to give up so easily. But that's also why it's good that it took us so long to beat him. It was a systematic crushing of his usual value system, one that was anything but a fluke. The only thing that would have been better was if either one of us could defeat him instantly. But that would also require him actually going all out first, something he was clearly not inclined to do. By now, though, he should have realized that he's entirely powerless in Anastasia's world. He can't do a thing. Let's go check on the puppet. Aina squealed a bit as she was swept up into Leonel's arms. In a flash, they appeared by the Dream Asura. Somnus hung in midair, his body, wrists and ankles seemingly tied up by invisible ropes that stretched him out wide. In this time, he hadn't even been able to move, let alone figure out a path to escape. Seeing the couple appear before him in such ridiculous fashion, he couldn't help but scowl. It felt like they were taunting him. He sneered. Oh, the useless force pill crafter can't even walk on her own now? Aina blinked before laughing. I think at this point we should call this place the segmented prison. How many idiots have you trapped in here? Too many by this point, Leonel shook his head. But at least the others know not to talk. Anastasia, it seems he doesn't need his right arm anymore. The sound was sickening, breaking bone and tearing flesh, a rain of blood that splattered against the gorgeous green grass. It all painted a symphony of torture. As heavily injured as he already was, Somnus couldn't help but let out a low grunt that sounded almost more like a suppressed howl. Having an arm severed with a blade was one matter, but to feel your flesh slowly give way beneath a greater force, that was a tragedy hard to describe for anyone who had not experienced it personally before. The fact that it was slow rather than sudden and jarring made the matter only worse, as large pieces of his shoulder and even some of his back suffered as well. In the end, what looked like his entire right side was left in a rain of blood. The severed flesh landed in Aina's arms as she hopped down from Leonel's embrace. What do you think? Leonel asked. It's very high quality, you're right, Aina nodded. If we keep healing him, we could basically change everyone's constitution. It's just a shame the barbarian race man didn't come, or else it would have been more than perfect. Somnus shivered when he heard these words, understanding some of it but not daring to be entirely accepting of it. And me? Aina fell into her thoughts for a moment. Their bodies are peculiar, they're powerful, but they're also interwoven with what looks like dream force. Somehow, they've evolved such that they can directly translate mental acuity into physical prowess. The two are linked. If I were to use this principle to help you with that lineage factor, then we would have to change our approach. Before, we were entirely severing the mental and affinity aspects, but now, it seems that there's actually a way to make use of it. It was just beyond me at the time. And the difference now? Impossible to measure, Aina smiled, looking up from the arm to Leonel, unless I had a brain like yours, that is. But the difference between my original method and using the Dream Asuras as a template is easily at least 1,000-fold. Going through all those steps was bound to accrue some loss. However, in this way, we can even use your Dream Force affinity to make them stronger than they otherwise would be. Well, the easiest way would actually be to... Aina looked at Leonel and shook her head. She knew how stubborn her husband was. Since he said he would use his own Dream Ashura lineage factor until the demoness was dead, he meant it with every fiber of his being, and she didn't blame him. It wasn't just a matter of pettiness, but also a function of survival as well. Leonel felt that he had broken free of the demoness, but was anything really so easy? How could he allow a stronger connection for her to take advantage of? Because she could turn the lineage factor on and off as she pleased, Leonel was entirely at her mercy, and that was unacceptable. But now that Aina was speaking about how the Dream Assuras could use Dream Force to strengthen themselves, didn't that also mean that the reverse was possible as well? Especially if it was someone much stronger than you? It was no wonder the demoness could turn it on and off as she pleased. All right, let's do that then. Aina nodded and closed her eyes for a moment before her aura changed. At that moment, Somnus experienced something he never thought he would in his life. Aina didn't even seem to be trying, but every stroke was genius, and every set was meticulous. He was a force pill crafter himself, and seeing this scene, he was completely ashen. It was only then he realized just how much they had been played. A useless force pill crafter? What a joke. Aina was the best force pill crafter he had ever seen in his entire life. Chapter 2694, Bonus Open Up. Chapter 2694, Bonus Open Up Bonus Chapter. Thanks to the coded Prof. I-16, Somnus had no words to speak left after the pill was complete. He was certain that if it was brought before the Pillar of Truth, let alone 9 runes, it might light up double that, maybe more. He was just guessing, and he had no way of being sure, but what he did know was that Verma was certainly not a match for Aina by any stretch of the imagination. And to make matters worse than that, she was a blood sovereign? Somnus seemed to finally understand just how fearsome this couple was, and despite how Leonel acted, he was far more calculating and careful with how he did things than it seemed. Before anyone realized what was happening, they would have already fallen into his trap. No, hadn't he already fallen? If it was just one Leonel, it could be ignored. But such a young and powerful force pill crafter, matched with the youth that was already crowned the beast crafter of their generation, would they still dare to say that the human race couldn't rise again? Somnus suddenly began to struggle, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He sent out signals and flares, but where could any of them go under Anastasia's control? This world was completely isolated, a blank canvas that Leonel could do whatever he pleased with. Leonel and Ina didn't even look toward the struggling Dream Asura. The pill landed in Leonel's hand, and he looked at it for a moment. "Is this the strongest you can make?" Leonel asked. Ina smiled. "What? Doubting me? It's not up to the lofty standards of the king?" Leonel laughed. "Not what I meant. I'm more so referring to the fact this is only one of his arms. What's the pill compared to what you could have done with his whole body?" "Well, there's some variability, but honestly I didn't actually need his arm. We can use him like a blood farm. It would be much easier to deal with. His flesh is helpful, but only marginally in comparison. It could be made up for with more blood." "Really?" Leonel was a bit confused about that. Before, Ina refined entire demons. This felt different from that in an odd sort of way. Yes, the secret to the Dream Ashura's strength lies in their blood. It's a very clever use of blood as a vessel. If you use our connection to see into my insights on blood force, you might be able to understand. Blood force isn't life force itself, and life force alone can't be used to do much of anything. Under normal circumstances, the life force everyone is born with is restricted and can only be used slowly over the course of your life. It can increase when your strength increases or you ingest something special, and it can also decrease for the opposite reasons. Blood force allows you to use life force on your own terms. It's the perfect vessel for the latter, and it allows me to use larger amounts of my life force any given moment I so please, and it also allows me to add more to my life force when I so choose as well. The Dream Asuras seem to have a very special dream force that is a fusion of life force and dream force. This allows them to use their blood force as a vessel for both. This is all to say that their greatest strength is stored within their blood. Their flesh is just a byproduct of that initial process. Without it, their bodies wouldn't be much tougher than humans. Leonel's eyes lit up with understanding. It was unlikely that all Dream Asuras could wield or control blood force, but their lineage factor should give most of them a proxy by which to do so. It was slightly different, but not wholly so in practice. A flash of lightning shook Leonel's dreamscape. No, he thought, his eyes widening. During the first round of the selections, he and Ina had come across a group of individuals who had their blood force completely sapped clean of life force. He hadn't thought about it in a while because he thought he had already found the culprits, that being the demons under the Sun and Moon Demon banner. But had he? Leonel's brows furrowed, spinning the pill in his fingers. Was he being played? But anyone who wanted to do so wouldn't be stupid enough to leave a clue like that behind? Or was it that they assumed he would make the wrong assumption about what was going on? After all, he had already forgotten it for a long while now. All right, I will take this for now. I know that you've wanted to break into the 8th dimension for a while now. We should have all the materials we need for everything here, so take whatever you need. Ina nodded. They had already done all of the simulations, and she had a clear path ahead. Soon, it was just Leonel and Somnus left, the latter of which had seemed to have lost all light of hope. Leonel yawned. "There's really no need to pretend to be so distraught. Even if I lowered my guard to the abyss of hell, there'd still be no way for you to get out of here." "Well, actually, I can think of a few ways. It's just that I doubt you could, and even if you by some miracle did, you could never execute them." Leonel smiled, and Somnus felt a shiver down his spine that was something other than pain for the first time in a long while. If Leonel just said there was no way, he wouldn't believe him for a moment. "But this, now, shall we rob you thoroughly?" Leonel grinned. "Anastasia, open up the world he's carrying around with him for me, please." At that moment, a tear in space took shape. Then, one after another, precious and not-so-precious items began to fall out. Chapter 2695. Bonus Chapter 2695. Bonus chapter, thanks to the coded prof -26, much of it was expected. In the not-so-precious pile, there were large amounts of clothing, both male and female. Leonel didn't really have to think very hard for why that might be. At least, that was until he found mounds of makeup as well. Leonel chuckled, picking them up. I didn't expect that the mighty Dream Asura would be fond of cosplay and cross-dressing. He gave Somnus an amused look, but the latter didn't seem embarrassed, nor did Leonel plan to care enough to tease him for it either. If he was being more serious, it was less likely that Somnus liked to cross-dress, and more likely that he sometimes found pretending to be a woman to be more useful than being a man. That idea, though, was even more amusing to Leonel. That was because, rather than just cross-dressing, he was probably out there seducing people, and Leonel picked up a pair of fake breasts and almost burst into a fit of laughter. Hey, these almost feel like the real deal. Leonel squeezed and pressed a bit. At first, he found it funny, but quickly he found it to be very impressive. The only reason he could tell that these were fake was because he was exceptionally in tune with his own senses. If he was a normal mortal, then the difference would have been far too subtle for him to even tell. He could imagine this being the greatest invention for the mind of a teenage boy and lonely male. Back on Earth, he would have been made a billionaire overnight if he invented this thing. You can't be serious. Leonel reached over and picked up a tube. Well, he was going to pick it up, then smartly chose to use his earth force to control the metal casing it was in. This time, there was a faint blush on Somnus's face, but even Leonel had a hard time picking it up, especially through all the blood. You know what? Leonel let them drop to the ground and began to clap. I respect it. Going so far for your craft, I'm sure you've made a killing. I wonder, how many people, businesses, and worlds have you pulled into your grasp with these tactics? This will be very useful. Leonel fell into thought for a moment. He had only planned to casually go through the less than precious things, but now he started going through them more seriously. As he did so, he was quickly compiling a Rolodex of information. Then, he formed a dreamscape just for Somnus alone. 3, 5, 6, 7 worlds. You should have pretty firm control over that many. Impressive. Unfortunately, they're all mortal worlds. Somnus's gaze flashed with a hint of terror. He learned all of that just by going through his costumes and trinkets? What kind of monster was he? He wasn't even sure what kind of mental capacity that would take, and one of his own strongest forces was Dream Force. You don't keep a record, so I assume all the information's in your head, right? Leonel smiled. If you cooperate, I might be willing to let you go in the future. Do you take me for a fool? Leonel chuckled. Why wouldn't I let you go? We're family after all, didn't you know? Somnus's eyes opened wide, and as though a spark of understanding had taken shape in his mind, almost like he had his own dreamscape, he was shaken to his core. Could it be the reason he had sensed such a large influence of the ancestor was because Leonel was her descendant? Somnus's breathing became hurried, his heart quivering wildly. Wasn't Leonel a human? Why couldn't he sense any Dreamosaurus sent coming from him? Look at your mind go. You're probably trying to figure a lot of stuff out at once, huh? Well, you don't need to know. Somnus's eyes dimmed. He didn't understand why Leonel told him in the first place. Everything he came to know was a potential trouble point. Even if this world was isolated, there was no way it was perfectly isolated. Someone as powerful as their ancestor, for example, even if she couldn't enter without Anastasia's permission, would definitely still be able to pry into Somnus's mind if she was still so inclined. Aside from the fact that it wasn't even certain if Anastasia could stop a deity on the level of the demoness from entering in the first place, as a Dreamforce expert, Leonel should be aware of this. So why was he allowing it? Leonel chuckled. The reason he wasn't worrying about it was because whoever said his plan stopped with the Owlins and those beasts. That woman liked to play games, right? Then they would play games. But also, in such a frayed state of mind, how could Somnus protect his own? Shh. Almost instantly, his mind was like an open book to Leonel, spilling faint connections and intricate lines between matters that Leonel should have known nothing about. You lied to me, Somnus roared, realizing what happened immediately. If you're a fool, why blame me? You were enjoying playing tricks and scheming against me, weren't you? Did you get some great sort of satisfaction out of that? Well, I'm going to make sure to play you to death. Whether in body or in soul, you'll not have a day of peace for as long as I don't, will it? Somnus seemed to finally collapse, blood leaking from wounds he couldn't even register as his head fell limply, his gaze dim. He didn't have the will to fight anymore. Leonel sneered. Now, if anyone looked into Somnus's mind, they would think that Leonel had lied just now because that was what Somnus believed. Looking into another person's mind was a double-edged sword. It wasn't always clear and defined what they were thinking, and if they believed something that was wrong, it could easily come off as fact in the eyes of an observer, and that was perfect for Leonel's needs. Now, let's see what other useful stuff you have on you. Chapter 2696. Bonus Asura Force. Chapter 2696. Bonus Asura Force bonus chapter. Thanks to the coded Prof. Mindsthirst C6, Leonel had asked for a large list of things from the Celestial Embers, so in terms of raw resources, he wasn't actually looking forward to what Somnus had all that much. Instead, he was looking for things that might be unique or beyond his expectations. He also didn't expect a single person to be carrying around such a large amount of raw resources to begin with. But he was actually pleasantly surprised. Somnus had clearly been lying. Not only had he had enough to match far more than what was on Leonel's list, he was wealthier than what the Celestial Embers had provided. Leonel chuckled. I guess this man was hiding himself a bit too. The issue was that Somnus's wealth wasn't in raw resources. Well, they were, just not in the normal sense. It was just that there were piles and piles of ninth-dimensional Urbi ore. The amount of wealth was obscene, and it made Leonel grin ear to ear. He had gotten a total of 3 demigod-level ninth-dimensional Urbi ore mines from the Celestial Embers. But if he could save those and use them to start up a whole network of mines under Anastasia's supervision, how much more valuable would they be? Then, he could use Somnus's wealth to temper his body instead. Anastasia, please help me dump these in the ocean, and let me know when they're perfectly purified. The large piles of Urbi ore vanished. The next thing Leonel found was actually a whole collection of world spirits. They were separated into orbs, each one with a different sort of affinity, clearly crafted from worlds that had unique environments. There's something interesting about this. When I asked for a demigod world spirit, I thought I was shooting for the stars. But not only did Talon produce one, Verma produced one, and even this Somnus produced one, there's clearly something going on here for all these top echelon people to have world spirits at their disposal. The array of world spirits were mostly mortal. However, there were 2 of the demigod variety, one of which had a strong water affinity, and the other of which seemed to be streaking with bolts of lightning. Hey, I know you're focused right now, but do you think you'd have any use for a world spirit? Leonel talked as though he was chatting to the air itself, but he knew his voice would reach Ina thanks to Anastasia. A world spirit? I don't know. I would have to see and observe it. Leonel nodded. That was, indeed, how Ina's ability worked. Usually, she wouldn't know exactly what to do and would have a feeling she would have to parse apart herself. Here, Leonel said, tossing out all the world spirits toward her, including the mortal ones. Maybe she could find something of use through them. After all, their simulations didn't account for world spirits. While he let Ina figure that out, he picked up the last of what was left. Oh, they were polished gems, and when Leonel gently pulled his fingers across their surface, he realized something curious. These are similar to the Dimensional Cleanse Trial Zone key. There's information hidden within them, and you have to puzzle them apart and use your dream force to realign and read them easy enough. Somnus's dim eyes looked up for a moment when he saw this. He shook his head and gave up. He had given up on hoping Leonel wasn't smart enough to do things, and as expected, just moments later, he had already broken through. It was a shame, though, because he had left the family expecting to potentially be expelled. He had not only brought all his wealth with him, but he had also exchanged all his accumulated contribution points for a few things that he had been wanting to learn for a long while. Some of them were just methods and tidbits of information. But another portion were techniques it had taken him years to finally trade for, and now Leonel would be the one benefiting from them. It was enough to make a man choke to death from anger. Leonel's brows shot up. Spirit Refinement Sutra. Interesting. It seemed that Ina was right about the unique dream force of Dream Asuras. Known as Asura Force, it was a combination of life and dream force, connecting the two together. What was interesting about the force, to Leonel at least, was that it seemed to be a unique tether between the body and soul, almost in a very human-like way, but not quite because the souls of Dream Asuras were very much separate from their bodies. Leonel couldn't help but wonder if it was because of these similarities that the demoness had chosen to have children with his grandfather. Maybe she was looking to capitalize on potential synergistic effects. Regardless, this method of the Dream Asuras was bone-chillingly similar to his divine armor and metal body, except they used world spirits and spirits instead. Their Asura force was capable of devouring world spirits and taking on their characteristics for themselves. Well, in theory. The trouble was that it was very difficult to get a 100% success rate, and unlike with ores that had many of a single kind, world spirits were extremely unique in their variability. Due to this, Dream Asuras often spent most of their time trying to collect an array of world spirits that would perfectly suit them. In the end, this sutra usually wasn't even used until they reached the 9th dimension. It could be said that all of these nest eggs were just Somnus's attempt at gearing up for his inevitable breakthrough in the distant future. I see, so I was right. You did run away from your clan. Cheptum Leonel had been fairly certain, but only now did he fully confirm it. It didn't make sense for Somnus to have a technique he couldn't use for a long while others. Now, what else is here? Chapter 2697, Bonus Spirit and World Spirit. Chapter 2697, Bonus Spirit and World Spirit Bonus Chapter, thanks to the coded Prof. Fee 446. They're actually all methods to use world spirits? Leonel was taken aback. He had expected something different, and maybe he could find something like domain, universe, or finality that could take his combat prowess to another level. But it was outside his expectations that it would all be like this. There was one method that taught of how to subdue world spirits. There was another that taught of how to use a world spirit as a sacrifice to save your life in a pinch. There was another that taught of how to use a world spirit under your control to corrupt another. The methods seemed endless, and some of them read more like scientific literature and theory than actual applicable methods. And yet, Leonel was completely enraptured. For the first time, he forgot about the ticking timer in his head and engrossed himself in reading. The more he did so, the more he felt that he wasn't just reading about methods to help himself, but more importantly, Anastasia. There was too little he grasped about world spirits and their usage. It seemed that world spirits took much longer to mature than other living creatures, and as a result, they were probably both some of the most dangerous and also most susceptible creatures in existence. But what was more interesting than that was the fact that spirits like Little Tolly and others were more interconnected with world spirits than Leonel had previously come to understand. In fact, it could even be right to go as far as to say that they were the same race. They shared the name spirit, but Leonel had never really thought much about it before because it felt irrelevant. The word spirit could evoke so many things, but now that he thought about it, even across languages, the word was the exact same. It made sense to dismiss it in English. But when every other culture was likewise the same, I neglected something so obvious. Okay, we're making a change. I need to cross-reference my intelligence not just in English like I've been doing, but also in other languages. I have a feeling that'll allow me far more breakthroughs as well. Leonel made a mental note of it and slotted it into the back of his mind. He didn't create a new ability, but rather evolved and mutated Dreamscape into something new. Then, he went back to work, and almost instantly, a raging spark of lightning shot through his mind. Leonel trembled a bit before exhaling out a slow breath. The thought he had had just now was absolutely maddening, but even when he scrutinized it, turned it upside down and right side up, spinning it left and right, he couldn't find any flaws in it. Spirits were to world spirits what variant invalids were to the races of existence. The implications hit Leonel like a speeding truck, and he, rightfully, felt that it was ridiculous. But when he thought of Tolliver's propensity to devour, its insatiable appetite, how it was like a world spirit, but not quite. It all fell into place one after another, and he was somewhat shocked into silence. The question was, though, what could he do with this information? He knew this was a big deal, huge even. Piecing these things together from the bits and pieces of fragmented thoughts and ideas in these research papers, he knew that he had stumbled onto something huge, but he couldn't quite make the final leap just yet. Even his mind was at a loss for what to do. Unless variant invalids really want to consume humans, or in this case, any race that's of their kind. Could it be that swallowing world spirits was a faster path toward Tolliver's improvement? But that was honestly just a surface-level thought. Leonel had already realized it ages ago. What was more interesting was what that meant for him and his divine armor, and on a deeper level than even that, his connection with little Tolly and the beast that the little guy had devoured the potential of. By now, Leonel had gathered more than enough information to be better than 70% sure that the beast hidden in the dimensional cleanse trial world's vital star was the legendary Infinity Beast, the god beast of creation. How his future self got his hands on a living member of their species, he had no idea, and he was even less inclined to think about what that might mean. But what was certain was that these combinations of factors would weigh extremely heavy when the time came to take advantage of them. After some thought, he took out the world spirits in the celestial ember race's rings. He laughed when he noticed that there was a protection on it. It seems that they had been more cautious than he gave them credit for. Too bad it was useless. With Anastasia's help and his guidance, he shattered it as though it wasn't even there and took out a world spirit bathed in flames. Indeed, Leonel thought. I've yet to run into anyone else who uses Scarlet Star Force, but the Celestial Embers come frighteningly close. The Ember Hearts, the Celestial Embers, Ember Heart Force, and this World Spirit, and Mame, Leonel smiled. If feeding a spirit a world spirit would automatically grant it its abilities, everyone would have already figured this out long ago. At best, some people probably knew the connection, but the next step was elusive. The end result was using world spirits as a power-up, but nothing more. Those people, though, didn't have an infinity metal spirit at their beck and call. Who needed a Minerva spirit when you had a god beast of creation? Tolliver swallowed the Emberheart world spirit and roared into the skies. Chapter 2698, Bonus Psi. Chapter 2698, Bonus Psi Bonus Chapter. Thanks to the coded Prof 56, Tolliver's silver exterior, dancing with golden runes, quickly became lit ablaze as though it had been set on fire. Leonel could sense the struggle of the world spirit beneath it, and he wondered if he had bitten off more than he could chew. World spirits didn't have dimensional grades like humans or beasts did, but that was because they were technically all at that 9th dimension. They were birthed at the peak potential of the world they governed. In this sort of situation, it was like Tolliver was trying to swallow a 9th dimensional demigod, and that sort of task spoke for itself. Leonel believed that Tolliver's potential would win out, which was why he chose to take the risk anyway. But that didn't stop him from worrying. Luckily, it didn't seem that Tolliver would leave him to worry for long. Very quickly, the struggles of the world spirit became faint whispers, and eventually, all that was left was the kernel of its being, one that was quickly swallowed up and devoured by Tolliver whole. Leonel grasped out with a hand, and the enormous tsunami of molten metal that little Tolly had become was soon restricted into an arm sleeve attached to his skin once more. Leonel sucked in a cold breath, feeling a hint of stinging pain. Tolliver had finally broken into the 7th dimension, and there were a great number of changes that had just taken place. The golden runes on its silver body had gained tinges of red, and from time to time a strong pulse would come from his arm as though Tolliver was trying to swallow him whole. It was quite painful if Leonel was honest with himself. It felt like he had gone right back to square one in terms of how difficult it was to stop the little metal spirit from eating him alive. Luckily, Leonel's fire force affinity was off the charts and nigh impossible to measure. Slowly, he got the hang of it, and once he did, that stinging pain vanished. The more difficult matter, at least from an outsider's perspective, was how this change would affect his crafting. Leonel had trained all this time with a metal spirit. Obviously, the methods and paths of a spirit with fire attributes would be much different than what he had come to be used to. However, Leonel didn't feel that this was actually much of a problem at all. Setting aside the fact his ability to control flames was far greater than his ability to control earth force to begin with, his crafting had already surpassed the usual strict guidelines. If anything, the added flexibility of being able to use flames wouldn't only help him, and it made him wonder what other elements might be useful for crafting. Thousands of wild ideas came to mind in an instant, but he forced himself to calm down. Even if he could think of many ways a wind attribute might benefit a very specific kind of craft, what good would it do him if he couldn't control it properly? There was also the fact that Tolliver was now part of his armor to consider as well. The affinities that Tolliver gained would affect him implicitly. He couldn't do anything too wild that would ruin his path. However, sticking with things that were on his path was a different matter entirely. A thought flashed in Leonel's mind. All those years ago, when I first stepped onto planet Luxnix, I tried to create weapons that utilized my destruction sovereignty, mostly to help Blackstar. I somewhat succeeded, but mostly failed, but with this, he had been thinking too simply before. If world spirits were capable of being used like this, why limit himself to simple concepts like earth or fire? Why not try to combine them into something more unique, something of a higher tier, something that embodied a sovereignty? Interesting idea, but I can't succeed with just the world spirits I have on hand, and for now, it's just a working theory. I'll keep this slotted in the back of my mind for now. Leonel stood, his mind racing. One of the 7 worlds that Somnus has sunk his claws into has a dream pavilion. This could be useful. A timer suddenly went off in Leonel's head again. Then he smiled. Excellent. He looked down at the pill in his hands. If he took this, he'd be able to veer his Northern Star lineage factor down a new path and truly be able to take advantage of both his mind and body. When the day came that he crushed the demoness and unleashed his Dream Asura lineage factor in full force, the foundation that this laid would allow him to shoot ahead by leaps and bounds. All of my forces are at least in the half-step life state. I've comprehended the Black Constellation realm. I've comprehended dream sovereignty. I have a world spirit of a demigod world to swallow now, and I formed a natural force art under my own strength. The only thing I have yet to do is comprehend Black True Destruction sovereignty. Once I do that, I will be able to enter the 5th dimension. But before that, shouldn't I complete the 4th dimension first? Leonel's lip curled into a smile. All this time, he had been in the 1st tier of the 4th dimension. Since he was going to wreak some havoc soon, why not eke out a little bit more of his potential? It would be a shame if he couldn't see the faces of the Owlins as their world crumbled down around them. Elryon appeared in a vast void, then stepped out and entered an in-between world. When he appeared, nothing seemed to be there. Everything left would be eaten away by the anarchic force. It was truly the best place to kill someone. And yet, when he reached out a hand, he still managed to pick out a piece of mangled flesh. Looking at it, he sighed. Chapter 2699, Bonus Olden Days. Chapter 2699, Bonus Olden Days. Bonus chapter. Thanks to the coded Prof 66 by now, Elryon was quite aware that he had been used. Well, used was either a term that either far too well-meaning or far too severe depending on how you looked at it. On a spectrum, it was either Leonel had led him by the nose like a bumbling fool, or he had given him an opportunity. There was no doubt that this mess could only be catalyzed by Leonel because of the Pluto's involvement. If not for this, the gods wouldn't give a damn. As much disdain as other mortal races had for humans, demigods held even more so toward the mortal races, and the gods above them disdained their ilk even more. This was the way of the world, and they couldn't be bothered to care about ants. The Pluto race, however, that was a different matter entirely. The troubling matter was that Elryon had quite literally just told Leonel that the Plutos couldn't afford to get thrust into such a storm, but he also couldn't be mad either, because whatever ire their enemies brought down upon this world would be entirely concentrated on these lesser races. If anything, they would divert their attention away from the real plans of the Pluto, and that was why it was so bittersweet. On the one hand, Leonel was helping him, and on the other, he was manipulating him. At that moment, Elryon stood at a crossroads that most of Leonel's brothers had stood on in the past. Down one path, there was acceptance that Leonel did things differently than others did, and that if you were going to be close to him, it was likely that more than once in your life, you would find yourself being manipulated by him. Of course, it would be to your benefit, but it would be a form of manipulation nonetheless. And on the other path, there was the choice to sever relationships with him entirely. Those that could even realize they were standing at such a fork were few and far between. To even notice that you were being manipulated to begin was a huge matter. But when you did, Elryon held the piece of flesh in his hands for a moment before tossing it aside. He was a Pluto. Minerva sat on her throne, feeling agitated. More than 2 days had passed now, and there was still no sign of Leonel anywhere. It was suffocating. She had even led the search personally, but her interference changed nothing at all. To make matters worse, she had been getting harassed by her elders and ancestors about the ongoings of this matter. Those bastards had wanted nothing to do with it originally, but now, all of a sudden, now that the life tablet was involved, they wanted to stick their noses into her business. Had they been present, would the celestial ember have dared to leave so easily? This was all their fault to begin with? Boom. Minerva shot to her feet almost at the behest of the sudden cacophonous boom. Her heart shook, and a worry she had tried to bury deep suddenly came roaring forward. Before she could do anything, she was sent flying from her throne and barely managed to spin in the air in time to catch her balance. When her gaze landed on the throne, her heart shook once again, and she hurriedly bowed her head so low that her inner organs twisted and bent, not out of a lack of flexibility, but because her pride was akin to a knife writhing in her gut at the moment. But how could she not bow? She didn't dare not to, because before her, a Void Race elder stood. It was a man that had appeared once before, a man who Leonel had sent flying away with a few words and a careless wave, and that was precisely why it stung so much, because Leonel dared to do something that she did not. Dravon stood in silence for a moment, his eyes closed. In that moment, his presence covered the whole of the bubble world, not leaving even a single stone unturned. Then he came back and focused on Minerva. The life tablet. Where is it? Minerva's heart skipped a beat before she grit her teeth. She took a breath and slowly exhaled, still not looking up. The life tablet is not with me. It has been taken by a member of the Celestial Ember race against my wishes. Unfortunately, I do not have the backing of my entire race, and that's enough, Draven said coolly. Call the Celestial Ember here. Yes, I will do so. Minerva made her attempts, but unfortunately the result was as expected. Let alone trying to convince the ancestor, her attempts at communication didn't even make it through. Draven stood there in silence for a long while as Minerva became paler and paler. Good, Draven said slowly. This was what he had expected. Before, he had no plans to force the Owens to hand the life tablet over. The gods knew far more about it, and he knew it would be useless in his hands even if he got it. In addition, even though he was the head of the Void Race's Dream Pavilion, much like Minerva, he didn't have the full backing of his race. They didn't give a damn about any of this. But now, things were very different. Not only had the life tablet appeared, but the Plutos were involved, and now it had fallen into the hands of fallen god beasts. That was something that his Void Race could not allow. The rise of the god beasts, the rise of the Owlins, the rise of them together, that was entirely unacceptable. It suddenly hit Minerva right then. She was stuck so far in the weeds that she hadn't been able to see the whole picture. In her mind, it was she alone who was trying to get the Owlins to rise again, while her entire race seemed to want to pull her down. But what did outsiders see? They saw a race using a useless Dream Pavilion head as a sacrificial lamb so that they could return to the olden days, a day where god beasts were the de facto rulers, and the closest to rekindling their light were the Minervas. Minerva fell to her knees, tears of blood flowing from her eyes out of sheer fury. Chapter 2700. Own Creation, Chapter 2700. Own Creation. Leonel sat in the middle of the cleansing waters of the ocean, surrounded by pure ninth-dimensional reinforced Urbi ore. According to his father's technique, he needed 1 essence per cell. But before he took action on this front, he swallowed the pill that Aina had created. Almost instantly, his body superheated as though he had become the core of his own world. His veins lit on fire, becoming molten streams of crimson that threatened to burn him up from the inside out. During these last few months, Leonel had been thinking a lot about the soul and the benefits of having it separated versus being a part of his body. Those thoughts had, obviously, been triggered by Aina's own path. That said, Leonel didn't actually believe that his father was wrong. Rather, he felt that he was looking at things the wrong way the entire time. It was one thing to follow the path a technique set out for you, but understanding what that path was and why each step was as it was a different matter entirely. The best example of this was actually dimensional cleanse. The difference between whether you could share that technique or not was entirely based on whether you understood its various layers. For a long while, Leonel had been able to use the technique, but he was unable to share it with Aina or his brothers because he didn't really understand it. These thoughts had led him to realize that he had never really understood his father's intentions behind each step either. He shuddered every time he saw the number of resources he needed just to progress a single step forward, but he had never stopped to think, why? The establishment of final destruction seemed to be the creation of a destruction world. Secondary to that, it was turning the body into an anchor for this world. And in the end, the soul seemed to be an afterthought in this equation, or was it? If he took a step back, if his soul was still using his body as an anchor through the dimensions, then how would his destruction world be able to do the same? In the end, wouldn't his soul and destruction world end up clashing against one another? It seemed then the reason he had to separate his soul from his body was precisely to avoid this sort of outcome. But now what? Did all of this mean that he was forever lost to the path of humans? Leonel wasn't so certain of that. Taking deep breaths through the pain, the cleansing waters washed away much of the heat, rushing out in waves and carrying the bubbles to the surface. Slowly, he began to feel his body's strength increasing by leaps and bounds. Using his dream force as a conduit, his Northern Star lineage factors began to strengthen his body not through a newly created mechanism, but rather the mechanism they were always designed to be used with in the first place. The process was either shockingly easy or acceptably so, depending on your perspective. Even with the Dream Asura lineage factor suppressed, Leonel's body was still somewhat different from other humans. His ability to use his dream force to directly affect change in his body was on a completely different level, and it wasn't just this lineage factor either. Wasn't his controllability index precisely designed to control the parameters of his body? Wasn't that the trade-off for being unable to project dream force in the first place? When these thoughts began to click into place one after another, Leonel realized that his talents were more synergistic than he had ever given them credit for. It all seemed too perfect, slotting in one by one. Even without raising up from the first tier of the fourth dimension, his abilities increased by leaps and bounds, and from the restrictive chains of a mortal, his body soared and quickly reached the stature of a demigod. He could feel his body growing as light as a feather, many of the restrictions on his forces loosening as his power bloomed. His body became more perfect, his muscles more proportioned, his skin more resplendent in their bronze hue. Even his face gained subtle hints of improvement, not obvious enough to make him look like a completely different person, and yet still enough to take him from a handsome man to one that was blindingly so. Whatever gap there had been between himself and Somnus vanished into thin air, at least in the looks department. Leonel seemed to glow, every one of his cells shimmering and multiplying. Leonel originally had more than 100 times the usual 30 trillion cells of a human. Now he seemed to have gained another 100 times atop of that, the dense perfection he was exuding thrumming with its own resonance. And then, without taking a break, he began to absorb the essences of the herbe ore around him. His mind split millions of ways, tempering each individual cell at the same time. He grew explosively, his aura condensing and his very pores spilling over with force. His entire body had become his nodal pathway. He could pull in force from any direction and expel it from any direction just the same. At the same time, the aura of destruction pulsing around him was both vicious and undeniable. Just a single move of his intention could crush anyone in his path. The rise of a towering might continued to tremble around him until it reached a tempest that exploded forth. The mare. A solid pillar of water shot out from the surface that was easily hundreds of kilometers above him. Despite the violence, it was perfectly smooth and controlled, rising so high into the skies that it could be seen from countless kilometers around. 10 stars shone within Leonel's body, and the bounds of space and time bent and twisted. In that moment, Leonel felt as though he had truly become the center of his own world, a world spirit of his own creation. Chapter 2701, Ridiculous, asks 20%, 30%, 50%, 65%, 80%, 95%, 99%, 100%, 100%, 100%. 1. Leonel's aura exploded forth and the world seemed to bend to his whim. Acrid smoke billowed from the corner of his eyes and the soles of his feet as he suddenly shot into the skies, standing within them without the help of any other might. Leonel looked down at his hands, somewhat in shock. Incomplete worlds. The only existences that could fly were ninth dimensional, and even then, it was dependent on their personal strength and the strength of the worlds they were in. In terms of worlds, Anastasia's own should be the cream of the crop, likely only a small bit shy of God realms. As for why she was shy of them, that was because the foolish crafters of the Minerva race had whittled away her potential with their foolish ambitions. However, even so, flying in the fourth dimension? Even if it was the peak of the fourth, in fact, he could be considered a quasi-fifth dimensional expert now, but even so, wasn't it too ridiculous? Leonel punched out and the world seemed to collapse around him. He could feel as though there was a push and pull between the world inside of him and the world his body was within. That push and pull reminded him a lot of Domain and Universe, almost as though his force was pressing its will down into the world and imposing his might. But this time, instead of targeting specific people or persons, it was the world itself. Wow, Leonel had only just had the idea of giving Tolliver a destruction affinity, but did he even need to anymore? It felt like his father had thought of it long before he did. His very will was destruction itself now. If managed to comprehend the self, then all of his crafts would naturally have such characteristics as well. Boom! Leonel's head suddenly snapped in a certain direction before a grin spread across his face. The pillar that shot into the skies was a bloody red, fueled by a blood force so dense that the world seemed to wash in its aura. He didn't need to look to know that it was his wife breaking into the eighth dimension. Now, the duo had more than just a small bit of capital at their beck and call. I just have to comprehend Black True Destruction sovereignty now to take the final step and enter the fifth dimension. But I guess I should check the requirements for completing the fifth and going into the sixth now, Leonel sighed to himself. He knew it would be best to know exactly what he was looking for before he and Ina took the next steps. Wouldn't it be a shame if he had a chance to procure a treasure he needed, but missed out because he didn't even know to look? He took a breath and peeked at the silver dictionary. "Ah-ha-ha," he chuckled dryly. "You've got to be kidding me. The fifth dimension was all about undoing the shackles of the mind." Leonel had begun some pondering about why his father insisted on separating his mind and body, but now it felt even more obvious why. For every cell of his body, just to progress through the fourth dimension, he needs an entire essence's worth of ninth dimension reinforced herbe ore. An absolutely ridiculous cost, and one that only got worse after his number of cells multiplied by another 100. Somnus's herbe ores hadn't even been enough, and he had been forced to drain one of his ninth dimension herbe ore mines, leaving him with just 2 now. But this was just on another level. For every tier of the fifth dimension, absorb one world spirit with god realm potential. Leonel didn't even know what to say to this. First he needed a demigod world spirit, but now he needed 9 god world spirits? Was his father trying to get him killed? This wasn't even the requirement for entering the sixth dimension either, it was solely for the purpose of moving through the fifth. It seemed that his feeling of becoming a world spirit wasn't entirely unfounded. And as for the requirements to enter the sixth, elevate all forces to the life state, comprehend silver constellation realm, comprehend silver true destruction, sovereignty, comprehend silver true dream, sovereignty refine a world with God, realm potential using your natural force art. Leonel rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure he was seeing correctly. He had already become numb to the ridiculous asks of his comprehension, so he didn't even look at them, just focusing on the last line. What in the hell did that mean? His father wasn't even asking for world spirits anymore, but actual entire worlds? Leonel rubbed his temples. Okay, that's the second time the word potential was used. I assume that's on purpose, or else it wouldn't be there. Does that mean there is a difference? But I thought world spirits were all born at their peak potential? Leonel fell into his thoughts, trying to ignore the fact his father wanted him to swallow up a world like he was some sort of void beast. If he really did that, and he was caught, it wasn't just a matter of himself anymore, the entire human race would definitely be finished. The difficulty wasn't just in the task itself, but the implications behind it as well. There was no way that the world would allow a world-swallowing monster to roam free, especially since there was no real confirmation that this was the last time he would have to do it. Maybe it's related to the fact that some worlds can become demigod or even god while their inhabitants are still mortals or demigods. In that case, maybe there is a path for world spirits to evolve, it's just not as obvious. It seems I'll need to learn that as well. There was definitely a clue in the research papers Somnus brought along with him. I just have to rearrange the info, and... Leonel's eyes glowed with a twin pair of lanterns. Chapter 2702, Blood Streaks. Chapter 2702, Blood Streaks. Minerva was practically catatonic. She seemed to have completely forgotten that the Void Race Pavilion head was still here. Even now, she couldn't believe that she had fallen so far. The reason these tears of blood were falling from her eyes wasn't due to despair. That emotion had vanished as soon as it appeared. Instead, it was rage and fury. Anger toward the fact that this had happened. Anger toward the fact she had been outplayed by a mere child. Anger toward the realization of what had to happen now. She took a breath, the voice of Drayvon flickering into and out of attention for her. She seemed to have almost entirely tuned out the man, if not for his power. Maybe she wouldn't have heard anything at all. Slowly, her gaze became more and more focused, a sparking ember dancing within. Soon, she took a breath and looked up. Esteemed Elder, please give us a chance. I understand how this matter might look, but this was never the intention of my race. With your might, you should be able to tell whether I am lying or not. I have not stepped into the realms of creation with my dream force. Minerva already knew the response to this. In the eyes of the Void Race Elder, she was a mere pawn. Of course, she wouldn't know anything. The truth would be in the hands of her ancestors. But that was the thing about a conversation between Dreamforce experts. Their minds worked quickly, and anything that could have fooled them before, so long as a small corner of it was unveiled, would expose the rest of it. If Drayvon felt that Minerva was ignorant to the matters before, he should have also concluded that she had figured all of this out by his own reactions. In such a situation, he would assume that Minerva's response was in one part related to her wanting to confirm whether or not her ancestors had truly betrayed the current gods or not. You are aware that I will not allow you to leave. Esteemed Elder, I do not ask for this. I only ask for two things. One, to inform my elders of your presence, and two, that you also apply this same pressure to the celestial embers. Whether Elder believes my words or not, or believes that my Owlin race has done anything untoward, I hope you would understand that I saw the ancestor of the celestial ember take away the tablet with my very own eyes. This is the truth. Drayvon looked at her, the galaxies and stars across his body pulsing in silence. We will establish a connection with the celestial embers right here and now. A communication device was ripped out from Minerva's spatial device and put on full display. Then, with a wave of his hand, it shattered, its bits and pieces absorbing tendrils of darkness until with a swirling flash, a portal was torn between worlds, and suddenly the image of a flaming bird appeared on the other side. Nova looked up, noticing the change to her surroundings immediately. When she saw the Void Race Elder, she bowed slightly, lowering her long neck before looking up. Might I ask why you've contacted me, your lordship? Drayvon's presence bloomed, but the celestial ember didn't falter, looking at him earnestly and still waiting for her answer. The life tablet, return it. Nova blinked. I do not have it, nor was I able to procure it. I guess it was in my possession for a short time, but it vanished by methods unknown to me. Drayvon frowned, or so it seemed. Rather than his expression changing, nebulas began to explode across his body, because he could tell that Nova wasn't lying either. How could they both not be lying? It was one thing for Minerva to not be lying, but the celestial ember? Nova blinked. Would you believe me if I said a young human boy was responsible? Drayvon's temper suddenly snapped and he lashed out, grabbing toward the void. But in that moment, Minerva suddenly stood to her feet. Boom. Drayvon's fluttering image was repelled and sent back to his dream pavilion, having been expelled by Minerva herself. With tears of blood quickly drying on her cheeks, she looked toward the celestial ember who was already chuckling. You've done this to our race, Minerva said lightly. I believe you have a certain little boy to blame far more than myself. I promise you that I will kill you both with my own two hands. Is that so? Nova chortled. I welcome it. But know that this is an opportunity for you, not a failure. You get the chance to rise up like you always have. Minerva frowned. What are you? You've chosen to call yourself Minerva. Do you believe that anyone would believe you? Minerva fell into the silence. She was not the one who had chosen her name contrary to popular belief, and her parents had chosen the name during a completely different environment. Run along now. I would suggest you inform your ancestors as quickly as possible, as this matter is beyond your ability to withstand. And what will you do? Me? I will, of course, support my allies. With that, Nova softly whistled and the void portal gently closed, leaving Minerva standing in silence. After a long while, she plucked a feather from her wings, bringing its tip to her face. She sliced into her skin, following the streaking lines of blood without the slightest change to her expression. Blood flowed even faster, but her hands didn't pause, even to the point of cutting down to the bone. 3 streaks, 5, 7, her beautiful face was completely ruined. Without another word, she turned and left the dream pavilion, locking it down before she disappeared into the distance. As for her destination, it was none other than the core regions of the Owlin race. War was coming whether they liked it or not. Chapter 2703, Tread Lightly. Chapter 2703, Tread Lightly. Minerva at the bottom of a large mountain of crystal. High above, meditating ancestors sat on clouds of pink, their eyes closed and the postures filled with a disgusting sort of superiority and feigned indifference. Under normal circumstances, Minerva should have waited for their acknowledgement to speak. Even now, they hadn't even cast a single glance toward her, but at the moment, she couldn't be bothered to give a damn. The Void Race will likely send someone to wipe us all out soon, she said lightly. Dozens of eyes flashed open at once, their gazes landing on Minerva in unison, an unbridled pressure that could crush a mortal in an instant rippling out from them in all directions. The words Minerva had just spoken were far too ridiculous, far too shocking. It sounded like a joke, but it also didn't make any sense for it to be one. Minerva blandly explained everything that had happened. The shock of the ancestors grew one after another, and when she finished, a frightening pressure blasted her away. Minerva rolled away, only using her wings to stabilize herself after she had flown past what must have been at least several kilometers. But to experts on their level, this might as well have been no distance at all. A man stood from his pink cloud, his gaze fuming. His wings even began to pulse with red runes, as though he might burn the world down at any moment. Calm yourself, Solarius. Killing her will lose us control over the Dream Pavilion. She remains our strongest Dreamforce user, and right now access to it is one of our greatest trump cards currently, a female ancestor spoke. Minerva wasn't surprised by this response. Ancestor Solarius was the great-grandfather of Elric. There was nothing more he wanted to see than her swollen of foot and big-bellied. But now it seemed that she had thrust them into the eye of the storm. There were probably no small number of these so-called experts who thought that she had done all of this on purpose. In the past, Minerva's parents had been among this group. They were exceptionally young, all things considered, but they were still among the ancestors of their race, and they were likewise Dreamforce experts. Unfortunately, they had died too soon via methods that Minerva was still uncertain of, ultimately destroying what remained of her backing in this family. What was left was entirely built up in her hands. There was no doubt in her mind that there were some here related to the demise of her parents. In fact, they might have all been involved. Even so, she seemed entirely unfazed by what was happening. What's that supposed to mean, Uriel? Is she supposed to go unpunished for this clear scheme? His wrinkled face sneered, his fury towering. The Owlins had had such peace for so long, and now they were suddenly thrust into this? You selfish little bitch. You would rather burn your entire race down with you than suffer even the slightest loss, right? You and your parents are just the same. Minerva looked up. Speak ill of my parents again, and I will disband the Dream Pavilion. I would like to see how you defend yourselves then. You, Solarius. A booming voice came from the side, so deep and resounding that the air quaked. The ancestors and Minerva fell into silence, a middle-aged man with slicked-back, peppery gray hair commanding their attention. His name was Elysium, and the current undisputed strongest of the Owlins. When his gaze met Minerva's, she felt like she was plunged into the deepest depths of the ocean. Did you do this on purpose, Minerva? Number C day, number C day, number C day, W asked. From the beginning, they wanted to pull us into this mess. It seems that they have the intention of becoming god beasts once more, and they received an opportunity to pull us into the fray with the sudden appearance of the life tablet. Elysium looked toward Minerva with a deep unknown in his gaze. At the moment, she felt like she was an open book, her thoughts laid out for all to see. And the intentions of the Pluto? Elysium asked. Minerva looked down. I have no way of knowing. Elysium nodded, expecting this. There was no doubt that the strongest catalyst here wasn't the life tablet, it was the stamp of approval from the Pluto. They were closer to the gods than most other races. They were standing near the peak, and they had insights most others didn't, especially since they had gods amongst their ranks as well. Elysium, we can't allow this. That's enough. Elysium waved a hand. The situation is untenable. Sacrificing Minerva will do nothing but weaken us. They won't accept such a concession because in their views, she was always set up to be a scapegoat in the first place. Even if they smell something fishy, they would rather kill an innocent than let the guilty off. They will crush us for no other reason than to deal a blow to the Pluto and stop any attempt at rising back up. This is clearly something the fallen god beasts know. Their history is not much unlike our own, even changing their names to the Banner of Celestials. There is no avoiding this. The beasts want to regain their title, and the humanoids won't allow it. This will be a war that will soon sweep up much of existence. If for no other reason, the members of the culling factions will take advantage of this to whittle down worlds in order to ease the presence of the Northern Star. You all need to understand this as clearly as possible. Focus on the task at hand and don't turn your blades inward. The first person to do so will be killed by me personally, that I promise. And much like the god races, I would rather kill the innocent than let a guilty party escape. Tread lightly. Chapter 2704, Forgotten. Chapter 2704, Forgotten. The story of the god beasts seemed to be one written by just two races alone, but the reality was that it was much deeper. It could be said that for much of history, the humanoid races were beneath the beasts, and there were many more god beasts than just the infinity and void beasts. After the fall of the god beasts of creation and destruction, there were still other god beasts remaining, and it could be said that it wasn't just the Minerva race who tried to replace them. Ultimately, though, the closest creature to success were the Born Banes, a race of white tigers who were steeped in so much murderous intention that they seemed to embody a new form of destruction. The rise of the Plutos was actually built off the backs of the eradication of the Born Banes, and was preceded by the fall of the remaining god beasts. In addition, the so-called fallen god beasts were the work of the Plutos. Rather than outright killing what remained of the Beast Empire, they instead chose to suppress and banish them. At the time, this was an incredibly unpopular move, especially by the other humanoid god races who felt that much of the burden on existence could be lightened, the less of them there were. But by this stage, the Plutos had already come to feel that a stance on neutrality was the best. The overindulgence of the Void Beasts had led to the overcorrection of the Infinity Beasts, and in the end it had all resulted in a vicious cycle that seemed impossible to stop until they both ultimately destroyed one another. However, one could imagine that while this was an acceptable answer, it didn't mean that everyone believed it wholeheartedly. There were many to this day who thought that the fallen god beasts were simply pawns of Pluto's, a convenient side bet in case others tried to snap at their heels and retake their position. While there might be some resentment amongst the fallen god beasts, they were ultimately alive because the Plutos had shown mercy. Who didn't know that it was well within the power of the Plutos to wipe them out to the last beast? The Born Banes were the perfect examples of this. Now, of the Born Bane lineage, none remained. Instead, they had been slowly replaced by another, separate lineage of white tiger that focused instead on wielding space as a weapon. This was why, among the fallen god beasts, only the white spectral tigers did not share the celestial moniker because they were the only ones that never had to change their names. And now, it seemed that all these seeds of pasts long gone had come to bear fruit. Execute our war initiatives. We don't have much time. Dravon was more stunned than angry, at least initially. If anything, Minerva's sudden action caused him to second-guess things. Could the Owlins really be innocent? By his deductions, there was a better than 70% likelihood that they were. And the mention of the human boy? Who else could it be if not Leonel? Dravon certainly had a bone to pick with Leonel after what happened during the challenge sequence, and there was only one human that Dravon would ever bother to remember, and that wasn't because he was impressed by him. According to what he knew about the life tablet, it should be possible for it to return to the one who owned it. The problem was that someone of the Celestial Ember's caliber should have been able to stop and trap it with ease. The other thing to consider is that there had been enough witnesses to what happened back then to try to use this as a tactic to make him second-guess things. The fact that Nova only brought it up casually, too, was another point in favor of this line of thought. She likely didn't expect to convince him. In a game of Dreamforce experts, manipulation and outsmarting one another never worked. You had to play on people's emotions and circumstances, and this was clearly a play at his own. Ryo Shin, come. In a blur of black and streaking silvers, a young male Void Race member appeared. Send this report to the ancestors. Yes, soon, Dravon got his response. As expected, the path of caution was chosen. It was hard to tell what the Plutos might be planning, and the fallen god beasts couldn't be underestimated either. At any moment, they could unshackle themselves and return to godhood. At that point, they wouldn't just be a middling god race, but among the top echelon along with the Pluto and Void. The problem was, they wouldn't do that. There was a reason worlds were ranked as they were. Much like entering an incomplete world had brought the ire of a regulator, so too would doing so when entering a world beneath yourself. The difference was that there were different restrictions. In the dimensional verse, the restriction was just solely of the ninth dimension. In a complete world, it was multivariable and difficult to access with ease. It was a function of both your race level, and your actual dimension. For example, no matter how powerful a human bubble would never reject him or her. However, a human that was fine in a human bubble might find themselves rejected by the same level of cloud bubble. Of course, if you were strong enough, many of these restrictions could be ignored, but only up to a certain point. Even the most powerful would be restricted in some way. Even Shanrei's ancestor could only stave off the regulator for a period of time before he too was forced to leave. And that was the regulator of an incomplete world. The standards here were even sharper. For now, until the former Beast Empire decided to unshackle their worlds and promote to the next tier, the members of the Void Race's faction would have to send those powerful enough to do damage, but weak enough that the regulators wouldn't lash out against them. Even so, Dravon wasn't worried in the slightest. A sneer spread across his lips, a set of pearly white teeth trembling with star force appearing in the depths of black. It seems the world has forgotten the terror of the gods. It's time to remind them. Chapter 2705, Rewarding. Chapter 2705, Rewarding. Leonel's feet touched down, feeling the cool water beneath the soles of his feet. The power emitting from him seemed somehow both foreign and yet so intimately familiar. He knew that this feeling had to be a product of his ability to exert control over the very world around him. On the one hand, he had suddenly gained a large boost to his strength, but on the other, because it was built into each one of his cells and woven into the very fiber of his will, it somehow felt that all this new power was as easy to control as a single thought was for him. He realized now just how well Final Destruction synergized with his control ability index. But it wasn't just control, it was the opposite as well, especially when his will was to destroy. Silence! Leonel spoke these words lightly, and the gentle waves of the ocean seemed to cease. He could still see them, but other than visual cues, it was as though all other interactions with the world had ceased to be. He realized then that his speculations were correct. Somehow, his father's technique was perfectly tailored for both his ability index and the opposite side of its coin as well. He could not only more perfectly exert control over himself, but the world around him as well. And weren't these precisely the push and pull of his ability index and that of King Alexandri's? Leonel clenched his fists and then slowly released them. Good. He nodded. Right now, he stood at a bit of a crossroads. He was certain his plan had succeeded. Thanks to the Owlins and the so-called Beast Empire, he and the humans would be forgotten for many years. He had had no choice but to step into the spotlight because of the matters with the Dream Pavilion, only to soon be followed up by the Gathering of Kingdoms right afterward. If it had been up to him, he would have laid low for a much longer time, but unfortunately that hadn't been in the cards for them. However, now he had managed to reset them back to square one, at least on the surface. There was no doubt that the Celestial Embers and Minerva would have a vested interest in finding and dealing with him. But on the other hand, it wasn't as though they had the luxury to spend an endless amount of time on such a thing either. Very soon, armies of god races would be descending to deal with what they thought were rebellions, and Leonel had a feeling that they would be in for a much tougher fight than they expected. To be truthful, Leonel hadn't originally expected for things to go so well. He was intelligent, but he wasn't a god in the realist sense. Omnipotence wasn't one of his abilities. According to his original plan, he wanted to make use of the illusion of the fallen god beasts and the Owlins working together to force them into a spotlight, not much unlike they had forced him. He had learned about the fallen god beast's history thanks to the life tablet, and Minerva had always been nothing more than a useful pawn in his eyes. When he saw that Celestia and Verma had actually teamed up, he was practically giddy with joy. It was like they had placed it all on a silver platter just for him to enjoy. However, what he didn't expect was for Verma to actually end up being so aggressive. It was then a wild spark lit in his dreamscape, and he realized that he had actually been too conservative all the while. The Beast Empire already had plans to rise up again. He didn't need to make use of just an illusion. He could force them into the real thing. This plan did several things. Not only did it get his enemies off his back, but it also gave the human race cover. The greatest downside was the fact that it was likely to alienate Elryon. But honestly, Leonel couldn't say he really cared all that much. He had an appreciation for Elryon and his race's plight. He knew that they were in a slightly precarious situation, and they were on the downswing of their long reign. He just couldn't muster the sympathy for it. The Pluto had reigned for so long, and yet nothing had changed. Maybe they had already resigned themselves to the fate of the end of everything there was, and Leonel would be lying if he said that he had no inkling of such feelings as well, but he couldn't simultaneously feel pity for it at the same time. If the Pluto had some grand master plan to save all of existence, maybe he would. But just sitting there and waiting for death, wanting to be hands-off while it was the likes of Leonel, his friends and his family that suffered the schemes of behemoth race after behemoth race, Leonel didn't have the patience for it. The only shame was that he knew it wasn't Elryon's fault. The large Pluto might have looked big, but he was just a kid. He had more sway than most of his generation, but it wasn't to the point of truly affecting change. But if Leonel had to choose between hurting Elryon's feelings and actually giving himself and his family a chance to survive, the choice was obvious to him. Now, the only real question that lay before him was what to do from here. As he had said, he stood at a crossroads. On the one hand, there was the exit plan he had been forming in his mind. He now had a whole host of worlds that Somnus had been manipulating in the background to dip his toes into, one of which even had a dream pavilion. On the other, he could try to fish in troubled waters and keep tabs on this war. One was far more dangerous than the other, and likewise potentially far more rewarding. Chapter 2706. Interesting. Chapter 2706. Interesting. It was a hard decision to make, and even Leonel hadn't quite been able to lock down a decision. He was leaning toward the latter, but that was because before Somnus provided him such an opportunity, it was his original plan to begin with. But that didn't mean it was a smart plan. It was just born out of necessity and a lack of options. He needed resources, and a lot of them. The multipliers and hidden traps in the Dream Pavilion's contribution point system left his hands strapped, while his father's asks were getting wilder by the day. Taking advantage of the smaller worlds was safer and more viable, but the reward was potentially much less as well, while taking the latter option was much the opposite. At that moment, a sudden flicker of red landed by Leonel. Ina's hair slowly rescinded from a crimson hue and returned to its usual black, as did her eyes, though they returned to a golden brilliance. Leonel raised an eyebrow at this change, but didn't say much. "Are we going?" Ina asked. "I think that if I had a real breakdown of exactly what to target and where, it would be worthwhile. But in this situation, it's hard. We'd basically be moving around like headless chickens, trying to find something that caught our attention. And even if we did find something that did, whether or not we could snatch it is a different matter entirely." Leonel was imagining finding some great weapon or some hidden strategic resource, only for it to be guarded day and night by some elite of the ninth dimension. "In that case, let's return," Ina said firmly. "You're right," Leonel said with a sigh. Ina giggled. "You look like someone ripped your heart out. Is it not enough?" "No," Leonel said with righteousness spilling out of his voice. Ina laughed harder. Leonel had thrust two unblemished powers of the demigod ranks into an all-out war where failure meant their demise, and all for the sin of slighting him, but that wasn't enough? How could she not find it hilarious? That said, Leonel was petty enough to leave behind perfectly good braces just to prove a point. In fact, they were more than just a perfect good, they could easily raise a demigod genius of the seventh dimension a level in strength. "You need a vacation," Ina said. "I just took one," Leonel said somewhat absent-mindedly, as though he was still trying to think of a way to screw over the Owlins some more. Ina chuckled and shook her head. "Our honeymoon was already half a year ago by now." Leonel blinked and looked up, suddenly realizing that Ina was right. The Gathering of Kingdoms took a long while, then there was an extended period between, and then the Gathering of Minds was another ordeal. The time had slipped away without him even realizing, and yet he still felt that his last vacation was just a bit ago. "Do you want to go to Ma'at Bubble then?" The Ma'at Bubble was the bubble that Yuri and Savan were currently staying in. It also happened to be the bubble of Lyra and Rowan. But honestly, Leonel had an ulterior motive when he asked this, and it was Ina's words that shifted his perspective a bit. Leonel had spun a web that trapped the Owlins, but there were still so many other loose ends that he had yet to account for. The matter of the Nomads, Thorn, and their god Zoltine was still lingering in his mind, a thread yet to be solved. It made him curious. If the Beast Empire had been preparing all along, how many had they roped in? Were the mortal races also part of it? Or was there another plan brewing in the darkness that he wasn't aware of? Until now, his grandfather had still yet to appear, and Leonel could only conclude that there was a very good reason for that. The more he learned about these murky waters, the more sense it made that Emperor Fox was being so cautious with his reappearance, and that made Leonel want to learn even more about them. He needed a more holistic view of the picture. He had gotten lucky this time that things fell in line so perfectly, but there was only so much reading history could do for him. Eventually, he would need the real deal. "Okay," Ina said with a smile, not exposing Leonel. She knew of his intentions, but did it matter much? When you had as many minds as her husband, in many ways, you were always focusing on something other than leisure in small ways. She had learned to deal with it. With that, they set off. Somnus's elder sister Flora read a report in silence. Her casual smile was nowhere to be seen, nor was too overly serious either. She just seemed to be entirely indifferent, as though learning of her brother's death didn't mean much to her at all. And so it's come to that, finally. I guess there really was no avoiding it. It was inevitable. Anything with so much of ancestors' fingerprints on it was bound to end up like this. The last time she took action, the Fox family fell. But what is she playing at this time? Flora shook her head. She wasn't her brother, she wouldn't meddle in such things, nor would she get an unnecessarily large head. Her goal was very different. She would nibble around the edges until she was satisfied. Her fingers flickered and an image of Lyra and Aaron appeared. A pair of lovebirds separated by fate and tragedy. What a shame, what a shame. Her fingers flickered again, and the teleportation roots of Lyra and Aaron appeared in full view of her. A pure-blooded spiritual and a sparrow. Both bubbles have dream pavilions. Interesting, interesting. Flora closed her eyes and leaned back, auspicious air trembling around her. She had spotted a weakness. Now it was just a matter of seizing it. The Ma'at bubble, should she succeed, would become her newest shiny toy and her strongest pawn. Chapter 2707, Ma'at Bubble. Chapter 2707, Ma'at Bubble. The Ma'at bubble wasn't as beautiful as the Owlin bubble, but it carried an elegance of its own, especially at a time like this where the mood was festive and inviting. From Leonel's perspective, the Gathering of Minds had ended in humiliation, but how could it be the same for Lyra Emberheart, who had become the pride of her race in a single bound? The victory that she secured was akin to the best in recent history for the spirituals, and even pure-blooded spirituals. Her name was already being written into the annals of history. Although she and Aaron were only third place, they had placed behind two groups of demigods. This effectively meant that in terms of mortal talent, she was at the very top. How could the spirituals not take pride in this? This was the sort of festive environment that Leonel and Ina stepped into. Quite frankly, Leonel had expected that entering such a bubble would have been much harder, but it seemed that with the festivities, everything had become far more lax. There was also the network of teleportation platforms that had been connected. Because of the Owlin's current situation, they weren't exactly in the position to retract their previous order, so it could be said that existence was more connected now than it had ever been before. Leonel and Ina walked through the streets, both of them wearing masks in the fashion of a masquerade ball to fit in. By now, their faces were too famous between the Gathering of Kingdoms events and the Gathering of Minds, so this was the best option for them now. They spent a few hours moving through a crowded bazaar and buying cute little trinkets that Ina found cute. Hours ago, Leonel had brought out his brothers as well. Among them, he had also coaxed Kira out to have some fun as well. The girl had spent too long with her head buried, studying and improving with the corpse of the Shadowtail. If Leonel had forgotten himself for a half-year, she had forgotten herself for even more time than that. As the sun began to wane, Leonel looked toward Ina. So how do we find them? He realized that he had been having so much fun that he forgot to ask this question. Ina smiled. Although she was eager to see her friends, she also wanted to spend some alone time with her husband, so she hadn't brought it up either. They said that they're staying in the Elysian Fields. It's the region with the highest population of non-spirituals and half-spirituals. They live there in relative peace. Relative? Leonel asked. Well, it's not perfectly pleasant 100% of the time. The Ma'at bubble is far better than other worlds in terms of inclusivity and open-mindedness, but there's still a thinly veiled class system of sorts. The governor of the region is a half-spiritual, so it's not like the purebloods haven't taken steps to make the situation more balanced. But it can never be perfect. Leonel nodded. Earth dealt with a lot of those situations in the past. It wasn't until everyone was brought under one banner and culture that things changed. But even then, rather than a matter of race, it became a problem of class, with a certain subsection of people living on the surface and everyone else having to sleep in the skies. Ultimately, it was those people who died in droves when the metamorphosis appeared, but Leonel, even with his changes, didn't like the approach his grandfather had taken. It was too cruel. In a world like this one where strength ruled above all, and not something as vastly more complex as intelligence, for example, even if you put effort into equalizing everyone, there would always be gaps that couldn't be closed. Yuri and Savan were likely doing well for themselves as they had placed decently during the Gathering of Kingdoms, so Leonel wasn't too worried about them. But it was probably best that they prepare for a potential situation. Leonel gathered up his brothers again, teasing Joel and Raj. Joel seemed to let it roll off his shoulders, which was expected. His relationship with Savan was far more mature, and his way of viewing things was far more pragmatic. Leonel could even see that Joel was hiding something deep within his eyes. Leonel, of course, knew what that was. Joel was bracing himself for the worst. It had been years since the last time they were together, and it wasn't as though they were husband and wife. Back on Earth, such a separation would effectively mean a breakup. The expectation of staying together was naive at best. As for Raj, he was a nervous wreck. His relationship with Yuri was best described as a glass cannon. The first few times they interacted, it was filled with vitriol, and they had both said some wildly cruel things to one another. In fact, the first time they hooked up, Raj didn't even know what happened. One second they were yelling at each other, the next they were making out, and in the next they were sharing a bed. She took my innocence. I'm a victim, Raj mumbled beneath his breath shamelessly. The boys looked at him, unable to find the words to speak. Raj looked up, realizing he said that out loud. Damn it, can't you superhuman fucks pretend you didn't hear anything? Laughter echoed as the group stepped into the Elysium Fields. Grasslands and farmlands as far as the eye could see stretched out. Unlike the city, they were thrust into the hub of agriculture now, and the air smelled even more sweet. Hundreds of kilometers away, Leonel's senses locked onto something. It was a small troop of warriors, though it was hard to describe them like that. They were more like the heralds and drummers of an army. Only one of them seemed to be a warrior of some kind, and he clearly had the highest authority. At the moment, he was moving toward their destination with a scroll in hand. Leonel's eyes narrowed. Chapter 2708. Aggressive. Chapter 2708. Aggressive. Leonel looked away. If he could help it, there was no need to get involved. He was here for a vacation. Right. Vacation? Leonel nodded to himself as though he really believed it. Then, he led the group forward until they had entered a small city. Though it was described as such, this small city still housed upward of 100,000 people. It was just that in worlds like this one, this was indeed a small number. In fact, even back on Earth, this would likely be considered a city that was on the smaller side. Thanks to this, though, the streets and architecture were much more homely. There was a lot more nature sporadically spread through the streets, and it wasn't rare to find a home or shop built right into an ancient tree. Even with this being the case, it didn't really feel like a countryside village either. There's just enough of a modern touch to it that one could still feel the aura of a city around them, and once one was inside, it was easy to forget that this place was small at all. Ina was quickly able to lead them toward one of these homes in a tree, but they were surprised to find that it wasn't just Savan and Yuri present, but also another small group of spirituals and half-spirituals. They actually seemed to be having a small get-together. Leonel and Ina hadn't informed them ahead of time, so they were mostly dropping by in surprise. And while Ina knew where they lived, they hadn't had any method of communication anyway. While they were surprised, though, the people who took part in the gathering were not, at least not for the same reasons. Rather than being surprised more people had shown up, they were actually instead astonished by the fact there were so many humans. Although this province was the most inclusive of them all, that didn't mean its human population was high. In fact, in this whole city, there might only be a few hundred total, if that. Leonel's gaze looked through the gathering for a moment before he nodded to himself. Of those here, he only recognized Zephyr and Sylvanus, the duo of brothers. He wasn't surprised by their appearance, as they had clearly had a decent relationship with the two girls. If there was a party being held, it was only natural that they were present. With a step, Leonel and the others leapt into the treehouse. Though it was described as such, the region was quite vast and large. There were now what must have been almost 36 people in the area, and it didn't feel crowded at all. In fact, until now, Leonel had still been unable to spot the two women, at least not with his eyes. Ah! Before Zephyr could greet the new arrivals and ask who they were, a shout came from inside. Yuri appeared from what must have been the kitchen and screamed out beside herself. She quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, but it caused the tray of food to clatter to the ground, making her even more flustered. She hadn't expected this sort of thing to happen at all, so she reacted before she realized what she was doing, and then she was even more embarrassed afterward. Realizing that there was no hole to hide in, she immediately did an about-face and rushed back into the kitchen, not even looking back. Raj looked on and blinked speechlessly for a moment. He raised a hand to chin and rubbed it, feeling at the little hints of stubble he had gotten lazy with trimming in recent days. What do you think? Was she shocked by how handsome I am? More like she was stunned you somehow got even fatter, Milan jumped in. Raj patted his belly. Did I? Could have sworn I slimmed down. I was a bit disappointed, thought I was losing my peak male physique. Leonel chuckled. You got about 5 seconds. Huh? Raj looked toward Leonel in shock. What's that supposed to mean, Cap? Leonel looked at an imaginary watch on his wrist. You should trust a married man like me and hurry on now. I bet you if you take more than 5 seconds to go, you'll be apologizing for it for the next 3 days. And that's if you're lucky. Raj was still confused when Milan gave him a kick to the ass that sent him sprawling forward. He barely managed to stop himself from falling on his face, but when he realized what everyone was getting at, he suddenly felt nervous. Damn it, why am I afraid of her? Raj stood up straight to a wave of laughter and was about to go forward with a feigned confidence when a frowning man stopped him. Zephyr stood before Raj and blocked him with a raised hand, his brows furrowed. He didn't really understand what was going on, but he didn't know who these people were, and they were speaking in a language that his device had taken quite some time to translate. Because of that, he had only managed to catch the end of their words and still didn't quite understand what was happening, but he still stepped forward. These people were unknowns and suddenly strolled in. He had assumed they had been invited by Yuri and Sivan, which was why he wanted to greet them first, but then Yuri had reacted like that. From his perspective, it looked like Yuri was afraid of them. In that case, shouldn't he be stepping up to stop them? Raj blinked. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Unsurprisingly, Raj's temper wasn't the best, and after Leonel's 5-second comment, he felt like he was a frog in a frying pan. He was about this close to losing it. If not for his temper, why would he and Yuri get into so many arguments? Zephyr frowned, not understanding why this guy was being so aggressive. Chapter 2709, Recognize You. Chapter 2709, Recognize You. Raj tried to move directly past Zephyr, feeling that the time was about to hit 0. Hey, Zephyr reached out and put a firm hand on Raj's shoulder, his frown turning more dangerous. I said to stop. That's my woman in there. Who do you think you are? Raj froze, blinking once, then a second time. The anxiousness in his gaze dimmed, and in the end all that was left was irritation. He didn't like the feeling at all. His heart sunk to the pits of his stomach and his mind felt like it was whirring. He didn't even know what the emotion was. It was mixed in with too many things. It was rage, but not quite rage. Sadness, but not quite sadness. Even embarrassment, though not quite that either. He had come here with his brothers, just to find out the girl he thought about more than he wanted to admit was with another man? Was that why she had reacted like that? It wasn't his face at all, but rather that she was embarrassed to be caught in a situation like this? No, what would she have to be embarrassed about? The two of them were so stubborn that they never really put any official labels on their relationship, and how long had it been since they saw each other? But he had thought that things would stay the same. Hadn't it stayed the same last time? He had literally died in a war and disappeared for decades from Yuri's perspective, but after they met again, she acted like nothing had happened at all and that they were still together. He had thought that that meant that she was his ride or die. He never said it, but how could he not be a bit jealous about what Leonel and Ina had going on? A lot of times he would prefer to hang out with his wife than them, and Raj couldn't really blame him. And now, Raj stood in confusion, a stranger's hand on his shoulder and a great deal of hostility surrounding him. Why could she wait decades before, but now barely more than a year was too much? Was it because before she was surrounded by humans she always looked down on, and now she was surrounded by people she thought were on her level so she could really cut loose? She had always been arrogant like that. You arrogant son of a... James started to roll up his sleeves like he was about to burn the treehouse down, but Leonel suddenly pointed at his chest. James looked down to see what was wrong, only to get a flick at his nose. On the one hand, James felt embarrassed he had fallen for a preschooler's gag, and on the other, he couldn't help but look at Leonel as though he was a bastard. After this, I'm going to beat your ass, James hissed. You're free to try it, Short Stack. As if... James's whisper stopped in his throat. He had been so used to being taller than Leonel, for so long he had been at least 3 inches taller than the latter. But Leonel was no longer than 6'3" Psi Academy Senior, he stood at almost 6'10", towering over him who was still 6 Psi. "Fuck you," James muttered. Leonel held back his laugh, waving a hand at everyone and grabbing Ina's wrist. Surprisingly, Ina had reacted before even James had, but this time he chose to take a step back and let Raj handle it. Everyone had been stuck in the segmented cube for too long. They felt stifled, and they felt too reliant on him. It wasn't that Leonel didn't want them to rely on him. If it was up to him, he would take all the weight on himself and carry his brothers and family to the finish line. But he knew that they didn't like it. They were all men at the end of the day, although they had all grown up together. The reason they were all such close friends was because they shared a fondness for one another's backbone. If his brothers didn't have such fiery spirits, they wouldn't be his brothers to begin with. Sure, he could kick Zephyr's ass for Raj, but would Raj even want that? Even if he didn't say anything like he normally wouldn't, that didn't mean it wouldn't eat him up inside. Raj was his left tackle, the man who had protected his blind side for his whole football career. He took pride in that. But these days, he wasn't able to protect anything. That said, when he was pushed too far, bang! Raj suddenly moved, striking a palm at Zephyr's chest and pulling on the hand the latter had placed on his shoulder. Zephyr felt the world turn upside down around him and his vision blurred. Milan whistled, but it sounded like he was reffing a game rather than cheering Raj on, and his next words only confirmed that. "Flag on the play, flag on the play, flag on K. You can't pull on his arm like that, Tubby." The group fell into a laughter that was doused in their own inside joke. There was no way the people who weren't of Earth would recognize it, but that wasn't a martial arts move, nor was it a technique of this world. That was a move only an offensive lineman would make. It seemed to teleport them all back to the field. Zephyr was a hint disoriented. He thought he had perfect control over Raj and didn't expect to land on his ass like this. "Get the fuck up. I'm going to beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you. Then I'm going fuck her up too." Zephyr was still disoriented, but when he heard this, his eyes flashed with rage. The surrounding spirituals and half-spirituals were about to take action when they felt several dangerous auras lock onto them. In that moment, they felt as though they had been drenched by their own sweat. Chapter 2710, Huff. Chapter 2710. Huff, Raj, and Zephyr were sent flying out into the courtyard and the grassy lands that surrounded the treehouse, or so it seemed. It was hard to tell who was flying whom because the way they hand-clenched around one another's necks made it impossible to do so. They crashed with a boom, separating suddenly as Zephyr pulled out a blade. Raj's aura rippled and the world around them seemed to darken. Zephyr's heart skipped a beat, but by then 4 palms of chaotic particle force had appeared in the air. It looked like silvery black beads of polished sand had come together to form the incarnations of a devil's hands. Almost instantly, they crashed down. Raj saw red. "You son of a bitch, you think you can cuck me? I'm going to rip you a new asshole. Let's see if she still likes you after your face is a meat patty." Zephyr quickly brandished a blade, water force pooling around him spirals as he began a dance. Unfortunately, whatever dance he had prepared was completely stifled. 2 of the palms grabbed onto the snaking rivers of water and ripped them apart, sending a rain of benign water into the surroundings. At the same time, the remaining 2 surged forward, one slamming against the ground with a bang, and the other slapping at Zephyr. The world rolled and whined, wind being moved about with such speed and forcefulness, and the air pressure alone left deep trenches in the ground. Raj's 2 palms of earth force collided at the same time. Zephyr's balance was thrown off by the shaking ground, and that left him unable to do much else other than leap backward, hoping to mitigate some of the damage. He couldn't. His blade shattered and inner organs trembled, blood pooling out from his lips as his back slammed against the thick hide of a tree. His body shuddered as he slipped down, barely managing to catch a glimpse of Raj coating himself in an armor of sparkling silver-black particles as he gave him a leaping kick into the chest. "Damn, I didn't know he could be so graceful," Franco commented. "That was damn near a perfect split, huh? Looking like an Oompa Loompa turned ballerina out there." Raj couldn't seem to hear anything at all as he wailed on Zephyr. "Fight back, damn it, you weak piece of shit. Shouldn't you have 3 heads and 6 arms? You think you can suck me like this?" Raj's fists fell like the rain, practically kneading Zephyr like dough. The latter had already stopped fighting back, but Raj didn't seem to notice, his rage building like a towering tempest. The more pathetic Zephyr was, the angrier he seemed to become. The spirituals and half-spirituals were in absolute shock. They had no prejudice against humans, at least not in the normal sense. If not, why would they come to an event hosted by one? However, they still had their biases, and they naturally believed that humans could live in harmony with them because they allowed it, because they were kind souls who believed in equality for all. But seeing a half-spiritual get beaten up by a human like that, and even the fact it was Zephyr who had placed well in the Gathering of Kingdoms, it felt surreal. By that point, the commotion had finally alerted those deeper on the inside, and Savan along with Yuri came rushing out. Yuri's eyes widened. "Raj, what are you doing?" She rushed down to stop him. This voice only made Raj angrier. "Damn it, if you protect this piece of trash, I swear I'll never talk to you again." Yuri froze, not understanding what was happening. She looked toward Ina and Savan helplessly, trying to get some help. She really didn't understand. As for Zephyr, who thought he had been saved, he fell into another pit of despair. Hadn't Yuri come to help him? Why was she just standing there now? Where was the help? Raj picked up Zephyr by his neck, huffing out deep breaths before tossing him toward Yuri. A crumpled mass of bruises, broken bones, and blood rolled to a stop just before her feet, leaving her without the words to speak. There you go. I returned your boyfriend back to you in one piece. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Raj said through heaving breaths. Yuri blinked. Boyfriend? Raj froze, then coughed. Ah, misunderstanding. Yuri looked down at Zephyr, then back up toward Raj. You, Raj rushed forward, stepping over Zephyr and covering her lips with a palm. Don't do it. If you say what you want to say, then I'm going to have a quippy come back, and then it's going to start an argument that goes on for the next week, so let's just pretend I didn't say anything, okay? Okay. Yuri suddenly bit down on Raj's palm. You bastard, she yelled after she got her lips free. What do you take me for? Since a palm didn't work, Raj used his lips instead. Milan whistled, and James broke out into cheers that were much too lewd for the occasion. As for Yuri, her eyes widened, then her anger dimmed a bit, but then it flared back up. Sensing that, Raj pushed his tongue into her mouth, and it was like her flame had been doused again. Raj was just about to succeed when he felt his lungs screaming. He came up for air, putting his hands on his knees. Damn it, Huff, gimme a sec, Huff, this bastard was. Huff, no shame, Huff. Yuri snapped back to reality, and she was about to unleash another torrent of curses beneath the jeering laughter of everyone, but this time it wasn't the heaving Raj that interrupted her. There was a rumble, and then there was an approach of guards. Leonel frowned as he looked over. The small squadron pushed their way through the gates, their leader frowning as well when they saw Zephyr crumpled into a pile with a pair of lovebirds standing over him. Chapter 271 When? Real Reason. Chapter 271 When? Real Reason. Leonel didn't react immediately. Technically speaking, this wasn't his home, and he also wasn't 100% certain of the ongoing situation. Plus, he and Ina had come here wearing masks, so their intentions to stay out of the spotlight were both clear and obvious. He didn't want to get into any trouble if he didn't have to. Although he hadn't checked the rules of the city, this was the greater world where the power of an average person could probably level a home without too much effort. In this sort of situation, one couldn't expect the rules to be the same as Earth. That was to say that Leonel didn't believe that they had come here because of the fighting, especially since everything had taken place on private property. It was likely that they had already planned on coming to this home from the very beginning for whatever reason, and just so happened to run into this situation. Warriors like them shouldn't blink an eye to such a childish thing, but why are they frowning so hard? For a moment, Leonel thought that it was because of Zephyr, but Yuri was a half-spiritual as well, and when she wasn't scowling, she had the same beautiful countenance that most of spiritual descent had. Raj seemed a bit out of place, but it wasn't to the point they should be this shocked. Am I overthinking things? Or is there something I missed? The herald of the group, one that Leonel had picked out from afar long before they even stepped into the city, unfurled his scroll as though double-checking something. What the hell are their methods so primitive? Leonel shook his head. He found himself getting annoyed, not because of the situation per se, but because of an odd foulness hanging in the air that he didn't like one bit. He was fairly certain that this was related to Dreamforce, but this was the world of spirituals. Getting a reading on people was much more difficult here. The spirituals had a grasp on the soul and soul force, and sometimes by extension Dreamforce, that could rival demigods. They were, without a doubt, the race closest to demigod status, and they had produced several god figures in their history. Even the common of them had great protections against others prying into their minds, let alone seasoned warriors like this group. Even for Leonel, it was difficult to get a read on them, and he could only mostly follow his instinct. Yes, the herald nodded to himself. This home should be under the dual ownership of a human and a half-spiritual, yes? Then you should also be among the census. Can the human please step forward? Savan blinked, wondering what this was all about. Joel subconsciously stepped in front of her when he saw that she was about to go. He didn't really think about it, he just acted on impulse. However, Savan smiled and patted his arm in reassurance. Hello, I'm the human that owns half of this property, Savan spoke up. The herald swept a gaze over Joel, then went back to Savan. Good. By decree of the current lord of our realm, the Emberheart Lord, all humans must gather in the capital within the fortnight. As for any further details, they will be explained once you are there. The herald snapped the scroll close, and then, with guards in tow, moved on to what Leonel assumed would be the next home. Odd, Leonel thought. After some hesitation, he waved a hand. Before the herald could react, the scroll in his hands shot out of his hands and soared through the air, slapping against Leonel's palm with a satisfying PA. Leonel unfurled the scroll and took a look. It had a weird protection on it that made it difficult for him to use his internal sight to pry into its pages earlier, but he couldn't help himself now. He had just gotten out of one set of trouble and didn't want to thrust himself into another right after he got the first monkey off his back. At the same time, he couldn't ignore whatever plight Savan was in either. He had a fondness for Savan that went back a long way. When they first met, she was the more aggressive party, taking on Yuri's current role. It was funny now that he thought about it, because considering how calm and gentle she was now, it was all the more obvious how calculating her previous actions had been. While Yuri's antagonism was almost entirely based on emotional outbursts, Savan was smart and protective. She had acted like an overprotective best friend because she felt like she needed to, not because it was just in her nature to do so. And that gave her personality interesting wrinkles that fascinated Leonel. Of course, this was only a very small part of the reason Leonel took action. The truth was that these were his wife's friends, and she treated them like sisters. Much like he had known his brothers for life, she had grown up with Yuri and Savan, the former of which was her literal adoptive sister. As far as he was concerned, their problems were his problems. With the scroll in hand, Leonel saw through the restrictions with ease, and a light of curiosity lit deep within his irises. Indeed, it was just a list of humans and their living accommodations. It was basically just a summary census of just a singular group of people, but there was no other explanation as to why. By the time Leonel finished reading and memorizing everything, the sound of a sword unsheathing echoed in his ears. But he didn't seem to react to it much at all. He cast a gaze over and tossed the scroll back. However, this didn't make the leading guard who had barged in and frowned in the first place lower his guard, but that was fine too, because Leonel didn't want him to. You're not explaining, but you all probably know the real reason, right? Chapter 2712, to go or not. Chapter 2712, to go or not. Leonel didn't receive an answer. Instead, he got a slash of a sword. However, he acted as though he hadn't even seen it. Aina suddenly took a step forward and threw out a punch. The blade light shattered like glass in the air, raining with the echo of slashing swords. The guard's pupils constricted. He was in the 8th dimension, but he was already in Tier 4. He didn't understand how what looked to be a human could possibly block that blow so casually. Aina hadn't used anything other than her physical strength, but the blade light didn't even reach her knuckles, instead shattering beneath the air pressure alone. She took another step, movements not slowing in the slightest. Once again, it was just her physical prowess, and yet she moved like the wind, blurring and warping light around her until she appeared before the guard in an instant. Bang! The sight was shocking enough to send the others reeling. Aina didn't punch, she didn't kick, she didn't even bring out a weapon. She simply went from an extraordinarily fast speed to a stop on the dime. The wind pressure from the sudden jolt alone sent the guards and herald flying, flailing through the air like headless chickens. However, other than a slight shock, they seemed completely fine though. That was entirely the point. Leonel and Aina had never wanted to kill them in the first place. Aina waved out a hand, and emulation spatial force converged into a palm, wrapping around the entire group and holding them up. Even being a bit clumsy with the novel force, they simply weren't a match for her. They might have been in the 8th dimension, but as people tasked with going door to door to deliver messages, how could they possibly be even close to the upper echelon of this society? Of course, Leonel knew the real reason why they were going door to door like this. The Emberheart Lord could have easily sent out a bubble-wide message heard by everyone, so why were they using such primitive methods? The answer was obvious: deterrence. They wanted the humans they were inviting to both know that they were aware of who they were, where they lived, and could even call them out by name. If they didn't do it, there might be some humans scared off, not daring to go to the capital as instructed. But in this situation, which one of them would dare? At the same time, this also aided the Emberhearts too. If they just blasted out such a message, would they be able to keep the cloak of equality and fairness? Even if they had no intention of harming the humans they called for, public perception could often make or break a lineage. Stuck in fear, the guards could only explain what they knew, and once they were done, Leonel simply let them go. He wasn't worried about them reporting this matter honestly. They were just grunts, who was the highest form of authority they could even speak to. And even if they did, how seriously would they take it? Especially if Savan actually showed up in the end. That's the reason, though. Is that just a surface reason, or is there something deeper? Leonel was actually partly inclined to just take everyone away and return to the human bubble. There wasn't really a need to get involved in all of this. Plus, he still had to deal with the goblins. Until now, of the human powers, what remained of the Three-Finger Cult was under his control. The Dream Pavilion was being revitalized, and the great families had disappeared. This only left the goblins as the only force he had yet to deal with. Of course, this was partly because he was enjoying his honeymoon, and partly because trouble kept coming from all angles. But the main reason was that King's crafting skill had been beyond him for a long while, so there was nothing he could do about their protective formation, until now. However, where there was danger, there was also opportunity, and what Leonel also had to consider was the feelings of his brothers and his wife's sisters. If he just swept them away and locked them up for their own safety again, would they appreciate it? He was suffocating them. They were their own people too, entitled to make their own decisions even if he felt his own were best. So the Ma'at bubble is going to be visited by the Kairos bubble, another group of elite spirituals, and they want to prove the viability of their path? It sounds like a children's game. The Ma'at bubble and Kairos bubble were the two most powerful spiritual bubbles in existence. There were others, but these two had the strongest purebloods and they stood near the top. He didn't know much about their history, but just listening to the words of the guards, it seemed that both bubbles felt they had a great chance to rise to the demigod realms if they combined. But the Kairos bubble felt that the Ma'at were pissing away their chances because they kept intermarrying with lesser races. The Ma'at disagreed, believing that the mutations possible through intermarriages could give them the spark they were looking for to take the next step. After all, they had many half-spirituals who were just as powerful as their spiritual counterparts. The Kairos argued that their strongest geniuses were purebloods for a reason, and if they combined their lineages, there would be great hope for a breakthrough within a generation or two. Funny enough, Leonel actually agreed with the Kairos, but what was weird here was the fact that the Ma'at were calling forward their humans and half-spirituals to prove themselves to the Kairos. That sounded ridiculous. Someone is playing games in the shadows, maybe? Leonel wasn't sure. He had no evidence whatsoever. The only reason he had even thought so was that he had seen Somnus's Rolodex of worlds. It made him realize just the scale the powerful played on, even if they were among the younger generation. And it was also because of this thought that Leonel was hesitating, to go or not to go. Chapter 2713, Two Halves. Chapter 2713, Two Halves. Lyra Emberheart had been the subject of great discussion these days. After placing third, she secured a great honor for the spirituals, but while everyone else was celebrating her success, she seemed to be the only one who couldn't. Sitting by her windowsill, her chin resting on her palm and her gaze looking out into the world, her breath came out in a steady, slow stream. The wind caught her gauze-like curtains and fluttered her pink nightgown as the sun set. Her victory was a good thing for the spirituals, but the ultimate result was that it had emboldened a lot of people. Despite the clear gap that had been displayed, maybe used the excuse of Aaron as a reason. They felt that if she had paired up with a spiritual instead, maybe instead of third place, she could have secured at least second, or maybe she would have made it far closer than it seemed. The funny part was that Lyra didn't believe they were actually wrong. The trouble was that they blamed the wrong things. In terms of skill and talent in force pill crafting, she didn't believe herself to be inferior to anyone beneath the gods. She had seen the geniuses of the demigods now, and she wasn't impressed. The gap between them lay not in their talent, but rather the breadth of their knowledge. If one had all the talent in the world but no method to apply it, then what good was it? But that was why her rewards were so good. She had received an 8th and 9th order standard force pill recipe. If she took her time to study them, she could close the gap, just a little bit. She sighed. How many blueprints could Celestia study whenever she wanted? What about Verma? There were just some gaps that couldn't be closed so easily. Her mind flickered toward Aaron, but the image was immediately overlaid by Leonel, and she sighed an even deeper sigh. He was so talented, but even he ended up losing everything. She was smarter than most. How could she not see that the rules had targeted Leonel? And even then, he would have still come out on top had he not had this one, weakness. She laughed to herself. Was it a weakness to not be perfectly proficient in every secondary profession there was? She shook her head. Honestly, she preferred Aaron's more low-key personality. She didn't like the spotlight. It was just unfortunate that Aaron had too many worries, as did she. The fact that he had dared to come as a sparrow meant that he definitely had a backbone. If not for Leonel taking most of the heat, the discrimination he would have faced would have been absolutely terrible. However, unlike Leonel, he only seemed to take calculated risks, while Leonel was wild and moved with naked abandon. He just happened to have so much talent and intelligence that things mostly worked out for him, until now. How amusing. I went from almost being married off to a human, back to being the pawn of a spiritual marriage. It seemed that one way or another, her family was hell-bent on shipping her off. What is this? Aaron frowned, looking at the letter in his hand. It exuded a scent he recognized all too well. After all, he had spent all his days in the gathering of minds by this exact scent. He had already read the contents of the letter several times, but he didn't believe for a second that Lyra had sent it. It had her scent, it had her handwriting, it even somewhat sounded like a series of words she might put in order. But she would never send it, he knew it. He had only had a few weeks of interaction with Lyra, but he felt like he knew her like the back of his hand. She was a woman who was quiet and reserved, bordering on shy even. But she was also very prideful. Her fight against Aina, at a point where no one else dared to do so, made that plainly obvious. She would never send a letter like a damsel in distress, asking him to come and save her. Someone was trying to lure him out? But why? His brows furrowed. Unlike Lyra's situation, he was in a great one. His dwarves race was also celebrating, and he was at the core of the celebrations, but his mood had suddenly plummeted, because he knew that he couldn't fall into such a trap. What could he do even if he went? The spirituals wanted to hold a ceremony to show how strong their humans were to prove a point. What place would he have in such a thing? Aaron crushed the letter and burned it to ash, his gaze flickering. Damn it! Wind lashed out against the walls of his chambers, his gaze becoming gloomy. In the end, Leonel chose to go to the capital. His curiosity was sufficiently stoked, and he wanted to see just what might be in store for them. In the worst-case scenario, he felt that he and Aina had a better than 80% chance of retreating unscathed. When they stepped into the capital, he immediately felt that the atmosphere was different. Masks were no longer an option, so he and Aina settled for using emulation spatial force to change their faces, hoping that they wouldn't run into anyone capable of seeing through it, at least not until they could feel out the situation. However, they could already feel the glances, not toward their faces, but instead toward their group in general. And it was clear and obvious that this was due to their status as humans. There wasn't any actual hostility, but it was clear that everyone was curious about what might be going on. Soon, they made it to their accommodations and the night passed. The next day came and they were all escorted to an arena that seemed divided in two, not physically, but culturally. On one side, those Ma'at Bubble elders sat, and on the other, there were those of the Kairos. Chapter 2714, Rounds Past. Chapter 2714 Rounds Past, the Emberheart Lord stood from his seat. By his side, there was another throne, one of a man who looked almost identical to him. However, this man wasn't an Emberheart, but instead a Moonstone, Lord of the Cairo Bubble. Their similar looks were the first thing Leonel took note of because he hadn't actually expected that they would be related. From everything he had heard, he thought that wait, spirituals construct their own bodies, don't they? So could it be a coincidence? Or did they both use similar methods of construction? Or did they do it on purpose? But why? Behind the Emberheart Lord there was Lyra. She sat there in silence, not saying a word. And, behind the Moonstone Lord, there was a young man who was equally as silent. It was hard to grasp anything from these people, but he heard from the chatter of the crowd that the young man's name was Thalion Moonstone. Leonel didn't pay much attention to the Gathering of Kingdoms, but with his memory, when he saw something it was hard to forget, unless it was as densely packed as the information in the life tablet, that is. He remembered that Thalion's name was on the final top 100 rankings. Lyra was barely in the top 30, just edging in. But Thalion had been just outside the top 10. In fact, he and Rowan had been neck and neck. This was actually a great feat, although the rankings seemed to be for mortal races alone. Given the fact existences like the White Spectral Tiger and Alwyn descendants had participated, it was obvious that the demigods participated as well, at least in name. Of course, those participants had such thin bloodlines that they were considered to be mortals as well, but that didn't stop them from dominating much of the top 100. These pure-blooded spirituals, however, were truly mortal, and as such, ranking so high underlined an exceptional level of genius and hard work. Thalion was without a doubt amongst this group. Of course, in terms of sheer value, it was hard to say who was better between the two of them. That was because Lyra, obviously, spent a lot of her time on force-kill crafting. It was only natural her combat prowess lagged behind. Hello, everyone? The Emberheart Lord smiled, his handsome beard countenance warming the hearts of the audience. I welcome you all. I will keep my statement brief. I know that there are many of you wondering what is going on here. Worry not. I only want to show off a bit as the lord of this small world of ours. We have lived in harmony regardless of race for a very long time now, and I want to display our finer qualities to our visitors today. Those who perform well will be rewarded. Please welcome one of my lord guards, Aldarion. An older gentleman garbed in what looked like leather elven armor to Leonel's eyes, right down to the leaf embroidery, stepped forward with a bow strapped to his back. However, what was the most interesting about this wasn't his armor or his bow. Instead, it was his aura. He was very much human. Line up, Aldarion barked. His voice echoed with such a boom that the stadium quaked. As the Emberheart Lord sat down, he chuckled. Aldarion, take it easy on them. I've chosen untrained humans for a reason. Yes, your lordship. Even in response, Aldarion's voice was still booming. He was every bit the military-mannered man, and very quickly his approach in the eyes of everyone went from overbearing to just natural. Leonel's eyes narrowed. The group of humans that were called forward filed together. Leonel realized now that they were all actually quite young, but not too young. None of them were teenagers, but none of them were middle-aged or even in their 30s yet. He had seen the list, but he had no way of deciphering this until this very moment. Well, unless he had taken his time to follow the Herald and his guards around. This obviously knocked one idea off the table. They weren't here to genocide all the humans, or else why bother to only call forward a small demographic pie within them? But just the same, that idea never made sense to begin with. If they knew where all the humans were located, why not just send assassins? Even if a world was prejudiced, they wouldn't just outright kill a large group of people by their race alone. That wouldn't sit right with anyone, and that would make them look weak. Leonel leaned back, reclining a bit in seats that were quite expensive. By his side, there was Ina and his brothers. Well, aside from Joel, who had gone down there, no one seemed to notice that their numbers had a +1. Either that, or they didn't care. Joel, Savan, and the other humans lined up. Aldarion's voice boomed, and another line of half-spirituals appeared. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Where had they come from, and why form a census of humans, but not extend the same toward the half-spirituals? Yuri obviously wasn't down there. She was sitting beside Ina. The two women looked nervous, because much like Leonel, they had their own questions. None of this made sense. If they wanted to hold an exchange of humans and spirituals to show the harmony of the world, why pick untrained humans? Are they untrained? Leonel thought, his eyes narrowing. If they have such detailed censuses, then they surely know Savan participated in the Gathering of Kingdoms, and though she didn't make it anywhere near the penultimate round or finals, she still passed the preliminaries. Could it be that they didn't just pick out youngish experts, but also ones that performed well in the Gathering of Kingdoms? Leonel's brows shot up. Arion passed the preliminary round of the Gathering of Kingdoms on his second bout. Come forward. A young man with a stern face stepped forward, his face still steeped in confusion much like the rest. Chapter 2715, Kids Being Kids. Chapter 2715, Kids Being Kids. Arian looked toward the old Lord Guard, but the latter had already begun to speak again. Phelan passed the preliminary round of the Gathering of Kingdoms on his second bout. Forward. The preliminary round had given everyone 3 chances to win a single battle. So long as they won one, they could make it to the next round. To say that one had passed on their second bout meant that they had lost one before making it to the next. The fact that both seemed to have the same record painted the picture that the Ma'at bubble was at least not forming an unfair pairing, and it should be a fair battle. You two will be sparring. The winner will be based on a tag system, and your weapons, should you need them, will be provided, as they will be blunt. A tag will be based on my count, and every battle will last 1 minute total. Now, what weapons, if any, do you need? The half-spiritual spoke first. I'll take a saber. The old Lord Guard looked toward Arion. I will take a spear. Good. Soon the two had their blunt weapons and faced off against one another. Begin. The two shot forward. A minute sounded like a short time, but in reality, for seventh-dimensional existences of their caliber, it was enough to exchange several hundred moves and even decide a winner if one was superior enough. A clash of spear and saber resounded. The weapons had a clear heft to them, and every time they collapsed into one another, their bodies would bow and bend as the wind clapped like thunder. In a rush, the two unleashed a barrage of assaults, forgetting almost instantly about the time they were allotted. Arion seemed like a clear battle junkie, his gaze even becoming somewhat blurred as he lost himself. Time, Aldarian spoke out. Arion didn't seem to hear him and lashed out, his blunt spear tip skewering into Phelan's gut. The half-spiritual felt all the air in his lungs leave his body, his torso bending into a U-shape as he was sent flying backward. He landed heavily on a foot and a knee, glaring upward at Arion that even seemed like he might continue. Enough! Aldarian's voice boomed, knocking Arion out of his weird state. Arion blinked and slowly lowered his spear, looking around in confusion as though he had forgotten where he was for a moment. Luckily, his spear didn't have any blood on it as the blunt tip hadn't penetrated skin. But Arion's thoughts flooded back to him and his face paled. He hurriedly bowed in Phelan's direction, not in subservience but in apology. I'm sorry, I lost myself. Please forgive me. Phelan snorted with unhappiness, but eventually grunted out in acceptance. Aldarian frowned beneath his leather helm, but since Phelan had let it slide and there were no lethal blows dealt, he chose to let it slide, though he had mostly chosen to do so because his lordship had said to go easy on them. If these were military training grounds, he would have already sent Arion to be whipped. They didn't need loose cannons in the military. That was how you ended up with dead brothers. The exchange of tags was in a total of 163 to 14-8. Phelan wins by a narrow margin. Arion lowered his head and retreated as Aldarian called forward the next pair. Really? Leonel spoke in a low, cold voice. The only person who heard him was Ina, and she looked toward him with an odd glint in her eyes as well. As the battles went on, from time to time there would be a few who stepped out of line like Arion did, but it wasn't very frequent. Sometimes it would occur just once every 5, sometimes only once in 100, and the situations were always different, while the end result was just the same. By the time 300 bouts had been fought, the half-spirituals had won almost 200 of them, and of those 300, there were 11 humans that had stepped out of line. Every battle was close without fail, usually within 50 tags, and even that upper bound only occurred when the duo was strong enough to exchange at least 500 blows in the minute of time. However, Leonel had already understood what was happening after the very first one. He just sat back and watched in silence, not saying a single word while his expression was unreadable. Had he paid attention to the Gathering of Kingdoms, he would have realized what was happening before the first strikes were even exchanged, and that was because he was fairly certain that the records of the half-spirituals, at the very least, were nothing more than a farce. It wasn't even difficult to make it up either. It was even possible that these half-spirituals never participated in the Gathering of Kingdoms to begin with, just to ensure there were no slip-ups. They were very good, honestly. They were even wrapped in hidden runes and force arts that could limit their power so that it wouldn't be obvious. But there was no doubt in Leonel's mind that every half-spiritual that stepped forward was actually far more powerful than their opponent. Who could possibly memorize trillions of faces, let alone which rounds they performed in? Everyone here had to take the word of the spirituals for it. Even Lyra just assumed that she was being told the truth. And what was the purpose? To make humans look like barbarians who couldn't even follow simple rules. Savan accumulated a total of 47 victories, failed to reach the penultimate round. Forward, please. A hint of irritation was in the old Lord Guard's words by this point, and his cadence was far more biting. Caledon accumulated 44 total victories, failed to reach penultimate round. Forward, please. You both have 1 minute. The next time someone steps outside of that, don't blame me for being impolite, you lordship. The Emberheart Lord chuckled and waved a hand. They're just kids being kids. Begin, Aldarian shouted. Chapter 2716 WNDST, Barbarianism. Chapter 2716, Barbarianism. Savan steadied herself, lowering her waist into a stance that looked like a martial art Leonel had seen in many movies before. Her palms faced her opponent, and her gaze looked tranquil. Leonel realized at that moment that he had never bothered to learn much about Savan's fighting style. He didn't even know what her ability index was. Though, honestly speaking, he didn't really know Yuri's either. Everything he did know was thrust upon him at some random time or another, while Savan had been lost to them for a very long time after the metamorphosis. He always wondered how this girl had survived. Much like Leonel, after she saw Aina kill someone with an arm through the chest, Savan had alienated herself from Aina and Yuri. Unlike Leonel, rather than coming back in just a few days to what was basically the same baseline, it took Savan years to truly get over it. In fact, if not for experiencing the hardships she had, it was unlikely that she would have ever gotten over it. It took realigning her views on the world and understanding that living in this sort of environment meant that murder was no longer an objective wrong. The battle began, and Savan's arms moved. A delicate wisp of air seemed to move with her, following the tips of her fingers and leaving trails of a foggy energy everywhere she moved. Her arms left after images in the air despite their slow pace, and when she suddenly accelerated, she seemed to magically bypass the spear of the half-spiritual and strike against his chest. The half-spiritual stumbled back a step, a bit surprised, but his spear wasn't slow, dancing in an attempt to counter, but its blunt tip passed right through Savan's arm and leg as though they were just illusions, and a second palm landed right in the same place. Savan and the young man should have been on equal footing, but it quickly became obvious that for whatever reason, the young man was no match for her. Leonel, who was high above, realized the problem instantaneously. What an interesting ability index. It should be unique. She should be similar to Emna. The martial arts style that Savan was using was very much like Kung Fu. It was fluid, and it also didn't look as though it held much strength or not. In practice, at least on Earth, only a layman would claim that Kung Fu was a deadly art to begin with. Did Savan practice martial arts? Leonel asked Aina. Although he asked, he already knew that answer was no. If Savan had practiced martial arts in her youth, Kung Fu would have been the last she chose as the foundation of her combat. No, Aina shook her head. Leonel nodded. That was what he expected. It was more likely that Savan hadn't had any experience at all and just used whatever methods she had happened to see before, hoping that it would work. But what was clear was that over the years, whatever method she was using here wasn't Kung Fu at all. Instead, it might as well be her own self-created method, because while it had the form, in function, it was nothing like Kung Fu at all. The longer Savan fought, the larger the swirls of energy around her became and the more powerful her strikes were. In the end, it became akin to an endless barrage. In this sort of situation, though, hand-to-hand combatants were at a disadvantage. That was because they were used to their hands being lethal, so it wasn't as though they could blunt their attacks without also pulling back on their usual strength to begin with. Even in this situation, though, there came a point in the battle where the young man's feet couldn't even touch the ground, being hit so many times in succession that his tongue hung out from his mouth, and he was continuously sent soaring into the air. She's lost herself, Leonel thought without a word. As expected, the sickening sound of bone-breaking echoed, and the half-spiritual let out a blood-curdling screech. Time, Aldarian called out. Unfortunately, the fluid motion of Savan's strikes carried on, 3 attacks erupting before she blinked, realizing what she had done. Bang, bang, bang! Savan tapped a foot and moved back almost out of extinct. She didn't even have to see it coming, but she felt Aldarian's aura erupting even before she saw it. I said enough. Aldarian's temper boiled over and his booming voice shook the stadium. A raging torrent of force shot towards Savan, causing her expression to change. She put her hands up to defend, but she was only in the 7th dimension while Aldarian was in the 9th. Although the latter obviously hadn't used his full strength and wasn't trying to kill her either, there was no way she could. A tall figure appeared before her, brandishing a halberd that glittered with a dark crimson hue beneath the waning sunlight. Boom. Joel's aura shot up like a pillar in the skies before it concentrated into a blade aura so profound and deep that space seemed to split in 2 at the same time. G. The aura was split and catapulted toward Aldarian, splitting the arena in 2. However, before it could attack the old Lord Guard, it dissipated into wisps of energy. Are you all right? Joel turned toward Savan, who was smiling bitterly. She looked into his eyes and somehow felt both happy and helpless at the same time. Leonel stood up, ready to leave the arena. He knew what was happening, but he had no intentions of doing anything to stop it. This plan of theirs probably had multiple stages, and this was likely just one in a long list of many that had already occurred and were likely to occur in the future. Right now, he had no intention of getting involved. The Moonstone Lord stood to his feet and shook his head just as Leonel did so. I think that's enough, Brother Omeron. I've seen it already. If you think this is the path forward, I'll just say that my bubble won't be able to condone it. The Emberheart Lord frowned. You can't be truly angry at what's just a little scuffle, right? There's no need to discuss this matter here. Let's go back and... The Moonstone Lord waved a hand. No, that's perfectly all right. I had already seen their true faces by the barbarianism of their number 1 ranked. I don't want to be involved in this matter any longer. Leonel's steps paused. He didn't look back immediately, probably trying to control his impulses. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't get involved. It probably wasn't smart to do so, and it wasn't his place to do so. He still didn't know what the purpose of all of this was. There was a chance that it could be a larger plan set in motion to target humans in general, but he had little evidence of that. I should really ignore it. In the silent atmosphere, even though Leonel whispered, many in his section heard him. I really should, he whispered again. The Emberheart Lord frowned. Number 1 ranked? Suddenly, his eyes lit up in realization. Brother, your words are too. I won't discuss this matter any further. Leonel's head slowly turned back, a murderous glint reflecting within them. Chapter 2717, every fucking time. Chapter 2717, every fucking time. What was the smart thing to do? That was obvious. Turn around. Pretend he hadn't heard anything. Assume that the lords up there meant something other than calling his wife a barbarian. All were good options. But he had been doing the smart thing for too long already. It was smart to send his wife to ask another man on a date. It was smart to make her fight alone at the Gathering of Kingdoms. It was smart to feign ignorance and incompetence at the Gathering of Minds. All of these things were smart. They had progressed his journey further, they had minimized casualties, and the only people to suffer were either those he didn't give a damn about or his enemies. All smart. All very, very smart. Leonel felt a hand grab onto his. He looked down to find Aina looking at him, smiling reassuringly. She wasn't bothered by the comment at all. She didn't really care. What she'd cared about was when people said she wasn't worthy of being Leonel's wife, but they certainly weren't saying that now. As for everything else, it was just fluff and unimportant. As for the Gathering of Minds matter, she didn't really care about that either. The only reason she had wanted to participate was purely to get back at Minerva for what she was doing to her husband. As for the spotlight itself, she didn't care for it and never would. Her only goal in life used to be to destroy the Brazinger family. Now she had two. One remained the same, and the second was to live a happy life with Leonel. The Moonstone Lord stepped into the air and seemed to drift off before the eyes of everyone, not looking back. The Emberheart Lord sighed. My apologies, everyone. I started this matter with good intentions, but it seems that I've miscalculated something. The harmony between the races is something I've always seen as worthy of protecting, and I will continue to do so. It was at that moment that Thalion stood from his seat, seemingly prepared to go after his father, but after a moment he hesitated and then spoke. I understand your intention, Lord Emberheart, but there are some things that cannot be changed. I was there that day. I watched this Leonel Morales slaughter thousands in droves, endlessly for months on end. Many people saw her entering the arena more and more tired every time, but no one knows that it was due to the atrocities that she herself committed. It is unlikely to be the fault of the humans, but there are certain ties of the past that cannot be overlooked. With a pointed glance, Thalion seemed to be about to leave as well. There was a dense silence hanging in the air, one that looked as though it might remain for a long while, as the Emberheart Lord seemed to have lost his words for a moment, unable to rebut the statement. It was obvious to everyone what Thalion was referring to, even without him spelling it out. The scars that the void beasts, the god beasts of destruction had left, were deep and firmly entrenched. It was simply impossible to escape them. Thalion stepped into the air as well, rising up and seemingly about to catch up with his father. Even after several seconds, the Moonstone Lord was still in the sights of everyone present. He didn't seem to be in a rush, leisurely leaving through the air as though he was personifying a sigh. And that was when it happened. Something within Leonel snapped and he grabbed at the air. A roaring tempest of Scarlet Star Force and Emulation Spatial Force pulsed to life, exuding the majesty of the life state with more fervor than he had ever been able to replicate until now. A bow formed in his head and his body shimmering with light, the entire section of seats almost collapsing beneath his sudden show of might. The Lord's expressions changed, but it was already too late. The arrow was so fast, and it arched through the air with such beauty, that its lethality didn't truly set in until it landed. Bang! Thalion's head exploded into a rain of blood and gore. Leonel's hair danced beneath the billowing might of his force, his fury practically taking on tangible form. His dream force was so powerful that those in his immediate surroundings felt their eyes going red as well, almost as though Leonel's fury was their own. Every fucking time. Leonel's voice echoed through the arena, a smoldering maleficence within them. The smoke coming from his feet and corner of his eyes sparked and danced with hidden flames, the layers of space around him sparking as well as though they might collapse at any moment. Lyra's eyes opened wide. She didn't recognize this man, even his voice had changed, but for some reason she was almost 100% certain of it. She felt that she was looking right at the man that could only be Leonel Morales. Leonel took a step and landed on the arena. It was a distance of kilometers, and yet he made it look as though it was entirely a breeze. The shock of everyone in the surroundings was so palpable that not even the lords knew how to react, let alone the people in the vicinity. They just watched as he raised a clawed hand and suddenly swiped it down, tearing into the hard stone. Leonel's back and arm flexed as he pulled up violently. Stop him! The Emberheart Lord seemed to finally come back to reality, but it was already too late. The arena grounds were sheared apart, revealing a pulsing force art beneath that reeked of blood. Chapter 2718, Kneel. Chapter 2718, KNE Kneel. For a force art to be well hidden was one matter, but for it to be capable of targeting one specific subset of people and not another was a whole other matter altogether. In Leonel's estimation, the best chance to do this was with the weapons they handed out. But then what would they do with those like Savan who didn't need them? If the force art was hidden in the arena, though, it was a problem. In a battle, who could guarantee who would stand where? And even when you started off in one location, you could easily end up in another. That meant that the size or location of the force art couldn't be the answer either. The best way seemed to be to use a targeted method, one where an expert of Dreamforce would intentionally push and prod at the human combatants to make them step over the line. However, this was very difficult. Toying with someone's Dreamforce was a tall task, and it required knowing and understanding said person intimately. You also couldn't just make a person who was naturally reserved and controlled like Savan suddenly snap for no reason as well. For something like that, you would need a far more permanent method like Leonel's King's Might, for example. But that was obviously not what was happening here either, and that left this. Below, there were streams of blood moving through channels that overall formed the face of a force art. It was a shocking sight, and one that filled the air with a foul stench, and it was almost entirely human blood that Leonel was certain of. He had never heard of such a method, but theoretically it was possible, especially with a force art language created specifically for this purpose. It was a force art tagged with human blood, resulting in its effects only being useful against humans. And just like that, without the dampening effect of the arena's stone present, all the human combatants, and the ones in the stands for that matter, all began to shake. Their eyes turned red and murderous intent shot out from them in all directions. Many even lost control of their forces, lashing out at the air and those around them. Leonel slammed the slab of stone down with such force that even though it fit right back into its original location, cracks spread out wildly in all directions. He was entirely unaffected by the stream of blood force art. No one here was worthy of attacking his mind, let alone influencing it. However, he didn't need it to be absolutely furious. The aura of that blood was clear to all that sensed it. It was human blood. This wasn't Earth where the thoughts of people were slow. If any of the most ordinary people here were taken and plopped on Earth, even if they had their strength sealed, they would be akin to the greatest minds to ever exist. Leonel didn't need to say anything. The truth was clear enough. It really was endless. The bullshit was just continuous. But he had also come to realize something. He had already promised Aina that he wouldn't stall their happiness for the sake of what was happening in the wider world. And in that case, why should he be forced to swallow grievances either? At that moment, Aldarian had already moved. From the first instant that his lord had given the command, he had done so. He was shaken by what he saw and sensed beneath that slab, but he was a military man to the core of his being. He was given an order, so he executed it. There was nothing else to think about. His speed was exceptional, and the wind pressure of Leonel slamming the slab back down had done nothing to sway him at all. In fact, the very reason he could stand there, unaffected in the first place, was twofold. First, he was too powerful. But second, why was it that the humans not fighting weren't affected? The efficacy of the force art was clearly tweaked so that it would only be effective when in a state of fight or flight. In that moment, the old Lord Guard hand already appeared before Leonel, his spear streaking outward after appearing in his hand. However, he had only just begun to thrust it when it shattered and then fell into a current of vicious wind as nothing more than particles of ash. Leonel looked at him as the old man paused in shock. Even so, he was a man who had experienced many battles. He threw away what remained of his spear and continued forward with a palm. "K. Neal!" Leonel roared. At that moment, Dreamforce erupted around him, the visage of a demon ghost appearing to peel itself out from within his face and roar at the old Lord Guard. The demon pulsed with a crimson hue, forming horns and hovering before Leonel's face almost like a mask. King Alexandra's ability index and a technique he had taken from Somnus fused into one almost with his burgeoning world spirit aura. In the instant the word came out from his mouth, space cracked like glass, the old Lord Guard falling to his knees so heavily he may very well have shattered his kneecaps. The demon mask slowly faded from Leonel's face, and he looked up. With a wave of his hand, what remained of Thalian's body shot into his palm. Leonel punched, and Thalian's heart was ripped out, or so it seemed. Instead, the soul of a spiritual prince who had just lost his body lay there, sputtering and quaking. "I'm only going to ask you this one time," Leonel said coldly, a chilly wind pervading the arena, so much so that the temperature plummeted. "Who told you to slander the human race?" Leonel didn't have to explain what he meant by one time. Speak any falsities, and his life would end right here and now, all his potential snuffed out at the hands of a man he didn't even know. Chapter 2719, no, no. Chapter 2719, no, no. Leonel stood with waves of force billowing off of him, Thalian's life and death hanging in the balance at his whim. After seeing Thalian's head explode like that, even his own father was in a stunned state and had assumed him dead, let alone everyone else. No one would have expected that Leonel was somehow able to control his force to the extent that he would actually live for this moment, but even more importantly than that, he had no idea how Leonel had managed to deal with the old Lord Guard. The Lord Guard was obviously in the 9th dimension, or else he couldn't have such standing to begin with. Their obvious assumption was that Leonel had to be at this level as well, but they couldn't see through his dimension at all as though it was being obscured by something. But this didn't make sense. A human with a treasure that could obscure the senses of spirituals? That made no sense at all. Beneath the demigod rank, The senses of spirituals were unmatched. That was part of the reason Leonel didn't need to explain anything after unveiling what was beneath the arena. But even further than that, even compared to some demigods, they were better in this regard. It didn't make any sense. Thalion's soul trembled, the fear seeping into his very bones. Without the protection of his body, the influence of Leonel's dream force over him skyrocketed to a new level entirely, and he could hardly formulate thoughts without feeling a great fear wipe them out to a clean white slate. He couldn't answer the question even if he wanted to. "Release my son!" The Moonstone Lord's countenance finally became malevolent, a pressure rushing toward Leonel like a tide. However, in that moment, Leonel's palm squeezed down and Thalion released a horrible screech. The latter's soul was cracked like glass, just moments away from dissipating forever. "The next time you speak out of turn, I will crush your son," I said unhand high. Bang! Leonel's hand squeezed down and Thalion's soul shattered, the last echoes of his screams filling the skies. The Moonstone Lord froze. He hadn't expected Leonel to actually do it. It should have been a stalemate. His son should have still been fine. Everything should have been right with the world. Everything. No, he didn't want to believe it. It didn't make any sense. How was Leonel going to threaten him without his son? How was he even going to protect his life? How? The Moonstone Lord unleashed a fury-laced howl. The strength of a ninth-dimensional expert was mighty, but everything was relative. In the past, Leonel was nothing more than an ant before the humans of this ilk. And now, it was clever that a pure-blooded spiritual, was on another level entirely. The arena cracked across its very foundations, and a rumbling earthquake shook the city. It looked as though, if the Moonstone Lord wanted, he could collapse the entire world in an instant. He had never thought that things would end up like this. He had been so careless. If he hadn't left without his son, if he had just been a little bit closer, if they had chosen to play out this little show differently, or if he didn't rope his son in and let him stay beside the Emberheart Lord's side, if, of all the deviating paths he thought of, not one was related to not speaking ill of Leonel's wife. It all seemed so simple. Wasn't it just a few words? No, they weren't. They were malicious to an extreme, linking his wife's apparent barbarianism to a connection with the void beasts. What exactly were they trying to get at? If this sort of narrative got off the ground, how many people would start thinking that it was their moral duty to wipe the humans off the face of existence again? How many assaults and wars would they face? How many experts would begin to point their blades at them? Even if there was no intent other than to slander his wife, Leonel would have still taken action. He had allowed Ina to suffer enough for the sake of what was smart. However, when the true maliciousness of what they spirituals were trying to do settled in, it was even more impossible for him to let it go. Let it go, and then what? Wait for the armies to come knocking at the last remaining bubble world? Wait for the sparse populations of humans scattered across existence to be genocided one after another under a banner of morality? Wait until he was one day forced into a corner and had to present his head on a platter for all of these people to spit at and kick around? I'll bury you all, raise you to the ground, and if you're lucky, something new might sprout in your place. If not, that's fine too. You deserve to rot in hell. Boom. The aura of Leonel's destruction sovereignty skyrocketed, peeling waves of smoky wisps rising from his body and cracking the foundations of the world around him. An orb appeared in Leonel's palm and he crushed it, the world spirit inside being shredded to pieces by his aura of destruction, as the waves of force billowed out from him in all directions. Bang! Suddenly, a sphere of nothingness appeared around Leonel. Everything that touched seemed to vanish, leaving a perfectly smooth surface as though the destruction had been machined. Below him was a crater that formed in the arena. Above him, there was a vacuum of both air and force. The pressuring wave that the Moonstone Lord tried to throw at him was akin to a pebble falling to the depths of the ocean as Leonel broke from the pinnacle of the fourth dimension into the fifth. His aura multiplied countless times over, and once again, his life-state forces gained a huge boost. Leonel pulled at the air and little Tolly thrummed. Chapter 2720, Slander. Chapter 2720, Slander. Leonel's divine armor half-formed, tendrils of silvery gold coming from the arm Tolliver coated and formed into a bow. His Scarlet Star Force innate node spun to life, and 2 stars appeared behind him. The moment they did, the world seemed to be forcefully commandeered by Leonel's might, and as he drew his bow back, this world seemed to take a breath along with him. The arrow was wreathed in flames and silvery gold space. However, even deeper than that, there seemed to be dream force. The world trembled and then solidified, forming a lane for his arrow as a final force erupted. A streak of golden bow force. Bang, bang, bang! Leonel unleashed a torrent of arrows. In that moment, an inverted umbrella of streaks of force seemed to fill the skies, converging onto a single point. The Moonstone Lord froze, not expecting this level of attack. He still couldn't see through Leonel's dimension, but what he could feel were the rain of life-state forces coming toward him. His mouth went dry. How could a single person comprehend so many forces of the life state? How could they all be under such a level of control? The spiritual lord barely had time to form a wheel of water. A bluish marble stone took shape, a ring of water surrounding it. Every time it rotated and shifted into a new position, the world trembled and a waterfall of water force would descend, collapsing the space itself. The arrows and the wheel clashed. a cascade of cacophonous booms filling the skies. The Emberheart Lord's eyes opened wide, not just because of the level of strength, and not even just because he had never seen a human so powerful, but also because this was the absolute worst situation for such a battle to erupt in. As expected, the screams began instantaneously. Leonel's control was exceptional. Somehow, not even a single one of the reverberating plumes of force was able to harm the arena or the humans that stood on it. However, the same could not be said for the spirituals in the surroundings. They were quickly finding themselves enveloped by the aftershocks, and many had already died in just a few exchanges. "Stop! Stop!" the Emberheart Lord roared. A single one of his arrows veered toward the path of the Emberheart Lord, and the latter's heart skipped a beat. It was an attack he could easily deal with. The problem was, what if Leonel started to assault him as well? Would he be able to protect his daughter from the aftershocks? The Emberheart Lord quickly struck out with a palm containing the arrow, but he didn't dare to speak again. Secretly, he began sending out commands for a retreat, but he quickly realized that none of his orders were making it through, as though someone was interfering with his soul force. His expression changed, and his gaze locked onto Leonel again. His face began to change through several shades. On the one hand, he felt that what Leonel was doing was stupid. Even if he exposed them, so what? If on the tail end of that he ended up unleashing a torrent of attacks that killed many of their friends and family, what difference would it make? People weren't rational creatures. Even if they felt that Leonel and the humans had been wronged, if they were losing out due to their path of revenge, they would quickly become resentful. But on the other hand, as the Lord, he couldn't possibly escape all blame for this. Much like Minerva, neither he nor Moonstone was anywhere near the strongest of the spirituals. They had their elders and ancestors to adhere to as well. With everything that had already happened, losing their lordships was practically a certainty. No, this can't continue. Not like this. Saint, what a mighty Moonstone Lord, Leonel's voice boomed. You can't even bother to protect your own people? But I would expect as much from someone willing to slander an entire race of people for their own ends. Your selfishness knows no bounds. I guess if your son died for your misdeeds, everyone needs to die, huh? Leonel's words was the most basic of bait, but how simple something was didn't decide how effective or not it was, especially when it was backed by endless tides of faith. The people were already feeling resentful, but the shock of the earlier reveal was still in their hearts, so no matter how selfish they were, they hadn't settled on blaming Leonel yet, and now Leonel had given them an outlet to push all their discontent. The Emberheart Lord's expression changed. The people that were here were among the most influential of the whole, the Ma'at bubble and Cairo bubble. If not, what would have been the point of this spectacle to begin with? Leonel's words might as well have been like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending waves of ripples out in every which direction. Such words practically sealed his fate unless he did something to change it. The Emberheart Lord realized then what kind of hole Leonel was pushing him into. On one hand, he stuck by his brother's side and they lost everything as one. But on the other hand, he dissented and tried to draw a line between them. He looked up and saw the helplessness and fury in the Moonstone Lord's gaze. They looked toward one another and realized that they had somehow been pushed to this point by a single human. They had no choice but to take a step back. They would make Leonel pay for this 100-fold once he couldn't use a stadium full of people as hostages. Please stop, I will give you an explanation, I swear on my honor as the Emberheart Lord. Leonel didn't even look at him, his arrows firing faster and faster. What was the word of this piece of trash worth? The spiritual lord grit his teeth and boomed out his next words. I am greatly disappointed by the actions of the Moonstone Lord. The Ma'at bubble had no part in the slander of the human race. Chapter 2721 could not come to know. Chapter 2721 could not come to know. Bang. Almost the instant the Emberheart Lord returned to his palace, it felt as though all hell broke loose. If not for the protective formations around everything, it was likely that the palace would have been razed to the ground at that very moment. He couldn't even believe what had just happened. Everything was in hand in one moment, and in the next, it had all slipped through their fingers. How did the humans have such a hidden expert, and why were they just magically present? Shut down all the teleportation platforms. I don't want a single fly escaping the Ma'at bubble today. The Emberheart Lord took a breath and forced himself to calm down. He strolled into his royal bedroom and sent his wife away before he pulled out a communication orb and contacted the Moonstone Lord who he had already expelled from this world. The Moonstone Lord responded instantly, a brewing fury practically coming out in palpable waves, but despite what had happened, neither of them were actually enraged toward one another. Obviously, they were brothers in the truest of senses, and the Moonstone Lord knew that if the Emberheart Lord hadn't acted like he did, they would have both been pulled down from their positions. At that point, the situation would be unsalvageable. We will avenge Thalion, brother. I already have the bubble locked down. He won't be able to go anywhere. The Moonstone Lord grit his teeth, but eventually took a breath and exhaled in an attempt to control his emotions. Do not do anything rash, even if it means letting this person escape. It's better to do that than to bring you into this mess. The people aren't fools. Most will suspect how I was somehow able to hide such a large formation from you and build it under your nose. Even if they believe it, they might think you incompetent. If you also force the issue and kill him on my behalf, it will cause problems. I understand, the Emberheart Lord nodded. I won't keep the barricade up for long. I've used the excuse of your Cairo bubble to justify it, but we will deal with him soon. I've also had others scour the video recordings of the event. We know who he came with and who he has connections to. It will be possible to connect some dots and potentially find out who he is this way. Yes, that's good. But the plan, the Moonstone Lord's voice trailed off. Their situation had gotten much more difficult because of Leonel. Although Leonel had taken action, there was still one thing he didn't understand, and that was why? Why were the spirituals, who had always seemingly been inviting to other races and humans especially, suddenly so hostile? It was like they had become cartoon villains overnight, and he couldn't wrap his head around why. He had felt that there was the potential that someone was manipulating them, but the spirituals were not weak, and in the case that it was a dream Ashura like he thought, they weren't a very united race of people. At the very least, the Dream Ashuras would have no reason to put their full effort behind trying to deal with a power that was far beneath them. In that case, it was more than likely just one or a few Dream Ashuras, and in that case the manipulation shouldn't have been nearly so easy. As had been said many times before, even with Dreamforce, you couldn't just make someone act outside of their already ingrained character, you could only take advantage of what they already were. And according to history and everything Leonel knew, the spirituals were the exact opposite of the side they were showing now. None of this made any sense at all. We have no choice but to see this through to the end. Somehow, this person is aware of the events that happened back then, and the ancestors are already involved. If we don't take action now and follow their plans, we could end up in the same muddy waters as the humans, and we cannot allow that. We are so close to the demigod realms. So long as we take that step, we will be able to secure a foothold for ourselves and might be able to pay them back for the harm we've caused them. But for now, we can only follow this person's wishes. It will be difficult now. Before, we had a good excuse to meld our two bubbles together, but without the humans as a catalyst, it will be difficult. This is all because of our ancestors. We should have been brothers long ago if they didn't insist on separating us like this. It was a necessity. Only by creating two independent pure bloodlines could we then benefit from melding them together. If we grew together, it's hard to say if we'd even have the chance. Yes, but the process of keeping us separate has alienated our people from one another, and it has made the integration difficult. If we integrate too forcefully now, it will lead to internal conflict and trouble. If the tensions are too high, then it will have the opposite effect, and rather than the population intermarrying like we would hope, they might draw even fiercer lines of division. Today's gaffe makes that worse. I don't even know if we'll have another opportunity for another several hundred years. There's still a chance, the Moonstone Lord said softly. If we play our cards right, we can reverse the situation and blame everything on the human from today. We can highlight my sacrifice and save ourselves while pushing the responsibility onto his shoulders. But we need to first capture him in an above-board manner. We might also need to contact that person. The Emberheart Lord paused for a moment and then nodded. This was indeed a chance. The two lords clenched their fists. This was what they had to do to erase the past. The world could not come to know that the spirituals had descended from humans. Chapter 2722, Corporate. Chapter 2722. Corporate Leonel sat in silence, his gaze filled with a gloomy light. He had been forced to let the matter go for the moment, but he was still inwardly seething. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough, and he was unwilling to let Ina expose her true strength at the moment. If he did so, not only would it put her in even more danger, but wouldn't that defeat the purpose? He was feeling so unsatisfied right now because he constantly put her in the line of fire again and again and again. If he were to do it one more time, wouldn't the outcome be the same as every other time? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He closed his eyes, taking a breath and slowly calming himself down. He had made use of his anger to improve his destruction sovereignty and enter the fifth dimension, and that had also come with a great boost to his strength. But he had also let it take hold of his mind in order to succeed. It was a give and take, as with everything else. If he let himself sink into that depravity too much, he might end up right back at square one, suffering the same endless fury he had for so long after his father's death. Honestly, right now, that was exactly the fury he wanted to tap into. He had let them off too easily, and he didn't believe they deserved the mercy he had shown them. But what else could he do? He'd been able to match the Moonstone Lord for a short time, but he was a pathetic warrior in Leonel's eyes, especially after what he had seen from observing demigods, let alone gods. The Moonstone Lord was at the first tier of the ninth dimension. He had one life-state force, which was likely that odd earth and water force he had used to block his arrows, and probably one or two powerful impetus state forces. Then there was, of course, his race to consider, as the baseline talent was also of great importance to a person's individual strength. Leonel had seen this personally after he managed to take advantage of his Northern Star lineage factors. Right now, Leonel's body had the talent of a demigod, and the increase to his strength was astonishing. He had managed to cross 4 dimensions to do battle with the Moonstone Lord, but it wasn't nearly enough. Behind the Moonstone Lord there were countless guards, and behind them there were countless elders, and behind them countless ancestors. Even if the geniuses among them were ignored, there were still trillions upon trillions of spirituals. Was he supposed to fight them all? With what army? And now the teleportation platforms out of this world were sealed off, and they probably had perfect tabs on his location. They almost certainly controlled the world spirit of this bubble as well, so there wasn't anywhere he could hide even if he wanted to. These last few things weren't actually what Leonel was worried about. Since he dared to act, he had 1,000 different ways of leaving this world with these people being none the wiser. It was just that he didn't want to. He wasn't satisfied. Once again, he found himself being tugged between what was smart and what wasn't. And this time, the lines were actually much more blurred than it seemed. This scheme, it's more than just about snubbing their noses at humans. Their words, if they picked up any sort of steam, could actually lead to the destruction of what's left of us all. They had extremely sinister intentions. I can't ignore this now even if I wanted to, but how am I supposed to change this situation? The gloominess around Leonel was practically like a force field. He sat in silence, preferring to be alone at the moment as his mind churned. Is he going to be okay? The voice surprisingly came from Yuri. She spoke to Ina, wondering why it was that Ina wasn't trying to do anything. They had returned to Savan and Yuri's home, but at this point it wasn't nearly as homey as it had been in the past. It felt more like there was a guillotine looming over their heads, ready to fall at any time. Ina smiled a bit bitterly, looking toward Leonel's back. She then looked at his brothers, and they too, while sending glances at him from time to time, didn't choose to bother him. After a bit, Ina chuckled. Don't worry so much about him. What he's thinking of right now is how best to screw them all over. He's only unhappy because he hasn't thought of the perfect method yet, and he only hasn't thought of the perfect method because we're still lacking information. Yuri scoffed. You sound lovesick. Ina laughed. I can read his mind, you know. It's quite an amazing thing. Now, when are you and Raj having babies? Yuri's eyes suddenly began to dart around as though a deer in headlights. She wanted to scurry away like a frightened rabbit, but Savan was too busy cuddling in Joel's arms to help her out. We're not at the same stage as you and Leonel yet. She looked down and away before quickly covering Ina's mouth, stopping her from saying anything else. They all have superhuman hearing. Why do you have to talk about this here? She hissed. Raj, who was trying to pretend as though he wasn't paying attention, suddenly coughed, choking on his drink a bit. Ina laughed through her palm before whisking Yuri away. She really wanted to know the answers to these questions. At that moment, James plopped down by Leonel and put an arm around him, burping into the night skies. It seemed the alcohol was starting to get to him a bit because his eyes were already hazy. You went corporate on me, bud. What's with all this hesitation? James's laughter rang through the air as Leonel's gaze sharpened. Chapter 2723. Next tier. Chapter 2723. Next tier. Leonel entered the lab setting. Anastasia, cover the whole world. I want information on everything that's happening at any given time. Specifically, any conversations between anyone at the 9th dimension or higher. If they mention humans, they're top priority. Second priority is the cloud race. Third priority is demigod status. Fourth priority is dwarven race. Also, map out the entire world. Tell me where the dream pavilion of their world is, and also how many experts of this caliber they have. You're not worried about them sensing me? Anastasia asked. She had difficulty deducing and thinking for herself, but that didn't mean that she was a complete dullard. She remembered that the reason Leonel usually restricted her actions was because he didn't want others to sense her. Although most couldn't feel a thing, at the 9th dimension, most would be able to, and considering they were in a world of spirituals, this was even more so. In this situation, them sensing it would be even better. I'd like to see how they deal with a situation where their people feel like they're being spied on. As for those that would know it's us, so what? They already know where I am and don't dare to act. I want to see how patient they are, and I also want to see how they're going to make plans when they feel like every step they take is being watched. Okay, Anastasia said in a sweet and almost cutsy voice. Leonel laughed. What with that voice? What voice? Anastasia feigned ignorance, pretending like she didn't know what he was talking about. Leonel smiled. Though she didn't answer, he somewhat knew why. Anastasia had broken down into tears after being sent on a mission by Leonel, but that wasn't because she didn't want to help him. It was because she was scared and because she was worried about what might happen if she failed. There was no one more aware of her weaknesses than herself, and without Leonel constantly there to guide her, she worried that any next step she might take might end up being a mistake, and in that situation, she would never be able to see Leonel again. Much of her life had been spent drifting aimlessly through the world, and after the fall of the Minerva, she had passed through so many epochs, so many hands, without ever truly understanding anything about herself or her purpose. It wasn't until she met Leonel's grandfather that her life took a turn for the better. But then he died. But then she was lucky to be passed on to Leonel's father. But then he died as well. She didn't know if she could stand losing another, and it would be even worse if it was her fault. She could have saved Velasco. If only she wasn't so stupid. If only she could have seen through his intentions. If only she could think for herself. She would have been able to do what she did last time and protect Velasco from the regulator. Velasco hadn't wanted to allow it because the first time, not only had Anastasia fallen from the 9th to barely the 3rd dimension, but she had almost died. If she truly stepped in again, this time it would be a true death, that he was certain of. He had come to look at Anastasia like a little sister. How could he allow her to make such a sacrifice for him? Passing Anastasia down to his son was as good as entrusting Leonel with the hopes that he would one day be able to help her break free of her shackles. But the wishes of Velasco were one thing, while the wishes of Anastasia were another. So long as she could stay by Leonel's side, she was willing to help him to the best of her abilities. Having him give her tasks like this gave her a great sense of accomplishment, and it made her smile more brightly than she had in a long time. Leonel smiled to himself, swearing that he would one day release her of those shackles. He stood before his workbench, his mind whirling with thoughts. James was right, he was still tiptoeing around things. In a situation where there wasn't enough information, and his opponents seemed capable of making an infinite number of moves, there was another path outside of just sitting and waiting. And that was to force their hand, to suppress them until they were suffocated, until there were only a small number of moves they could even begin to make in retaliation. And when they were only left with those few moves, that would be when he would strike. It's time to make my fifth-dimensional divine armor. But first, with a thought, large piles of mind cores began to appear around Leonel. On his list, there were several lines that asked for what amounted to millions of mind cores of various kinds for the sake of tempering his metal body. Mind cores, luckily, while valuable, were overall less so than whole minds. Even if one had a mind core, it would take generations for a fully fledged mind to be born from it, and there were often times when these mind cores would have only just been birthed and had yet to have the time to form a mind around them to begin with. In the latter case, families and organizations with powerful abilities were able to find these mind cores ahead of time and move them to optimal locations. Most often, these mind cores would be stored away as a method of controlling resources. This was because there were only so many mind cores that a world spirit could support at a time, and there was great benefit in concentrating its focus on a few at a time. It was even easier to collect these when the mind cores he had asked for started at the fourth dimension. Leonel had absorbed 738-928 fourth-dimensional mind cores to reach the peak of his physical potential. But since then, his potential had greatly increased once more. He would need to reaffirm the foundation of his fourth-dimensional metal body before breaking through to his fifth-dimensional metal body as well. Then, he would forge the next tier of his divine armor. Chapter 2724, Saturation. Chapter 2724, Saturation. Leonel's thoughts were consumed by the consumption of mind cores. Every one he swallowed didn't seem like enough, and his consumption quickly crossed the 7-figure mark and rapidly approached 8 figures. He left behind his previous capacity by so far that his power practically became its own engine, thrumming with power and energy so much so that the air around him trembled. Leonel realized that he had been too neglectful before. He had been obsessed with improving his dimension, but he had forgotten that this wasn't the only path to improving himself. No, it wasn't that he had forgotten. It was probably impossible for him to forget most things. The main issue was that he only had so much time in the day, and everything he had to do was so draining and all-consuming. He had come to enjoy the time he spent with his wife instead, and he didn't want to spend all the time in the world consumed by improvement. So, though he knew the room he had to improve his metal body was there, the idea of sitting down and swallowing up millions of mind cores, especially when it wouldn't help him destroy the enemies he really wanted to destroy, just felt like something he could put off until later. But now, feeling the vast difference, it was akin to a new sky opening up. From over 700,000, he shot over 1,000,000, then 2, then 4. He didn't even begin to see his potential limits until after he had crossed 6,000, and even then he showed no signs of slowing down until over 8. The problem was that even though he could split his mind, there was only so much energy his body could consume at once. With his skin, it was easy because it was external, but if he was targeting individual cells inside his body, he had no choice but to use more roundabout methods, until something suddenly clicked. After consuming so many mind cores, it felt to Leonel as though he had sensed something different. He opened himself up to that new feeling, and he felt his destruction world layer on top of the world around him. In that moment, the mind cores around him shattered like glass, being crushed beneath the pressure. Leonel's first reaction was panic. He had reacted on instinct, but didn't his destruction world, destroy? What did he think was going to happen? Where had that feeling even come from? But as soon as those thoughts of panic appeared, he washed it away with several more thoughts as he realized several things in quick succession. First, just now, he had reacted on instinct, as though he knew how best to do something that would benefit him. But this obviously wasn't a feeling that he should have had naturally. That meant that it was a new phenomena, and by extension, could only be related to his new status as a quasi-world spirit. Anastasia never had to learn how to use time and space because it came to her naturally. There was a reason the segmented cube managed to have so many time-altering treasures within it. In much the same way, just now, he had naturally felt that he could do something related to his destruction world. Whatever that feeling was, it shouldn't have stirred him wrong, and that helped him to calm down. The second thing he recalled was his own comprehension of destruction and creation to begin with. Scarlet Star Force was at such an extreme of creation that it manifested to the world as destruction, but shouldn't that mean that the opposite was also possible? Right now it might be called his destruction world, but wasn't he creating it in a sense? And in this situation, although he had destroyed the mind cores, weren't they still living in another form, ready to be reborn as a part of him? There was a reason why, after wild forest fires, forests would often grow back more vibrant. If from creation you could take so much that you ended up destroying, then why was it that you couldn't do the same from the opposite direction? The moment he thought of this, it clicked for Leonel. The benefit of tempering each one of his cells didn't just open him up to using force through every single one of them, but didn't it also mean that he could absorb force from all of them as well? While it was true that final destruction was a dimension strengthening and improvement method, who said that the foundation it laid couldn't help him to improve his metal body as well? After this thought, Leonel's approach completely changed, and the mind core essence around him split into countless tiny streams, tempering each one of his cells individually and forming a comprehensive metal body that was on an entirely different level. To Leonel's surprise, he didn't need more mind cores to do this. In fact, he needed less. As he did so, the other streams of wasted mind core essence were pulled out and used to temper his cells individually until Leonel's body practically glistened. Flashes of gold and dark gold danced across his body, the light gliding off his bronzed skin as though he had become a glass fixture in a room of bright rays. His strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he realized that his father was, indeed, a Morales. Velasco seemed to have separated himself from the normal path of his lineages, but that didn't mean that he didn't pull from them in some way. When he created Final Destruction, he would have kept in mind its compatibility with methods that Leonel was already practicing. And in that sort of situation, how could they not play into one another hand in hand? Leonel's metal body began to form a balance with his destruction world, stabilizing and anchoring to a greater degree. Finally, his fourth dimension metal body reached a point of absolute saturation. Chapter 2725, Human Skin. Chapter 2725, Human Skin. Leonel's body exploded with power, every movement causing space to shudder. He remembered the feeling of being in control of Elrion's body. For a Pluto, even a single drop of blood could pierce through a void beast's corpse as though it was made of nothing more than wet paper. That had taught him just how powerful the race was, and it was what made him certain that he was still far away from that stage. However, even while acknowledging this, Leonel had come to understand something else. Every step forward he took was enormous, and the changes to himself weren't to be underestimated just because they didn't match up to the greatest standard of bodily strength here was. In terms of sheer body strength, at least in comparison to any other fourth-dimensional existence Leonel could come across, he believed that there was no demigod that was a match for him, and even that was likely selling himself short. The changes to Leonel's body couldn't just be measured in terms of his strength alone. That was because every improvement he made to his body was tied to his Northern Star lineage factor and his Morales lineage factor. By extension, that made them related to his light, dark, star, and earth force, which were well into the life state by now. This was to say, because everything was so wrapped up into one, it was hard to distinguish between what was purely Leonel's bodily strength and what was related to his comprehension and use of force. The two couldn't be divorced. As a result, while Leonel's body was only at a demigod standard, a fourth-dimensional demigod wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him even if he only used his body strength and nothing else. In fact, even a fifth-dimensional one would be no match for him in this regard. It would take one on the verge of entering the sixth dimension to match up to his raw physical strength alone. And he had yet to even form his fifth-dimensional metal body. Leonel didn't hesitate. Now that the time he needed to accomplish this had been shortened considerably, he didn't feel the need to shirk the effort and simply went all out. After absorbing nearly 10 million mind cores at the fourth dimension, shattered that many fifth-dimensional mind cores instantly, and then all hell seemed to break loose. Leonel's blood sounded like raging rivers and thunderous storms in his veins. At that moment, he thought of the dragon that was his mother's Emperor's Might manifestation, and that seemed to form the core of his improvement. Almost the moment he thought of it, his King's Might lineage factor, which had remained dormant and unused for so long, suddenly came roaring back. Dream force rolled off of him in waves, but this time, it was anchored by something even greater. As he quickly absorbed the fifth-dimensional mind cores, Leonel realized that his King's Might lineage factor had mutated once again, and this time the changes were shocking. Gervais was practically invincible within Ascension Empire territory. This was because his Emperor's Might lineage factor was tied to his empire, and thus his strength could be fueled by not just his own power, but that of his citizens, their dream force, and other mysterious forces that Leonel had gained faint inklings about, but lacked the full pictures of. But what about Leonel? He had experienced some of that shocking strength when he took over the Morales family, but it had only been a short time, and he never really got to experience the full effect of it all. But now, he had become a quasi-world spirit, and his lineage factor seemed to have anchored itself in his destruction world. Leonel couldn't avoid it. This was because the separation of his soul in the first place was done for the sake of allowing all of this to happen, and now, it was like his King's Might had found an anchor for itself as well. It was a full-circle moment, not just because in the past Leonel had built his King's Might off the back of destruction before changing his mind, but also because of a more important reason. His destruction world needed his body as an anchor, his body needed his soul as an anchor, and now his soul, with his king's might as a conduit, needed his destruction world as an anchor. It was hard for Leonel to tell immediately if this was a good or a bad thing. On the one hand, it sounded exceptional. This would give him way more control over his world, and he could imagine the synergy it would have with domain, universe, and finality. In fact, Leonel had already been having some thoughts about how his destruction world could even improve these already overpowered techniques and make them even more powerful. But the trouble was that he seemed to have cut himself off from one of the strongest benefits of King's might, people. Even if Leonel could, by some miracle, allow people into his destruction world, would they even be able to survive? How would he even be able to pull from them to strengthen himself? Didn't this mean that his king's might, at least in this regard, was permanently neutered? He shrugged it off. By now, he had already given up on becoming some great king of the people, so even if that was the case, it didn't change much for him. Also, he didn't have the mind to investigate it right now because he was completely focused on increasing the strength of his metal body. Boom, boom, boom. Every echo of Leonel's heartbeat caused the air to shudder. Veins bulged across his body, not out of pain, but because his blood was rushing around so fast and so furiously that they dilated, and in order to make sure that his body wasn't dealing with large, bloodless gaps, it was forced to produce more and more. Leonel had practically become a beast in human skin. Chapter 2726 picked up. Chapter 2726 picked up. Leonel's eyes snapped open, flashing of purple lightning sparking through him as his hair danced beneath wind of his own making. His force rushed about so furiously that cyclones formed and roared around him, seemingly wanting to slice apart reality itself. He took a breath, and everything rushed back into him, the world becoming still. His gaze was sharp, and everything he looked at seemed to quiver on the verge of collapsing before he spared them another glance. He exhaled slowly, the wind pressure causing small claps of thunder all on their own, as though even his breath had broken the sound barrier. Leonel stood and walked to his workbench, his mind accelerating through several thoughts. His plan for his divine armor was just the same. The fusion of little Tali and himself was perfect, and he believed it to be the truest manifestation of the life state, a level of craftsmanship that stood on a level all to its own. But at the same time, it was a path with endless amounts of flexibility, and likewise one that could evolve with him, one he truly grasped the self-state. Since Leonel had created the fourth-dimensional divine armor, several things had changed though. First and most obvious, there was his destruction world's improvement. Second was his comprehension breakthrough in the Owlin race's bubble, namely their use of natural force arts in their city planning. Or, more accurately, a close approximation of this. The third was just his increase in strength in general. These thoughts seemed to be jumbled, but they worked well together in Leonel's mind. I'm starting to see the path. Leonel had already begun seeing how his path could truly fuse into one, but the further along this path he walked, the clearer it became and closer he seemed to mirror Aina. Of course, this wasn't in terms of strength, but rather in how his abilities blended into one another and how it wasn't obvious where one stopped and another one started. This was only made more obvious by the fact Leonel felt that these three changes could come together into one. If he treated his destruction world like an Owlin city, how much more powerful would his destruction be? And if he incorporated this as an aspect of his divine armor, how much more powerful would its strength become? It would be a clash of two spirits, one being himself as an envoy of destruction, and the other being Tolliver, an envoy of creation. With that thought, Leonel got to work, losing himself in his own world. It was hard to tell how long passed because Leonel truly wasn't paying attention. If something important was happening, Anastasia would awaken him, so by the time he finished, looking up in a daze, his mind had become a bit foggy. He couldn't remember the last time this had happened. His Dream Force stamina, after a certain point, just felt endless. And after his king's might awakened once more, it should have been even more so. Wait, Leonel looked into his body and his lip twitched. Suddenly, he realized why he felt fatigued. While all his thoughts were true, he had neglected one thing. It seemed that much of his stamina was being drained away by his destruction world after his soul began to use it as a quasi-anchor of its own. I don't actually think that this is the situation by default. Is it? Leonel blinked and shook his arm. Suddenly, an armor appeared around his body. In that moment, it almost looked as though he had become a billowing tower of humanoid smoke, like he had sent himself ablaze, and yet there wasn't the slightest hint of fire. Before the armor could fully form, Leonel dismissed it, feeling surprised. The armor was stronger than it should be, and that wasn't just because of evolution or. It was like it had stepped into the self-realm on its own and without his input. Leonel's skill definitely wasn't this high yet, which meant the only explanation was that his destruction world had done it on its own with the help of his king's might, raising it to the quasi-self-realm. Wow. Leonel was hardly ever impressed by anything, and that was obviously even less so for himself because he was quite aware of his capabilities and what his limits were. But this time, he was truly shocked, and it wasn't just by the result, but the mechanisms that allowed it to happen. He smiled gently. He couldn't help but wonder, if his father wasn't harmed by his own mother, what kind of existence would he have been able to become? Would the human race even be facing such issues right now, or would they already be among the gods? The gentle look in Leonel's eyes didn't give way to rage. Instead, it was determination that came, and with that, the wisps of smoke at the corners of his eyes and the soles of his feet billowed out in waves. His destruction sovereignty didn't need to be fueled by hatred anymore. He would raise them down in order to allow something else to grow. Why did he need rage for that? Not long after Leonel's destruction sovereignty had entered the Black Realm, he entered the Bronze. With a thought, the wisps of destruction vanished and he stepped out of the lab setting and stepped into a pod. He rested, allowing his mind to recover. When he stepped out, his eyes were practically flashing with their own light. "Anything, Anastasia?" "No," Anastasia replied. "I believe they've taken drastic measures, even going off-world to communicate. And the result? There are a lot of people who are feeling restless, but those powerful enough to sense me haven't done anything yet." Leonel nodded. "I expected as much. If they're that powerful, then they're likely also smart enough to know that if anyone dares to do this, they're powerful enough to get away with it. However, the longer this goes on for, the more discontent they will feel." "Oh, there's someone coming," Anastasia suddenly said. "I think? I'm not sure. Ah, they suddenly picked up the segmented cube." She spoke in a panic. Leonel chuckled. He had expected this too. He hadn't asked Anastasia to monitor anyone coming in his direction because he knew she would have a hard time deciphering a person's intentions, especially since they couldn't send an army after him in this situation. All they could do was send one or a few powerhouses, and it seemed one had finally appeared. Chapter 2727. Bite, Chapter 2727. Bite Zornoir was a Lord Guard elite sent here by the Emberheart Lord. Despite his status, though, he wore simple black robes and even covered his face with a mask. It was clear that by every observable metric, the last thing the Emberhearts wanted was another scandal. What he hadn't expected was that the moment he came here, he managed to find the segmented cube just sitting without a care in the world. He couldn't see through the treasure, but he was fairly certain that since the probe covering the bubble was coming from it, that it should mean that this segmented cube that looked like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle should be a treasure capable of housing life. In that case, didn't that mean if he brought it back this would all be over? In fact, if he tossed it into a spatial ring, Leonel and the others would be unable to step out even if they wanted to. Most spatial devices couldn't house living things, so without the barrier of the segmented cube, they wouldn't dare to step out. It would be effectively jailing them. However, before he did so, he had to make sure that they were actually inside of it. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he brought back an empty vessel? Or if he had misjudged the item and it was actually a treasure designed to scan? However, just as he did so, his expression changed. "Oh my, I'm blushing." Leonel's chuckle startled the spiritual into reeling back. But when he realized that he still had his hand in Leonel's palm, he had no choice but to let go, a cold sweat permeating his back. Zornoir found Leonel standing where the segmented cube had been. Just now, the segmented cube was replaced by Leonel's hand and became a finger sleeve on his forefinger. Zornoir's eyes narrowed. He hadn't thought that it would be possible for Leonel to come out, not with his soul force coating the segmented cube. There shouldn't have been a lane or channel for him to do so. According to his understanding of spatial devices that could house living things, Leonel shouldn't even be here. Looking at the cold smile on the human boy's face, though, Zornoir felt a cold shiver down his spine as he remembered something. Just now, subconsciously when he retreated, he had still been holding on to Leonel's hand, so when he pulled, Leonel should have come with him. But why was it that Leonel was still standing there, unmoved? With how explosively he had retreated, was such a thing even possible? Leonel raised a hand and grabbed at the air, forming a bow that stood 3 meters from tip to tip. The aura it radiated was so fierce that Zornoir's heart palpitated. This shouldn't be. Why did he feel so much more powerful? Unfortunately for Zornoir, it wasn't just the change in his dimension that could unlock more of the power of Leonel's life-state forces. The increase to his bodily strength could do the same. The stronger he became, the more obvious the gap between his forces and that of everyone else around him became. Zornoir might be in the 9th dimension, but he had only grasped a single lower life-state force, and unlike the Moonstone Lord, he didn't have even a single other impetus state force, having put his everything into this one comprehension. Seeing this, it was more amusing to Leonel than not that they had chosen to send this man. Could they have made it more obvious that they were trying to plan something? Unfortunately for Zornoir, he didn't even seem to realize that he was a pawn. Leonel raised his bow. "We've got a show to perform, Lord Guard. Don't you think you should pull out the best you got?" A show? Zornoir didn't get to think about it any deeper as Leonel's killing intent locked onto him so fiercely that his years of battle experience roared out like a torrent. Maybe it would only be moments before his death that he would realize that Leonel's dream force had practically ripped it out of him. Flames erupted from Zornoir's body and his hair danced with them, making it hard to tell if they were the more tangible filaments or if they had become the flames themselves. A shame, Leonel thought. He had been hoping that Zornoir was a Fire Force user, because what chance did he stand in that case? Domain. In the moment, it looked like a bucket of cold water had been poured over Zornoir's head. There was an important factor to consider when Domain was activated aside from the obvious, and that was the difference in quality of forces. Two people, both using domain, both with the same level of force state, and both with the same dimension, but using different quality of forces, would display vastly different levels of suppression. Zornoir wasn't an Emberheart Force user, he used a much lower ranked flame and was clearly not a pure blood. But even if he had been, what was a top 10 fire force to the number 1 fire force in all of existence? Hey, even if you're going to lose, you still have to put up a fight, or else all of this will be for naught. Universe. Zornoir felt gravity reverse around him, and he was suddenly propelled into the air, so high that everyone across the city could see him. His eyes were set ablaze with fear, the confusion fueling his helplessness and making the turmoil in his heart worse. Leonel grinned. They sent one person, pretending as though they wanted to keep this hush, but their plot was so obvious Leonel felt like he had read it in an open book. If they really wanted to keep things hush, shouldn't they have sent one of their powerful ancestors? Why would they send someone even weaker than Moonstone? What was the point? Obviously, it was bait, so he would take a bite. Bang! Chapter 2728, another letter. Chapter 2728, another letter. Flora swirled a glass of wine in her hand, reading the report she held up with her other. After a long while, a smile surfaced on her face. Interesting, the humans have such a powerful existence? Unknown dimension, strong Dreamforce user Bowman? Her mind flashed with Leonel. Leonel had only used his Bowforce in public one other place, and that was during his battle in the challenge sequence against Minerva and the other Dream Pavilion heads. But Flora felt that the odds were low. I'll put it at 5% for now. It's more likely that the humans have hidden experts rather than a youth like him already being capable of battling against the Moonstone Lord. However, I can't outright dismiss it. There are several factors to consider. For one, the Moonstone Lord couldn't go all out because there were too many quasi-hostages in the situation. Even while holding back, too many of his people were dying. His level of control was weaker than this human. The second matter to consider is the fact that this human acted only after disparaging remarks were made about Leonel Morales. This is a weaker point because it's hard to tell if he planned to act regardless. After all, he shouldn't have been 100% confident in killing Thalion without the Moonstone and Emberheart Lord being quite a few paces for him, so he had to wait for just the right time. I'll downgrade this thought for now. The first point increases the odds to probably 11%. This reduces it back down to around 9%. Then I have to consider the fact that it's unheard of for such a perfect disguise method to exist. At the very least, they're too rare and would have to be built on a special force of some sort. But this Leonel already had Sovereign Spear and Bowforce along with Dream Sovereignty and Destruction Sovereignty. How many more forces could he have? There were too many factors at play. In the end, after weighing everything, Flora landed on 3% odds. It simply made more sense that it was another expert of the humans. The next thing to consider is, does it matter? Whether it is Leonel or someone else. Flora tapped her armrest, her mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly, she stood. I guess it's time to apply some pressure. Aaron had been in a foul mood these last few days. He did the smart thing and didn't go. But he didn't even have a method of communicating with Lyra, and he was regretting not asking for one. He knew why he hadn't. He couldn't stand the temptation. It was better to cut it off at the source and not allow those feelings to fester. He couldn't allow his family to get wrapped up in this matter. Even now, he didn't realize just how smart his decision had been. The Dwarven race was in a bad situation, not optically, but just in terms of overall status. It was hard for them to carve out their place in the world. If they got wrapped up in a scandal of the lost humans, they wouldn't even understand how they died. As the pride of their race, though forgotten by the rest of the world, Aaron had a comfortable enough life. He should stay here, solidify his foundations, marry a beautiful pixie, have children, and hopefully one day become the third in Dwarven history to form a Dharma and become a god. That was what he should do, but he couldn't get Lyra out of his head. And that was when a message came. His eyes widened when he read it. It turned out that Lyra's fiancé-to-be had been killed by the hands of an unknown archer. Aaron was so confused. Why was this being sent to him? And if this person was targeting him, then why were they revealing this information? Shouldn't they want to keep him in the dark in hopes that he would eventually take action? His heart skipped several beats as he read the rest of his, and his eyes turned red. The letter was seemingly penned by Lyra again. He could sense the bittersweetness within it. She was in one part disappointed that he didn't come, and she had to be saved by another, and another part relieved that she didn't have to marry someone she didn't like. But then she spoke about how the relationship between the humans was fissured, and how her situation was a bit different now. Then she spoke about how much gratitude she had for the man who killed her fiancé, and how she could finally be free. She said that she respected his decision, and that she was sorry for overstepping her bounds and asking for his help. She should have known better and understood his precarious situation. She wished him the best and hoped that he wouldn't reject her letters when she sent them from time to time. It was just a simple letter. He should have been certain that it wasn't Lyra, but he felt his faith in that verdict wavering, especially when he read about the gratitude she had toward the human that saved her. When he pieced that together with the fact the relationship between the humans and spirituals were fissured, he felt as though a knife was digging into his chest. And then the waves of guilt came. It was just a simple letter. Why was he reading so much into it? Why was he making so many assumptions? Tears of frustration pooled in his eyes and threatened to fall. The mind of a Dreamforce expert was far beyond what most could imagine. When they began on a line of thought, it was hard to extricate themselves until they saw it through to the end. He could feel that Lyra was pulling away from him somewhat through this letter, and he could see a future where, in order to reforge the broken relationship between the two races, that Lyra might marry this man who saved her. And unlike the first time, she seemed far more open to the idea. It felt like his heart was being torn off his chest. Chapter 2729 Trio. Chapter 2729 Trio. Leonel's arrow tore through the skies with such speeds that booming concentric circles of volatile air formed an enormous cone around it, rippling out in all directions. Each one would start as small as the tip of the arrow, and then bloom outward so far that it seemed that all the glass windows in the entire city were blown out in an instant of time. The first wave broke them into pieces. The second wave crushed them even further. The third turned them into volatile particles in the air so small that they could be breathed in. And the fourth turned them to nothing. When the arrow finally reached Zornoir, he exploded the instant the tip of the arrow touched him. Finality. Leonel exploded with over 10 times his strength in an instant, causing a firework of blood and gore to rain down from the skies before they were vaporized by the fifth pulse. It was truly an arrow to end all arrows. Leonel grinned, grabbing at the air and pulling Zornoir's soul down and into the palm of his hand. Even with all that destruction, he was perfectly intact, painting the perfect picture of Leonel's level of control. He had forgotten how fun it was to use the bow. By default, he always brought out his spear, partly because of his lineage factor and partly because back then, his white lion bow had fallen behind considerably in strength compared to what he could take out from the spear domain ring. But now that he could create his own weapon, and his lineage factor had evolved, he felt he shouldn't neglect his bow as much. The main problem was honestly his constellation. It was clearly better suited to boosting his spear and his divine armor. If he changed it too much, it would begin impacting the other Morales. He hadn't forgotten about them, it was just that he felt it was difficult to face them. They had lost their friends, their family, and he, their patriarch, wasn't there when they needed him most. It wasn't his fault, and he even held some resentment toward his grandfather for pulling him away like that without a word, but he had done all he could already. Emperor Fox likely didn't have much of a choice, and without the chance to reform his foundation like this, how could he exhibit the strength he was now? Even his father knew that this was an inevitable outcome for the Morales. That was why he knew that Leonel would be able to comprehend the constellation realm ahead of time. The demoness would have never allowed them to continue as constructed. It would constitute too many unwanted variables. Leonel clenched his fists and exhaled. He released his grip when he was just about to crush Zornoir and calmed himself. 3, 2, Leonel looked up, and at that moment, the skies shook as several auras descended in a torrent of energy. A bright smile spread across Leonel's face. How dare? Leonel tuned out the rest, cleaning out his ears. He didn't have the patience for the soap opera-like corny lines. Sure, it sounded all very real and good. After all, you'd be highly pressed to find better actors than Soul and Dreamforce experts. But when you were an expert in Dreamforce like Leonel, seeing through the quirks and their soul fluctuations was so easy that he could practically feel his bones rusting from the cringe. For his mental health, it was best he didn't listen. He raised his bow to the skies, facing off against the small troop of 10. Just come already, will you? Their teleportation platforms are shut down? A man dressed in a black cloak and a mask stood with his frown hidden from the world. All around him, he could hear the complaints of those that wanted to get to the Ma'at bubble, but couldn't because all of their channels had been shut down. This man was, unsurprisingly, Aaron. In the end, he couldn't hold himself back. But he knew that there was no way that he could appear out in the open. Not only had he left behind a body double, he had snuck out with the best channels available to him, not even leaving his father a letter. As a Dreamforce user, he knew the pitfalls, and he knew how to protect the minds of those around him, and also how to fool another Dreamforce user. Everything was perfect until he got here and found out that there was no way in. Why would they shut down the teleportation channels? This is unlike what was described in that letter. But if someone really is luring me here, then why would they bar me from entering the place they wanted me to come to in the first place? Aaron's expression suddenly changed. Could it be? No, I need to leave. Now. Aaron turned away, ready to rush out when a sudden gust of wind blew his cloak's hood off and shattered his mask in a single blow. A vicious gust of wind swirled in the air. Hurricane-force winds seemed prepared to collapse reality itself, tsunamis forming in the oceans and mountains collapsing, just beneath a breath. A trio of Void Race youths stood in the skies. This air smells like shit. Then don't take in so much of it, fool. The three bantered like they weren't stepping into a war-torn world. I can't believe they sent us here. Who's fighting already anyway? They probably sent the impures, another responded. The so-called impures were to the gods what Lumina had been to the Owlins, descendants with such impure blood that they couldn't be quite classified as gods, but they were better than probably most demigods by virtue of their lineage. Even those ants should be enough to deal with them. Why did they have to send us? There should be some goodies here. It's a demigod world after all. It's not like we get the real resources back home anyway. We should hurry too. I heard Sean Ray might come. Some mortal pissed her off and she jumped at the chance. The three shivered. Chapter 2730, Assimilate. Chapter 2730, Assimilate. Leonel took a step and appeared high in the skies. In one hand he held Zornoir's soul, and in the other there was his bow. He continued looking at the soul as though he couldn't sense the trembling rage around him from the surging spirituals. His mind truly seemed lost in thought, and then he grinned. He suddenly knocked Zornoir's soul onto his bow, causing the eyes of the spirituals in the surroundings to widen in shock. You want a villain? I'll play the villain role for you nicely. Star Fusion, King's Might. At that moment, Zornoir's soul let out endless howls as he was fused into an arrow of world-shuddering proportions. All the strength of a once mighty warrior was infused into a single weapon, pulled and stretched by the will of Leonel's King's Might and his crafter's touch. He manipulated the Force arts until they were perfect for Zornoir, bringing out his full potential. There was no doubt that King's Might was the biggest nightmare for ninth-dimensional experts. Once it was used, they had no chance at a rebirth. Their comprehension, their strength, was no longer their own. Instead, it became Leonel's. What right did they have to use it to come back in that case? Like Leonel had said, since they wanted a villain, he would give them one. Not only would he give them one, but on this day, the Fox family would return. Bang! The arrow was so fast the air shattered the moment it left his bowstring, a long tail of rippling space being left in its wake. The approaching troops of spirituals felt their hearts freeze over. A single thought dominated their minds, forcing their hearts into submission. Run! But was that even possible anymore? Leonel's laughter filled the skies. Years ago, the Fox were betrayed by their own people and forced into hiding by the feelings of the weak and pitiful. Today, we return. Leonel's hidden dimension flourished, and in that instant, the full brunt of his fifth-dimensional strength bloomed, shocking the world as it was layered in a fictitious sixth-dimension aura. At that moment, they realized that it wasn't a ninth-dimensional human powerhouse they were facing, it was a sixth-dimensional genius. The spirituals began to explode one after another before the arrow even reached them. Their forces were ripped apart, their resistances crumbling beneath its mere presence, let alone its touch. It soared by them with such speed that they froze in the skies, their bodies cracking apart. The rest of them thought that they had survived by some sort of miracle as it suddenly flashed by them, disappearing into the distance. But those were the last thoughts they had in this lifetime. Before the arrow even landed, they shattered to pieces like porcelain. And then, a mountain in the distance crumbled, the world shaking beneath its might. Leonel's voice boomed, layering atop the cacophony of explosions. It was as though he wouldn't be satisfied until the whole world could hear him. And then the world itself shook, the might of the explosion being so great that the entire bubble world suffered an earthquake. Leonel waved a hand, and the dozen warriors that had come to deal with him were pulled into a bundle of souls. He grabbed at the air with another hand, and his emulation spatial force quickly formed into a quiver. Assimilate. The most fearsome nature of the Fox was put on full display for all to see. It only took victory in one battle for their strength to suddenly steamroll forward. Without King's Might, not only would Leonel still be battling, he would have already been heavily injured. As powerful as he had become, it wasn't enough for him to treat the pinnacle of the mortal races with impunity, especially when they were in the ninth dimension. But did he need to now? He had already made his decision. Since he was using a separate identity this time, and he was seen as a mysterious human that had come out of nowhere, he would give them some real pressure. The Fox family had been feared enough in the not-too-distant past that not only had their own fellow humans acted against them, but it also had to be remembered that they were goaded into doing so by much higher races. The demigods were certainly involved, and if Leonel was correct, even the gods might have given a nudge or two here and there. In that case, the Fox was the perfect role for him to step into. He wanted to see how far they would try to push him. His King's Might lineage factor, paired with his Dream Force, was the perfect weapon to use against enemies much more powerful than himself. At the same time, the display of might he had just shown would make them think thrice before they came to deal with him. Would it create more pressure as well? Almost certainly so. But so what? He had a feeling that this would only help him, not harm him. There are some holes in my identity. The first and most obvious is Sivan and Yuri. What are the odds that they would both be close to myself and Aina, as well as this new Fox character? Leonel smiled, seemingly not worried at all. The truth was that the devil was in the details, and where not all flaws were weaknesses, they were also opportunities. And sometimes, when flaws were too obvious, intelligent people might overlook them because they wouldn't assume him to make such a stupid mistake. This was the sort of game and flow that Leonel liked the most. He felt like someone was trying to put him on their chessboard, and, quite frankly, he found it to be amusing because he could tell that this person wasn't an absolute expert like the Demoness. They were fallible, and probably thought themselves to be much greater than they were, and he would crush them because of that. There's something, Leonel, Anastasia called out. Chapter 2731, Choke Point. Chapter 2731, Choke Point. What happened? Leonel asked, standing in the skies and looking toward the horizon. Odd movements related to dwarven race. There was a report that someone intercepted a prince. Got it. Leonel took a step, prepared to leave the bubble. There was a reason that he had asked Anastasia to pay attention to the dwarven race. He had several ideas about how this might go, and it seemed that he was correct. The truth of the matter was that the Aritha bubble, the home of the dwarven race, was one on Somnus's list. In fact, it was the exact same bubble that Leonel planned to target after he left here because it had a dream pavilion. The use of conquering a world with one, or at the very least having it as a chess piece, couldn't be understated. So, from the very beginning, Leonel had been paying attention to such things. But what was more interesting than that was how strategic the location of the Aritha bubble was. It was positioned in such a way that it was a choke point between the Ma'at and Cairo bubbles, and it was an unmistakably important location as a result of it. Most tended to ignore it, but the reality was that it was the perfect springboard to attack either one of these bubbles, and as a result, it was undeniably important and couldn't be ignored for these very reasons. However, even this was just surface-level analysis. Anyone could think of this, and Leonel knew even without exposing himself to the reality of it that there was no way that whoever was playing around in the background would take such a simple approach to what was happening here. Then, he thought a level deeper. What was the world thinking about everything that had happened at the Gathering of Minds? Of course, there was Leonel's embarrassment on one hand, but no one cared much that the demigods had won. That just seemed natural. What was more important to the common man was the fact that a spiritual and a sparrow had come together to claim third place. It was these sorts of underdog stories that everyone gravitated toward. But then what happened after it all ended? Well, the spiritual race basically took all the credit for it. And aside from the dwarven race themselves, how many people remember Aaron? This was by design, of course. The Emberheart Lord and the Moonstone Lord were trying to use this matter as a springboard to help them fuse their races as one. The political landscape of existence was very precarious, to say the least. You couldn't just evolve your race because you felt like it, and it involved a great deal of trouble. Simply put, why would the demigods want to allow another demigod race to appear? Wouldn't that just add more competition for resources that they wanted? More importantly than that, the more demigod races there were, the more likely it was that the culling, which was an event that only the mortal races had to suffer, would soon become a matter that the demigod races also had to deal with. The end of existence wasn't slowing down, and the closer they got to that inevitable end, the more drastic the measures taken would be. Who knew if one day the gods might decide that their existences were unacceptable, and it was best if only gods remained. Due to this, the spirituals had to be very roundabout and clever with how they moved forward in their attempt to become demigods. They couldn't make it too obvious that this was their goal, but they also couldn't shirk away from it because no one was a fool at these levels of power. All of this political nonsense felt convoluted and ridiculous, but that was because it was. When everyone had pros and cons to weigh, especially when gods and demigods couldn't just casually descend to lower worlds, all of these games of political face and subterfuge became matters of life and death, and that was where the dwarven race came into play. There was no doubt that Aaron was the most important piece of the dwarven race. His talent in crafting was exceptional, and he had the potential to become their next god. While the spirituals were vying for a spot to demigodhood, the dwarven race just wanted to be more comfortable and survive. With every culling, they felt that they came closer and closer to suffering as well, and they had to speed ahead to remain ahead of the curve. Aaron was their hope to do that and live out the next few generations in peace. Now what happened when a bubble world in a strategic location, with so much political freedom riding on the life of a single young man, fell in love with the princess of another world that was riding on the end of a thin, sharp blade? If one wrong move was made, everything might collapse and the world would quickly become embroiled in chaos. This was a pressure point. If it was pressed down upon, moved, and manipulated correctly, the right person could end up with not just both, but all three worlds in the palm of their hands. And not only that, but 3 dream pavilions for the price of none. Even with all of this said, Leonel went one layer deeper than even this. He was almost certain that a dream Ashura was responsible for all of this after seeing the detailed scheming that Somnus was a part of. He also knew that Somnus had been expelled from his clan after the matters of the Gathering of Minds. Was it a coincidence that so soon after Somnus's life and death was in the balance that one of the bubble worlds he had so much information about had become the key chess piece in the games of another Dream Asura? Most definitely not. As such, he was certain that not only was it a Dream Asura, but it was a Dream Asura with incredibly close ties to Somnus himself. Chapter 2732 1. Chapter 2732 1. Leonel landed in the mountain range his own arrow had just destroyed. Nothing he did was without purpose, even if it was showing off, or so he liked to think. He grinned to himself, sensing the volatile plumes of creation, strands of destruction, and more importantly than any of that, the wild fluctuations of space in the surroundings. Just now, he used Assimilate to fuse a 9th-dimensional warrior into his arrow of Scarlet Star Force and Emulation Spatial Force. Seeing such potential for creation, his Scarlet Star Force quickly gobbled it up, and the pure Dream and Soul Force coming from the soul bolstered his Emulation Spatial Force considerably. On top of that, because of his Destruction World's influence, he had been able to force the craft into a quasi-self-grade state. And as a result of that, all the potential for creation was quickly forced into a state of complete and utter destruction. This was all to say that the arrow wasn't just a little powerful, it was so strong that it was likely capable of lighting up more than 27 runes on the truth pillar, a number that was 9 better than the best Leonel or Minerva could do. Assimilate was one of the 3 most powerful techniques of Emperor's Might. It was designed to allow you to fuse the souls with objects that could raise and elevate its status to another level, but it could also do the reverse. It was thanks to Assimilate that Tolliver had managed to gain the talent of an infinity beast, and when it was done in reverse, Leonel's arrows gained the strength of a 9th-dimensional expert. No, it wasn't accurate to say it like this. It was more like the life force of such an existence. All their potential and everything they had once been or would have ever been exploded all at once. And that was all without even considering the Scarlet Star Force it was fueling. It wasn't just a 9th-dimensional level of strength, explaining it that way was too simple, and its power proved that. This time, though, that wasn't the point of Leonel's current escapade. The eruption of his arrow had provided him with a good opportunity. The space here was highly unstable, and the gap between it and the in-between world was shrinking and expanding rapidly, fluctuating back and forth. If he timed it correctly, Leonel took a step and suddenly vanished. Aaron covered his face with a hand, but he already knew that it was useless. He had disguised himself even beneath his mask, also making himself taller. His real height was barely over 5 feet tall. He'd be hard-pressed to get to 5'11" unless he was wearing shoes. That was a dead giveaway to his race, so he had, of course, taken other precautions aside from a cloak and mask. But the trouble was that without all of them together, anyone stronger than him would be able to see through him. And just like he feared, the moment his mask was shattered, the dream force around him shattered as well. His translucent wings burst from his back as he continued into a hurried retreat, pulling out his bow. He still didn't know who was assaulting him. His eyes darted from left to right, his internal sight blooming. When he still couldn't find anything, he circulated a technique, his eyes beginning to glow and his nodal pathways pulsing with power. The earth beneath him trembled despite the fact he was in the air, and a wave of earth and spatial force rippled out in all directions. The danger Aaron was feeling was on an entirely different level. He had still yet to see this person, and many were looking at him like some sort of madman, but all he could feel was that if he didn't go all out, he would lose his life right here and now. Geomag Force was a top 10 Earth Force, one known for its fusion between Earth and Space Force, and for its rarity. Aaron would have normally never displayed his abilities in using this force. He had spent much of his life hiding his true talent, and if not for the opportunity the Gathering of Minds presented, he would have never taken even a single step out of his world. But unfortunately, reality was cruel. The moment he stepped out, he found himself stuck in this game of cat and mouse between himself and an existence he had never laid his eyes on before. Using his Geomag Force, he pushed his senses to the limit, sensing pulsing through the earth and space to locate who had suddenly attacked him. And that only let him smell his death coming a split second before anyone else. Just a small split moment, not enough for him to do a single thing with, and certainly not enough to save his life. The sudden attack seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It bore down on him with such force that his body froze before it even landed. In that moment, he felt like those spirituals who had just faced Leonel's arrow. Then it appeared before his eyes, a whirlwind of strength looking to bore a hole through his forehead. It was then a figure appeared before him. Standing tall and proud, he extended out a hand. "Well shit, this attack is more powerful than I thought it was," the figure mumbled. Aaron almost fainted when he heard this. Why act so confidently if this was going to be the end result anyway? Black Star, the figure chuckled as though he could hear Aaron's thoughts before calling out to the empty void of space. At that moment, Aaron felt his vision go black, and when it cleared up again, he felt himself shiver. He looked back and found a long, cone-shaped trench extending behind him. The city was half destroyed, and everything left in its wake had crumbled to ash. "Welp, looks like they won this round," the figure clicked his tongue. Aaron's face warped in confusion. What did that mean? Chapter 2733, 27%. Chapter 2733, 27%. Leonel looked back to face Aaron, but it was clear that the latter didn't recognize him. Though that much was obvious. If even Aaron could see through his disguise, then he might as well not be wearing it at all. "Let's go," Leonel said. "Who are you? Not the place to be asking questions." Aaron frowned, not understanding what this person was trying to get at. "I'm not taking you with me. I'm just sending you back to your home world. I assume you were lured here due to something related to Lyra? Well, you don't need to worry about it. Let's go." Leonel placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder and whisked him away. At this point, Leonel's strength was too great for Aaron to resist even if he wanted to, but that only made him all the more wary. Aaron couldn't help but wonder if all of this was a ruse set up by Leonel. The question was for what, though? Was it to get him to trust him? Leonel chuckled. "There are much easier ways for me to deal with your bubble. Trust me. I wouldn't have the patience to wait for you to grow up and take it all over. Wouldn't I be dead and decrepit by then?" Aaron frowned and didn't say much. He would just feel out the situation as he went. But to his astonishment, Leonel actually sent him back to his world, and then directly left as though there was nothing of importance going on with him. No strings, no communication, there was absolutely nothing. What did he mean by, "they won this round"? Aaron frowned, feeling an uncomfortable feeling welling up in his chest. He thought he was only a pawn in one game of chess, but it seemed that there were two masters going at it. Could he really only be an unwitting pawn? Leonel didn't even enter the dwarven race's bubble. He could understand the gist of this dream Ashura's plans, but he still hadn't grasped the root of it. And more shocking than that, he hadn't sensed where that attack from earlier had come from, and he couldn't find the person who launched it. That could only mean one thing: there wasn't a person at all. It was triggered by some sort of force art. That was probably the most unfortunate outcome because, for one, that certainly meant that whatever traces could have been found were long since wiped out, and on top of that, whatever predictive and scheming ability this individual had was on a completely different level. First sowing discord between humans and spirituals, and now doing the same between the dwarven race and the spirituals. What are they getting at here? Leonel walked through the in-between worlds as though it was any other location, unmoved by everything happening around him. He was missing a piece of the puzzle, an incredibly important piece, but he just couldn't grasp what it was. If he could just figure it out, he felt that everything would fall into place and it would all make sense again. He entered the Ma'at bubble once again and almost instantly had Anastasia continue her monitoring. Flora sat in a familiar recliner and a newly refilled glass of wine. She read another report and she couldn't help but raise up an eyebrow. It half worked. I can work with this anyway, but this person caught on? A fox? Ho ho. The more she read, the more interested she became, and the more she felt an excitement bubbling up in her chest. She had never thought that this mysterious person was a fox, but maybe this made sense. She had heard rumors that the fox cashed in a favor from the Pluto to just barely survive that catastrophe from all those years ago. But from her understanding, it couldn't have been more than a handful of them that made it through. To think that from that small minority, such a genius had risen up. But why expose themselves like this? What are they getting at? Are they a fool who overestimates themselves? That can't be the case because he saw through my plot, so it has to have a purpose. Blaring warning signs echoed in Flora's head as it all pointed to one truth. Why announce this if he wasn't trying to hide another identity? Could he really be Leonel Morales? But then how did he mimic the Emperor's Might lineage factor without being a fox? The odds that were at 3% began to tick upward. Flora hadn't put much thought into it in the past, but if it was the case that he was Leonel, what would that mean? The fox have quite a well-hidden history. The humans don't talk about it because it's a shame, and the others certainly won't talk about how they had to gang up and scheme to deal with a human family. But Leonel Morales has the life tablet, or had the tablet. It should document histories, in which case learning about the fox wouldn't be difficult at all. As for why he's pretending, it's likely because he's using this opportunity to step out of the spotlight. He already failed at the Gathering of Minds, and there was even a war triggered as a result of it. There would be no better chance than to step out of the spotlight. Unfortunately, he was pulled back into it because the Moonlight Lord targeted his wife and effectively the human race as a whole. The fox is an interesting angle to take because they are part of the human race, and yet also separate at the same time. Because they were betrayed, it's easy to think of them as two separate identities. With that sort of framing, I'd say it's gone from just a 3% chance to 27%. Flora took a sip of her wine, wondering if this would be useful. But first, she needed more information. She called forward a steward and asked for some very specific things. Chapter 2734, Threat. Chapter 2734, Threat. Soon, the reports she wanted were on her lap. She went through them all one by one until she found what seemed to be a true smoking gun. Savan and Yuri, she narrowed her eyes. What were the odds that both this fox and Leonel knew and were close to the same people? Almost zero, especially since she could find any information on Savan and Yuri dating more than a handful of years back. Oh, fascinating. As she flipped through the report, Flora got to a portion that intrigued her. It turned out that years ago, the human bubbles took the initiative to ship out several races back to their homes. They should have been grown and raised in those incomplete worlds. The human race was scared of being targeted because they controlled races that were clearly above them, so they took preventative measures. If this report was correct, Savan and Yuri appeared around the same time, as did many other unexpected geniuses. Further than that, one of the geniuses of the spirituals, a spiritual sent in by the Cairo bubble, in fact, was personally killed by Leonel during the Gathering of Kingdoms. In fact, it was because of this that Leonel wasn't able to participate and he had his wife do so in his stead. Could it be a coincidence? Why would Leonel have a grudge with this spiritual he should have never met? Leonel Morales is not only a human, but a human of an incomplete world. Flora let out a bell-like laughter. Fascinating, fascinating, far too fascinating. She would have never guessed such a thing. She made a mental note that she should go down any interesting lines of investigation, even if it felt that there was only a 3% chance. By now, that 27% chance had ballooned to 42%. It was practically 50-50 on whether this man was truly Leonel or a fox. But that left other questions. What ability did Leonel use to mimic Emperor's Might? Could it have nothing to do with Emperor's Might and she was being led by the nose by his words? Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Leonel Morales was both? Who said a fox had to have fox as a last name? The two streams of thought melded into one and Flora felt an unshakable resolve toward them. It was hard for her to even think of shaking them off. The images overlapped in her mind. That was right. Didn't the Pluto owe the fox a favor? Could it be then that this favor was repaid using incomplete worlds? How else could the weak human race get their hands on such worlds? The real question is, How do I use this to my advantage? A sly grin spread across Flora's face. Leonel returned to Savan and Yuri's home. Although it was empty now, he still did so, his thoughts churning. It was at that moment that a flash of light landed before him. He opened it up without much care, and when he read it, a sneer crept onto his lip. The first line was as clear as day. Greetings, Leonel Morales. The letter was polite, but the implied threat was as clear as day. It wasn't just that the threat was clear, but also that the demands were almost easy in comparison to the weight of the threat. It claimed that it knew that he was both a Fox and a Morales, but that they had no need to tell everyone about this so long as he helped them out with a few tasks. As for what those tasks were, they were all related to his dream pavilion. They wanted him to issue a challenge sequence actually, but this time a targeted one. Namely, it was akin to a dojo challenge of an ancient Japanese culture. There were two forms of a challenge sequence. The first was the one that Leonel had used previously, and the second one was a one-on-one challenge. The restriction, of course, was that it had to be executed by those in the same bracket, so to speak, and both parties had to willingly accept the challenge, or else it wouldn't go through. As for what was meant by bracket, this was decided in groups of 1,000 up until the top 1,000, which was decided in groups of 100 until the top 100, which was decided in groups of 10. Essentially, the 9999th Dream Pavilion could challenge up to the 9,000th. The 999th, though, could only challenge up to the 900th, while the 100th could only challenge up the 91st, so on and so forth. In the end, this person didn't even say whether they wanted him to win or not, they just wanted him to send the challenge. As for who he was challenging, it wanted him to challenge the Cairo bubble. This person really is playing with fire. Leonel felt that the intentions were quite obvious. If he challenged the Cairo bubble, several things would happen in quick succession. First, he would be back in the spotlight he had taken such care to get out of. Of course, this wasn't too bad because the spotlight wouldn't be too bright, and it would even play into his whole arrogant, can't-be-bothered persona. They would think that this was his attempt at snatching back some of the pride he had lost at the Gathering of Minds. If this was where it stopped, he might consider doing it for no other reason than the fact it actually helped him in the long run. If he really just faded into the shadows without a word, some might be suspicious. But that wasn't where it stopped. Leonel smirked and pulled up a list. 102nd. Vast Dream Pavilion. 183rd. Ma'at Dream Pavilion. 21th. Kafra Dream Pavilion. Seeing this, Leonel's sneer deepened. He had to admit, this person was a good schemer indeed. The Kafra Dream Pavilion was a nomad race dream pavilion. It seemed that he was correct. This person was tied to Wicked and God Zoltine, and clearly they thought themselves to be more clever than they really were. Chapter 2735. Writhe. Chapter 2735. Writhe. The plan wasn't obvious on the surface, and honestly, Leonel was being a bit unfair to the Dream Asura pulling strings in the background. However, when you were dancing on a tightrope like they were, any flaws could be taken advantage of. It was honestly just a question of who among them would be the first to reveal a fatal flaw. To Flora, it seemed that that person was Leonel, and there was honestly nothing wrong with her thought process. Even Leonel had to admit that it was quite good, if it wasn't for the fact he had revealed such a flaw on purpose, at least in part. The reality was that whether he drew the line between the Fox and him at this point or not, it was inevitable that it would come out. The line of logic that Flora had used, connecting the incomplete worlds to Savan and Yuri, and then to Leonel and the Fox, was something that anyone with the information on hand could attest to. Of course, anyone was actually a much smaller piece of the pie than it seemed. That was because this person not only had to know about the exchange between the Pluto and Fox, they also had to be aware of a covert action taken by the human bubbles who practically no one paid attention to, and finally, they had to be able to gather information from a segment of the Gathering of Kingdoms that wasn't broadcasted to everyone. All three of these hurdles were enormous, but the first was especially large. How many could claim to know about the motives and actions of the Pluto? As far as Leonel was concerned, though, this was a confirmation of things. It seemed like he was the one backed into a corner, but Flora had shown off her dragon's tail. Now that he knew that she could piece such information together, it meant that the person he was dealing with wasn't normal in the slightest, and he went from a barely 60% assurance that he was dealing with a Dream Ashura to over 97% certain, and at the same time, he had caught on to Flora's weakness. The vast Dream Pavilion had fallen from 100th place the day they won the challenge sequence. But since then, the Owlins had made their move to return to the top 100 as well, pushing them down yet another spot. But that wasn't what was of note here. What made Leonel sneer was the existence of the Kafra Dream Pavilion. As he had said, the Kafra Dream Pavilion was a nomad pavilion. However, there were large numbers of nomad pavilions. Although they weren't as prolific as spirituals in terms of soul force and dream force, they weren't too far behind either. In fact, they and the Cloud Race were neck and neck for second place. So why was he so certain? In reality, all Leonel needed was the fact Flora had asked him to do this with no strings attached. But there was a more complex train of logic as well. Why ask him to attack the Ma'at bubble in specific and not the Cairo bubble? The latter had a dream pavilion too, and their ranking was almost identical. They were just barely in the top 200 as well, so logically speaking, Leonel should be able to get at them too. The problem was that if he attacked the Cairo Dream Pavilion and they lost, they would fall outside of the top 300 and thus lose the right to challenge the Khafra Dream Pavilion. The math was close, but Leonel was certain that he was right. With how casual the rest of the letter was, letting him attack whenever he wanted, not telling him whether he had to win or lose, it all became supremely obvious. If he fought the Ma'at bubble, whether the Vast bubble or Ma'at bubble won, both would fall between the 200th to 299th rank. However, the Cairo bubble, should they lose, would fall between the 300th and 399th rank. Obviously, according to the rules, this would mean that it wouldn't be able to challenge the Khafra Dream Pavilion at that point, and all of this would be useless. But then that left another question. Why did she want the Khafra Dream Pavilion to rise? If Leonel put himself in this person's shoes, he could see the long game they were trying to play. Right now, the Owlins had just returned to the top 100 and had gained themselves some power, only to then be suddenly thrust into a war. What would happen over the course of that war? If another race suddenly swooped in and claimed the top 100 spot that had already changed hands so frequently in the last few months alone, would it be that shocking anymore? No, that matter would most definitely go under the radar. However, she couldn't just have them leap to the top 100, it was easier to take it slow. If they were suddenly challenged out of the blue by a fiery-tempered youth like Leonel, or an embarrassed world like the Ma'at bubble, wouldn't it be natural for them to enter the top 200? The point gap between the higher ranks was so large that even if Leonel ended up winning this challenge, it would at most return to the 100th spot, where he would quickly be kicked down again. At which point Flora would make him issue another challenge, this time to the Khafra Dream Pavilion. If it was the Ma'at Dream Pavilion that won, it would be even easier. Flora would just make him lose to the Khafra on purpose and then have the Ma'at lose subsequently. Either way, she would be able to get her pawn into the top 100, and who knew what she would do from there. The Dream Assuras almost certainly had a top 100 Dream Pavilion already, but was it under Flora's control? Of course, there was another even simpler reason Leonel was certain of all of this. According to the Life Tablet, Khafra was God Zolteen's homeworld. These are the games Dream Assuras like to play, huh? Leonel didn't find himself being angry. In fact, he felt faint hints of excitement as something stirred inside of him. A vile thought crept up from within his soul. Wouldn't it be fun to watch this person writhe in despair? Chapter 27 Year 6. Third. Chapter 27 Year 6. Third. Leonel fell into his thoughts, spun the tip of the letter on his finger before he burnt it to ash. The smile on his face was still there. The question was, how best to use this? Let's return to the human bubble, Leonel suddenly said. Why? Anastasia frowned. She didn't understand what was happening, but she had read the letter. There was nothing but bad that could come from it. Why was Leonel smiling? And wasn't returning to the human bubble exactly what Flora wanted? It wasn't like Leonel to fall into the schemes of others so easily. Don't worry your pretty little head, Anastasia. Have I ever taken a loss? Yes. Anastasia pouted. Pretty little what? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm older than your great-great-great-great-great-great-great. Anastasia kept adding greats because it seemed that no amount could sufficiently satisfy her, and the funny part was that she was correct, especially due to the time dilation between Earth and the rest of existence. Leonel chuckled. Had he taken losses before? Sure, but they never had to do with intelligence. He would crush this Dream Ashura at their own game, and he'd feel good doing it. Soon, he had used yet another method to step away from the Ma'at bubble. The suffocating, more quasi- or pseudo-pressure of Anastasia's constant vigilance over their land faded away, but not soon afterward they were shocked by a sudden challenge. When he received Leonel's challenge for their Dream Pavilion, he wasn't even sure what to think. Of course, he wasn't the one who ran the Dream Pavilion. His daughter was a member, but personally, he could only use Soul Force. Instead, it was actually his wife and Lyra's mother who was the current head of the Dream Pavilion. Normally, she wouldn't bother him with such things, but not only had the message infuriated her, but she also felt that it just might be an opportunity to do exactly what her husband and her brother-in-law wanted to do. Although she wasn't fully on board with what was happening, she was accepting of it only because of what was at stake. They didn't have the luxury of letting their morality win out at the moment. The Emberheart Lord read the letter of challenge. The more he read, the more furious he became as well. I've heard that the world of spirituals is having a grand time praising their little princess. What a fucking joke. Do you think that if it wasn't for the shamelessness of the Owlins and the Celestial Embers that she would have earned the third-place position? She lost to my wife in the Gathering of Kingdoms in humiliating fashion, and she would have lost to me if she had the balls to challenge me. The world seems to think that I, Leonel Morales, am some kind of pushover. In that case, I'll show you what true strength is. Accept the challenge if you dare. A good friend of mine informed me that your lord's so-called brother dared to speak foul words about my wife. Since you think talk is so cheap, I'll run your wife into the ground and humiliate her before the eyes of the entire world. In the future, you'll learn that the Morales aren't the kind of people you can speak about so casually. Fuck. The Emberheart Lord barely managed to withstand the desire to shatter the letter of challenge to pieces. Run his wife into the ground? If he was a Dreamforce expert, he would have accepted already on his wife's behalf. Everything seemed to be going wrong, and his usually even and controlled temper had been fluctuating wildly for the last few days. This was practically the straw that broke the camel's back. He looked toward his wife with a steely gaze. She was a beautiful woman with only the slightest hints of age on her countenance, that being the barely perceptible crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. But even with this, she carried the usual grace and elegance of a spiritual empress. She was actually much older than the Emberheart Lord. When he was born, she had already long since entered the ninth dimension and reigned supreme for a long time. If not for her status as the Emberheart Lord's wife, she would have already been listed among the elders of the family, though weaker than their true overlords or ancestors. Even so, he had pursued her feverishly, and in the end, the Emberheart Lady had taken a liking to him and chose to birth a child for him, that being Lyra. In the end, her choice was correct. The Emberheart Lord was on a trajectory to the peak, and he had become their lord at such a young age. Right now, his potential was only weaker than maybe 2 or 3 of their old monsters. He was even said to have a better than 20% chance of becoming a god in the future, though no one would ever dare to guarantee such a thing. "Do you have confidence?" the Emberheart Lord asked. She didn't answer immediately, but this was what the Emberheart Lord loved about her. Even though he could feel that she was angry as well, she remained calm and she weighed her options just the same. "I believe it shouldn't be a problem. The variable is how much he has improved. I watched his challenge sequence earlier, and the reason he performed so well was because of the life tablet. And even then, it was thanks to others severely underestimating him that he was able to flourish like he did. His final battle with the Owlins was the biggest testament to this. First, he no longer has the life tablet, and that's the biggest knock. Second, I will not underestimate him, and I will mobilize as many of our Dream Pavilion members as is allowed. Third, and most importantly, I believe this is a chance we cannot miss. Publicize the letter and use it as the lightning rod we missed out on. Chapter 2737. Use that Chapter 2737. Use that the Emberheart Lady spoke calmly, and in the end, her husband couldn't refute anything she said. Inwardly, though, they both felt complicated about this matter. Nothing in Leonel's letter was wrong. They had disparaged his wife, and they had raised the status of Lyra. The latter choice was because Lyra's marriage to Thalion was meant to be the catalyst they needed in order to move forward with the next steps of their plan. Part of their mixed feelings was exactly because of this. They had put their daughter directly in the line of fire not just once, but twice now. Although the world didn't know, how could they not know that they had tried to marry her off to Leonel first? These matters built up frustration in layers, and they felt like they were being painted into a box. But ultimately, they never had a choice, until now. Finally, they could take some of the brunt of the pressure away from their daughter and bear it themselves as her parents. The Emberheart Lady didn't even plan to have Lyra on the participating roster. She would do this for her child, as Lyra's mother. They accepted Leonel's challenge. By doing so, they felt that they could better paint the humans as the villains, and their plan, which had stalled, could roll forward once more. What the couple didn't know was that this wasn't their choice at all. Leonel stood on the high clouds of the Dream Pavilion, taking in the beautiful array of blues, pinks, and violets. It was truly gorgeous in ways that couldn't be described. He had seen a lot of the world now, but he was hard-pressed to think of a sight that was better. Of course, he could have made the letter even more vicious, but he didn't, and that was because he wanted them to publicize it. He wanted them to use it as the lightning rod they were looking for. That was exactly why he didn't mention the fact they had tried to marry Lyra to them. If he had, there was no way they'd go the extra step of publicizing it, and thus they had played right into his hands. "Beautiful," Leonel chuckled to himself. "This is fun." His eyes glowed, a smile that could blot out the sun spreading across his lips. He turned, and with a step, he entered the pavilion. Inside, he found Goggles exchanging ideas about crafting with Eamon. They were startled with Leonel's sudden appearance and were about to hurry to stand, but Leonel stopped them first. Whoa, I didn't come here to interrupt you guys." "How's everything been going?" "Perfect," Eamon said with a gaze filled with excitement. Goggles eagerly followed up, but Leonel couldn't help but sigh. Eamon's enthusiasm was very obvious and clear, but Goggles' own was faked. It was too easy to see through. It seemed that even now, he wasn't quite comfortable around Leonel yet. "This is just the price I have to pay. It will take time. Plus, it isn't as though I've put in as much effort as I should have. Just giving him a bunch of resources isn't going to build a friendship." As much as Leonel wanted to revert back to the time they would wrap their arms around one another's shoulders and face off against the world together, his actions had caused that to slip away from him. Playing with life didn't come without its consequences. "That's good," Leonel smiled, not showing the thoughts of his heart on his face. "I have something I might need you two for. Soon, we'll be challenging another Dream Pavilion, and the rules are somewhat wacky. It'll be a dojo-style challenge. The number of participants is dependent on myself, though there are some quirky rules we have to be familiar with. I'll let you guys know the rules when the time comes, but I'll be depending on you all." As with everything the Dream Pavilion did, the laundry list of rules was extensive, and if Leonel really poured it on them, they wouldn't be able to retain it all. It was better if he just explained things as they came. Really? Eamon's happy mood immediately plummeted, and he felt like the sky was being overturned. He had been having fun learning more about crafting than he had ever before. But this, he didn't know if he was ready for this. Leonel grinned. "You know what your greatest weakness is, Eamon?" Eamon blinked, blushing down his collarbone. "You're too unsure of yourself, but I'm sure you know this already." Telling you about it won't change much. I can only throw you into enough situations that you learn to be confident. Also, you don't need to worry. Even if you lose, I can pick up the slack. Don't take this as life or death. Take it as a training exercise. Only after he heard this did Eamon exhale a breath of relief. Okay, he nodded. I'll do my best. Leonel smiled and gave Goggles some reassuring words as well before he turned and left. His words to Eamon had only been half-truths. The reality was that although he could pick up the slack, it was graded on a curve and thus the points he accumulated for Goggles or Eamon would be limited. Essentially, the other pavilion had to defeat all three of them. But there was a potential situation on the table where Leonel alone covered for all of their weaknesses, and yet still didn't accumulate enough points to win. However, Leonel didn't really have a choice in this matter. The minimum number for such a challenge was 3, unlike the other challenge sequence where any number could be sent in. He couldn't use Ina's future stepmother for obvious reasons. Not only was she not familiar with using Dreamforce yet, but if she did, her Snowy Star Owl lineage factor could be exposed. He had to hide her for as long as possible. Plus, there was a great chance. During the challenges, aside from the pavilion heads, it was dimension to dimension, meaning they would have to send out people at Goggles' and Eamon's level. I can use that, Leonel smiled, his scheme brewing. Chapter 2738, Victory. Chapter 2738, Victory. You look like you're scheming something evil. All you're missing is a pitchfork, some horns, and a tail, Ina said, looking at Leonel with a chuckle. The sudden voice appeared by Leonel's side. He was somewhat caught off guard because Ina had stepped right out from the segmented cube, but when he registered what she said, he couldn't help but chuckle, reaching over and giving her a pinch she scurried away from. It seems like someone has forgotten which between the two of us is the demon. Ina blinked innocently. Both of us? Leonel paused. Damn, she was right. But he didn't need to accept such a loss. Ina giggled, feeling superior. It was hard to win a war of words with Leonel. His thinking speed was too fast. You just had to wait for him to put his foot in his mouth first. Well, that and be able to read his mind like she could. Instead of trying to find a way to wiggle out of the hole he just buried himself in, Leonel scooped Ina up and rushed away, her squeals of delight filling him with much the same feelings. The days passed quickly, and soon there was a tremble that shook the dream pavilion. The clouds separated, and an illusionary projection of the Ma'at bubble took shape high in the skies. It looked as though the two dream pavilions were on a path toward a head-on collision, both rushing toward one another. But at the final moment, they came to an abrupt stop. Leonel stood with a smile on his face, looking out toward the approaching dream pavilion. His eyes landed on the Emberheart lady, and he couldn't help but have quite a bit of praise for her inwardly. Despite the crudeness of his challenge, she didn't seem to have the slightest bit of anger in her heart. In fact, she looked to be completely normal, as though this was just another day. He could tell that she had experienced a lot of life, and her almost regal calmness was a product of that. This wasn't the type of woman it would be easy to knock off a pedestal, nor would it be easy to see through to what she was really thinking. Behind her, there was a horde of Dreamforce-wielding spirituals. Compared to Leonel's numbers, they were a far cry above. The two couldn't even be compared. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Leonel was hiding the Dreamforce experts he had found across the human bubble with Anastasia's help, those more than 1,000 still wouldn't be enough to match up to the numbers of the Ma'at bubble. If there was any way to see through the true state of mind of this Emberheart lady, it was as a result of his display of force. Clearly, without saying it in so many words, she was displaying her might, and she was doing it in a way that the world couldn't possibly find fault with her. Leonel's letter had already been publicized, and there was simply no escaping the scrutiny the world had placed him under. It was very easy for one to become a villain in the public eye, and that was the case even if they had once had sympathy for you. Turning the other cheek wasn't just a pacifist's wet dream, it was also the form of protest that worked the most effectively. The fact Leonel had chosen to lash out now instead of lick his wounds in silence made some turn against him already. The fact that the spirituals felt like an innocent third party, as most didn't have the context of the slights against him, made it even worse. When this was coupled with the spirituals' information campaign, and the methods through which they used to disseminate the information, the end result was to be expected. Although it wasn't by an exaggerated margin, it could be said that more than half of those watching this challenge were on the side of the Ma'at bubble, and that was doubly so for their own citizens. It could be said that Leonel had given them exactly what they needed at the perfect time. "Let's begin," Leonel said with a grin. "What are the parameters?" the Emberheart lady asked lightly. "2 people, just me and my deputy pavilion head." The Emberheart lady's gaze flashed. Was this young man really so unruly? Who didn't know that the deputy pavilion head was dead? Did Leonel plan to bring his corpse in? "Let's go." Leonel didn't wait any longer. The Emberheart lady looked over to an older woman by her side. "Vanima, we'll be going." The older woman nodded, and the gazes of every single one of the spirituals flashed. If the Emberheart lady was their number 1, then Vanima was most definitely their number. And even then, Vanima had willingly abdicated to allow the Emberheart lady to take her place. In terms of experience, it could be said that Vanima was actually beyond the Empress, and in terms of power, it was hard to tell. Leonel grinned and didn't mind it. With a step, he entered all alone. There was no need to take Clarence's corpse with him. He wouldn't be disrespectful to that extent, even if he was playing a character. The world fell into silence as the two entered, and a harrowing battle began to play out. Most knew that Leonel had lost the life tablet, so they hadn't thought that he would be able to put up much of a fight, but the result was astonishing to them. They were neck and neck, and even with Leonel losing out on points because Clarence counted as an automatic loss, he scratched and clawed and gave them hell. The battle in the Dream Pavilion raged on for months, and each step felt just as perilous as the last. But in the end, there could only be one winner. By the skin of their teeth, the Ma'at bubble took their victory. Chapter 2739, The Most. Chapter 2739, The Most. Leonel stepped out with a huffing breath, the image of the Ma'at bubble fading. He could feel the stares of thousands of spirituals on him as his gaze flickered with an unwillingness. But once they vanished, he rolled his shoulders and settled in. Damn, what an annoyance, he mumbled beneath his breath. In truth, he had, indeed, gone all out. But without the help of the life tablet which he had purposely not used, actually winning was a tall, tall task. He was just barely better than the two. The problem was that he lost points because of Clarence, and in the end, he had taken a loss as a result. As he had said previously, the challenge sequence in this format was different. Rather than an open world, there were more one-on-one challenges, and there was more variety in what could or couldn't happen. Even he wasn't certain of exactly what would happen. What was ultimately true, though, was the fact that making up for lost points when you had bad teammates or not teammates at all in Leonel's case was impossible. It was made worse by the fact that he had no rest whatsoever. He didn't have to fake how tired he was because he truly was at the end of his rope. The only way he could have won was if he could take advantage of the life tablet. But if he did that, then what would all his previous plans have been for? He would have been finished, and the war happening in the Owlin bubble right now could come back and fall right on top of his head. He had to avoid that outcome at all costs. However, he wasn't helpless. Although he hadn't lost on purpose in the most obvious sense, in a general sense he still had. He didn't need teammates that would definitely win, he just needed teammates that would at least accumulate some points. As for why he had lost on purpose, that was obviously because he wanted to be the one to fight against the Nomad race bubble. If it wasn't him, then what would be the point? I'll need to find a way to make it feel more realistic, though. I'm a genius, aren't I? It's about time my Dream Force breakthrough. Leonel grinned. It wasn't like he had gained nothing from this battle other than a loss, and he hadn't wasted months just to force them into a Pyrrhic victory either. He had gained quite a lot from the exchange. It had to be remembered that the challenge sequences between the Dream Pavilions were designed for healthy competition. It was a method of promoting unity, and that was why there were so many chances at improving one's Dream Force. And, obviously, this time around, Leonel had gained even more of that. Leonel's Dream Force was at the lower life state. Thanks to his Dream Sovereignty, he was easily comparable to the middle life state, even the higher life state depending on the opponent and the situation. The Emberheart Lady and Vanima had been in the higher life state, the both of them. It was no wonder then that Leonel had struggled so much. The trouble was that whoever the Kaffir Dream Pavilion had would almost certainly be far more powerful than this. But the trouble for them was that much like Leonel, they wouldn't be allowed to display this power without being exposed, and that would be his opportunity. Aina suddenly appeared by Leonel's side, giving a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course, this wasn't a threat, but was more so a forced happiness. She didn't like what Leonel had to do sometimes, and she knew it was eating him up inside. You look tired, Leonel grinned. I am, but soon it won't matter. Give me a minute. Leonel stood there in silence, taking a breath and then another breath. He didn't seem intent on exhaling at all. Suddenly, a forgetful orb appeared in his palm and he crushed it. Seconds later, his aura flourished like a rising tide, his dream force multiplying several times over as it finally climbed to the middle life state. In fact, it even seemed to show faint inklings of reaching the higher life state. It seemed that even compared to his fire force or bow force, his talent in dream force just felt like it was on a level all its own. His aura settled down and he exhaled a breath, feeling much better. The fatigue from the past several months also settled down and he felt alive again. At that exact moment, he felt a vibration. A message was trying to get through to his dream pavilion, but it couldn't. Leonel chuckled. Cute. With a thought, the letter on the outside was burnt to ash without being able to enter. But the process itself not only told him of what the letter said, but also alerted him to the thinly veiled threat. Obviously, whoever this Dream Assurer was happened to be using this opportunity to let him know that they knew exactly where the vast Dream Pavilion was now. Leonel didn't take it seriously. After he was done with them, they wouldn't have the luxury to care about the human bubble. As expected, Leonel smiled. The letter was telling him to challenge the Kaffir Dream Pavilion, and she even wanted him to do it right this moment. Flora was feeling confident. She had seen through the limits of Leonel's talent already, and if his fatigue was factored in on top of that, they would have no chance whatsoever. When it was likewise considered that the members of the Kaffir Dream Pavilion were certainly hiding their true strength, she felt that this victory was in the bag. Taking advantage of Leonel's hot-headedness was just the cherry on top. No one would be thinking about the Kaffir Dream Pavilion, they'll just be thinking about the fallen genius that was Leonel Morales. And it filled her with pleasure. Watching people writhe beneath her schemes, unable to carve a path out, she loved it the most. Leonel took a moment to collect himself, his mind already churning with plans and strategies. He couldn't afford to dwell on his recent loss. There were bigger battles on the horizon. Turning to Ina, he flashed her a reassuring smile. I'm ready. Let's see what this Caffre Dream Pavilion is made of. With renewed determination, Leonel prepared to face his next challenge head-on. The stakes were higher than ever, but he was resolved to emerge victorious, no matter the obstacles in his path. The game was far from over, and Leonel Morales was ready to play his part in shaping its outcome. Chapter 2740, Opposite. Chapter 2740, Opposite. Leonel's immediate challenge to the Caffre Dream Pavilion was received about as well as you might expect. While the Dream Pavilion challenge sequences weren't accessible to the world, they were still projected to all Dream Pavilions and could be watched by all Dreamforce masters who were part of this network of organizations. As such, while the whole of existence didn't experience his first loss, a large segment of them certainly had. It also didn't help that the Ma'at bubble wanted to use this point to bolster their claim to their bubble, so they made great strides to ensure that as many of their people were aware of it, even projecting the images to the bubble as a whole. Things didn't go as well as they expected because it was a long and drawn-out battle that didn't paint them in the best of lights. But there was no choice. Once they began to project the battle, taking it down midway would only make them look worse, and it was something that had to be avoided at all costs. They were already walking a tightrope, they couldn't make things worse for themselves. The fact that Leonel had kept the battle so close despite it being a one-on-two confrontation dimmed their light quite considerably. Luckily, they didn't need to feel too superior. Their message was never that spirituals were superior to humans. That much was already well acknowledged and accepted. What they wanted was to paint the humans as a barbaric race who lashed out at any opportunity. As for why Flora wanted them to do this, that was something maybe only she knew. All the spirituals knew was that this would help them finally integrate and become demigods after so long. What none of them expected, though, was that Leonel would give them another gift on a silver platter. The Emberheart lady returned to the Ma'at Dream Pavilion with a sunken, pale face. She had truly gone all out, and it could be said that in the matters of Dreamforce, sovereigns were truly scary. Leonel was so far beneath her in experience in Dreamforce, and yet it took a numbers advantage to win. Luckily, it had been a win, or else it would be hard to decipher what would have happened otherwise. The consequences weren't something that she could withstand. She took a step, trying to stabilize her shaky condition. It had been a long time since she had gone all out, let alone pushing so hard for so long. She didn't even know how Leonel had managed to do it because, unlike the two of them, he got no rest. The Emberheart lady had only barely managed to slow her breathing when she received a report. When she saw what was happening, she frowned. Leonel had challenged someone else? Already? She could hardly even stand straight and he was challenging again? There was only one explanation for all of that, and that was that he had let his temper get the best of him again. That was what everyone else was thinking as well. He likely wanted to charge back into the top 200 to challenge them again. The vast Dream Pavilion had fallen to 201st place from 102nd after their loss. There was a harsher penalty for those at a higher ranking, and it was also exacerbated by several other overly verbose formulas that synced up with merits and things of the like. Leonel not only couldn't access many of the items he could afford due to his pavilion standing, but he also got harsher penalties for losing as he did. He was truly much too eager. The Emberheart lady watched this silently before she closed her eyes. She was old. She had experienced a lot of life. Although her countenance painted the image of a young maiden, mostly, one could see the vicissitudes of life if one looked into her eyes. She didn't hate Leonel. She had no reason to do so. It was because of their actions that he had been pushed to this point, and it was because of the cruelty of the world that a genius that would be heavily nurtured by any other race was being constantly suppressed in this way. She could feel his frustration and understood why he wanted to lash out, and in a motherly sort of way she almost wanted to embrace him. All this time she had never heard of Leonel's parents. Were they already dead? Were they alive but unable to hold a candle to their son and thus remained in the background? She couldn't imagine the level of pain and suffering they must be enduring to watch the world jeer and jostle their son around like this. A soft breath came from the Emberheart lady's mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. The tranquility had returned, and the cadence of her breath was even and perfectly spaced. How she felt about Leonel's plight was one matter, but how she would act on it was a different matter altogether. She still had her own family to worry about, her own daughter. Somehow, they had to find a way out from underneath the thumb of this mysterious existence. Accepting their demands into perpetuity wasn't a solution, and in the end, it would cost them all their lives. The only way out was to become a demigod. After so long, she felt that she could finally break through into the peak life state. Then, the creation life state would just be one step away. This one step might as well have been an enormous chasm, one that couldn't be crossed by others even if given a lifetime. For the Emberheart lady, she was more aware of this than anyone else. How many years had it taken her just to make it to this point? She had lost count, however. What much of the world didn't know was that the spirituals were a unique case. Much of the world thought that force comprehension, especially related to the elements and the soul, came with ease to them, but this wasn't true at all. In fact, it was the opposite. Chapter 2741, Pure Blood. Chapter 2741, Pure Blood. The spirituals actually had a very hard time progressing their forces. The trouble was that it was a matter of relativity. The spirituals had exceptionally high affinity, but in comparison, their progress was slow. Due to this, while they seemed to be much faster than other mortal races, if this ratio was taken into account, they were actually quite a bit slower. Leonel's progress was the perfect benchmark for this. It had only been 3 years at most since he learned about force manipulation and the levels of forces, and yet in that time he had gone from an unfurled state through the impetus states and now had a horde of like-state forces at his beck and call. Of course, not every spiritual had an affinity as high as Leonel's own. That was ridiculous. However, at least in some aspects, they were certainly his match. Earth Force was likely the best example of this. Leonel's Earth Force affinity was high, but not as exaggerated as his Fire Force or Dream Force affinity. Yet, after he grasped some understanding of it, it rocketed to the peak of the impetus state and entered the life state not long afterward. Comparatively speaking, the number of Earth Force life state experts in the whole of the Spirituals Empire could be counted. While it wasn't a small number, it certainly wouldn't exceed the hundreds. Why were the spirituals so limited compared to their true potential? It all came down to their existence itself. Spirituals were born as souls and could only construct their bodies after birth. Everyone seemed to be well aware of the benefits of having a separated soul, but no one mentioned the obvious other side of that coin. Having a powerful body was just as important as having a separated soul. While it seemed like spirituals hit the jackpot, their greatest weakness was still their bodies. It wasn't easy to just construct a body that had perfect compatibility with your soul, and even if you did, the connection between them would still be a problem. The soul was the connection to the second dimension, but the body was what anchored a person in this world. Without good communication between the two, you would inevitably suffer. The only way for a spiritual to shed this weakness was by creating a perfect body, the pure blood body. This was what separated normal spirituals from the purebloods. Normal spirituals would never be able to shed this weakness, but purebloods would be able to reach an enlightened state later in their lives where they would not only escape this weakness entirely, but also explode forth with accumulated momentum. There was a catch, however. In order to benefit from that sudden explosive increase in strength, a pureblood had to first reach the creation state. Only like this would it be possible. The Emberheart Lady had been accumulating for years, slowly crawling forward inch by inch, and she could finally sense her breakthrough on the horizon. Leonel wasn't the only one that had benefited from their fierce back and forth. Of course, like she had said, just because she could sense a breakthrough to the peak life state didn't mean the creation state was close. That step was one that most would never be able to take in their entire lives. But there was a reason she was so confident. I can do it, her gaze flickered with determination. It was the most emotion she had shown in these last several months, but it was well worth it. She had accumulated a large number of forgetful orbs over the last several millennia. She had never used them, not once. So long as she could make it to the quasi-creation state, her pure blood lineage should kick in, at least in part. That would carry her the rest of the way. After that, she would have an explosive increase in strength, and it wouldn't be long before she formed a dharma. In a few years at most, she could be able to form an idol and become a god. At that point, she could take advantage of her new status to crush whoever was working in the background. She was certain this person wasn't a god. There were rules that had to be abided by, and anyone strong enough to ignore them wouldn't be messing with a small mortal race like theirs. Once one became a god, they had to ascend to the god worlds and leave their race behind. There would also be a pact of non-interference signed. It was learned long ago that a god's intervention in mortal matters actually sped up the descent of the Northern Star. This was a large part of why the culling wasn't acted upon by the gods personally, and also why a neutral faction existed among the gods. If not for this reality, it was more likely that most gods would be in favor of a culling. However, there was a buffer period between when one became a god and when one had no choice but to ascend. In that time, one could set their affairs in order, and it was exactly this buffer that the Emberheart Lady wanted to take advantage of. No, it was the one she would take advantage of. Whoever was scheming in the dark would pay a price for all of this. Without a word, the Emberheart Lady took a step and vanished, choosing to enter a period of focused seclusion. Leonel stood with his eyes closed, his breathing even. He suddenly opened them and looked toward Eamon and Goggles with a grin. Ready? The two of them were aware of what happened after the first challenge and couldn't help but feel nervous. They didn't really understand why Leonel was doing this, but their dream force was also far too weak for Leonel to explain anything to them. He barely got used to telling things to his wife, let alone them. Let's go. It'll be fun. Eamon felt sweat beating across his forehead. Why was this man always so eager about life and death situations? Chapter 2742, Khafra. Chapter 2742, Khafra. The man looked like a mummified statue. His skin was an unnatural shade of gray, and his body was as skinny as a willowy wisp. His joints almost seemed sharper than blades, his bones sticking out against his frail skin as though they might rip their way through at the slightest of movements. And yet, despite all of this, the man seemed healthy, his ethereal glabella glittered with the radiance of a starry sky, and his expression was calm and impassive. When he opened his eyes, it looked like all his life force had converged onto just those 2 points, a great amount of vitality exuding from him. This man was known as Patriarch Khafra of the Khafra family, and was also the current pavilion head of the Khafra Dream Pavilion. When he received the notice of Leonel's challenge, he wasn't surprised. Why should he be surprised? Everything was going according to plan. All that was left to do was to secure 2 victories and enter the top 100. After that, the real games would begin. With everyone's attention diverted to the demigod war, hardly anyone would notice the shift. They would dismiss it as a pavilion asserting dominance after someone beneath them issued a challenge. Most might even assume that they'd fall out of the top 100 soon enough, much like Leonel's vast dream pavilion had, or the former 100th place after Minerva took action. However, what was missing in all of this was a why. Just one top 100 Dream Pavilion wouldn't change much of the situation, and if they started trying to sneak in larger numbers of Dream Pavilions, no matter how well obscured their schemes, someone would take notice. Patriarch Khafra took from his meditative position. He moved much more vigorously than a man who was mostly skin and bone should have. His strides were long and powerful, but he somehow seemed unhurried at the same time. He soon stood before a statue of God Zoltine and gave it a deep bow. Only then did he exit his own dream pavilion. The message had been sent to the rest of the nomads of their ilk, so he didn't need to wait very long for them all to have gathered. At the forefront, 2 nomads stood out. One would have reminded Leonel of another he had seen. His floating palms were so large that they dwarfed his figure. Just to stop from taking up so much space, all 4 interlocked into a single formation, making it look like a blooming flower form from an array of fingers and thumbs. Much like the spirituals, nomads were separated into lineages as well. The difference was that their own were even more obvious at a single glance. As one might expect, the nomads had their own legends about their origins and where they hailed from. Many knew of their tales about their nomadic origins. One portion was separated into a figurative representation, denoting their adaptability and their wide-ranging paths. Wicked was a very keen example of this, as his incomplete world had been able to adjust their very foundations by undergoing quasi-rebirths. The second, though, was quite literal. This represented nomadic origins that stemmed not from poetry or imagery, but instead referred to a tale of a castaway race, one forced to become nomadic by circumstance and not choice. It could even be said that the first interpretation of their name was a method of reclaiming a title that was once laced with shame. Then, the question was obvious. What had forced them to become a nomadic race? Why were they known as the nomads? These were tales that most of the nomad race themselves would be unaware of, but what they did know, and what they did take pride in, were their floating hands. In their inner circles, they termed them the hands of God. But not all of them had such a right. Only those with hands so large, hands capable of blotting out the skies, were worthy of saying that they had the hands of God. And such people were the noblest of their race, which was probably what made the fact no one could see Patriarch Khafra's floating hands all the odder, a point only made all the more peculiar by the fact even this first man seemed to have an endless flood of reverence for him. As for the second standout amongst the crowd of gathered, it wasn't because he had the hands of God. Instead, it was because he was someone that Leonel would recognize had he been there. He was someone who held a deep-seated hatred for Leonel, a man who would rot in hell just for the chance to see him crushed and annihilated. Prince Gregwin of the Dimensional Verse's Nomad Domain. The last time Leonel had seen him, he had been nothing more than a mangled mess. In fact, his neck had been in Leonel's palm. Ultimately, Leonel had been forced to leave due to the approaching Wicked. At the time, he hadn't been strong enough to deal with Wrangle and Wicked at the same time, but that was the reason Gregwin was still alive. It ultimately boiled down to the fact that Leonel had let him live. Regardless of what he said about being uncaring or unfeeling about wiping out almost the whole Nomad Domain, in the end, he had spared Gregwin. It was a subconscious weight on his scale. He had let Gregwin survive once after trying to kill him. That simply meant that the next time around, he wouldn't get such a chance again. At that moment, the dream pavilions began to tremble, and their projections shot across the bounds of existence. Soon, the vast dream pavilion was in their sights, but what they saw was a smiling Leonel. When he saw Leonel, Gregwin's eyes went completely red. Chapter 2743, Take Your Place. Chapter 2743, Take Your Place. Leonel stood with Eamon and Goggles by his side, the former of whom was at the 7th dimension and the latter of whom was still at the 4th. Goggles was taking his time, reaffirming his foundation. With the resources that Leonel had given him, he could have certainly entered the 5th dimension already. But Leonel himself was the perfect example of why dimension wasn't everything. He had taken it upon himself to comprehend every step of dimensional cleanse himself before even thinking about moving on, and he was also putting quite some effort into comprehending his dream force. Despite being in the 4th dimension, he was already at the quasi-impetus state. Who knew, maybe he might even break through soon. In that way, he was a trump card. As expected, when the nomads saw that Leonel had a 4th dimensional and 7th dimensional existence by his sides, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. This was unexpected. The Khafra Patriarch was taken off guard as well, his thoughts moving like lightning as he thought through the 4th dimensional existences they could send up. The unfortunate truth was that the list was small. Not only that, but they were all children as well. Some of them were as young as 6 or 7 years old. Were they really going to throw them into battle like this? Looking at the smile on Leonel's face, they frowned. On the one hand, someone who was so old and yet still in the fourth dimension wasn't a threat. Under normal circumstances, they would find it to be hilarious, actually. But the problem was that they had Leonel as a blueprint. Could it be that there was another genius like Leonel amongst the humans? As troublesome as Goggles was to find an opponent for, Eamon almost had the opposite problem. There were so many seventh-dimensional geniuses amongst them that it was hard to pick one to participate. This might even end up in some internal conflict before the battle even began. Had Leonel done this on purpose? They thought that he was hot-headed, but if he was, shouldn't he make it a two-person battle again? Why had he made such a smart decision? Something is wrong, Patriarch Khafra thought to himself. I should continue. A voice echoed in Patriarch Khafra's ear. He could practically hear the smile and the words that oozed with confidence. Flora didn't seem to care about Leonel's little ploy. The Khafra Patriarch looked toward the hands of God by his side. He realized that he had been eager to participate, but it seemed that it would be his turn. Leonel wouldn't allow it. He waved a hand. Bring Little Fox and Farouge here. Soon, a little boy and a young man in his very early 20s appeared. The little boy could be described as cute as a button. He had large, chubby cheeks and a rosiness to his skin that accentuated his vibrant youth. Even so, there was a cleverness that belied his immaturity, sparkling in his large green eyes. He had a level of cuteness that could make a horde of girls pinch him to death, and it was only made all the more adorable when he started playing games with his little floating hands. Leonel laughed when he saw the little boy, not out of disdain, but even he had to admit that he was too cute. He almost immediately felt fiercely protective of this little boy and didn't want to see anything untoward happen to him, but that was what made him laugh harder. This was no doubt an ability index. It seemed that the little boy's dream force should come from a charming type ability. Leonel would use the life tablet to find out exactly what it was, but he didn't want to give his enemies any chance to see through him. Logically, almost no one should be able to sense the life tablet, but he wanted to keep all his ducks in a row. No use in overextending himself just for a little bit of curiosity. It wasn't worth the risk. This little boy was obviously Little Fox, and the young man should be. Patriarch, please, Gregwin's voice suddenly echoed. Ever since Leonel had appeared, he had been looking forward with a gaze that could kill. Leonel had, of course, noticed him and recognized him as well. He just couldn't be bothered to give a damn. Give me this chance. Gregwin's irises had practically turned red. He, too, was in the seventh dimension. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He had to participate no matter what. Patriarch Khafra frowned. This was exactly the situation he wanted to avoid, and yet it had still happened anyway. He waved a hand, a force pressing down on Gregwin and silencing him. Now wasn't the time to allow such dissent. Farouge glanced at Gregwin and his heart trembled. There was a tremendous amount of rage coming off of him in waves. Even Patriarch Khafra, who had just turned away, frowned once more, looking back. Gregwin's floating hands were pulsing with a vicious light, veins of red pulsing into and out of existence as they bulged and shrunk in rapid succession. He looked like a rabid dog, turning all his aggro toward Patriarch Khafra. He couldn't stand this man for blocking his path forward like this. The skies above their dream pavilion trembled, and the pavilions quaked. Suddenly, bang! Gregwin's floating palms explosively increased in size, his own body growing from under 2 meters tall to over 3 in that very instant. Patriarch Khafra's suppression of him shattered, but he didn't react as one might have thought to this situation. Instead, his gaze glowed, a fascinated expression appearing on his face. He looked at Gregwin deeply as many of the weaker nomads shied away, unable to withstand the sudden change. Interesting, interesting, Patriarch Khafra spoke to himself. Then, he nodded. Farouge, you'll step down. For this battle, Gregwin will take your place. Chapter 2744 Fatigue? Chapter 2744 Fatigue? Oh? Leonel looked at Gregwin, his thoughts flickering. He took note of this, but when he looked at the veins of red, he vaguely remembered something else. That's odd, how could those two things be related? He slotted these things into the back of his mind as he did with everything. In this world, it didn't seem that there was such a thing as useless information. He had lost count of the number of times he had connected seemingly unrelated matters. Let's begin. Leonel's voice boomed. He noticed that Eamon was practically shaking, but he could only smile bitterly. Gregwin's maleficent aura was, indeed, probably the worst sort of outcome for Eamon. He was already nervous. Facing off against a person with such a great amount of hatred and animosity was, well, Leonel put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, victory is certain. Just do your best. I'm not asking for anything more. Eamon nodded shakily. Leonel sent a glance toward Goggles, and the latter looked serious. Seeing this, Leonel smiled inwardly. That was the Goggles he remembered. The man was outwardly a coward, but when it came time to put his foot to the gas, he did so without hesitation. He was a person whose character Leonel could trust. No matter how he acted, Leonel with certainty, they would win this. The pair of trios vanished, appearing in a familiar courtroom-like environment. They stood around in a circle, facing off in high stands while there was a podium down below in the middle of them. It looked like an enormous senate, and though most of the seats were empty unlike last time, the grandiose atmosphere was no less. At that moment, the podium in the center of the circular room thrummed awake and 3 small pillars of light came from them. "Please," Leonel said with a smile. According to the rules, Leonel got to pick the participants, but it was the one that was challenged that got the chance to choose the actual challenge. The catch was that the range of challenges wasn't endless. The true dream world would randomly generate 3, and they would have to choose from them. But usually, there was an excellent balance between these 3 challenges, meaning that the one picking would almost certainly be able to pick one that suited them the best. Leonel had already taken a look at the first 3 spawn challenges. 2 were one-on-one sequences, while the last was 3-on-3. As for the specifics of the challenges, one of the one-on-one sequences was a Dream Beast challenge. They would each fight against the same caliber of beast, and whoever secured victory faster would be the winner. The second was a more normal one-on-one combat sequence, but it was instead based on speed of comprehension. Whoever grasped a force art and replicated it faster would win. The third, the 3-on-3 battle, was more complex. Essentially, it fell into what was called a control center battle. In this case, one of the 3 participants would be given control while the other 2 were blinded. The controller would have to give commands to his or her 2 teammates to lead them through a task. The task could fall into a myriad of categories. This one was a maze of force arts. It required the action of both blind teammates to unlock the exits, and as with all this related to the Dream Pavilion, it was overly complicated. The choosing of the challenge was a battle in and of itself, though. The opposing Dream Pavilion head had quite a bit of pressure on their head because the way they chose might reveal the strengths and weaknesses of their team, something that could be taken advantage of the longer the rounds became and the deeper they got into challenge sequence. There was another variable to consider as well, and that was what was called a twist. This twist was incorporated at random no matter the challenge type. It would tweak the rules here slightly. Not enough to completely change the challenge, but enough that it might be a surprise. This meant that in addition to picking the challenges, Patriarch Khafra had to be cautious about what twists might appear. If he chose a challenge that he wasn't proficient in just to throw Leonel off, a twist might appear that would make him suffer. However, if he chose a challenge he was confident in, then even if a twist appeared, he would still be ready to deal with it regardless. This was the balancing act he would have to play. It was akin to a game of chess within a game of chess. To the surprise of the spectators, though, Patriarch Khafra didn't take his time to analyze each one of these options. He immediately chose the one-on-one battle against Dream Beasts, and he also immediately made it a battle of Dream Pavilion heads. Leonel smiled. "Confident, are we?" The Patriarch's reasoning was clear to Leonel. He wanted a swift and decisive victory, one that would demoralize Leonel and his partners. The 2 vanished from the gathering court and appeared on the top of a mountain. Each one stood on their own mountain, separated by over 100 kilometers, and yet still capable of seeing one another with absolute ease. Mere ma'am, both of these mountains had flat tops, smooth and almost as reflective as marble. The shimmering golds and whites of the true dream world were just as vibrant as always, painting the image of a paradise. At that moment, there was a golden force art that appeared high in the skies above both mountains. They rapidly expanded until they blotted out the skies, spinning like a pair of gorgeous magic circles. Then, a beam of light came from their center, striking down onto the flat-topped mountains. When the beam faded, the flickering image of a beast took shape and then solidified. At that moment, the 2 immediately launched themselves into action. The challenge sequence had begun, and a bright grin spread across Leonel's face. The world couldn't help but think, where was his fatigue? Chapter 2745, Split in. 2. Chapter 2745, Split in 2. A bird's cry resonated through the skies and feathers flourished. A snowy star owl appeared, a gorgeous creature to be sure. It had snowy white tufts around his neck, its feathers a gleaming white with veins of delicate gold. Every time it flapped its wings, a snowy rain of feathers would fall. Compared to the first time Leonel had entered a challenge sequence, these creatures were on another level. This snowy star owl alone had a wingspan of almost 4 meters, and when it bore down on him from above, it felt like it could decide his life and death with a thought. It could truly begin to exude some of the majesty of a true envoy of creation, a beast that wasn't just a 6th-dimensional lineage factor, but one that had been a god beast amongst gods. Leonel met its gaze, and he grinned. His dream force flourished, and his robes and crown of silvery gold took shape around him. His crown hovered above his head like a halo, and his pale violet hair danced more like strands of light rather than tangible filaments. He reached out with a hand, and a rain of force arts took shape around him, an auspicious air that could resonate with the most ancient of bells blooming forth. Natural force arts began to take shape and descended from the skies, not much unlike the feathers of the bird above him. At the same time, the aura of a wise star order flourished, and he seemed to stand above the masses. "What are you doing up there?" Leonel spoke, his spear finally solidifying in his palm only to become an arrow on the bow that formed in his other. "Don't you think you're a bit too arrogant?" Leonel grinned, pointing his spear bow at the skies. Bang! The spear shot upward, the rain of natural force arts forming a bronze spiral around it. Space shuddered and the wind was sliced apart. The snowy star owl sensed danger and it rushed to veer to the side, but a gaping wound was torn right through its wing. Leonel flicked his wrist and the bow disappeared, another spear taking shape. As with all challenge sequences, he could only use Dreamforce unless there were special external items. But in this form of challenge sequence, it wasn't allowed. As such, you would live and die by your Dreamforce manipulation. This made people think that they had Leonel pegged perfectly, but they hadn't known one very specific thing. Not only had Leonel broken through, allowing him the capability of displaying far more power now than he had ever done in the past, but he was utilizing something now that he hadn't used in the first round. Natural Force Arts. Force Arts were the easiest method of increasing the power of your Dream Force. It was a conduit through which one could give their Dream Force shape. If you lacked a Dream Sovereignty, this was the best option available to you if you couldn't bring in external treasures. But it was also precisely because Leonel was a Dream Sovereign that he hadn't been able to partake in this power boost. What a Force Art could provide, his Dream Sovereignty already did. And any Force Art that could provide more than his Dream Sovereignty would take far too long to draw in battle. What they didn't know was that with his Controllability Index, even large and complex Force Arts could be drawn by Leonel near instantaneously. He just had to trigger a protocol and his Dream Force would move on its own even without his input. But even more importantly than that, how could they know that to Leonel, creating Natural Force Art was as easy as breathing? Leonel's spear solidified and he appeared before the descended bird. It sent out a claw strike right at his throat, but his spear danced in response. Beneath his feet, bronze Natural Force Arts bloomed. With every step he took, like the delicate lotuses of spring, another bloomed. Unbeknownst to those watching, at that moment, all the accumulating Dream Force in the region had come together, wrapping around Leonel's spear tip in a spiral that almost made it look more like a lance than his usual polearm of choice. The claw of the Snowy Star Owl was obliterated and a rain of snow force fell. The Snowy Star Owl's coat of feathers glowed and it seemed to be protected by a coat of crystals in an instant. But by then, it had already lost the use of a wing and a claw. Its balance was thrown completely off, and there didn't seem to be anything that it could do as Leonel bore down on it again, the wild grin on his face only growing larger and larger. He could remember the Owlin City vividly. Every street, every building was so meticulously planned and sculpted that even while just standing there, they allowed the flow of force to dance to the rhythm of the world. This unique rhythm, this resonance, it called out to Leonel. The Dream Force whispered in his ear, and for the first time in a long while, his mage core responded to the call. The long-forgotten Natural Force Art he had claimed from the Merlin trials, the very one that wrapped around the base of his mage core, turned vibrant, ancient, tree-thrummed. Every Natural Force Art Leonel formed became like another tonic for it, and the individual leaves of his mage core danced. At that point, his influence had flourished so far and wide that even the Dream Force 100 kilometers away on Patriarch Khafra's mountain peak was being stripped away. Leonel's hearty laughter filled the skies. He kept having to suppress himself, kept having to tiptoe around these people. How could he not be frustrated? But at least for today and the coming weeks, he would let his beast run wild. His hair danced and his spear struck, splitting the world in two. Chapter 2746, Chain. Chapter 2746, Chain. Leonel's spear tore through the head of the Snowy Star Owl before Patriarch Khafra could even react. The latter had been biding his time, having already adjusted his strength to be marginally superior to the Emberheart ladies. He had watched every second of that battle, so he knew exactly how much he needed to defeat them all. But when Leonel suddenly erupted with strength that was far beyond his calculations, he realized that something had gone awry. Although he could just quickly raise his strength and kill this Snowy Star Owl before him in the blink of an eye, if he did so, what would those watching think? It was best if he pretended to be caught off guard and shocked, and only then would he raise his strength to deal a blow. At least at that point, it would seem more natural. However, when he was looking over to see the situation and get a more accurate gauge of Leonel's strength, he found a sneering young man looking back at him, almost as though Leonel could see through his thoughts and was begging him to take action. Leonel flicked his wrist and the body of the Snowy Star Owl shattered. He sauntered over to the middle of his flat mountain peak and picked up the orb that was his reward for victory before vanishing. When he appeared once more, Eamon in goggles. See what I mean? There's nothing big or scary about these people. Leonel gave Eamon a pat on the back. Eamon exhaled a breath, feeling more confident as well. It wasn't because he felt that he was as good as Leonel, but because he felt that Leonel wasn't lying when he said that he was good enough to win on his own. He had watched the last battle, and he knew that the reason Leonel lost was because of a technicality and points total, not to mention penalties. But now he had actual teammates, and it was because of that it would be unlikely for such a thing to happen again. Losing didn't mean you gathered 0 points. It was all dependent on performance. So even if he lost, so long as he did well enough, Leonel should be able to pick up the slack. In that sort of situation, what did he have to fear? Above them, a beam of 2 lights appeared horizontally, one representing the vast Dream Pavilion and the other representing the Khafra Dream Pavilion. They don't give us the actual point total? Eamon asked out of curiosity. Leonel chuckled. The higher-ups made the rules overly complicated because it thinks it makes them look more clever than they really are. If you want the real point total, you have to analyze the entire battle and factor in dozens of variables. Otherwise, you can only look at those beams. Whoever feels the beam first wins. Oh, Eamon was a bit disappointed. He had seen some of those formulas. He couldn't divert the effort to calculate it all, or else he would end up suffering in the end due to depleted dream force. Leonel looked up and met Patriarch Khafra's gaze with a smile. All things considered, he may have gotten a small bonus for winning, but because the Khafra Patriarch hadn't taken much longer than him, the scores were still quite close. But Leonel didn't care much. He just needed to win to reassure Aemon. If he was too in his own head, he would perform poorly and end up suffering. Like this, there would be balance. Gregwin's fists quaked, clenching high in the air. In the real world, this would have almost certainly caused some sort of phenomena. But this space was far too sturdy, bolstered by all 9999 dream pavilions. He stood no chance. At that moment, another set of 3 challenges appeared, and it was up to the Khafra Patriarch to choose again. Once again, they were an array of balanced options. However, this time, the Patriarch chose a 3-on-3 battle very similar to the earlier maze challenge. However, this one was far more complex, not in terms of the rules, but rather in terms of what it required for the 2 Dream Pavilion heads. The challenge was known as a chain-type challenge. This was because it required a series of orders to go down a chain of command, whereupon the situation could change at any time. Leonel would be controlling one of his subordinates, while the latter would be controlling the other, forming a chain. In this situation, Leonel would be relaying orders to Eamon. Eamon would be in front of an ever-changing force art that would decide Goggles' situation. The real catch, though, was that Leonel could only be able to see one situation at a time, whether that was Goggles or Aemon, but never both at the same time, while Goggles and Aemon would only be able to see their own situations. As soon as the challenge was chosen, Goggles and Aemon disappeared, along with Little Fox and Gregwin. This led the 2 pavilion heads. Leonel had already stopped paying attention to the Patriarch as a screen appeared before him. First, he checked on Eamon. Eamon was in a control center type region as well, but it was on a path of sorts moving forward. This path diverted into many further along, some of which were filled with danger, some of which weren't. Eamon had control of a force art within his control center that could decide the paths he followed, but while he could see the force art, he couldn't see the situation outside. Then, he checked on Goggles. Goggles was in a maze, however he was immobile, stuck in a rolling ball. It reminded Leonel of a game he had played back on Earth. He had to tilt the maze to help Goggles roll out of the dungeon. Or, more accurately, Eamon had to change the force art before him, and Goggles had to react appropriately. Chapter 2747, Long Way to Go. Chapter 2747, Long Way to Go. Leonel got an overlook of the situation in an instant and then turned to Eamon. He had already memorized Goggles' position and a large portion of the maze. As expected with most things related to Dreamforce experts, even Leonel couldn't memorize the whole maze at once, nor did he want to waste the time he would need to do so. Eamon was already moving forward, and there was only a split second left for him to decide his coming path. This was obviously done on purpose to not let them rest for too long. The thing was that if he gave Aemon a directive that helped Goggles, he would go down a more dangerous path. But if he chose the safer path for Aemon, then Goggles would roll further away from the exit. This was obviously a different thing to balance, especially when this challenge had a twist. Leonel already saw through it. There was a second force art in Eamon's control center that shouldn't have been there. After analyzing it, Leonel realized that it was a teleportation platform. Under the usual challenge, if Eamon went down the wrong path, the control center would be buffeted by Dreamforce, weakening its defenses. The more danger Leonel put Aemon in, the more the Dreamforce would weaken the control center's defenses until it crumbled entirely. If this happened, it would be their loss, and they'd be teleported out. However, clearly the twist in this one was that Eamon would have to face off against the Dream Beasts personally. That teleportation platform should allow the beasts to enter the control center. Once that happened, the path that Eamon was on would pause, and Leonel wouldn't be able to effect change for Goggles until Eamon defeated the beast. From what Leonel could tell, though, he could help Eamon fight against the beast, it just had to be through changes in the force art. And, once again, he could only relay orders. Interesting, there's a ton of variables to consider, and each layer makes it more complex. If he helped Eamon too much, Goggles would roll further and further away from the exit. But if he didn't, then Eamon would have to fight battles he might not be prepared for. The last hidden layer of complexity was that not all threats were created equal. There was a wide range of beasts of different power levels that were present on the paths. Get ready, Eamon, first one is coming. Leonel made his decision and relayed his orders. Eamon's control center veered to the left, and at the same time, Goggles rolled toward the exit. He had chosen to allow Eamon to fight this battle. Eamon reached his hands forward and tweaked the force art. He felt the control center sway and inertia tilted his body. He knew that he had veered to the left as a result. The control center was a large silver sphere. At least that was what it felt like from the inside. It was 20 meters in radius, and there wasn't actually much maneuver. Any threat that appeared would be troublesome to deal with for this reason alone, even ignoring what strength they may have. The control center rocked to a stop, and Eamon's hair stood on end as the second force art began to glow. Soon, a meter-tall, starry-tailed fox appeared, baring its teeth as it lunged toward him. Eamon subconsciously reached for a talisman, only to realize that he didn't have one on him. How could he when no one was allowed to take treasures in? Everything was sealed. He panicked for a moment before a voice echoed in his head. "The world is your talisman." The words made him tremble. The force art is not just for teleportation, it's also a chessboard. Feel out its strokes, imagine that it's one of your talismans. The first time Leonel met Eamon, he was a man who used talismans in everything. He even slapped them onto his body to increase his strength. Since then, Leonel had learned a lot more about this world, and he had obviously come to understand talismans as well. They were just special materials capable of giving force arts more substance and power. He liked to imagine teleportation platforms when he thought of talismans. Teleportation platforms were usually drawn on stable platforms carved from spatial force ores to bolster their powers. This allowed them to travel across impossibly large distances in an instant. The material used in a teleportation platform was just as important as the force art carved into them. Talismans were smaller-scale versions of this exact thing. Not everyone could casually draw force arts in the air like Leonel, and even if they could, it was much weaker than just using a talisman. Because of Little Tolly, when Leonel activated his divine armor, it was like his entire body had become a talisman, and his drawn force arts were on an entirely different level. He quite literally had an infinity beast by his side. He could casually create as many teleportation platforms from thin air as he wanted. But again, Eamon and others didn't have such abilities. Normally, that was. Leonel wanted to open Eamon up to an entirely new world. Talismans were great, but they were ultimately single or finite-use items that would eventually wear away. What would Eamon do if he ever ran out? As for whether he would be able to take that step, well, it would be up to him. Eamon's eyes lit up as he pressed a foot down. Wow. Gorgeous runes danced, and the golden force art seemed to become three-dimensional. Quickly, countless runes coated Eamon's body, forming an armor that protected him. By the time he was finished, the starry-tailed fox had already lunged at his throat. It bit down on a flustered Eamon, but it ended up shattering its teeth on the defenses. Leonel watched this matter speechlessly. If Eamon had just directed those runes at the starry-tailed fox, it would have never gotten the chance to attack him. He rubbed his temples. It seemed that Eamon still had a long way to go. A chuckle left Leonel's lips. Chapter 2748, Life and Afterlife. Chapter 2748, Life and Afterlife. Minerva coughed up a mouthful of blood, but her steps remained steady. She walked back into her dream pavilion. How many had that been already? The dream pavilion was, unsurprisingly, a main target of the invading god descendants. It was a strategic choke point, and powerful bubbles would ensure that this remained the case. A pavilion head would have a great amount of control over the area, and as such it allowed Minerva to exhibit strength no less than that of her ancestors within its borders. Unfortunately, such an advantage could only go so far, especially when they were hell-bent on making certain that it didn't stand for long. The Owlin race had lost their heritage, and there were only a small number of Dreamforce experts, comparatively speaking. In the past, as much as half their race would have such an affinity, but now their 3 to 5% was already more than most could bolster. Because of that, there were fewer that could fight on the battlefield that was the Dream Pavilion, and much of this fell on her shoulders. Although, if you were powerful, you could ignore the Dream Force so long as the pavilion head wasn't actively using it to target you, there would still be a drop-off in combat power that came from diverting some force to protect your mind. Due to this, if you didn't have an excellent Dream Force affinity, fighting on this battlefield was useless, and that didn't even measure the fact that many of that 3 to 5% were far too weak to participate in such a battle to begin with. However, even through the bloody streaks on Minerva's once beautiful face, one could see nothing but a towering indifference. Every battle, she felt her Dream Force inch forward. Who would dare to provoke the Owlin race in the past? Even with their inheritance severed, they were still among the best crafters amongst the demigods, and that didn't even mention their lineage factor or personal strength. Even now, it took the descent of literal gods for them to be put into this situation. This was all to say that in her entire life, Minerva had never truly fought an all-out battle. She had always been beyond her peers, and friendly matches couldn't match this sort of intensity. It wasn't until now that she realized how much towing the line between life and death could stimulate her potential. She couldn't help but wonder if that was why Leonel was always so capable of accomplishing the seemingly impossible. Soon, she thought to herself, sitting upon her throne weakly. At that moment, what sounded like the call of a phoenix echoed through the skies. Minerva's thoughts shifted, and the Dream Pavilion projected the images she wanted to see into her mind. As expected, a swarm of celestial embers had appeared. Finally. Now the real battle would begin. Determination flourished in her reflected pink irises, the aura of an empress coming out from her in towering waves. The Owlins had been forced to lower their heads for so long she would remind the world that they had a place amongst the gods as well. 3 Void Race youths watched this scene with furrowed brows. They had weaved in and out of the battles, taking advantage of certain strategic points to gather up resources and enrich themselves. Honestly, they hadn't taken any of this seriously and thought that the battle would end in just a few days. So long as the Dream Pavilion fell, everything would line up accordingly. But to their surprise, not only had the Dream Pavilion managed to stand their ground, but the Owlins were far more resilient than they had given them credit for. As the battles went on, they showed more and more strength, and they seemed to be rapidly improving. Before their eyes, they were watching the evolution of a race that had undergone a great period of peace returning to a war-torn era. And the results were almost frightening. Each one improved by leaps and bounds with every battle. Even if you killed one, 3 more would step up and improve to the point they could cover for the loss with their increased battle strength alone. The Minerva race had never been one that was well known for their battle strength. They had always used their crafting to make up for that gap. But somehow, the Alwins not only managed to maintain the talent for crafting, but they had also birthed a great talent for combat that underlied it. The fact they hadn't focused on crafting for generations had allowed them to evolve down another path, and now the Void race and other members of their faction were taking the brunt of it. Something is wrong with this picture. Did they do it on purpose? It feels that way. They've been trying to distance themselves from the Minerva name for so long. What if it was all a ploy? They all fell into silence. They didn't really want to have to risk their lives in this battle, but it seemed that they might not have a choice. One of them suddenly laughed, a toothy grin spreading across their face. Their skin of galaxies and nebulas split. After one of them grinned, the others followed suit, a deep battle lust practically oozing from them. Death? They were the mighty Void race. When had they ever feared death? Did the Owlins think they were the only ones who could toe that line of life and afterlife? Suddenly, all 3 stretched out their palms and layered them on top of one another. Ha, I get to pick first. I want the Dream Pavilion, lady. The other 2 clicked their tongues, retracting their palms. Fine, then I get the Beast Dream Pavilion. A bunch of animals trying to be enlightened. I'll knock them down a peg. Fuck you both, the last cursed. It seemed that he was going to be in a no man's land. Hopefully something interesting came up. Chapter 2749, Skirmishes. Chapter 2749, Skirmishes. The 2 Void Race youths laughed and shot out in 2 different directions, leaving the last still grumbling. Elo Ray appeared high above the Dream Pavilion. He stood in the skies despite merely being at the 7th dimension, the laws of this world completely unable to constrain him. If he wanted to step onto the clouds, he would do so. Who were these worms to tell him what he could and couldn't do? Little Owlin, how about you come out and play? He announced his arrival with a booming cadence. Universes that painted his skin flickered wildly with light, a trio of black holes appearing to his back the moment he clenched his fists. In that moment, he seemed to have the power to wipe out all of existence. Down below, there were several ongoing skirmishes. Void race descendants fought against Owlins of all shapes and sizes, but he couldn't seem to be bothered with these battles at all. He didn't even try to influence them. These fools had finally managed to get his blood boiling a little bit. He wouldn't ruin his own fun by wasting his time on trivial matters. Minerva slowly walked out of the Head Dream Pavilion, her steps slow and her wings dragging on the ground. Her dress was torn and shorn, covered in blood that painted an array of colors as though she had killed all sorts of races. Her wings were broken in many places, but she suddenly flexed them, snapping them back into place with a single thought. Her expression didn't even change in the slightest as she flapped them once, soaring into the skies like a striking meteor. Bang! She came to a sudden and forceful stop, clouds of pink, violet, and sky blue shredding apart beneath the violent wings. At that moment, her steps too stepped on the empty air as though she was walking on solid land. If she wanted to step on the clouds, no one could stop her either. Golden runes danced and glowed in her sparkling wings, but soon they became outlined with a pink color that somewhat caught Elo Ray off guard. That pink color, it exuded an aura that was eerily close to the Minerva. Hee hee, Elo Ray chuckled. It seems that the Minerva had been hiding for a long while. Minerva looked up and met his gaze, her own filled with an unbridled arrogance. You speak confidently for no other reason than your status as a member of the Void race. Do you think that is worth anything to me? Elo Ray laughed into the skies, the 3 black holes behind him suddenly doubling in size and then doubling again. In the blink of an eye, they were each over 20 meters in diameter, and looking into any one of them was like sinking into an endless miasma of despair. The mighty Void race is supreme, his voice boomed. Is that so? All I see is a group of cowards unwilling to face off against the Pluto. The words were enough for sparks to fly. In that instant, the 2 vanished in the blink of an eye, the skies collapsing beneath their collision. By the skin of their teeth, Leonel, Goggles, and Eamon secured another victory. The point totals were much closer this time around, but Leonel managed to outmaneuver Patriarch Khafra due to one simple fact. Eamon's skill in using force arts was beyond that of Gregwin's. Gregwin had the talent, but he had focused on combat much of his life. Even with Patriarch Khafra's direction, he was lacking considerably, and the result of that was a lag in executing Patriarch Khafra's orders. It wasn't until Gregwin came to a complete world that he learned he had talent for Dreamforce at all. Before, he was much like a certain general of the Slayer Legion, not willing to take the risk. Back in the Dimensional Verse, most had to take a risk to see whether they had Dreamforce talent or not. It had to be remembered that when Leonel first ran into Dreamforce, it had been an avoided abode in the Valiant Heart City, one no one dared to enter, and he chose to do so on a whim. He didn't even really understand the risks back then, or maybe he wouldn't have been so bold either. After all, if you flooded your mind with Dreamforce and didn't have an affinity, you could get lost in an endless spiral of memories and be unable to extricate yourself. You would effectively become a vegetable. Patriarch Khafra had thought that Gregwin's combat prowess would have been an asset in this case, but because of the twist, what would have likely been a marginal victory for them had become a loss instead. Gregwin's expression was quite unsightly to behold as they took a step out, but Patriarch Khafra seemed unbothered. He had already realized that there was a possibility for this to happen. That was why he had originally not picked Gregwin. He changed his mind in the end under Gregwin's pleading, but obviously, Gregwin's words alone weren't enough for him to take such a step. Obviously, he had other reasons for making such a decision. It had taken an entire half-month for that round to conclude. Some challenges would take far longer than others, and this wasn't too surprising. That said, longer trials also provided more points. Due to this, they had already filled up a fifth of their bars, and due to this, the marginal victory from round 1 had almost been snuffed out. To the untrained eye, they almost looked neck and neck. However, Leonel was likewise unbothered, feeling that this matter was only just getting good. 3 more challenges appeared, and Patriarch Khafra only glanced at them for a moment before choosing one. Leonel's eyes narrowed, and Eamon paled. This was another one-on-one challenge, and this time Patriarch Khafra had set the challengers to be the 2 seventh-dimensional existents. It seemed that he had used the first 2 challenges to understand the strengths and weaknesses of Leonel's team. Now the counterattack would begin. Chapter 2750, Die. Chapter 2750, Die. Chape your head up. Don't be afraid to resign if need be. Leonel smiled and patted Eamon on the back. As you can see, when we're together, they don't stand a chance against us. Resigning wasn't a simple matter. After doing so, there were 2 options that could be taken. The first was for the Dream Pavilion head to replace them, and the second was to give up all points entirely. There was a third option, but that had to be triggered through a series of coincidences, and it also required some extra effort. This third option was to replace the candidate with someone other than the pavilion head, but this required 2 things. The first was to sacrifice some of your points, and the second was that the replacement had to fit the criteria of the one they were replacing. When a Dream Pavilion head replaced a participant, their point total would be nerfed. However, so long as the normal replacement shared the dimension of the person in question, the only point sacrifice would be the initial loss. As expected with the matters of the Dream Pavilion, this matter was overly verbose on purpose. It forced the participants to calculate many things and weigh the pros and cons of each action. The short of it was that if Eamon chose to give up, they could either give up the round entirely, replace him with Leonel in exchange for a nerf on points, or replace him with another 7th-dimensional existence in exchange for a set number of points. Essentially, it was a round Leonel felt that he could crush the opponent in. It was better to take the nerf on points even if it was substantial. But if it was a close round like the first or second round, it might be better to hand over a set number of points in exchange for replacing Eamon with someone else. The problem with this second option, though, was that Eamon would be permanently replaced for the remainder of the challenge sequence and wouldn't be able to be brought back even through another replacement sequence. So, when Leonel told Eamon to give up if he really wanted to, he was essentially only thinking of personally replacing him. They didn't have anyone else to swap in for Eamon or Goggles, for that matter. It was just the 3 of them. Eamon grit his teeth. I can do this. Leonel smiled. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Coddling Eamon a bit during the second round was bearing fruit. However, this would be difficult. There were no force arts to manipulate. It was a one-on-one battle between himself and Gregwin. If he wasn't careful, he could very well lose his life. So, Leonel had to remind him to protect his livelihood as a first order of priority. Soon, the 2 vanished. Eamon stood on a flat mountaintop trying to control his erratic breathing. This arena wasn't much different from the arena that Leonel and Patriarch Khafra had fought on, but the difference was that they weren't on separate mountains. They were right across from one another, separated by no more than a few dozen meters as opposed to the 100 kilometers that had separated the former 2. Eamon's heart practically wanted to beat out of his chest. He looked up to see those massive palms in the skies, decorated with veins and runes of red. They truly looked like the hands of God. He clenched his fists. I would advise you to give up. If you dare stand in my way, I will kill you for no other reason than to secure the greatest number of points. Gregwin's voice was drenched in an abyssal darkness. With every day that passed, he seemed to only grow more and more angry. From the cheery young man he had once been, he truly seemed to want nothing more than to watch the world burn. Leonel had taken everything from him, and he swore to one day take everything from Leonel. A cold shiver rose up Eamon's spine, but he gripped his fists tighter, circulating the dream force around him and trying to form quasi-talismans as quickly as possible. The longer he managed to last, the more points they would get. He didn't have to win, he just needed to not completely give up the win. These sort of direct one-on-one battles would give the largest potential for point disparity. If one side lost quickly, it could open up a huge gap. He had to hold on for as long as possible to make sure the gap stayed as small as possible. Gregwin actually laughed when he saw that Eamon dared to stay. Do you know why I hate Leonel Morales so much? Gregwin's eyes turned red, his black hair dancing in the air as he looked right into Eamon's eyes. He massacred my people. Warriors, commoners, men, women, adults, children, he didn't give a damn. He slaughtered every single last one of them. The man you respect so much is nothing more than a demon incarnate in human skin. He has no bottom line, no morals, and yet you fight for him? Eamon's pupils trembled. He didn't know what Gregwin was talking about, but he didn't seem to be lying. Even so, at the same time, he could sense an oppressive dream force attacking his psyche again and again. If he was too casual, he might lose without understanding what happened. For the crime of following such a despicable man, you deserve no less punishment. If I let you live, won't you help in his future sins? You deserve death. As Gregwin's words fell, his 4 floating hands, each 4 meters from palm to the tips of his middle fingers, clenched at the air. Large javelins formed as they tightened their grips, a surge of dream force being ripped out of Eamon's control as Gregwin raised his hand to the skies and then pointed down. Die. Eamon's heart stopped beating entirely. Chapter 2751. Lost Eamon felt as though all his paths to retreat were sealed off. No matter where he looked, it felt as though the word death was being written into the skies just for his viewing pleasure. Except there was no pleasure at all. Shaken, he quickly solidified the talismans he had been forming. This time, under Leonel's tutelage, he had learned that sometimes offense was the best defense. He couldn't always turtle himself up and expect the best results. He had to do more than that. Half his talismans were diverted to his defense while the other rushed out, forming shields. Leonel didn't know what to say when he saw this, but it wasn't his place to try and force Eamon to change too much. In the end, if he couldn't take the steps he needed to himself, then all that was left would be death. The falling javelins shattered the shields apart. It was hard to even say if they were delayed at all, a rain of silver and gold flooding the area. Eamon unleashed a low roar that almost sounded much more high-pitched than he likely wished for. Even so, it didn't slow his movements. His hands expanded beneath the power of his talismans. An illusory cloak of palms covering his own until they matched the ones in the sky. Leonel's gaze flickered before a wild grin spread across his face. And for the first time, shock radiated out from the Kaffir patriarch. Eamon was imitating the runes on Gregwin's palms. I knew it. Leonel's eyes shone like torches. How horrible was the environment Eamon was raised in? Setting aside just the living conditions themselves and focusing on crafting alone, who was there to teach him? Who was there to guide him? How had he even awakened to Dream Force in the first place? Who allowed him to take such a risk? The answer was obvious. It was Eamon and Eamon alone. From start to finish, he was responsible for his own growth. If he didn't take his own risks here and there, how could he even catch Leonel's eye to begin with? Just because he didn't take the same risks Leonel would, didn't mean that he was actually a coward, and in a situation where every step of his could lead to a deviation in his foundation that could cost him his life, wasn't it only natural that he was so cowardly? But this was still just the tip of the iceberg. Eamon had to get used to scrounging up information from tidbits and pieces of materials that were once whole. His deduction reasoning abilities should be some of the best that Leonel had ever seen. How could the Slayer Legion have any materials to systematically teach him crafting? Even Leonel had his father leading him step by step. In this regard, Eamon was actually beyond even him. Such a person, if you displayed such runes and force art so blatantly before his face, how could he not learn to take advantage of them? Gregwin was taken aback as his javelins were shattered. He thought that he could end the battle with just a single strike, but this useless person had actually managed to block one of his strikes. Humiliation. A great humiliation. Gregwin's eyes reddened as his hands of God pulsed with light. Eamon looked at his own hands, feeling somewhat flustered again. But before he could decide his next move, the next wave of attacks had already come, Gregwin appearing before him in an instant. Eamon became even more flustered, striking out with a large palm. But Gregwin's own hand shattered it with a single fist, jagged lines of red forming out from the corner of his eyes as Dreamforce pooled and fueled his every action. The fist shuttled through the illusory palm, crushing it and landing on Eamon's own palm. The sickening sound of cracking bone echoed, and Eamon released a howl as he was sent flying backward. But before he could even fly far, one of Gregwin's hands of God slammed down from the sky, squashing him flat. Blood flew from Eamon's mouth, but his talismans barely managed to keep his body from turning into a meaty pile of flesh and shattered bone. He tried to push himself up, but the palm didn't retract, pushing him down with even greater force. One after another, the talismans on his body began to crack. If things continued like this, he would truly become flat. His mind raced as he tried to come up with new ideas, novel thoughts, anything that could help him turn the tide. But there was nothing. He was too weak. Gregwin bent down and wrenched Eamon's head up with such force he nearly snapped it. Because the large palm was still pressing down on him, it looked like that was exactly what Gregwin had wanted to do. Gregwin's face twisted with disgust. He couldn't understand how anyone could try so hard for a disgusting example of a man. He couldn't stand the look on Eamon's face. He truly deserved death. He raised a palm up, ready to cut him down. He didn't plan to allow Eamon even the chance to speak and concede. But at that moment, a talisman flickered high above, so far that Gregwin hadn't even noticed it, or else he would have sent his own hands to destroy them. I concede. The talisman spoke with Eamon's voice, and at that moment, the grip Gregwin had on his hair vanished as he disappeared. Eamon appeared back in the courtroom-like space, coughing and wheezing out blood. Leonel caught him, shaking his head. Ultimately, Eamon still had far too little combat experience, and he hadn't spent enough time by Leonel's side for that to suddenly change. The reality was that he was lucky to be alive. He was a bit too stubborn and tried to hold on for longer than he should have. Leonel looked up at the point totals, and the close lead flipped as the Kaffir Dream Pavilion pulled again. Chapter 2752. Weak, Chapter 2752. Weak. By this point, they were already over the halfway point. There would likely be 2 or 3 more challenges between now and the end. Of course, there could be more, but that was dependent on how short they were. The challenges, like the one where Patriarch Khafra faced off against Leonel, provided the least amount of points. The long ones, like the 3-on-3 between both teams, provided the most points. While challenges like the one where Eamon almost lost his life provided the most disparity in points. It could be said that after this round, Leonel and the others had fallen much further behind. But they were still in striking distance. One challenge loss wasn't enough to change everything, or else what would be the point in holding this combat to begin with? Leonel helped Eamon stabilize his situation. He had broken an arm and practically all of his ribs. Unfortunately, there were no items that Leonel could bring in, so he couldn't help him out either. This was a bit of a troublesome matter for most people. While it was true that he couldn't bring in any other items, the same wasn't true of Force. At least in this courtroom, he could use forces outside of Dream Force, and because of that, he had his vital Star Force. He poured it into Eamon, and soon the latter's situation not only stabilized, it skyrocketed upward for the better. Leonel looked up, and the first thing he saw was Gregwin's maleficent gaze, but he was having a hard time taking the man seriously. Take this as a lesson, Leonel said, looking toward Eamon. Strength is very important in this world. The weak can only prattle on about justice and morality. Leonel, Gregwin was furious. How could he not know that Leonel was speaking about him? Leonel didn't even bother to respond. Gregwin was good at loading his words, speaking of women and children, but he had never faced off against women and children, looked them in the eye, and then slaughter them. Did he kill them? Yes. But he had done so no differently than what would have happened to the human domain had the invasion of Gregwin's nomad race succeeded. He walked by their planets and casually destroyed them with the indifference of those invading races. He remembered Gregwin's face and demeanor quite well. It wasn't that he paid so much attention to such a meaningless person, but rather because his memory was too good. He remembered Gregwin reclining on his palms, laughing and chuckling as the human domain was being invaded, having the time of his life. He wasn't even part of the vanguard, he was just leisurely commanding from the back. How could a genius like him put his life on the line so casually? Of course others had to do it for him. He couldn't take such a person seriously. Did he really care about the death of the women and children, or did he care more about the fact his status had been stripped away from him after his people died? If he really cared about protecting their lives, why had he run back to the core of his domain? Shouldn't he have stayed on the battlefield and let Leonel kill him there? At the very least, there should have been some sort of vanguard waiting for when he entered their domain. But where they were, scuttling like rats in the middle of their territory, hiding behind the women and children he claimed to care so much about, and shuttling away their nobles to the safety of another domain. Pathetic. Indeed, Patriarch Khafra said lightly, the weak can do nothing more than clamber. The words, this time, were clearly aimed at Leonel. What was he doing now, if not clambering? He lost to the Owlins, so he challenged the Spirituals. He lost to the Spirituals, so he could only challenge the Nomads. Leonel's indifference spread out into a maleficent grin. At the moment, he exuded far more intention to kill that Gregwin could hope to live up to. Pick the one-on-one if you dare, old man. Someone who's already lost to me speaking about the weak. Learn your place. The world can see for itself which of us is the weak one. You did not have to ask, Patriarch Khafra spoke lightly, reaching forward and picking the Force Art Tower challenge. In a blink, Leonel and Patriarch Khafra had vanished, the two of them appearing in separate towers. The Force Art Tower challenge was likely the most important challenge to appear. It was the golden goose, so to speak. While you couldn't win with a single challenge, and all challenges were created equal, this was the one exception to the rule. Winning it in one go still wasn't possible. However, this was certainly the most important challenge, and a decisive victory here was certainly enough to open a gap no less than Gregwin's victory. It wasn't just this, but it would also be a long challenge, meaning that it would also provide a large amount of points. It was likely that after this, there would only be one challenge remaining. This challenge was simple. The tower had 9 floors, and each floor had an environment. This environment would, in reality, be a hidden force art. The world itself was akin to a force art. To this day, it was still widely accepted that other than the Life Tablet and Gathering of Kingdoms Steely, this was the greatest craft in all of existence. To make a world out of force arts, just what kind of concept was this? It was beyond normal realms of understanding, and it was precisely this sort of world that Leonel appeared in. Everything looked so real, so lively. Greenery surrounded him. A massive carnivorous plant loomed overhead, looking much more like an unbloomed lily with jagged rows of teeth on each petal. The green was only interrupted by hints of blues and reds, sometimes yellows and purples. It was truly a gorgeous world. Chapter 2753, Joke. Chapter 2753. Joke. Leonel took a breath, feeling that the air almost smelt bright. It was an odd feeling, but he almost instantly dismissed it, his gaze sharpening. There was only one way forward right now, and that was to crush Patriarch Khafra so thoroughly that the current point gap could be made up for. This time, he would go all out. Leonel reached forward and touched a leaf. At that same instant, the dormant carnivorous plant suddenly awakened, biting down toward him with full force. The task of this challenge was to make it out of this floor, obviously, and the method to do so was by comprehending the force art, undoing it, and clearing the floor. However, that didn't mean that there would be no danger in doing so. In fact, you could very well lose your life in this challenge. However, Leonel was frighteningly calm, even as the carnivorous plant seemed ready to swallow him whole, thick globules of acid dripping from its maw. His mage core was an interesting part of his talent. Its usefulness seemed to ebb and flow. Sometimes it was a huge part of his combat strength, and at other times he easily forgot about it. Leonel never truly forgot it, but the main problem he faced was that much like with everything else, it was hard to actually make use of something if you didn't have the techniques for it. Why was King's Might so powerful? Sure, it was an amazing lineage factor, but without assimilate, breathe, and arise, it wouldn't be nearly so fear-inducing. In fact, Leonel had had the lineage factor for years before he got the golden tablet, and all he could use it for was a boost to his Dream Force affinity and some help towards supplementing his Spear Force. He had to admit that it was thanks to King's Might that he was able to master his grandfather's way of the spear so quickly, but even with that taken into account, weren't the results too lackluster? This was the reality of the world. Having talent wasn't enough. If you didn't have the foundation of a great power, and all the thoughts and comprehensions of your ancestors backing you, the strength you could exhibit would always be limited. Hyena was a perfect example. She was a god child, an exceptional talent, and should objectively be on the level of a god already. There was a reason they were called god childs. However, if Aina was an 8th dimension god, would Leonel even have to do all of this? She could have just snapped her fingers and destroyed the Owens, and he would have happily been a house husband. The trouble was that she didn't have the foundation of a god. Her father had finally gotten a useful technique to her, and it was only then that she began to improve by leaps and bounds, but even then she was still greatly lacking. Leonel had too many examples of this in his life. Emna was another, James could be considered another, Elrian, the list was endless. But that was part of the beauty of things as well, because when you happened to stumble into a huge breakthrough, the changes to your strength wouldn't be small in the slightest. The Mage Core was based on the Camelot magic system, a world where the strongest had only been 4th dimensional. Leonel had already left behind their strength by so many leaps and bounds his current mage core probably couldn't even be recognized by Mordred herself. Of course, this was also due to the fact that his enlightened self had made changes while he was unconscious. But just now, in his first challenge against Patriarch Khafra, he had felt a huge change. His mage core reacted to his natural force arts more fiercely than he could have ever expected, and there were even sweeping changes that occurred. At that moment, Leonel felt that creating natural force arts was so easy that they even seemed to be creating themselves, and that was practically exactly what was happening. Leonel had long since realized that his mage core scaled with his force comprehension. But what he didn't realize was that there was a feedback loop formed between the world and himself. It wasn't just him taking from the world, but it was also the world giving to him. And it wasn't just the world giving, but also him reciprocating. That push and pull that formed not only allowed him to control the force around him without having to take it into his body, but it also allowed that force to communicate with him and almost whisper its thoughts into his mind. The first shocking thing about this change was that his forces were much stronger. No, they weren't stronger. Rather, they were able to exhibit a larger power of their real strength instead of being limited by his dimension. In fact, Leonel felt that if he could perfect this fledgling ability, he could ignore the limits of his dimension entirely and exhibit the strength of force purely based on his comprehension, something that even gods couldn't do. The second shocking thing was that he didn't need to put as much effort into analyzing the world before forming natural force arts. In fact, through his mage core, he could even create an ability with his control ability index to passively create natural force arts on a whim. Both of these matters felt more abstract than real, especially since they were tied into one another. That was because Leonel felt that in order to free his forces of the restriction of his dimensions, he had to do so through natural force arts. At the same time, though, what did it even mean to casually create natural force arts from thin air? The carnivorous plan continued to bite down toward Leonel, a savage light emitting from it as acid continued to drip, and then it chomped down on Leonel whole. Bang! Suddenly, the entire world of green became a landscape of white that stretched into infinity. In the whole region, only Leonel stood unblemished. However, soon, a bronze natural force art expanded beneath his feet, moving so fast that soon it too seemed to extend into infinity. It meant that this challenge had suddenly become nothing more than a joke. Chapter 2754 should be. Chapter 2754 should be. Patriarch Khafra smiled when he entered the first floor. It was identical to Leonel's, filled with carnivorous plants hidden within the beauty. On his practically mummified face, such a smile was nothing short of eerie. His bones rattled and 4 swirling portals of space rippled behind him, but in the end he settled them down. No, it still wasn't necessary to go so far. Leonel was definitely a surprise, but his strength wasn't to the point that it was unfathomable. During the first battle, he had gone at about 10% or so. 20% should be enough to crush Leonel, but there wasn't much room for error anymore. I'll go at 30%. In this environment, it's easier to explain it away. Even if he cleared this tower with exceptional speed, it could be explained away with the fact that he was just particularly good at analyzing and clearing force arts. Plus, this was the one recurring challenge that many prepared for and trained with. There was even a pavilion in every dream pavilion that could replicate some of this challenge's effects. In that case, this was the perfect chance for him to exhibit some of his strength without seeming too suspicious. 30% was already far more than what Leonel deserved. A carnivorous plant tried to swallow him whole from above, but Patriarch Khafra suddenly waved a hand, causing it to disappear into motes of light. However, when one looked closer, these motes of light had several runes dancing within them. The secret to clearing these realms fast is to find the core of the world, decipher it, then defuse it akin to a bomb. The core should be. Patriarch Khafra's gaze flickered toward where the core was. He had already found it, this was the first floor after all, but he waited a few seconds, fighting back against a swarm of carnivorous beasts before he flashed and appeared near the core. The region was quite swampy. It was a lake, but it was covered in so many leaves and lily pads that it looked almost like solid ground. He observed it for a moment before he nodded. His figure flickered and his toes lightly tapped the ground. He hopped from lily pad to lily pad so quickly that only the slightest ripples spread through the water. Every time he did so, a gorgeous light would radiate, and slowly a chain was formed through the water. When Patriarch Khafra made it to the other side, the rippling lights connected and echoed through the whole world. In a flash, the world was enveloped and then vanished into an infinite scape of white. Good. Let's move on to the next floor. When Patriarch Khafra appeared once again, he found himself in a desert. Dunes rose and fell for as far as the eyes could see, and the ground suddenly shook beneath him. A sinkhole that seemed to span hundreds of meters appeared beneath him, and a beast tried to swallow him whole. Patriarch Khafra left the 4th floor, entering the 5th. This time, it was a land of snow. However, every time the snowflakes that fell from the skies landed on him, he felt his dream force being sapped away as his mind was attacked. It was a cold that was more than bone deep. It was soul deep, reaching into the depths of his being and trying to force him to give in. He raised up a palm, letting a snowflake fall onto it. This is a bit more difficult. The formation is actually hidden in the falling snowflakes, and every time they hit the ground, the overall formation becomes more complicated. The trick should be that the snowflakes are all identical. Even gods wouldn't be able to form such a complex array, and any that would exist would be far too difficult to maintain just energy-wise. In that case, just a single inverse force art should do. Analyze the snowflake and counter it on a large scale. Patriarch Khafra moved with great speed. If much of the world's attention wasn't diverted away by the battle of the Owlins and Voice Race descendants, he would have certainly impressed a large segment of the population. Who knew that the nomads had such an expert amongst them? It was a shocking matter without a doubt. What he didn't know was that his 2 subordinates were frozen. As Patriarch Khafra cleared the 5th floor, Leonel had already long since appeared back in the courtroom. In fact, he had appeared the moment Patriarch Khafra entered the 3rd floor. The comparisons were odious. It weighed so heavily on them that they couldn't even fathom what was going on. Little Fox held a teddy bear in his arms, squeezing it tightly as he looked toward Leonel. Leonel met the adorable little boy's gaze with a grin. "How did you do that?" Little Fox asked in a voice so tender and innocent it was hard for anyone to reject him. "How?" Leonel chuckled, his grin widened. "Because I'm strong." The words echoed, and Gregwin felt like a hammer had struck him. The first round was still acceptable because it was clear that Patriarch Khafra just didn't expect Leonel to explode with so much potential. But this round, what was the explanation? They looked up and witnessed their patriarch slowly making his way forward. He was meticulous and impressive by any metric you wanted to use. And yet, every time he cleared a floor, it was like another slap to their faces. Watching him earnestly press forward, and even hold back as though he was certain he was in the lead, they felt their hearts twisting as though a dagger had been plunged into it and wrenched out again, and again, and again. All the while, Leonel stood there with a bright smile on his face as though he had just done the most normal thing in the world. He didn't mind the glances or Gregwin's despair. This was how all things should be. Chapter 2755, Unwilling. Chapter 2755. Unwilling Leonel grinned, observing Little Fox curiously. "Tell me, how many lives have you lived?" Little Fox's expression changed before he quickly covered it up. "What is Mr. talking about? Don't you feel a little sick to your stomach pretending to be a little boy?" "You don't need to hide it. No one is watching the courtroom. While the challenges are ongoing, they can only see the challenges themselves. Why don't you let this mister know? I won't hurt you." A sinister light flashed in Little Fox's eyes. "My parents told me not to trust strangers. I'll be sure to swing by your neighborhood with a white van and some candy. I bet you won't be able to resist then." Little Fox's gaze flashed with confusion, but he was ultimately a Dream Force master. He could feel the intention of Leonel's words even if he didn't understand the terminology, and when he did, he felt furious. However, he slowly calmed himself down. He would wait and see how long Leonel would be able to prance around for. Even if they lost this, did Leonel really think that things would come to an end here? Of course not. If anything, he would just put himself in a different line of fire. At that moment, Patriarch Khafra stepped out, feeling pleased with himself. But when he saw Leonel, a baleful aura suddenly erupted from him. It only appeared for a brief instant, and it vanished an instant afterward. But it was still more than enough for Aemon and Gregwin to sway on their feet, almost collapsing entirely. Leonel's smile didn't fade, his gaze not leaving Little Fox for even an instant. By the time the little boy remembered that he should have been scared, it was too late to pretend now. Even if his thinking speed was on another level and he would have still had time to fool a normal person, he knew that it was useless before Leonel. The points were tabulated and then the bars fluctuated. Soon, Leonel and his vast dream pavilion reclaimed first place, and by a decent margin at that. It was clear that there was barely enough room for one more challenge. The first requirement for a win was to fill your bar up entirely. If you did so and the other party failed to do so, the challenge would end and your dream pavilion would win. However, there was a second caveat. If both teams cleared the bar in the same challenge, then the winner would be decided by whoever had the most points in the end. Right now, Leonel had such a large margin of victory that even if Patriarch Khafra and the others picked on Aemon or Goggles, so long as they showed up and admitted defeat, he would still secure his victory. It could be said that the Tower of Force Arts had already sealed Leonel's victory, and Patriarch Khafra realized this. Judging by the point disparity, Patriarch Khafra realized that he would have had to go at 100% to stop this from happening. But he had no idea how Leonel had done it. How was this possible? What are you waiting for? Leonel grinned ear to ear, pointing at the 3 floating challenge orbs that had already manifested. Aren't you going to pick? Patriarch Khafra felt stifled. Leave it to me, Little Fox suddenly said. Patriarch Khafra looked over and frowned. What was he talking about? It was already over. It didn't matter if Little Fox gave him a glance, and Patriarch Khafra could only nod in the end. With a thought, he picked another one-on-one challenge, and it was the only one-on-one challenge available. The others were a 3-on-3 and a 2-on-2. The challenge was quite simple. It was a maze challenge, but this time there were no guides, they were on their own. Leonel looked toward Goggles with a smile, putting a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to push too hard, just have fun with it. If you find yourself in danger, you can always give up. Leonel looked into Goggles' eyes and paused. Goggles was looking back at him, but in that moment, it was as though he was looking at a completely different person. No, it felt like a thin facade had been ripped away. With a shrug, Goggles slid his shoulder out of Leonel's grasp. I won't be participating anymore. Before Leonel could respond, Goggles had already disappeared. Aemon was shocked. Let alone him, even Gregwin was shocked. He didn't understand what had just happened. Gregwin let out a hollow laugh that quickly became uproarious. He was like a drowning man that finally found a life raft. The Dream Pavilion head could never force others to participate on his behalf, at least not without external force. That was why only Clarence and Leonel had participated in the first challenge sequence. They had no ability to force everyone else to participate without threatening their lives on the outside. But since Goggles dared to do this, would he even be in the Dream Pavilion anymore by the time Leonel returned? And Leonel obviously couldn't leave now, or else it wouldn't just be himself who was giving up, but the entire vast Dream Pavilion. The worst part was that even if Goggles had joined the challenge and then given up right after, they still would have won. But because he had given up without even entering, the penalty was far harsher. Leonel didn't even have a fourth-dimensional expert to replace him. You reap what you sow, Gregwin said between bouts of manic laughter. Even your own people can't stand you. Leonel stood in silence, staring at the location Goggles had just been standing in. The Goggles he knew would have never done this. The Goggles he knew would have stood by his side to the end, even if it meant death. The Goggles he knew had already given up his life for his sake once before, and would have been willing to do it again. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense, except it did. Leonel knew the answer in his heart. He was just unwilling to admit it. He was unwilling to accept what it meant for Goggles to betray him right here and right now. A tear fell from Leonel's eye, streaking down his cheek. Chapter 2756, Nature versus Nurture. Chapter 2756, Nature versus Nurture. Leonel stood in silence for a long while. He tuned out the world, lost in a bit of a daze. Whatever nonsense Gregwin was talking about reaping what you sow wasn't even worth listening to. Goggles' actions had nothing to do with Gregwin or his words. Just logically speaking, that was a foolish conclusion to draw. If Goggles was stupid enough to believe the words of a scorned fool, then he wouldn't have been nearly as close to Leonel as he was. Originally, he was Leonel's trusted aide. Because of his ability index, he almost had no choice but to be intelligent. The more information Goggles had on hand, the better he could predict the future. Honestly speaking, Leonel could understand if someone drew the conclusion. Technically, Goggles would be able to grasp that Gregwin was technically telling the truth with his ability index. But the fact Goggles only chose to withdraw now was the final nail in the coffin. He wasn't leaving because he felt that Leonel wasn't worth following due to Gregwin's words. He was leaving because he had already made an assessment. In fact, he had likely already made the choice to betray Leonel before he even stepped foot into this place, and he had always known that he would be able to protect his life. From the very beginning, this was what he wanted to do. Nature versus nurture. It was a line of thought that Leonel had wanted to ignore, that he had forced himself to ignore, that he had stuffed away into the recesses of his mind. He was too intelligent not to see it, he just didn't want to see it. Was a person's personality set from birth? Would they almost certainly become one way or another, or were they shaped by their environment? Almost anyone would tell you that it was a combination of both. It had to be both, whether that was for the world to make sense or for you to keep your own sanity. You should want the ability to change if you forced it hard enough. Why should who you were meant to be end up being decided without your input, at the hands of some amorphous power of probability? It wasn't fair, and no one would want to accept that. So in that case, how could he ever expect things to always be the same, to expect the same person to always make the same choice? To assume that the person he knew would always be the person he had come to know and not some stranger wearing the same skin? He couldn't. And that was exactly what he didn't want to admit. He shed a tear not for Goggles, he could accept it. In fact, had he not purposely ignored all of the signs dead set in his way, he would have known this was coming long ago. Goggles' abilities were exceptional. His ability index alone was rated at a much higher level than Leonel's own, and he had exceptional Dreamforce talent as a result. However, it was impossible for him to hide something from Leonel for so long, and even less likely to pull one over on him. Maybe if he was a great distance away, or maybe if he had some great expert protecting him from the shadows, it would have been possible. In fact, it was almost certain that the latter was true. The difference was that this great expert still wasn't enough to pull the wool over Leonel's eyes. It was certain that Goggles hadn't made this choice on his own. If he picked against Leonel, there was a reason he had done so, a reason that he had changed his allegiances to follow another, and all signs seemed to point toward the Dream Ashura. From the very beginning, Flora had likely known this would happen. In fact, she had likely begun to lay out these plans long ago. She might have used the trump card that was Goggles earlier than she thought she would have had to, but she had been ready to use it for a long time. Even with all of this, it still wasn't the reason Leonel had shed a tear. The moment that Goggles had done such a thing, he was dead to Leonel. Not only would he make him regret this choice he made today, but he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. The betrayal was only the first layer, but the festering wound he had ripped open was the true reason for Leonel's reaction. If even Goggles could change so much, what about his father? If he somehow twisted fate and reversed reality, bringing his father back from the dead when it should have very well been impossible, would Velasco even be Velasco anymore? Would he still be his father? Or would he have done all of that to bring back a man who shared the same flesh as his father, but none of the same mind, none of the same soul, none of the same heart? Standing there, watching Goggles leave, it was like Leonel was watching his father die again. The final strands of hope he had been holding on to drifted away, and something in his chest seemed to break. The pain came in relentless waves until streaks of black came from his eyes. There was so much darkness, so much grief. Gangs of flickering lines of smoke came from his eyes as the black streaks drizzled down his cheek, forming droplets that dripped downward. Bang! They landed on the floor with a resounding boom. The killing intent that filled the air was so violent that Eamon, who had been worried for Leonel's safety, lost consciousness, his eyes turning red and then rolling to the back of his head. The crown of Dream Sovereignty appeared above his head, but it flickered. From a radiant gold and silver color, it danced between that and a dark black and maroon as though a demon emperor had descended. Chapter 2757, Sigh. Chapter 2757, Sigh Goggles appeared outside, landing in the Dream Pavilion. He cast a glance toward the shadow of the Khafra Dream Pavilion before he shook his head. With long strides, he left the region. He didn't have much time, and he didn't stand much of a chance against Leonel. According to his understanding of Leonel, even if it seemed impossible, he would still try to find a way, so that should give him time. But humans tended to be unpredictable, especially when emotions got involved. That was why he could only rely on him. This Flora person provided him a better opportunity, and when the time came to betray her, he would do it without hesitation as well. However, that was a matter for the future. The first thing he needed to do was to quickly find a way off of the human bubble, and for someone as weak as him, that was easier said than done. But luckily, he had his own plans. He wouldn't trust Flora to help preserve his life. Although hiding in the bubble seemed like an option, he knew that Leonel would be able to find him much too easily. The only answer was to get out of here as quickly as possible, only then could he protect his life properly. Leaving the Dream Pavilion was easy. Entering it was the true problem. Luckily, he obviously didn't have to worry about the latter problem. The moment he left, he entered the chaos that was now the human bubbles. They had still yet to be stabilized, and since this had been the territory of the four great families, the situation was even worse here because of their disappearance. Goggles walked by a building, and at that moment, a shadow strolled out of it. If anyone was observing, they'd be shocked to find that there were two Goggles, not just one. At least, that was what it was for a short time before they casually slapped their palms together and fused into one. Goggles continued forward, his steps never pausing. He slid into another abandoned building and wiped some dust off of a teleportation platform before stepping into it and disappearing. Soon after he was gone, the teleportation platform crumbled and the abandoned building shattered after it. Everything that had happened here was buried beneath the rubble. Goggles appeared in a familiar place not long afterward. It was none other than the ruins of the cult. He rubbed a ring on his finger, his gaze flickering. After some hesitation, he took out a familiar tablet, a black tablet. Using it as his guide, he entered. The last time Leonel had visited this place, he had taken away a lot of people, but he didn't do much to the region itself at all, mostly because it was too difficult to. The construction was built to the standards of a long-lost standard of human ingenuity. It wasn't easy to get rid of, and it was difficult to tell just how Goggles had managed to even know of its existence. He entered and soon found what he was looking for. It was another teleportation platform, but this time to the unknown. Leonel had found this as well, but he, much like Goggles, could tell that it was dormant and there was no telling if there was anything on the other side. Leonel had no intention of randomly teleporting himself to an unknown land, especially not one related to the cult, and neither did Goggles. He had only come here for one reason, and that was to commandeer the equipment. He began to change around some of the runes, exhibiting skill in crafting that should have been far beyond him. Only after a long while did he exhale a breath and stand. It had taken him months to reach this point. It was difficult because doing things without Leonel noticing was incredibly difficult. Luckily, he had pulled the wool over his own eyes, or else maybe he would have never dared to do such a thing, at least not without some more assurances. He rolled his thumb over the spatial ring on his finger again. With the resources he got in exchange for this, he would be able to go far. He had most of Dimensional Cleanse, and even if he didn't, with the Black Tablet he had access to a whole library of techniques. He would truly be free now. As for Leonel, well, he had his own problems to deal with. If he wanted even a chance of seeing him again, he would have to survive first. Goggles stepped into the platform, disappearing from the human bubbles for good. Life was complex. It was something that most couldn't hope to comprehend, and even those with the strength to catch its faintest edges ended up being the most confused of them all. Leonel trusted Goggles not because of his recent actions, but because of a past action that they had already long deviated from. Because Leonel returned to Valiant Heart Mountain with so much more power, he didn't need to struggle for every victory like he did originally, and because of that, Goggles never got to meet Roland, and because he never met Roland, he never met his wife and could therefore never fall in love with Roland's wife. Many of the actions of the Goggles Leonel had known were done because he had fallen for the woman of another man. By this point, he had already met Roland's wife, but the circumstances were completely different. She was pregnant with Roland's child and living an entirely different life. Whatever it was that made Roland fall for her the first time simply wasn't there anymore. It was just a small change, and yet it changed everything. In an unknown location, Nilrim reclined in silence. There was a reason he had allowed the Valiant Heart Mountain to reform, the very same reason he had allowed Leonel to find it. Leonel needed to know that life wasn't so cheap. Even if you could seemingly toy with it as you pleased, there was always a price to pay. A sigh echoed through existence. Erdiul's note, Nilrim Merlin Wise, Star Order, Leonel's future teacher master. Also, R.I.P. Google's, bro can predict the future depending on how much information he has. Guess he didn't have much information on his future death, LMAO. Imagine thinking betraying someone like Leonel would be one of the best options available for you. These smart characters always end up not being particularly bright. Chapter 2758, No Choice. Chapter 2758. No Choice. Leonel's aura seemed to carry with it a towering, unsuppressible fury. The veins beneath his skin twitched wildly as he stood in silence, trying to rein in his temper. Plumes of black and dark violets rose and fell around him, his dream sovereign crown flickering with pulses of demonic light. Let alone Eamon, even the three nomads felt shaken. Their own minds seemed to be corroding away under Leonel's might, and the world seemed to be slowly swaying toward shades of red. Somewhere deep inside, Leonel had always felt that it was possible. No matter what the world said, no matter what logic said, he had always felt like he was above it all. Even after he changed his Dreamforce path, the truest core of his nature had never changed. There was a reason he had always tended toward absolute confidence. He never measured himself by what others could or couldn't do, and the only person he had ever truly respected to the depths of his heart was his father. As for anyone else, what they could or couldn't do was irrelevant to him, and it was this very father that had given him a chance to break free of the demoness. This father that had taught him everything he knew. This father that was the reason for the strength he held today. His father had given up so much, so wasn't it only right that he be able to accomplish all things? Wasn't it only right that he could play with the lives of a demigod world on a whim? Wasn't it only right that he didn't care very much that his fox identity had been exposed, even if that meant becoming the enemy of the world? Who cared if he was the enemy of the world? He would just win anyway. There was nothing that could stop him, nothing that should be able to stop him, because his father had paved the path to invincibility for him. So wouldn't he be letting him down by letting something as foolish as the limitations of others hinder him? So he had held on to that hope, clung on to something he knew didn't make sense, until it all came crumbling down today. It didn't matter if he truly found a way to bring his father back to life, if he somehow surpassed the regulators and brought his father back from the jaws of death, because just by virtue of doing so, his father would never be his father again. The man that had raised him would never return, and any attempt to reform him into that man would only sully his memory. Ironically, it was precisely because Leonel respected his father so much that he simply couldn't do it. There was something beautiful about life, something that no amount of power could replicate, that no amount of strength could reform. It was a chaotic probability. Leonel had started much of his life as a person who held morality in the highest regard. He couldn't deduce the worth of a person, so he felt that all people should be equal. In the past few years, he had still not found such an answer, a hidden secret formula to weigh the life of a person, but he had become much more lax with his views on morality nonetheless. He decided that since there was no objective morality, his only responsibility was to himself and those around him. Only by doing right by them could he leave a fulfilling life. But now he understood that it wasn't just that all lives were equal, nor was it that all lives were equally worthless. In fact, every life was so individually precious that it was simply impossible to ever replicate them again. Were his brothers even the same people they were before they died? Was Roland the same person? Was Goggles the same person? Was Ina the same person? The bloody streaks fell from Leonel's eyes, and the courtroom shook more and more violently as though it might collapse at the seams. Eamon huddled up in a corner, too afraid to look up. The pupils of Patriarch Khafra continuously trembled from side to side, his heart rolling in waves. Little Fox's large eyes flashed with denser and denser hints of fear. None of them could understand what kind of monster was standing before them. On the one hand, he seemed to be a normal human, but in their minds, he seemed to project out as large as an entire world, as though he was a looming void beast rather than a simple boy. Just when it seemed like the courtroom would truly crumble, a figure stepped out from the segmented cube. Ina appeared in the midst of Leonel's aura, pressing a hand to his cheek. She couldn't seem to feel the stream of blood running down the back of her hand as she looked into his eyes. Leonel met her gaze, his own flashing with a towering hatred and helplessness. He truly hated the world, and for a moment he felt like it should just all burn down. He had never felt so much hatred in his life. Hatred for the four great families. Hatred for the demoness. Hatred for the regulators. Hatred for existence. Aina smiled weakly and slipped into his arms. She pressed her ear to his chest, listening to the thunderous booms and echoing war drums. Somehow, her warmth felt separate from the heat rising in his body. Leonel's breathing slowly calmed down. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around her until his beating heart returned to a steady, slow rhythm. At this pace, it only thrummed once every several minutes. He wasn't the only one that had lost people. His wife had lost her mother, his brothers had lost their parents, there were people who lost loved ones every day. The difference between him and them is that they had already accepted it, but he never had. And today he had no choice but to do so. Chapter 2759 Repay the Favor. Chapter 2759 Repay the Favor. Patriarch Khafra's gaze sharpened. It's been long enough, he said coldly. There wasn't a strict time limit on sending in participants, but that didn't mean that they were perfectly lax. There were methods of pressure that Patriarch Khafra could use, and some of those even included losing even more points. All of this was just a formality at this point. Whether Leonel sent someone in or not didn't matter. He had only really spoken for the sake of regaining face. The rest of it was irrelevant to him. He had all the time in the world. So long as Leonel stalled for any longer, he would just deduct more of his points. This was just the first step of their plan, and they weren't on a timeline crunch yet. Leonel completely ignored him, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. The entire rest of the world was meaningless to him. He felt at peace so long as he could feel Ina in his arms. His violent aura slowly receded further and the world returned to peace. Finally, the tears of blood that ran down his cheeks were burnt into a falling rain of ash. The last to recede was his crown of black and violet, his robes leaving just a moment before. Soon, there was truly a peaceful quiet. Hurry up! The first thing Leonel heard when he started paying attention to the world once again was Gregwin's incessant chattering. He seemed to be even more pissed off than Patriarch Khafra that he had felt so much fear just now. He was eager to watch Leonel fall, and his previous complacent laughter had been muffled by his unhappiness. Once again, Leonel ignored him. He was painted into a corner? What complete and utter fools. He had never been painted into a corner in his entire life, and he doubted it would start now. If he wanted to lose on purpose, then he would lose. If he wanted to win, no one could stop him from doing so. He was willing to accept that he couldn't bring his father back not just because of Goggles' action, but because of the deep and profound respect he had for the man who had raised him. Recreating that man was nothing more than a spit to the face of everything his father had always meant to him. And in this life, from here on out, that was the one and only loss he would ever take. It was a loss not to the world, not to these jumping clowns, but to his father himself. No one else was worthy of defeating him. Leonel pulled back and looked into Ina's golden eyes. "I'll need your help." Ina nodded, already understanding from Leonel's thoughts. With a movement of her intention, the technique her father gave her circulated, and she fell from the 8th heaven back down the 3rd. With a quick pop of several pills, she entered the 4th dimension in a flash. Patriarch Khafra's eyes widened, but it was already too late. Ina accepted the challenge, and both her and Little Fox vanished. Patriarch Khafra's lip trembled. He had a bad feeling, a very bad feeling. Leonel stood in silence, his heart calming down for only a moment before there was a rush. Respect and persistence. He respected his father enough to never try and recreate the man he had been to him. He would persist to prove to the world that Velasco Morales was the only one worthy of him admitting defeat to. Bang! Leonel's dream force rose to the higher life state. At the same time, his true dream sovereignty reached the silver grade. If before his dream force was only akin to a level above, right now his higher life state dream force felt like a quasi-creation state force in the eyes of others. He grasped onto the fainted edges of the self-path, and he understood why he hadn't been able to understand it in the past. He was too stubborn. The core of the self-path was understanding the uniqueness of a person, a uniqueness that couldn't be replicated. Only by understanding how special you, yourself, were, could you impose that will onto the outside world and force the various treasures of the world to abide by your thoughts and your whims. Only that way could you suppress the natures of the forces of the world and force only your own nature to shine through the brightest. If he never truly accepted his father's death, he would have never comprehended the self-path. Leonel closed his eyes, directly ignoring Patriarch Khafra. However, he didn't see darkness when he opened them. Instead, he saw a world of gray and black. It was a maze, and the goal was to make it to the end before the enemy did. However, not only were there other dangers here, but he could directly meet Little Fox as well. Aina gave over full control of her body over to Leonel. Honestly speaking, just by virtue of their connection, Aina had enough comprehension of Dreamforce to pull out this victory. But Leonel didn't just want a victory, he wanted to crush their spirits. Aina had been forced to regress to the 4th dimension before she had been enlightened. This meant that it wouldn't be a flash to return to the 8th dimension like it had been in the past. These people had not only cost Aina one of her precious regressions, but they had handicapped Leonel of his strongest fighter. More than all of that, they had made him feel a pain that was worse than death, forced him to face a reality that he hadn't wanted to face. In that case, he would repay the favor. Aina shot forward under the control of Leonel's senses. They zoomed through the maze with such speed that it seemed as though they knew where every trap lay and where every turn curved. In a flash, they suddenly blocked Little Fox's path. The little boy's eyes widened. How had Aina found him so quickly? Die, Aina said lightly, slapping out with a palm. The world seemed to go dark. Chapter 2760, Victory. Chapter 2760, Victory. The momentum of Aina's palm was suffocating. Little Fox was taken off guard by her appearance alone, let alone the fierceness of the attack. It felt like, for a moment, death was standing right before him. There was no way to dodge, no way to evade, no way to mental attack. Little Fox quickly snapped out of it. If he was truly a little boy, his life would have ended right then and there, but his actual experience was far beyond his age. None of them could have expected that this would happen. They assumed that there was nothing that Leonel was still hiding, but to think that Aina was such a Dreamforce expert. Even so, there was no time to regret it now. Leonel hadn't given them any time to assess what happened. The only thing left to do was fight. So long as he could hold on and reach the end of the maze, it didn't matter what Aina did, the victory would be theirs. Little Fox quickly clasped his hands together and protected himself with a shield of Dreamforce. Bang! His vision went black as the palm landed. The disparity was far greater than he could have ever imagined. Just now, he thought he had a firm handle on Aina's strength. The palm was powerful, but the Dreamforce control was poor and lacking. This made sense. It seemed that Aina was a lot more like Gregwin in this respect, relying on great talent but lacking in experience. However, when the palm actually landed, Little Fox felt as though he was nothing more than an ant facing off against an elephant. He had no idea how Aina had done it, but despite the simplicity of her attack, the hidden complexities within were on another level entirely. It clicked for Little Fox the moment his consciousness faded back into focus. They were doing this on purpose. Aina wasn't a layman at all, but it was already far too late. Another palm came crashing down, and despair took root in Little Fox's soul. He slapped his small palms together once more, his floating hands following suit. He couldn't die here, he had no choice but to go all out. Suddenly, his floating hands expanded and seemed to become the hands of adults rather than the toddler he was. They looked aged and wrinkled, and soon they began to morph even further. One gained angel wings, another became covered in demonic scales, a third became covered in fur, and the last seemed to grow pulsing green veins that wiggled about as though they had minds of their own. The four palms formed an odd cycle between them, the balance resonating with Dreamforce akin to the birth of a world. It was like, for a moment, Little Fox was truly tapping into the 2nd dimension, the birthplace of Dreamforce. His strength skyrocketed as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whatever method he was using seemed to place a great toll on him, but it was between this and death. He had no other methods. Aina's 2nd palm crashed into the combination of 4 as Little Fox hurriedly scrambled to his feet, rushing backward at a greater speed. Little Fox rounded a corner, only pulling his floating hands back toward him as he increased the distance. The floating hands of nomads had a limited scope of influence, but that was only for normal nomads. The more control you had, especially in the case of Dreamforce experts, the larger said scope would be. For Little Fox, he could even teleport his hands back to himself on a whim. It was just that he didn't want to display that ability just yet. Bang! Little Fox was sent flying backward. He was so focused on escape and survival that he didn't even notice a dream beast appearing before him. The tail of a starry-tailed fox slapped against him, nearly twisting his head from his shoulders. He tried to scramble up again, but he found that Aina was already slowly walking toward him. From the beginning, she never seemed to increase her pace. In fact, it was as though she knew there was a beast here. Little Fox's heart was practically beating out his chest. This maze was so complex. Although he knew there were patterns, the idea of actually capitalizing on them in such a life-and-death situation was the furthest thing from his mind. It didn't make sense for Aina to be able to both focus on hiding the true extent of her Dreamforce abilities, while also calculating everything else in advance as well. No! Aina's palm struck down again, ignoring Little Fox's final plea. The little boy teleported his hands toward him in the final moment, but 4 of his palms barely managed to deal with Aina. Not that he had to divert them toward separate attacks, he stood not the slightest chance. His body was shattered into a rain of blood and gore, and the world fell silent. Aina reached out and grabbed the 4 palms that remained, gazing toward them curiously before turning away and leaving. It was a maze that should have taken weeks to navigate your way out of. Between the dangers, the traps, and the attacks on the mind, not to mention the changing to the maze over time, this was already a great time. Yet, not only had Aina found Little Fox in barely a few hours, she left the maze in less than a day. When Aina completed the maze, Leonel's eyes slowly opened, his gaze calm as his wife appeared by his side. What remained of Little Fox's body were pulled to their side, but his palms stayed with Aina. The bars of points rolled forward and a disadvantageous situation was turned around. In a single breath of time, the vast Dream Pavilion took their victory, rising up to the 163rd position on the leaderboard. Victory was theirs. Chapter 2761, Havoc. Chapter 2761, Havoc. Leonel gave Patriarch Khafra a glance and then left without a word. He didn't need to say anything, not right now. He didn't feel like speaking at all. His thoughts were consumed with crushing this person until they had absolutely nothing left to give. Soon, Leonel could see the gorgeous clouds of the Dream Pavilion once more. He looked up and into the skies in silence, his mind drifting elsewhere. "Are you all right? We don't have to do any of this, you know," Aina said softly. With their capabilities, they could probably just hide away in a place in silence. They didn't need to be at the center of every storm. While it was true that some things that had happened had forced their hand, by now they didn't need to pay attention to such things anymore. They needed the challenge sequence to protect the Dream Pavilion. Without it, the human domains would be far too vulnerable. They needed the Gathering of Kingdoms to prevent the world from having the right to wipe them all from existence. They needed the Gathering of Minds because it was the only way to divert attention from themselves. Because of the challenge sequence and the Gathering of Kingdoms, they were right in the middle of the spotlight, and they needed a method of cleansing themselves of that responsibility. But what about now? The next Gathering of Kingdoms would be for generations. The Gathering of Minds had successfully turned everyone's attention to the Owlins. The Dream Pavilion was protected for the foreseeable future, and unless the upper echelon went entirely mask-off, there was no legitimate way of taking it away from Leonel either. It had to be remembered that even without the life tablet, Leonel had met the requirements to be a pavilion head on his own the moment his Dreamforce entered the life state. He didn't need the word of anyone else anymore. All of the immediate problems were fixed. They'd done their duty to the human race, they had the segmented cube, and could vanish into some obscure corner of the world and not deal with any of this anymore until they had grown strong enough. And even then, it would still be their choice. Right now, they were at least strong enough to make that choice. Sure, if they left, there would be no one left to protect the human race. Sure, the Dream Asura would almost certainly come for revenge, and the Owlins, and the Spirituals. But if they didn't want to deal with it, did they have to? Did they have such an obligation? Where were their elders, their parents, their grandparents? Why did they have to take on such a burden? Leonel looked down from the skies and looked at his wife's side profile. She seemed to be gazing up with him. To think that all of this had started just because they wanted to take a vacation. "Is that what you want?" Leonel asked. Aina blinked and looked at Leonel. Was that what she wanted? Not really. In truth, so long as she was by Leonel's side, that was all that ever mattered to her. In fact, the gazes of the two met. Even without saying any words, they shared the same understanding. It was a battle hungriness. Aina felt a desire for battle that couldn't be satiated by anything else. Maybe even part of the reason she once resented Leonel for always putting himself in danger wasn't just because he could die, but that he always left her out of it. As for Leonel, he could still remember the first time he stepped on a battlefield. It was that day in the Camelot subdimensional zone. He had felt an excitement deep within himself that nothing else could match, but he didn't have the same battle lust as Aina. No, he just really liked to win, and the battlefield was the location that allowed him to bask in that feeling the most viscerally. "I don't want to take a break right now," Leonel said. "I would prefer to make someone pay." Aina smiled. "Then what do you want to do, husband? Don't call me that right now. I'm trying to get into murder mode, and you're making me feel all bubbly." Aina laughed, a beautiful chime echoing through the pavilion. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat. Leonel and Aina looked toward Ayman at the same time. The poor fellow had been awkwardly standing there for the entire time, but he had to interrupt lest he feel like he was intruding on something any more intimate than this already was. Do you need me anymore?" "Of course I need you," Leonel replied. "As for what we're going to do now, it's obviously to get revenge, but first we'll be going to a certain dwarven bubble. I'm sure there'll be interesting things over there." The Dream Asura's plans were interesting. For some reason, they had tried to rope in the dwarven race. The position of the bubbles was the most obvious answer, but Leonel was certain that that wasn't all. He wondered, what would they get out of Aaron coming to the Spirituals and, likely, being harmed or killed? In a narrow view of focus, this seemed to be just a smokescreen. But from a larger, demonizing humans, riling up the dwarven race, roping in the nomad race, forcing the spirituals into becoming a pawn, there were so many large players of several races involved, all happening while the gods had conveniently descended to wreak havoc on the demigods. And on top of all of that, wasn't the culling still ongoing? It was absolute chaos, and someone was thriving in it. A smile crept onto Leonel's face. Even Somnus was expelled from his clan, and he hadn't even taken personal action to do anything wrong. What would happen to this person if their actions were exposed? All right, wife, let's go wreak some havoc. Aina looked at Leonel with an excited glint in her eyes, and Eamon suddenly felt like the third wheel again. Chapter 2762, Miscalculation. Chapter 2762, Miscalculation. Flora slowly closed the book in her hand. Her cherry lips shone particularly bright in the dim lights, and her expression was entirely unreadable. Not many knew Flora intimately, but it could be said that it was quite rare for her to not be smiling, and even rarer for minutes to tick by without her taking a sip of wine. A miscalculation. She never told Leonel to lose on purpose, much like she didn't tell him to win or lose against the Ma'at bubble, for the challenge against the Ma'at bubble, who won or lost, didn't matter. She had thought that regardless of the situation, the end result would be the same. If she went too far in giving direction, she would just end up exposing her plans, and that was something she didn't want to do. What she didn't know was that even before she told Leonel to challenge the Kaffir bubble, he had already known that she would, but that was exactly why the current situation was so perfect. Flora had no idea that Leonel had already seen through her. All she could tell was that Leonel's improvement speed was far too fast, and that he had more cards up his sleeves than logic would dictate to be possible. Flora waved a hand and the images of Ina's combat appeared. As expected, every use of Dreamforce was so crude and unrefined. It seemed that Ina had a large Dreamforce affinity, maybe one she had only recently come into contact with. This made sense considering the two were from an incomplete world. She couldn't find any flaws, at least not without being there to witness it personally. Ultimately, these were just projections. They couldn't grasp the whole picture. Some of this is still salvageable. This Ina killed a child in full view of the public. It would only make it easier to demonize them. A few will be able to tell that Little Fox isn't really a toddler, but the vast majority won't think so far. Flora organized her thoughts and slotted many other things into place. Even so, she couldn't quite feel satisfied, as though she was missing something. Should she take action personally? No, that was far too dangerous. The trade-off wouldn't be worth it, and it would leave too much of a trial for those with sinister intentions to follow. Plus, now that the Kaffir bubble had been dealt such a blow, things would be even more troublesome now. They had fallen out of the top 200, and it would be a great deal of effort to get them to climb back up without— no, not necessarily. We can use Little Fox's death again. It will be of great use. If Patriarch Kaffir played the role of grieving pavilion head, it would be very easy to make up for the losses. When Flora thought to this point, some of her annoyance had finally ebbed away. The trade-off was that the Kaffir pavilion wouldn't really be able to remain beneath the radar anymore, but that was fine. So long as she was strategic about it, this could maybe be an even better outcome. Leonel Morales, she said slowly as though she was rolling the syllables across her tongue. A sharp killing intent flashed in her eyes. She had enough information to bury Leonel right now, but where would the benefit be? A dream Ashura didn't work based on emotion, they worked based on benefits. Even betraying their own family members was a common and acceptable practice. She didn't just want to crush Leonel for the sake of crushing Leonel, that wouldn't further her goals. She wanted something more. She leaned back, tapping her finger on her armrest and finally taking another swig of wine. A sigh of satisfaction that sounded a lot more like a moan came from her lips as she reclined. That little boy, he should be looking for his reward, huh? Flora chuckled. With another flick of her finger, the projection before her changed. However, to her surprise, there was nothing but a blank screen looking back. Ho ho ho, her laughter deepened, but the dangerous light in her eyes had returned. That was two now. 2 slippery fish had escaped from her palms. Leonel appeared in the dwarven bubble with Ina by his side. Of course, he knew that Ina killing Little Fox was terrible optics, but there wasn't another choice. The only way to ensure victory was to not only complete the maze very quickly, but to also ensure that Little Fox could not. It could be said that while he had won, he had paid the price. Not only was Ina stuck in the 4th dimension for the foreseeable future, but now there were very troublesome problems lurking in the wing. But he didn't plan on just sitting on his hands and hoping for the best either. He would have to make his own opportunities, starting with what was going on here. The dwarven bubble wasn't open to outsiders. So, in order to step into it, Leonel actually had to make use of a very special method. It could be said that this was repayment for saving Aaron. Aaron was precisely the key he had used to enter. Or, more accurately, Leonel had replicated a special key that Aaron had on his person. This special key needed to be used for any teleportation platform connected to the dwarven bubble to work, and Leonel wondered if this was also part of what the Dream Ashura wanted to gain by killing Aaron. These keys were, obviously, only in the hands of a select few, and Aaron happened to be one of them. Of course, appearing using this key had its own share of problems because what did it mean for a teleportation platform that was rarely used to suddenly be used by 2 people at once? But Leonel was already prepared. When they were just about to touch down, his dream force spread and his emulation spatial force acted. By the time the dwarven warriors rushed to the teleportation pad, there was no one there. Chapter 2763, Conversation. Chapter 2763, Conversation. The dwarven bubble was in a bit of an uproar, but the culprits had vanished into thin air, unbeknownst to anyone else. Much of the dwarven race lived underground, their culture not much different from what Leonel had seen in the incomplete worlds. Their societies were couched in winding tunnels and quasi-darkness. Of course, there were some beads of light here and there, mostly lining their walls and ceilings, but it was nothing like the sun could provide. In fact, a normal human from Earth might find it hard to even see very much further than a couple meters ahead of themselves. One would think that a race of people like this would feel depressed all the time. But even from just being here a few minutes, Leonel found a sweet sort of ambience hanging in the air. After the improvement to his dream force, the dream force of others practically felt tangible to his eyes. This world was filled with peace and prosperity. Who was he to tell these people what would make them happy? Just because a human would feel stuffy and depressed being stuck underground for such a long time, couldn't the pixies and sparrows feel different? The dwarven race felt at once with the earth. They had evolved as a weak race that needed to protect themselves, and over time they grew to accept their underground worlds with open arms. Rather than a form of oppression, it became a source of peace and prosperity for them. It was this world that Leonel and Ina entered. Disguising themselves as a pixie and sparrow wasn't too difficult. With the improvement to his dream force, although his emulation spatial force hadn't been brought along, Leonel still felt like he could control it with greater precision. At this point, unless an expert had mastered a creation state force, seeing through his disguises would be almost impossible. The only other way was to have a quasi-creation state dream or soul force. While it wasn't impossible for the dwarven race to have such an expert lingering around, Leonel didn't plan on running into them anytime soon. I'll need to just observe this world for a while. Let's try part 2 of our vacation now, Leonel said with a chuckle. Ina nodded, not minding. She looked around curiously, finding everything fascinating. She quite liked the ambience of the dwarven race. It was exactly this kind of atmosphere she wanted to recreate with her and Leonel's children. If they had a few little princes and princesses running around, wouldn't it feel a lot like this? A smile couldn't help but bloom on her face. Soon the couple had found a hotel of sorts to stay in. Rather than working like Earth, though, the penthouses of this hotel were located much deeper into the ground. The closer to the world's core, the more expensive it was. Leonel didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he picked out a mid-tier room for himself and Ina. As they descended to their room, he listened to the various conversations. More than once, he picked up some mention of Aaron. He could hear their pride in their voices, and he even felt somewhat bad. The entire world had all but forgotten about Aaron, when in reality he was just as important to the duo as Lyra had been. In fact, in some respects, he was even more important. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and Leonel actually had quite a good impression of him. But then his ears suddenly twitched as he picked up a peculiar stream amongst the cloud of positivity. It really is inappropriate. Our dwarven race has always hidden in the shadows. Suddenly being thrust into the spotlight like this will only do us no good. Although Prince Aaron brought us great pride, there's been more pressure at the borders recently. A lot of bubbles have sent envoys to act as ambassadors, but King Malin has rejected them all. Although he did so politely, how would the other bubbles take this? You're right. Even if they don't take offense, they'll take it as a sign of weakness and use it as an opportunity to oppress us. The rewards Prince Aaron brought back this time are too extraordinary, and there are a lot of people eyeing us now. I think the ambassadors are just a pretext to exchange goods, and it won't be long before the knowledge they want to exchange ends up being those high-order blueprints. The two sparrows clicked their tongue, lamenting about the state of their world. Leonel's eyes narrowed. It had to be remembered that internal sight was an extension of all 5 senses. Whether it was sight or touch or smell, it didn't matter. Right now, Leonel had stripped down his internal sight of everything but his hearing sense. It made it easier for him to control and stop others from detecting. So even though he was walking leisurely and even chatting with Ina, his actual senses were spreading across hundreds of kilometers. Unfortunately, Anastasia couldn't control her senses like this, so it was best for Leonel to do it. His ability index directly filtered out useless conversations and narrowed in on the ones that triggered any sparks in his dreamscape, and this one was particularly fascinating, especially since the situation on the outside didn't reflect their thoughts. The outside world was completely enamored with Lyra. They weren't talking about Aaron at all, so was this just a coincidence? Or did it reflect something deeper? With how isolated the dwarven bubble was, it could easily be an either-or type of situation. But wasn't it precisely because they were so isolated that their situation was so easy to predict? No. I don't believe that the dwarven race's higher-ups are foolish enough to not pay attention to the outside world at all. Wait. The conversation continued, and Leonel picked up on something that made his eyes narrow. Chapter 27T64, Ear to Ear. Chapter 27T64, Ear to Ear. The nomads and cloud race are especially pushy. But there's just no way we can let the cloud race in. What kind of commotion would that cause? Once you let them in, you'll never be able to kick them out. We'll have rats scurrying around our world again and again. Cloud and Nomad? Leonel's thoughts sped through several deductions. Are the Cloud race related? No, unlikely. I don't believe that this Dream Ashura can just puppeteer so many races at the same time. It's too much. If they did control so many races, what would even be the point in slinking around like this? They could just directly declare war. The only explanation is that they either only control strategic populations of these races and are ready to use them to change the situation at any time, or they're taking advantage of the Cloud race's character to act as a smokescreen for their real intentions. Leonel's gaze flashed. Aaron is in trouble. His disappearance could still work against him, even now. Leonel jumped from thought to thought, his deductions hard to follow for anyone on the outside looking in, but the more he thought, the more assured he felt about certain things until his thought process landed on one thing. Didn't that Cloud race genius pair up with an Owlin descendant during the Gathering of Minds? A flash of lightning sparked through Leonel's mind and a strong impulse suddenly fueled him. He realized something interesting at that point. Did he really force the Owlins into their current situation, or was it that he just moved their plans up and caught them off balance a bit? I only have 12% assurance in that deduction. I need more information. Leonel switched off his thoughts before they spilled over with auspicious air. That wouldn't help with his attempt to stay incognito. Soon, he and Ina reached their hotel room and slipped inside. Ina went to take a shower, and Leonel checked around the place with particular focus on the force arts that protected it. There was nothing out of order, and by this point, even the ninth-dimensional experts of the Dwarven race had no right to pull the wool over his eyes. After touching the threshold of the self-state, it would be a tall task to trick him with force arts alone. The way he saw the world seemed to have bloomed like a flower. He was simply on an entirely different level. After he was done, Leonel flicked his fingers a few times and changed the force arts in a beat. Then, he sat on the bed and pulled out Little Fox's hands. Ina had grabbed them after his death. Technically speaking, any part of their enemy's body that survived should have been teleported back to the Nomads, but Leonel had been able to stop that while he controlled Ina's body. It wasn't even particularly difficult to make it look as though the hands had been destroyed while storing them away secretly. The first time Leonel had seen these hands, he had felt a weird feeling from them, and looking at them now more closely, he felt that it was even more true. Angel wings, demonic scales, an aged hand, and beast fur? A spark of lighting as thick as a man's waist barreled through Leonel's dreamscape. No way, angel wings for the Owlins, purple scales for the Dream Ashura. An aged hand? One that looked completely normal, aside from its pulsing green veins. Why overthink it? Didn't this just reflect Little Fox's true age? It could be humans. It could be the Cloud race. Other than their cloud figures, the amorphous blob of cloud-like force and runes that acted as their hair and the back of their heads, the Cloud race looked no different from humans. It shouldn't be the Nomad race. That was because he had seen their hands of God, and this shouldn't be what represented them. And then the fur could obviously only be the beast race. In fact, when he looked closer, it was a fur almost identical to the fur Leonel had used to make Ina's military uniform. It was just on an even higher level. Leonel let out a hollow laugh that quickly came from his belly. He couldn't imagine that they would make such a stupid mistake. But then he understood. Little Fox hadn't brought out these changes to his hands originally. He only wanted to protect his life. Ina's strength, or rather Ina under the control of Leonel, was so powerful that he had no choice but to bring out these trump cards. Leonel's thoughts flickered toward Wicked, and he felt that he pieced it all together. Now, he was absolutely certain. The participants in this war were the Owlins, the Beasts, and the Dream Ashuras. Wicked had been able to add to his path just by regressing to a younger age, and wasn't that the same ability Little Fox had displayed? How could a small nomad race member possibly come into contact with not just one, but two demigod races? Now, it should be three. This beast fur was most definitely from a demigod beast on a higher level than the tiger that made up Ina's military uniform. At that moment, Ina suddenly came out from the bathroom. A towel wrapped around her, and though to the outside world she was a pixie, how could Leonel's own disguise be hidden from his eyes? He could see her in her full glory. Ina gave Leonel a weird look because he was holding a dead man's hands and laughing like a maniac. But before she could react, he tossed the hands to the side like they were trash and reached a hand out to grab her. Ina dodged backward, but a sly grin on Leonel's face made her realize she had misjudged something. Leonel's hand caught her towel and pulled it toward himself, revealing a gorgeous figure. Leonel grinned ear to ear. Chapter 2765, Innocence. Chapter 2765. Innocence. Leonel pinned Ina beneath him, wrapping an arm around her waist and intertwining his free hand in one of hers. It had been a long while since the two had sex on an actual bed, even though this one was only barely large enough for their heights. Leonel was just over 6'9" Xi, and Ina was easily over 6'2" Pine. It could be said that the beds meant for the Dwarven race were very much not designed for them. Even so, they made do, forgetting the world and having a sweet sort of moment together that strayed from their usual wild antics. By the time either one actually came up for breath, they were flushed. Ina's skin seemed painted in red, looking so thin and delicate that even her beating heart could be seen between her large breasts. Leonel flicked her on top of him and wrapped around her waist tighter, his hands sinking into her soft skin. Their hearts beat as one, and their movements were slow and deliberate, almost as though they weren't chasing any sort of climax, but rather wanted to enjoy every stroke and every moment. They wasted the day away, not minding anything else until they fell into one another's embrace. "Are you going to tell me what happened now?" Ina asked, pinching Leonel's waist. This guy took advantage of her. Had she still been in the 8th dimension, there was no way she would have made that mistake earlier. "Who asked you to take a shower? Clearly, you were seducing me," Leonel said righteously. Ina rolled her eyes. "I'm so sorry, mighty king. Next time I want to groom myself, I'll ask for your permission first." Leonel's hand reached down and squeezed a cheek, feeling endlessly satisfied. "As long as you know the error of your ways." Ina giggled and rolled her eyes again. "Now, quickly, tell me." In truth, she didn't mind it. Leonel was at least half right. Why would she shower here when she had the best water in the world available to her in the segmented cube? Honestly, her libido was getting higher and higher these days the stronger she grew. Luckily, her husband was more than equipped to keep up. They just made a foolish mistake. I'm almost certain that I know the parameters of their alliance now, and that makes things much easier. Leonel waved a free hand, and the green-veined hand shot up toward him. The only variable is this hand here, but I'm pretty sure if I analyze it, I can deduce whether it's truly meant to be a nomad palm or something else. In fact, Anastasia, what do you think? Leonel asked. A world spirit should be more sensitive about these things. So long as Leonel directed her, it shouldn't be too difficult to tell. "Cumin," Anastasia said before shrieking. Covering her eyes with her little palms, she ran away at her fastest speed. Leonel and Ina burst into laughter. Anastasia always gave them their privacy. At the very least, she understood this little bit of decorum. She didn't spend her time spying on everyone. As a world spirit, her concept of time was different from most everyone else, so as long as Leonel interacted with her from time to time, she wouldn't feel lonely. The existence of a world spirit was mostly spent in long bouts of solitude. It was just that Anastasia had awakened some sentience of her own, so she wasn't exactly like a normal world spirit should be. If not, she wouldn't be so embarrassed by Leonel and Ina's display. "Human? Huh?" Leonel looked at the palm. Surprisingly, he still wasn't certain, as though he was missing something. However, regardless of what it was, he still felt confident. "What does this mean?" Ina asked. "It means that I know their weakness, and they only think they know mine. A while ago, I overheard a conversation between some dwarven races about how outsiders are interested in the rewards they got from the gathering of mines. There's some pressure, some artificial, some not. This makes it easier to parse through the noise and understand exactly what they want to do. We can, mostly, ignore the cloud race and focus our attention on the nomads. In fact, we can even maybe use the cloud race not much unlike they are. Then what do you want to do?" "Well, first, I think it's about time the pavilion head of the dwarven race's dream pavilion changes," Leonel said with a grin. "You are? If I was this Dream Ashura, after the Kafra Dream Pavilion fell out of the top 300, I'd have them challenge the Dwarven Dream Pavilion for their spot back. This would cause two things. Not only would this let the Kafra bubble rise back up, but it would also be a signal to the world that the dwarven race is vulnerable. By then, the artificial pressure would increase and give them a chance to strike. The more pressure the dwarven race is under, the more chances there would be. If something happens to Aaron at just the right time, it could truly spark the flames of war. So you want to hand the Kafra bubble their second loss in a row." Leonel grinned. "I haven't had enough fun crushing those bastards yet. In fact, I think it's about time Patriarch Kafra dies." Ina's gaze flickered. Sensing the determination from Leonel, she suddenly felt something inside of her heating up again. This time, it was her turn to pounce. "Ah, my innocence," Leonel called out. Shh, don't struggle," Ina whispered into his ear, her coercion leaking and making goosebumps rise up all across his skin. "It'll hurt at first, but then it'll feel good." Leonel was aghast. What kind of roleplay was this? Where was the morality? What happened to their little cute romance? Where was the justice? Why wasn't she putting it inside her yet? Leonel's face looked like it was painted in horror, but his body didn't resist in the slightest, making Ina let out a bell-like laughter. Chapter 2766 Sensitive. Chapter 27666, sensitive through some roundabout methods, Leonel managed to find the location of the Dwarven Bubble's Dream Pavilion. He changed his appearance again and let Ina enter the segmented cube. At the moment, he looked like a sprite of average appearance, standing around 5 feet tall with a pair of translucent wings and skin that was just barely the faintest touch of green. Was it a bit ballsy to go to the heart of a Dreamforce capital with a disguise formed by Dreamforce? Of course. Did he care? Not at all. Travel between the cities of the Dwarven Bubble was especially lax, and the security was even more so. In fact, by the time Leonel got to the city that held the Dream Pavilion, he had realized that it wouldn't be difficult to join at all. All he had to do was take a small test that only had the requirement of reaching the necessary bar for affinity. The test for Dreamforce Incomplete Worlds, or more accurately, ones that met a necessary standard of quality, were quite benign. They had special formations designed to pull those with improper Dreamforce affinity out of a helpless state before they fell into an endless spiral of their own memories. The prerequisite for this formation to work, though, was for the user to have adequate Soul Force affinity. For Leonel, this test was obviously easy, and he didn't waste any time entering the Dream Pavilion. He didn't have the time to waste even if he wanted to. He had to find a way to either become the new Dream Pavilion head or secure himself a spot on the roster to contend against the Nomads, or else all of this would be for naught. Logically, there was no reason for a Dream Pavilion to pick him out of the numerous seasoned disciples, so he had to carve out his own path, and for that, he had his own ideas. He had already released the bait, he just had to wait for a bite. Aaron spent every day like he was walking on a bed of nails. He tried to keep his steps as light as possible, and yet his own weight was what did the most harm to him. Although he had survived, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about what was going on, but the dwarven race was too isolated for him to get any solid information. There had to be a better way, but if he stepped out again, wouldn't he just be throwing himself to the wolves once more? However, today he really couldn't sit still. His father had come to confront him about leaving, something that he thought he had hidden perfectly. But apparently, he knew the whole time, or so Aaron thought. It was only after Aaron's father left that Aaron realized he had been framed. The timelines for the spike in the formation and his exit didn't line up at all. He had been wronged, but even deeper than that, didn't this mean that there was an infiltrator into their bubble they had lost complete track of? Aaron realized immediately that this was his fault. The only way someone could have done this without detection was by using his key. He thought that he had secured it on his person, but clearly this individual had abilities that were far beyond his capability to understand. Aaron felt like an ant in a frying pan. He wasn't sure what to do. On the one hand, he felt that he should inform his father, but as a Dreamforce expert, he knew exactly how foolish that was. His father wasn't a Dreamforce expert, and those that couldn't protect their minds were vulnerable to leaking information. I'll have to speak to Old Bastion. With that thought, Aaron quickly left. His destination? The Dream Pavilion. However, he was once again met with a situation that was entirely out of his expectations. A sprite he didn't recognize blocked his path on the road toward the main pavilion. Most greeted him warmly, and he thought that this was yet another until they stepped in front of him. Aaron blinked and frowned. It couldn't be said that the dwarven race was perfectly harmonious. No race or even power could claim such a thing. However, they were still more cohesive than most. While he couldn't sense any hostility from this sprite, he clearly wasn't as respectful or endearing as the other either. But what was oddest was that Aaron felt that he couldn't read his Dreamforce at all. When had someone like this appeared? The only people he struggled to do this with were old and wizened. "Hello, may I help you?" "Yes, you could," Leonel said with a smile. "I can see that you're in a rush, but I do have something very important to tell the prince. I believe you owe me a favor, no?" Aaron's pupils constricted. He could tell exactly what Leonel was referring to. This was the man who saved him back then, but who was he? He still didn't know for certain. Almost immediately, a cold sweat permeated Aaron's back. Could it really be that this was the ploy the whole time, to infiltrate the Dream Pavilion? But then why would he expose himself like this? Unless there was a plan in motion already that was far too late to stop? The more Aaron thought, the more he spiraled into feelings of guilt. Leonel didn't explain. This wasn't the place to do so. "Come with me," Leonel said. "It's a bit sensitive." Some of the dwarven race members saw this scene and raised an eyebrow, but they didn't think much of it. As Aaron had said, they were mostly harmonious. Aaron was also a kind prince that had given many of them pointers before, so it wasn't too weird for someone else to ask for his help. Those who were part of the Dream Pavilion were a small population to begin with. Chapter 2767, Imprison. Chapter 2767, Imprison. Who are you? Aaron asked coldly, furiously pressing down his anxiety. "I would tell you, but honestly I don't trust your brain to stay your brain," Leonel said with a laugh. Aaron frowned. It had always been him gatekeeping information because he was worried about the dream force of others. When had it become the other way around? Although there was a proponent of force manipulation level when it came to protecting one's mind, affinity was, although a huge aspect. If one had a high enough Dreamforce affinity, even if the attacker was in the creation state, there was a chance you could pick up on the manipulation ahead of time. Aaron was only in the impetus state with his Dreamforce, but his affinity was so high that he felt confident in protecting himself against most people. He only really had to start worrying if the upper echelon of demigods started to get involved, but even then they would have to take a slow and winding path to deal with him. "You don't have to worry too much about it. Doesn't the fact I'm exposing myself to you count for anything?" Aaron hesitated. This man had saved him and had come to him first. All the anxiety of what might be going on had been crushed down to a single point. At the very least, he could monitor this man by staying by his side. "What do you want then?" Aaron asked. "It's simple, really. Just want your dream pavilion to follow my orders for a little bit. And if we don't, well, let's see." Leonel began raising up his fingers one by one. "First you'll be embroiled in war, your sacrifices will be used to enrich others, you'll likely end up helping another mortal race reach demigodhood before yourselves, your lineage will be wiped out, need I go on?" Frowned. It didn't sound like Leonel was threatening him with these matters, but rather that this would be the inevitable fallout for what was to come. "How do you possibly expect me to trust you?" Suddenly, a silver tablet appeared in Leonel's hand. "Because I could conquer your dream pavilion on a whim, and we wouldn't even have to have this conversation." Aaron's eyes opened so wide it seemed that they could fall out from their sockets. The world didn't know that the life tablet was far from the only tablet Leonel had. In terms of wise tablets, he had two. One was the life tablet, and the second was the silver tablet he had received from the Valiant Heart Zone. Just due to the existence of the silver tablet alone, Leonel could exhibit quite some control over the challenge sequences. It was just that he hadn't revealed this trump card yet because it wasn't time. However, this time, he would thoroughly crush the nomads. The silver tablet could do everything the life tablet could do, just a smaller scale. Leonel knew that the nomads, and especially Patriarch Khafra, had hidden much of their strength. Unless he used the tablet, even after his breakthroughs, he had no guarantee of winning. How? Aaron's heart was beating out of his chest, and he could hardly control himself. The tablets were impossibly rare. However, many of them had been scattered across the world, most of which were concentrated in the hands of the gods that couldn't use them to their full potential. After all, to bring out the full strength of a wise tablet, you had to be a wise star order, and only those naturally born with or descended from the Northern Star lineage factor could have this title. Aaron already knew this person was human, but he didn't expect him to be a wise star order. Leonel put the silver tablet away casually. Slowly, Aaron began to regain his breath and his beating heart settled down. Originally, he had thought Leonel was trying to treat him like a child. The amount of control a pavilion head had over a dream pavilion was exceptional. Practically no one could threaten them here. But if there was a life tablet, Leonel wasn't exaggerating by saying that he could do it by force if he wanted to. By then, he would have carved out a place in the dwarven bubble that pixies and sparrows couldn't even step into. However, even with all of this said, it was still too difficult to trust Leonel, while Leonel wasn't willing to tell Aaron too much. In reality, the easiest thing to do would be to forcefully cease this dream pavilion. It had been so easy getting here that even the human bubble had more protections. The reason he didn't was because this news would almost certainly leak to that dream Ashura, and if they were half as smart as Leonel thought they were, they would link it back to him. He couldn't allow that, not just yet. Tell you what, Leonel suddenly said, if you're willing to be trapped by me for the time it takes for this to blow over, I will tell you everything. Aaron immediately recoiled. Leonel didn't say a word, letting him think through it, and, as expected, after several seconds, Aaron nodded solemnly. At some point, being overly cautious would only harm him. Several times now, Leonel had exposed bits and pieces of his plan that would have worked out far better if Aaron was in the dark about them. If Aaron didn't take any risks himself, how much sincerity could he be said to have? They were both smart people, and Aaron couldn't think of a reason why Leonel would go through all of this when he could have captured him back then. After all, Leonel's strength was far beyond his own. Good, in that case, I will tell you everything. Then, you must help me claim the pavilion head position before being imprisoned. Aaron took a breath and nodded again. He listened intently to Leonel's words, and the more he heard, the more his eyes widened. Chapter 2768, Portal. Chapter 2768, Portal. Old Bastion, I need to talk to you. Aaron bowed respectfully at the entrance of a dream pavilion. He didn't need to be so polite, but Old Bastion was still his elder. That said, the fact he called him Old Bastion at all went to show how close their relationship was. Come in, an aged but cheery voice came from the inside. Aaron smiled a hint bitterly, and then entered. How many times do I have to tell you there's no need for such formalities, little prince? You've already done more for the dwarven race than I've done in my entire lifetime. If anything, I should be bowing to you. An aged sparrow with a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles beckoned Aaron forward, urging him to sit on the prayer mat by his side. The older sparrows grew, the larger their wings became. In fact, some of them even showed mutations that allowed them to grow multiple. Old Bastion had 2 pairs of wings that looked like they had been plucked from a dragonfly's back. Usually, for the average sparrow, a wing that was more than a foot long was already a huge boon. But Old Bastion's wings were almost as long as he was tall, spreading out to over 4 feet. Though the man looked aged, the one thing that never lagged behind for sparrows were their wings. He was more agile now than maybe any other person in the dwarven kingdom. You're flattering me again, Old Bastion, Aaron said a bit sheepishly. Only what you deserve, only what you deserve. Now tell me, what have you come here for today? Old Bastion said with a jovial smile. I can tell there's something weighing heavily on you. Aaron took a deep breath. Even though he took a seat on the prayer mat, he had a hard time looking Old Bastion in the eye. Old Bastion, will you hate me if I ask you for something unreasonable? The old sparrow looked at Aaron deeply before giving him a meaningful smile. You wear your heart on your sleeve too much, little prince. That is why you're so easily manipulated. I've spoken to your father about letting you explore the world, but it seems that you've gone off and done it on your own. Aaron's heart jumped. Old Bastion chuckled. If you want to sneak away, you need to be sharper than that. And let me guess, the report that was marked false wasn't you, correct? Meaning there's a spy somewhere in our world now? Well, I wouldn't call myself a spy. The sudden voice nearly made Aaron leap out of his skin. His head snapped back to see the disguised Leonel, wondering what the hell he was doing. Hadn't they already agreed on a strategy? Indeed they had, but after seeing Old Bastion's reaction, Leonel knew that the original plan had to be scrapped. Old Bastion looked back as though he wasn't very surprised. So you're the one who's been manipulating my prince? The old man suddenly released a dignified air. It was clear that even in his old age he had quite some sharpness remaining. No, that wouldn't be me, but I do need your help to deal a blow against that person. A convenient story, Old Bastion replied coolly. Leonel smiled. None of this surprised him. He had given it a 50-50 chance. If anything, he was happy that old Bastion recognized this flaw, because it meant that the dwarven race wasn't incompetent. From the beginning, the biggest flaw in Leonel sneaking in was never himself, but rather Aaron. If Aaron didn't hide his tracks well enough the first time he left, it would be easy to expose Leonel instead of confusing the first and second break-ins as the same instance. Without a word, Leonel flipped his palm and revealed the silver tablet. This time, old Bastion was even quicker on the pickup than Aaron. But this was because, unlike Aaron, old Bastion had a lot of information about the outside world, like how the spirituals had just started a campaign against the humans for unknown reasons. "You're here to retaliate against the spirituals?" old Bastion asked. "Close enough." Leonel nodded, not elaborating. "My dwarven race doesn't want to get involved in this. I'm sure you're smart enough to know you don't have a choice. Whether it's me or your enemies, someone is going to throw you into the fray one way or another. So why not do it with some flair and show the world your race isn't to be trifled with?" Old Bastion fell into silence for a long while, and Leonel didn't interrupt him. "You want my dream pavilion head position?" "Temporarily. I doubt that," old Bastion chuckled. Even if Leonel kept to his word and abdicated, would their race ever truly be free of him, or would they end up in his clutches? Leonel didn't refute. There was no point in doing so. With a grunt, old Bastion slowly stood to his feet. "If you want it, then show me you're worthy." "If you cannot defeat me, what would be the point?" Leonel chuckled. "All right, why not?" Leonel quite liked this old man. He reminded him of Coach and old Hutch. Though his mouth wasn't as foul as either, his temper was surely there. "What would you like to play?" old Bastion asked. "Feel free to choose, or else you won't be convinced, right?" Leonel replied. "Good. Then we will play a round of Portal." Portal was a game not much unlike Go of Earth. The difference was that the board was constructed of teleportation force arts, thus the namesake. Not only did you play your normal pieces, but you also moved the force arts around, changing the landscape of the board by either triggering or blocking teleportations. It was essentially a game within a game. Because the teleportation force arts were incomplete, it relied both heavily on intelligence and knowledge of the game of Go. Honestly, Leonel had never played Go before, so he was a layman, but his force art comprehension was so far beyond old Bastion's that it didn't matter. He didn't even bother considering where to put down his pieces, directly bulldozing the old man and teleporting all his pieces away. In the end, old Bastion didn't even last a few minutes before he conceded. Chapter 2769, Pacifism. Chapter 2769, Pacifism. Leonel grinned as the Go board disappeared. It seemed that old Bastion had a bit of a temper, though that much should have been obvious after their first interaction. Truthfully, he was a little embarrassed. The reality was that he planned on giving Leonel a chance even if he lost. That was because he couldn't even remember the last time he lost in a game of Portal. Winning or losing didn't necessarily mean that Leonel was inferior to him. He was just making things a bit difficult on Leonel on purpose. The reason for this was because the most important aspect of the game, the portals themselves, were meant to be created at random. The issue was that there was no one skilled enough to make them. The game was extraordinarily complex. As such, usually when you wanted to play with a new person, you would have to buy a board from the Dream Pavilion Exchange. Most, though, would have dedicated boards that they used with certain people so that they could maintain a level of fairness. Every board had a random assortment of portals, and these portals would change and morph over time depending on the moves made, keeping the game fresh. In fact, the number of variations were so numerous that if you only ever planned to play with just one person, you would likely never need to buy another. This was where old Bastion's sneakiness came into play. He had several dedicated boards, but this one in particular was the one he always used to play a different number of wide-ranging opponents. Because it had seen several playstyles over the years, it was somewhere in the middle. That meaning that old Bastion was somewhat familiar with its portals, but not to the extent he would have been had he played the same person again and again. This was all to say that from the beginning, Leonel was playing with a handicap, and yet old Bastion still lost. It was only right that he was a bit peeved and embarrassed. Even so, Leonel found it quite adorable. He didn't have much interaction with his own grandfather, but he liked to imagine that Gervais wouldn't be too dissimilar to this in the event that he lost, though it was also difficult for Leonel to imagine that man losing in the first place. At that moment, there was a sudden tremble and a letter of challenge, wreathed in silvery white fog, appeared before old Bastion. This was honestly the worst timing. He was already pissed off, and seeing this, he almost shattered it with a palm. The challenge was, unsurprisingly, from the Khafra bubble. Their intention was clearly to rise back to the top 300, and then hopefully the top 200 soon afterward in a bid to pay back Leonel and Ina for their carnage. What they didn't know was that Leonel was already waiting for them here, ready to slap them back down with a single palm. He really wanted to see where they would pivot after Patriarch Khafra was dead. When old Bastion settled down, though, his gaze couldn't help but flash like lightning. He looked at Leonel as though he could see right through him. Leonel chuckled and put a finger to his lips, urging old Bastion to keep quiet. It only made sense that the old man would figure it out. Even if he couldn't see the whole picture, he was still a Dream Force master. Was it really a coincidence? Who else could this young man be, if not him? All right, let's go. We have a challenge to prepare for. How many did they ask to participate? 2, old Bastion said softly. I see. In that case, my wife and I will enter. Old Bastion frowned. He wouldn't even get to enter? It was impossible for him to trust Leonel to this extent. I can't allow any mistakes, and the margins this time will likely be smaller. We need to make sure that we bring out the team with the highest percentage chance of winning. Old Bastion's frown deepened. Could it really be that even this boy's wife was stronger than him in the aspect of Dreamforce? What had he lived all these years for? Leonel had already expected for them to go with two. Not only would it limit the variables further, they would be able to draw attention to Little Fox's death all the more so. To these people, every one of their actions was meticulously chosen so that they could maximize their benefits. And this was the game Leonel liked to play the most. Don't stop trusting me at the most crucial point, old man. If you're going to bet, don't half-ass it. Go all in. You're definitely going to pull my dwarven race into a war, aren't you? Leonel's smile didn't fade, but he had to admit that this man was sharp. Instead of answering directly, he swiped a hand over his face, and suddenly, he looked exactly like Aaron. There wasn't even a single strand of hair that was out of place. Does this answer your question? Old Bastion's heart trembled. If Leonel really did something wild while using Aaron's face, just what kind of storm would that cause? Alright, into the segmented cube you go, Aaron. Aaron could only watch as Leonel clasped a hand over his shoulder. Looking into his own face was surreal, but frightening at the same time. He already understood exactly what Leonel wanted to do. Once Aaron was gone, Leonel looked right into Old Bastion's eyes, trying to read him. When you do things, you have to do them thoroughly. There are enemies knocking on your dwarven race's door as we speak. They're pressuring you to hand over treasures your prince fought for. They already tried to kill that very prince once before, and they'll do it again. Pacifism won't help you. It will only hinder you. Now isn't the time to cower. Chapter 2770, Aaron and, Chapter 2770, Aaron and, the words rung in Old Bastion's heart like a bell. It almost felt like Leonel was attacking his soul with his dream force, and maybe he was, but Old Bastion had the clarity nonetheless to realize that he was correct. They were already in a passive position. If they didn't take action now, when would they? They were already looking for an excuse to target them anyway, so let them come. At that moment, Old Bastion had the momentum to make a unilateral decision for the whole of the dwarven race. In reality, he had the prestige to do so, but in practice, he knew that he shouldn't. He was most definitely one of the top 3 experts of the race, and due to his position as the head of the Dream Pavilion, he was even faintly beyond the other two. But it wasn't to the point that he could unilaterally suppress them. In fact, in a true battle where he didn't have the support of the Dream Pavilion, he would lose to them both. Dreamforce simply didn't translate well to battle for most. However, when it came to intelligence, they took his word for most things, and his thoughts definitely weighed the heaviest. The camaraderie of the dwarven race went all the way to the very top. He saw those two as his siblings, and he wouldn't have it any other way. There was no time to consult them, even if he wanted to. The challenge would start very soon, and even if he did have the speed to inform them, would they have the time to have a deep back and forth? What would even be the point in a half-assed conversation? There was really only one choice to make. He exhaled slowly. I'll trust you in this matter for now. Leonel nodded. When he turned away, vanishing, his expression was incredibly solemn. He barely registered the pavilion head position being transferred over to him. What he was solemn about wasn't the coming battle. Even if it was a tall mountain, he would climb it if it meant crushing the nomads. His solemnity had everything to do with Old Bastion's decision. He knew that it wasn't easy to make such a decision, and it made his respect for the man reach as deep as it could. For no other reason than the fact he wanted to, he would do right by these people. The Dream Pavilion projections clashed in the air. Will it be all right? Ina's voice entered Leonel's soul. The situation is a bit odd now. You'll be fine, but I'm still in the 4th dimension. If we set things like this, as the challenger, it was the Dream Pavilion's choice of who to send up. Because of this, Leonel understood what Ina's worry was. If they suddenly appeared as a man and a woman, and Ina was registered as the 4th dimension, it might be too easy to connect them together. Then, what would be the point of disguises? You don't have to worry about that, Leonel replied. The dimension requirement is a maximum, not a minimum. Ina's eyes lit up with understanding, and she nodded. As for the fact this meant that Leonel wanted her to use her 4th-dimensional body to deal with someone who was clearly in the 9th dimension, she didn't even blink. She didn't believe that Leonel would ever put her in danger. If he was doing this, it meant he was confident, and that was only natural. This was a battle of Dreamforce, not the real world. This was his domain. Patriarch Khafra frowned when he saw that it wasn't Old Bastion acting, but when he looked at Ina, he was even more shocked. That was because it wasn't Ina standing there at all. It was Lyra. He didn't even have time to understand how the hell any of this could be happening. Let alone him, even the rest were in complete and utter shock. It wasn't that he didn't think it was potentially a disguise, but he simply couldn't see any flaws. But it was too late to retract the command now. They were going in. Soon, their gazes flashed and they entered the courtroom-like region. The whole time, Leonel wasn't paying to Patriarch Khafra at all because his focus was trained on the second man. This second man was the very same one that had been waiting outside of Patriarch Khafra's pavilion the first time. His hands of gods were larger than his 3-meter-tall finger, intertwining their fingers into what looked like a blooming flower of digits. Leonel found him interesting because he felt no less dangerous than Patriarch Khafra, just in a different sort of way. Right then, 3 floating challenge balls appeared, and it was Leonel's right to choose. At that moment, the entire world was in an uproar, or rather, all those paying attention were, and for the dwarven race, that could pretty much be considered to be the all. And when the spirituals learned of it, they too were in shock. The Emberheart Lord personally rushed to his daughter's living quarters, and when he found Lyra's confused face looking back at him, he was completely stunned. In fact, for a moment, he thought his own daughter was the fake one, so he brought her to his wife to be checked, only to find out that the Emberheart lady had entered a state of strict meditation. Even so, Lyra was eventually able to prove to her father that it was, indeed, her, but that only shocked them further. How could there be such a perfect disguise technique in this world? How could they know that Leonel had long treated emulation spatial force like a layman's infinity force? On top of that, he not only had immaculate control over both his and Ina's body due to his ability index and their marriage bond, but he also had little Tolly on top of that. There was simply no seeing through him. Chapter 2751 Paralysis. Chapter 2751 Paralysis. The Emberheart Lord wasn't sure of what to do. This was horrible. What would that person do if they believed this? No, was that person stupid enough to do so? They could easily check the internal workings of the spirituals and find out such a large secret. They certainly wouldn't make such a mistake. If they fell for it, they would do so on purpose. Did the Dwarven race know that? No. How could the Dwarven race even do this in the first place? Were they enraged that the world wasn't giving them the credit they deserved for the gathering of minds? But this didn't seem to be in line with their character. Wait, was this done by that person? A cold sweat poured down the Emberheart Lord's back. While it was true that the slandering of the human race was ordered by that person, using it as an excuse to bring the 2 pure-blood bloodlines together and finally become a demigod race was their idea alone. Was this the means that person was using to counter this? After all, Lyra's marriage to the Moonstone Lord's son was a fairly large part of the original plan as well. Was the dream Ashura onto them? Were they dissatisfied with their actions? The thoughts paralyzed the Emberheart Lord, and he didn't know what to do. If he went out into the world and told everyone that this Lyra was fake, would he be offending that person? And if they did so, could they even bear the consequences? And even if this wasn't the case, wouldn't this outright offend the Dwarven race? This didn't seem to matter because this was clearly an open sign of provocation on their part. But was it? Who was to say that the Dwarven race wasn't being tricked by someone else? He had gotten news that the Cloud race was pressuring the Dwarven race a great deal for the sake of their blueprints. Was this part of their plan? The number of thoughts truly paralyzed the Emberheart Lord. Sometimes, being too intelligent was a handicap of its own. He had thought of many things most wouldn't even see through on the surface, and he had no idea that he was playing right into Leonel's palms by doing so. This kind of paralysis of choice was exactly what Leonel wanted to do. This sort of game was truly the most fun to play. Flora sat up in her chair, her gaze flickering as she read the report. How could she not be paying attention to what was happening? As far as she was concerned, this was a little interlude. They would push the Dwarven race into the eye of the storm and conveniently use them to springboard back to the top 300. But this was far out of her expectations. Someone is playing on my board. She finally seemed to realize that there was someone else playing in her arena, but she had no idea who it was. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like she was running around in circles. This feeling, she didn't like it at all. Why did it feel like she was slowly losing control? Leonel looked at the challenges. Unfortunately, right now, since he was playing the role of Aaron, he had to be more soft-spoken and careful with his actions. Many had thought of the potential that Ina was in disguise, but no one could have guessed that it wasn't just one of them, but both of them. And what the dream Asura nor Lyra's father knew was that he was probably the biggest trap here. Interesting, Leonel smiled inwardly. Seems I finally have some luck on my side. He picked one and then looked at Ina. He gave her hand a squeeze and then let it go. Ina knew that Leonel wasn't doing this because he was worried about her, nor was he just trying to be needlessly intimate. The point was to show the world that they were more than just friends. Just these subtle actions alone were more than enough. With a flash, Ina disappeared into a one-on-one challenge, and Leonel took a seat and closed his eyes in meditation, ignoring the patriarch. Ina appeared on a large translucent game board. It looked like a constellation, somewhat, and every cross was filled with a complex partial array. It was a half-complete game of Portal. This was certainly the twist of the challenge. Originally, it should have just been a game, but it turned into a game that had already started. Depending on several factors, that could easily leave them either at an advantage or a severe disadvantage. The two were on opposite sides of the board. Ina was given the white pieces, and the man with blooming hands was given the back. Almost immediately, the two began checking over the board, but what the man didn't expect was that Ina would move almost instantly. She landed on a point, and the portal swirled to life. The pieces moved and shifted, and the man found himself moving out of his control. Ina continued to move, her movements quick and agile. From an outsider's perspective, you would have never thought that she was being controlled by someone else. Her understanding of her own body was simply immaculate. She moved again and again, seemingly never needing the man to make a move of his own first. And that was the fearsome part about Portal. Who went next was based on the relative number of pieces on the board. Whoever had less pieces would go. That meant that if you could control the portals to carefully sacrifice your own and the opponent's at the same time while maintaining a tailing position, you could continuously move, putting yourself in a more and more advantageous situation. Usually, this couldn't happen until mid-game, but because the game was partially completed, Ina and Leonel could immediately take advantage. The man swiftly felt a sense of helplessness. He simply couldn't calculate fast enough. He could only kill. His aura soared. Chapter 2072 Shredded. Chapter 2072 Shredded. Morgok balled up his fists and attacked with a furious momentum. His hands of God fell down like a rain of meteors, suffocating Ina from all sides. Just as they were about to land, she activated another portal and vanished. The hands of God landed with a furious momentum, but right then there was an equally as furious backlash. They were almost shredded to pieces, and Morgok was forced to teleport them back toward him through space, displaying an ability he hadn't wanted to show so early on practically immediately. His face twisted with displeasure, but there was nothing he could do. He turned his attention toward his hands of God, seeing that they were in a sorry state. On one of them, he could see as deep as bone. The others were still fine because the first was enough of a lesson for him to retreat with the others. He already knew that the portal board wouldn't just allow him to attack it. There would certainly be a price to pay as a result. It was just that he thought he could crush Lyra, or rather Ina, before that happened. He had no idea how he was so wrong. He knew the limits of Lyra's skill, so when had she become such a problem? Ina didn't even look up. She had absolute confidence in Leonel. It was a confidence that had taken them many years of hardship to build between one another. The likes of the gods couldn't break that trust apart, let alone the nomads. The situation on the board kept rapidly changing. Pieces disappeared and separated again and again. Sometimes they would change location, and sometimes they would be sent to the graveyard of sorts, sacrificed for the sake of it remaining Ina's turn. The more this occurred, the more Morgok's expression changed. He didn't really understand what was going on. There was only so much that Ina could accomplish by doing this. Sure, she was getting a larger and larger advantage, but the fewer pieces there were on the board, the more chances that Morgok would have to reverse the situation. The game of Go ended when both players consecutively gave up on a turn. In Portal, the rules were the exact same. Essentially, if there were still places to play, then the game would continue. And just by virtue of what Ina was doing, she was constantly creating more and more spaces to play. You could never end the game using this strategy. Suddenly, Ina came to a stop and flicked out a hand. 3 pieces soared through the air and landed in various locations. Finally, they had an even number of pieces on the board and Morgok could go. A fierce expression appeared on Morgok's face as he began a counterattack. He was infuriated by what had just happened. It was time for him to show his true prowess. Ina might be winning now, but that was purely because he hadn't gotten a chance to go. Now, everything would change. He quickly began to make his moves, and the landscape began to change. Those watching frowned, realizing that Morgok was indeed getting the advantage back. Had Lyra made a mistake? They played back and forth until Morgok suddenly caught an advantage and took 3 turns in quick succession. The situation on the board changed once more, and it looked as though Ina was backed into a corner, both figuratively and literally. Because they were literally on the board, they had to be careful of any schemes their opponent was playing. For Ina, who was much weaker than Morgok, she had to maintain a distance at all times, especially when it was Morgok's turn. That was because during Morgok's turn, she couldn't use the portals to escape. In fact, Morgok could use the portals to bring her to him if she wasn't careful. Due to this, Ina could only step on the portals that Morgok didn't have immediate control over. Unfortunately, the number that could fall into this category was growing smaller and smaller. As a result, she was quite literally now stuck in a corner of the board, unable to move forward because she was surrounded by antagonistic squares. A sinister light flashed in Morgok's eyes as he stepped forward. Suddenly, Ina only had one move to make, but the problem was twofold. If she made the winning move, the one that gave her a chance to change the situation in a few more exchanges, she would fall right into Morgok's trap and teleport toward him. If she made the losing move just to protect herself, well, it would be the losing move. On top of that, it was just a delay tactic. The next turn, she would be right back in the same exact situation, and this time her hand would be forced. As expected, Ina seemed to see through this. This was the only chance she had. She quickly made the winning move, and Morgok flashed an ugly grin. His hands of God had returned to their blossoming form before, but now they exploded into action, appearing above Ina and smashing down. There was nowhere left to go, and their pieces were even. Unless she survived this, she was finished. But that was when something absolutely shocking happened. A spatial fluctuation made Morgok's expression change. The last thing he saw was Ina's indifferent expression. She didn't even gaze at the hand above her, looking at him as though she was staring at an ant. Was this really the spiritual princess? This was the last thought he had before he was shredded to pieces, leaving mere droplets of blood where there had once been a whole person. The world fell into silence. One moment, they were playing a game, and in the next, one of them had died a terrible death. How the hell had this happened? First, Jar Khafra's expression turned the ugliest shade of purple, his aura rippling out in waves. Chapter 27,030 pieces. Chapter 2733 pieces Lyra, or rather Ina, appeared by Aaron's or Leonel's side. They looked forward without a word, seemingly having already expected this outcome. When Patriarch Khafra finally deduced what happened, he stumbled back. Was the spiritual race's princess always such a monster? That was impossible. He realized what happened now. Aina, or rather Leonel, didn't set up the board for the sake of victory. The entire time, he was manipulating combinations of force arts to get his desired effect. But first he needed to run a test, and that test was precisely Morgoth's first attack. Everything had hinged on the nomad race's ability to teleport their hands of God through space. Who would have thought that this ability the strongest of them took pride in would be used against them like this? Ultimately, in order to be able to create an instant teleportation like this, there was a constant connection that needed to be maintained between the floating hands and the person using them. Space was a very dangerous thing. If there was an error in a teleportation platform, not only could you not make it to the other side, but you could end up stretched across millions of miles, your body crushed into atoms. Leonel's idea was simple. What if he put the teleportation of Morgoth's hands and the portals in conflict? Just the slightest tug on either side could end up destroying everything, including Morgoth. But this was far easier said than done. For one, he had to lock on to the exact frequency of Morgoth's personal spatial control. Then, he needed to not only create a portal that could perfectly counter that, but he had to do so in a way that not only forced Morgoth to attack a particular square, but hid his real intentions while it seemed like he was just playing the game normally. Just nailing one of these factors was impossibly difficult. Nailing all of them at once was more than just a stroke of genius. It was impossibly monstrous, to the point that Patriarch Khafra thought he was dreaming. Could he even do this? No matter how he spun the problem in his mind, he knew that he couldn't. Deciphering what the two had done was one thing, but actually doing it was a different matter entirely. Back on Earth, there were thousands of people that could dissect a game of chess, but there were only a few dozen who could play a game of the highest caliber. Patriarch Khafra felt his heart beating out of his chest. Did they make a mistake here? What was happening? Unfortunately for him, it was already too late. Leonel didn't even give him a chance to consider his option. He directly chose the next challenge, and they both vanished. Patriarch Khafra and Leonel stood across from one another. The latter was calm, but the Patriarch, on the other hand, still hadn't quite recovered. From his experience, he knew that he had to calm down. With his mind in this state, it was too easy for a Dreamforce expert to take advantage of him. But understanding was one thing, actually executing was another matter entirely. It could be said that Leonel had killed two birds with a single stone. Whether Patriarch Khafra wanted it or not, his mind was practically putty in Leonel's hands now. At that moment, the world shook and numerous beasts began to appear. This challenge wasn't much unlike the first time Leonel faced off against Patriarch Khafra. It was all about defeating beasts. They both stood on opposite ends of a long corridor. Between them and the middle stood 9 sections. Each section held a different dream beast of various levels of strength. Whoever made it to the center first would be the winner of this round. It was that simple. Logically speaking, Patriarch Khafra should crush Eren in this challenge. He knew that. He had seen the other challenges there, and this was the last one that he thought Leonel would pick. But it was precisely because of that his mind was so shaken. Just what was happening? Ding. Patriarch Khafra's heart shook. He had been watching the entire time, but how had Eren crushed the first beast with such speed? A snowy star owl flapped its wings and lunged at Patriarch Khafra, obscuring his vision to the other side. Ding! Patriarch Khafra was flustered as he struck out with a palm, only to hit empty air. A slash of wing crossed his chest like a scythe, but it couldn't draw blood. The creature was far weaker than himself, so how could it? Ding, ding, ding. Every second that ticked by, every sound that echoed, shook Patriarch Khafra to his very core. He was shocked beyond belief. By the 6th ding, he could feel the real horror settling in. Was he going to die here? He didn't know why the thought came to his mind. He was so much stronger than these creatures. This dwarven prince was no match for him. He tried to comfort himself, saying that it had to be that the spirituals were just hiding a genius. It couldn't be that they would both have such a shocking performance, right? That was impossible. Ding, 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 ding. The despair truly set in. That was the 9th. Eren had won. Ding, Patriarch Khafra's eyes opened wide. He could feel his mind collapsing. He felt that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, but he couldn't remember who it was. He couldn't grasp it. He had killed too many people, ruined the lives of too many families. He couldn't possibly remember them all. Ding, 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 ding. The sounds kept getting closer and closer until he saw those eyes. 18 beasts stood around him, bearing down with menace. It was when he looked into that gaze that his mind truly collapsed. Even if the face was different, he remembered those eyes. The entire time Lyra was inside the challenge, he had had his eyes closed. Wasn't that identical to how Leonel had been acting when Aina appeared? He looked down toward Eren's finger, looking for a marriage bond, but he was out of luck. Patriarch Khafra was shredded to pieces. Chapter 2774. Decision. Chapter 2774. Decision. Leonel stepped out of the challenge with a smile on his face. But because he was still keeping up appearances, rather than a cocky smile, it looked like a relieved one. He swept Aina into his arms and gave her a huge bear hug, causing her to chuckle. You're much more adorable when you're pretending to be Eren, Aina spoke into Leonel's soul. If you were being yourself, you'd already be taking advantage of me, Leonel scoffed. Are you saying you like another man? He pretended to be offended, though he could tell Ina's true intentions with ease. With their souls fused, how could he not tell what she actually meant? Ina giggled. No, I prefer when you're aggressive. She cut off her thoughts, suddenly blushing down to her collarbone. The outside world could have never guessed what they were talking about. To them, it seemed that the relationship between the two was so innocent that even a hug made Lyra react like this, and that made the two all the more endearing and shocking. Leonel tried his best not to burst into a fit of laughter, but his soul was convulsing. He might as well have been inwardly dying. He knew that Ina was a masochist. A man that coddled her feelings too much wasn't what she wanted, though she also didn't want a man that ignored her feelings. It could be said that Leonel was, and always would be, the perfect man for her. She had only been teasing him. However, him knowing was one thing, but her saying it out loud was something she had never done before. That was the thing with communicating with your soul. Your true thoughts spilled down usually before you could filter them. This time, she couldn't escape at all. Leonel suddenly really wanted to take her to bed again, but unfortunately, they had things to do. The world was in an absolute uproar. It wasn't just the victory, but what Aaron had displayed. The appearance of the silver tablet overturned their worlds. Could it be that races other than humans could be wise star orders? Or was it that the dwarven race in specific had figured out such a method? The dwarven race rarely interacted with the world, and many thought that this was because they were weak and easy to bully. It could be said that after the human ascended to become the envoys of the god beasts, the dwarven race shared the bottom of the barrel with no one other than themselves. They were by far the weakest race, and they couldn't stack up to the others. As such, just to protect themselves, they had no choice but to hold themselves up and ignore the outside world. But what if this wasn't just a method of self-preservation, but also a method of finding a way to counterattack? The intelligent didn't feel that this was a coincidence. The dwarven race was obviously using this as a chance to warn the world. Not only were the waters on this side deeper than they seemed from an outsider's perspective, but they even had more support from powerful mortal races like the spirituals. In fact, the implication seemed to be that the prince and princess of both races were together now. Watching this scene, it could be said that whether it was Aaron or Lyra, both were blushing profusely. They didn't even know how they would face one another when they finally saw each other again. Bang! This time, Flora couldn't control her temper at all. She whipped her glass of wine at the wall with all the strength she could muster, watching the sparkling fine mist of rouge liquid and glass crystals fall. The sight was only beautiful for a moment before it bared its teeth. The wine soaked the white carpet through, and the shards of glass ruined the paint on the wall. It looked more like a crime scene than anything remotely approaching beauty. Flora's chest heaved, her fury towering along with its movement. This was a huge deal, an enormous deal. Whether it was Little Fox, Morgok, or Patriarch Khafra, they were all important chess pieces. They were the best she could bring forward now without exposing what was going on in the background, and now they had all died one after another. But the largest change was the silver tablet. Unlike the life tablet, in order for Leonel to display the prowess of the silver tablet, he had to quite literally take out the silver tablet. Of course, that was exactly what he wanted them to see. If he hadn't taken it out, then he might have shot himself in the foot. From the perspective of others, the only thing they had ever seen to display such abilities was the life tablet. If they assumed Aaron had a life tablet due to their ignorance, it would be a disaster, especially if Flora uncovered the fact he was Leonel. But bringing out the silver tablet left no room for confusion. All of this was terrible. If she just replaced Patriarch Khafra now, even laymen would start questioning what was going on. The nomads were strong, but not to the point that they could just casually pull out so many high-level like-state Dreamforce users on a whim. By then, the entire point of remaining stealthy would be crushed. At that point, wouldn't all of her plans be ruined? The only option seemed to be to stall for a few decades and hope it blew over. By then, she hoped that the war with the Owlins and Void Race descendants would still be ongoing. That way, she could fly under the radar again. But now, there were suddenly too many variables involved. Everything was ruined. Absolutely everything was ruined. "Who is playing on my board?" she shrieked. Flora took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Since all of this had fallen through, there was only one thing to do. She would ruin Leonel's life and expose him. The world would come to know that he was a fox. Chapter 2775 Information. Chapter 2775 Information. Leonel appeared outside the courtroom as the Khafra Dream Pavilion's projection vanished. He found old Bastion standing before him, his expression somewhere halfway between relief and rage. He could see the kind of storm that Leonel had embroiled them in. There was simply no escaping it now. However, to his back, the rest of everyone else was looking toward Leonel, or rather Aaron, with worship in their eyes. They were even looking at Lyra like she was already their queen, their gazes sparkling. At this point, even if old Bastion wanted to, he couldn't reprimand Leonel. Not only would it ruin everything, but it wouldn't change the outcome. "Come with me," old Bastion finally said, sighing and releasing what felt like a pent-up breath. The skies rumbled and old Bastion shook his head as he looked up. It seemed that what would come would come. Leonel sent Ina back into the segmented cube and pulled Aaron out before he changed his own appearance to that of a normal-looking sparrow. Just as he finished, two auras descended and entered the dream pavilion. They were both about the same age as Old Bastion. One was an old sparrow with 3 pairs of translucent dragonfly wings to Old Bastion's 2. The second, however, was an old pixie. If sparrows' wings grew larger in their old age, then for pixies, it could be said that their souls became larger. In fact, her eyes practically seemed to sparkle, carrying the youthful vigor of a teenage girl despite the fact she had the features of a woman well into her 60s. It could be said that these were the main flaws of the dwarven race. They unlocked exceptional talents in their old age, but by then they were already past their physical prime and had a problem with taking true advantage of them. This was just the reality of their lives. Avloren, Spectre, Old Bastion greeted with a smile. Despite the pavilion head's politeness, the 2 old fogies didn't seem to be very happy. Their eyes landed like daggers on Aaron, who immediately went pale. In truth, Aaron had always been pampered. It was rare for his elders to look at him like this. Even when he wanted to go to the Gathering of Minds, their reactions weren't so fierce. It was obvious that he had definitely crossed their bottom lines this time, but what else could he do? He felt like they were being slowly pushed into a corner. If they didn't take action now, then when could they? What the hell is going on, old B? I know this wouldn't have gone through without your approval. Avloren turned her attention back to Bastion. Ask him, Old Bastion tossed the ball to Leonel. What the hell, old man? Where's your backbone? Leonel asked half-jokingly. He suddenly felt 2 auras lock onto him, as though they were wondering who he was. Originally, they had wanted to kick Leonel out, but they realized that just because they were angry, it didn't mean that they should take it out on an innocent party. The dwarven race had always been harmonious, for the most part. There was no reason to harm one of their own unnecessarily. Old Bastion looked away as though he hadn't heard Leonel's words at all. Leonel shook his head. All the old people in his life were so unreliable. He still had no idea where that useless grandfather of his was. Was he just supposed to handle all of this on his own? It had to be remembered just how severe the time dilation between the complete and incomplete worlds were. Leonel had only been delayed a fraction of a second during his teleportation back to the dimensional verse from the vast bubble, and yet he lost almost 20 years of time. By this point, he had already been in the complete worlds for years. It made no sense for his grandfather to be delayed this long. In fact, logically, he should have died of old age by now. Leonel shook his head and focused. He looked the 2 old dwarven race members right in the eyes, and unlike Aaron, he didn't waver. Tell me clearly, Leonel spoke word for word, do you want to spend your whole existence under the thumb of others? The expressions of the 2 changed before they got angry. They were about to speak, but they were cut off by Leonel. The Cloud race and Nomad race have been hounding you at your borders, coming after something that you earned with your own 2 hands. Or rather, your courageous prince did. Do you want to hand it over? The words of the 2 were caught in their throats. How could they be willing? I can help you crush all of these people. Why should we trust you? You're not even a member of the dwarven race, are you? Spectre looked at Leonel. Although he couldn't see through the disguise, the way Leonel talked about them clearly drew a line between them. He even called Aaron your prince. Because I have information on all of you that could completely cripple your empire, do you believe me? Leonel asked with a smile. This time, even Old Bastion frowned. Leonel hadn't mentioned this before, so why was he suddenly doing so now? What was he playing at? Was he just using different tactics for different people? I can tell you what's going to happen right now. For now, there's a great number of people who are in awe and worshipping your prince, but very soon there will be many dissatisfied voices. They'll be asking why their prince is marrying outside of his race. They'll question the motives of the spirituals and try to drive a wedge between you all. No race is perfect, and as harmonious as you all seem on the surface, it just makes you all the more susceptible to such ploys. And you know why this will work, right? Probably because you all know that there's a certain pixie noble that's already madly in love with Aaron, no? Leonel's lip curled. Somnus had done so much of the legwork collecting all of this information for him. Wouldn't it be a shame if he didn't use it? Chapter 2776, Lumiel. Chapter 2776, Lumiel. The 2 older Pixie and Sparrow looked embarrassed after Leonel said as much. That was because the young Pixie they were referring to was actually their granddaughter. The 2 of them, Spectre and Avloren, were actually husband and wife, and they had given birth to many great talents of the race. It could be said that this was their greatest contribution, funny enough. As a result, though, it was impossible for all of their descendants to be perfect examples of piety and patience. This unruly granddaughter of theirs was one such example. It could be said that if Aaron was the greatest crafting talent in the race, then Lumiel was the best combat-focused talent of their race. Due to this, many had shipped the 2 of them together, believing that they would be the glue that helped their race to rise to another level. Lumiel wasn't particularly in love with Aaron, at least not in the beginning. But after hearing so many people talk about how good them being together would be, since she never really took a fancy to other men, she began to fantasize as any other young woman was. As Aaron and she grew up, she began to take a real liking to his character as well, and eventually she wasn't so resistant to the idea. This wasn't entirely her fault. It could be said that the reason the 2 old fogies looked so embarrassed was because this was exactly what they expected would happen. They knew that their granddaughter was a bit unruly, so they chipped away at her slowly over time. It wasn't something that they were too proud about, but in their minds, it was quite a benign action. They had watched Aaron grow up, and they too loved his character. They believed that there was no one better suited to be with their granddaughter than him. Not only did he have the patience to deal with her character, but he was a good young man and would treat her well in general. It could be said that, the entire time, they thought that the troublesome character to deal with would be Lumiel, not Aaron. They knew that Aaron was always willing to listen to his elders and do what was best for his race, so they hadn't put nearly as much effort into converting Aaron. They thought that it would just happen naturally. In fact, Aaron was smart enough that he would likely figure out the best path forward even without them pointing it out. Unfortunately, they had neglected the fact that Aaron was a young man. Ultimately, no matter how vast his array of knowledge, his experience was lacking. He had grown up with Lumiel, so he didn't even really think of her that way. When others spoke about how beautiful of a pixie she was, he would only smile as though they were praising his little sister. He had no other thoughts. That was why, when he suddenly fell for Lyra so hard, he had no idea how to deal with it, and he was entirely flustered. He had never thought about women in that way before. It could be said that the dwarven race's camaraderie had become a bit of a double-edged sword as a result of all of this. They all saw each other as family, and there was hardly any distinction between bloodlines. Due to this, those that were as innocent of mind as Aaron often didn't get into romantic relationships until very deep into their lives when they realized they had to have children even if it made them slightly uncomfortable. This was one of the key weaknesses that Somnus noted to exploit. It was also the reason why a race that shouldn't have any reproductive issues had such low birth rates nonetheless. Spectre and Avloran were so deeply entrenched in this culture that they couldn't see the forest for the trees, and they ended up lost in the whirlwind of it all as well, so they couldn't see this happening before it was all too late. This didn't sound like a big deal at first brush. This was just a childish romance. Many had had their hearts broken in their youth, and it was only natural. In fact, the relationship between Lyra and Aaron was such that the odds that Aaron ended up marrying Lumiel anyway were so high that other things weren't even all that necessary to consider, until two factors were considered, the first being Lumiel's character, the second being her strength. Lumiel was younger than Aaron, but comparatively speaking, her strength was on another level. In fact, while the world now thought that their race's secret weapon was the silver tablet, the reality was that their real secret weapons were Aaron and Lumiel. Aaron had been able to shroud his genius before with the Shroud of Lyra taking cover from him, and now, with blueprints in hand, he would be able to exploit his talent to the greatest extreme. However, Lumiel didn't even participate in the Gathering of Kingdoms. The dwarven race focused on reaching the 10% standard of the preliminaries and ignored everything else. Lumiel was already in the 8th dimension, and not only that, but she had comprehended a quasi-creation state force in her young age. This was something that only the best demigod geniuses of her age could accomplish, and it was also information that even Aaron wasn't privy to. It could be said that Lumiel spent all her time training under the tutelage of her grandparents, and when she wasn't, she was dreaming about the family she would build with Aaron. Even if she wasn't yet the strongest of the dwarven race, she wasn't very far from it already. The second issue was her character. When Avloran and Spectre said that she was unruly, that was their assessment as grandparents, filtered through years of love and watching their baby girl grow up. To an outsider's perspective, she was a little she-demon. If she wanted to wreak havoc, she would do so. Chapter 27777 Dearly. Chapter 27777 Dearly, the problem wasn't that Lumiel was a loose cannon that might attack to kill Aaron, but she would attack to kill Lyra. That was well within her degrees of tolerance. The first problem with that was what it meant for her to kill Lyra in the first place. She would certainly leave the dwarven bubble and certainly expose herself. Then she would be putting herself directly in the line of danger on top of that, where the spirituals would have full rights to kill her if it ever came to that. But that was only the first problem. What kind of strife would this cause to the dwarven race? Even if Aaron didn't know the extent of Lumiel's true power, he did know how important she was to the race. Everyone placed both of them on the same level. If she ended up rampaging because of this, many would take her side, and if she ended up dying because of Aaron's actions, the result would be even worse. It would cause a fissure in the race that couldn't be solved. In fact, this might have been part of Flora's plan as well. If Aaron died after going out to pursue Lyra, the situation would be the same, but in reverse. It was just that Leonel's plan was even more sinister. If Aaron had been the one to die, the fissure would appear, but it wouldn't be that severe. After all, the main culprit was already dead, so who were they rallying around to be mad at? However, if Lumiel died, it was a completely different can of worms. In this case, the main culprit, Aaron, would still be alive and well, and presumably still pursuing a relationship with a woman outside of his race. That was a powder keg waiting to happen. When Leonel laid it out like this, even old Bastian couldn't help but erupt in a cold sweat. If Leonel didn't warn them ahead of time, what would the result have been? If he had real sinister intentions, he could have started a civil war in their race, and none of them would have been any wiser about what the hell was going on. They wouldn't even be able to find the first initial spark that triggered all of it. What? Lumiel is in love with me? Surprisingly, it was Aaron who spoke first, looking a bit dull. It looked like he really had no clue. When the two old fogies saw this, their expressions paled, and the guilt in their hearts grew deeper. They were just a pair of old codgers. What were they doing interfering in the relationship between two little kids? If they got together, then they got together. It wasn't like the dwarven race's fate could be turned around in a single lifetime anyway. What were they thinking? Honestly, they weren't thinking so far, and that was the problem. It had originally sparked as a casual conversation. As they watched the two grow, they felt that it would be cute, and it reminded them a lot of themselves. Much like most Dwarven race members, it took Spectre and Avloran a long time to get together. They saw a lot of themselves in the young duo, and they projected those thoughts onto them. Honestly speaking, although Leonel didn't like what they had done, he wasn't mad at it either. He could tell that their intentions were pure and their goals innocent. He had bad experiences with the older generation interfering with the love lives of the younger. Ina's father had once done that, but to be fair, in his situation, he wasn't even aware of Leonel's existence. And by the time he was aware, he learned that he and Ina had broken up. Plus, considering how Leonel was acting back then, he wasn't really in the right to launch a complaint. Even so, it had always left a bad taste in his mouth. Especially since people had recently tried to pawn off their daughters on him as though his wife wasn't the best woman in the world. Aaron's face had paled considerably, and he looked as though he was going to collapse if Leonel didn't catch him. This wasn't him realizing that he too was in love with Lumiel, or at the very least, it wasn't so obvious to him now. The main problem was that he truly cared for the pixie, and realizing that he might have unintentionally hurt her hit him like a truck. It was like countless small needles were picking away at his heart. I need to see her. Aaron panicked and began to fidget. When the old couple saw this, their expressions were even worse. From beginning to end, Aaron didn't blame anyone, not even Leonel, who knew of this from the beginning and still went along with this plan anyway. All he was thinking about was the role he played in it all and how he could have acted to make sure it didn't happen. He took it all on his shoulders like he usually did. In fact, even if it meant ignoring his love for Lyra, so long as he could make Lumiel feel better, he would marry her right now. Although he had fallen for Lyra, how could that compare to someone he had known his whole life? If he had to make a decision, there was only one to make. Just like he had chosen to cut Lyra off the first time, he could do it again. Leonel's hand suddenly firmed up. Relax for a bit, he chuckled. The end of the world hasn't come just yet. If my information is correct, the odds that she's seen the Dream Pavilion battle is close to none, correct? He looked toward the old couple who seemed even more shaken now. Just how much did Ryu know exactly? If we're going to do this, then we need to do this right. If you all listen to me, we'll come out on top and make a certain someone pay dearly. Chapter 2778, Crass, Hairless Monkey. Chapter 2778, Crass, Hairless Monkey. Flora sat back in her chair. Her temper had cooled somewhat, and she felt better. After sending off a wild stream of information to her agents to spread, she was confident that Leonel's life would be ruined. There was no longer a need to be worried about anything else. On this day, she would be the victor. She would lick her wounds, and when the time came once more, she would counterattack. What she didn't expect was that she would only just settle down when her butler rushed in with another message. He looked somewhat flustered, so he only handed Flora the information and then bolted away at his fastest speed. This was a very rude action on his part. According to etiquette, he could wait until Flora had read the letter and for him to be dismissed. Only then should he leave. But at the moment, he didn't seem to care, and it didn't matter if Flora was enraged because soon she wouldn't have much power over him anyway. This was how the Dream Ashura worked. They moved only for benefits, and so long as there was the slightest problem, they would jump ship. Why would he give Flora the chance to kill him? The fact he had stepped into the room in the first place was already the greatest sign of respect he could show. Otherwise, he would have sent something like a messenger bird instead. Flora frowned, realizing the problem immediately. But instead of chasing the butler, her hand trembled with the letter in her hands. What could have happened? She opened it slowly, and what she saw inside would have made her pass out if it wasn't for the fact the shriek of a banshee came from her red lips a moment later. She was so enraged that all the glass in the room shattered at once, her fury reaching a towering pedestal that seemed to dwarf her entire living abode. Many of the race looked over indifferently. It was just a new day, another one of their own falling beneath the weight of their schemes. It wasn't too much of a surprise. A legion of black-armored Dream Ashuras walked in a unit. Their destination? Flora's home. This only happened when one was about to be forcefully expelled from the clan. Orion fell to his knees. Even now, he didn't know how his cloud race had gotten mixed up in this nonsense. They weren't involved. He swore that they weren't involved. But it didn't matter how much they swore up and down if the world didn't believe them. Ever since the Gathering of Minds, Orion had been laying low. His partner at the time, Lumina, the descendant of the Owlans, had been directly killed by Minerva. After that, because he had lost his partner, he obviously lost the right to continue participating and could only leave with his tail between his legs. Because of his loss, the Cloud race had lost out on the treasures they thought they were promised. Back then, before Leonel's appearance, they thought that they had third place locked up. Because so few demigods had shown up, a grouping between a fallen demigod and a strong member of the mortal races was a perfect combination for third place. His talent as a crafter wasn't bad either, obviously, or else his elders wouldn't have forced him to participate. Much like everyone else, the Cloud race too wanted to become a demigod race, and they were doing their best to right to that pinnacle. However, Lumina's stupidity had lost them that chance, and for the first time his elders didn't actually blame him for once. However, that didn't mean that they had given in. In fact, when they learned that the Dwarven race won the very rewards they wanted, they had to apply pressure onto them. They were close by, and the Dwarven race was also weak. What chance did they have to protect their treasures? This was also a matter of life and death. The reason so many mortal races were racing to become demigods now wasn't just because of the strength and prestige, but also the protection. They could see the writing on the walls. It was likely that soon the gods would force even the demigod races to participate in the culling. If that happened, then what would it mean for their families and races? If they weren't at the level of demigods by then, what chance did they stand? As such, even if the Dwarven race was powerful, they would still be forced to take this step, let alone the fact that they weren't. What none of them could have expected that such information would begin to spread. First, it was news that the Lyra they had all seen on the screen wasn't Lyra at all. It was instead just a disguising technique. But how could there be such a good disguising technique? This immediately made people think of the Cloud Race. How else could it fool so many Dreamforce experts if not like this? Then came the information that seemed to suggest that Aaron was fake as well. At that point, people began to put two and two together, feeling that after all the pressure the Cloud Race had been putting on them in recent months, that the Dwarven race's defenses had finally cracked. But then the world had a question. Why was the Cloud Race doing this? Why did they want the world to think that the Dwarven race was so powerful? That was when another shocking bit of speculation was leaked. Didn't the Cloud Race genius team up with the descendant of the Owlin race during the Gathering of Minds? This tidbit of information was like a bomb, especially when others remembered why Lumina was killed. The world began to circulate with her last words. "You're a fucking crass, hairless monkey." Every time Orion watched the video, the more his heart sank. The world started to put puzzle pieces together all on its own, and the situation only got worse with every passing hour. Chapter 2779 Coincidence. Chapter 2779 Coincidence. The information seemed to spread as though it had legs of its own, and no one could seem to understand where it started from at all, and that was because they had no right to know. After awakening his Fox lineage factor once more, the options available to Leonel were on an entirely different level. While it seemed that he was lazing around after he fought the Moonstone Lord, this wasn't the case at all. In fact, he had already forcefully turned several, turning them into useful puppets that did his bidding. These people had already died after the 24-hour period was up, and it had already been weeks since then. It could be said that Leonel was on an entirely different level. You couldn't just casually spread news and expect for it to catch on. It took time and patience. He had gotten this plan moving long in advance so that it was ready to explode forth this very moment. After the oddity of the spirituals targeting the humans during their ceremony, there were many intelligent people who had their brows furrowed. Not everyone could be led by the nose so casually, and that allowed them to be just susceptible enough that Leonel's methods spread like wildfire. However, this alone wasn't enough, or rather, it could be said that this was just the first leg of Leonel's plans. Relying on just one vastly variable method was difficult. Even for him, it was impossible to account for every single variable at once. So that was where the Dream Pavilion came into play. The Life Tablet had more control over the Dream Pavilions than any other treasure. Even if Leonel stepped into the territory of another Dream Pavilion, he would likely wield more power than even their pavilion head, whether by actively taking strength of his own or suppressing that of others. But that didn't mean that this was all he could use it for. The projection abilities of the Dream Pavilions, the capability of spreading information far and wide and nigh instantaneously, was maybe the most underrated of the Dream Pavilion's abilities. But it wasn't just this alone, it was the method through which this information was spread, Dreamforce. Manipulating people with Dreamforce was difficult. Manipulating experts of the 8th and even 9th dimension was even harder, and manipulating those with Dreamforce affinity was a completely different can of worms. However, Leonel had not just one opportunity, but three, two of which took place over several long months, and he didn't need to lie to them either. He just had to tell them parts of the truth and let them fill in the gaps for themselves. Nothing that Leonel said was a lie. The Cloud Race and Owlin descendants did team up. The Owlins were now in a war after receiving the ire of the Void Race. Lumina did make her hatred of humans and inferior races clear. The Cloud Race was aggressively going after the Dwarven race for their treasures. Each one of these things were true. You couldn't fool a Dreamforce expert by pulling the wool over their eyes or trying to outsmart them, but preying on their emotions and making them draw the wrong conclusions on their own. Now that was something that was extraordinarily difficult to defend against. And the best part about all of this was the fact that Flora had her own younger brother to blame. It was by studying the methods that Somnus had taken with him when he left the clan that Leonel was able to piece these things together. How was it that Flora could manipulate the spirituals from so far away? How could Somnus gather so much secret information about the Dwarven race? Information their own prince wasn't even aware of. Studying those methods gave Leonel ideas that he had never thought of before, and it opened his horizons toward how Dreamforce could be used to wreak havoc on a large scale. However, even all of this was just the beginning. It wasn't the nail that drilled into Flora's coffin, not just yet. In fact, that nail came not from an expected source, but rather the fact that Leonel had revealed himself to be a fox. The moment he did, Leonel knew that Flora would almost certainly try to lash out with this information. But like he had said, sometimes you had to reveal a weakness to force your enemy to overextend themselves. Information about Leonel being a fox began to circulate not long ago, triggered by Flora's intentions. The problem with that was that the man who revealed himself as a fox in the spiritual world was a man who was distinctly not Leonel, and yet, despite so many spiritual experts being around, no one could see through his disguise? Were they supposed to believe that on top of being a spear and bow sovereign, and a destruction sovereign and dream sovereign, Leonel had yet another shocking level of force control that allowed him to display such might? Plus, who didn't know that the fox had golden hair and green eyes? Even when he used the supposed Emperor's might lineage factor, it had a purple aura and not the usual green aura. Normally, this might still be acceptable. Though rare, it wasn't impossible for lineage factors to mutate. With how many people there were per given family, it was bound to happen once in a while. But there were too many issues. One, the fox had been wiped out. Even if there were some stragglers, wouldn't that also mean the odds of the lineage factor mutating plummeted to an already near zero chance to near impossible? Second, why would such a weak fox randomly expose himself? If he was going to, shouldn't there be some incoming wave of fox as well? Where were they? Or was it just one idiot? Third, wasn't this sort of timing too coincidental? It just so happened to appear all at the same time? Chapter 2780, Drown. Chapter 2780, Drown calling a human a fox was probably the next worst thing you could call them adjacent to an envoy of creation or destruction. The fox were hated by even many of the gods. Their abilities were legendary, and the fear they struck in many was great. There was a reason they were betrayed by even their own people in the end, before they were systematically wiped out by everyone else. So they were supposed to believe that a fox just happened to appear around the same time all of this other stuff was happening? Why had the Cloud race chosen to impersonate Lyra in specific? Wasn't pretending to be a Dwarven race member enough? Why go the extra step? And why did this fox just so happen to appear in spiritual race territory as well? It felt like someone was trying to frame the spirituals and Dwarven race at the same time, and that was when Flora's tail was caught. Leonel understood intimately the way the Dreamosaurus did things after studying the method Somnus left before. It was because of this that he learned of how Flora was sending her letters and was able to expose her in this way. As he had found out through Wicked, the Nomads somehow gained the capability of using the dark half of the Northern Star lineage factor. This almost certainly related to their god. After seeing Little Fox's hands, he was able to put two and two together. The hand of an Owlin, a beast, a Dream Ashura, and what was, supposedly, a human. These hands were obviously the result of Little Fox mingling with these races and fusing his own path with their unique abilities. But how? The answer was obvious. The four of them had been working together all along. He had stumbled into maybe the largest conspiracy in all of existence, and this was likely a coalition of races and powers readying themselves to battle with the gods themselves. But Leonel didn't care about any of that for now. What he did know was that the Dreamosaura who was targeting him had conveniently co-opted a method of the Envoys of Destruction to send messages through the in-between worlds, ignoring the anarchic force, or more accurately, even using its unpredictability to their advantage. All Leonel had to do was allow the right person to find it, and that right person was none other than the Emberheart Lord. Leonel hated the spirituals. He didn't know why they had done what they did, but what he did know was that they had slandered his wife and the rest of the human race for no other reason than to protect themselves. But in a matter of life and death, this didn't matter as much. All that mattered was whether they could be used. When the Emberheart Lord found out how Flora was sending his messages, he was intelligent enough to understand what was going on. He didn't need to know the full picture to understand that the ability to control anarchic force was a huge taboo, as it was something only the Void Beast, its envoys and regulators, could do. When the Emberheart Lord caught on to this weakness, he counterattacked immediately, and Leonel had given him the perfect reason to do so. Hadn't his daughter been impersonated? Wasn't it only right that he lash out due to being targeted? This action not only sealed Flora's fate, but it also invalidated the Fox story even further. Why would the Emberheart Lord be helping the fox who killed his brother's son? Unless he wasn't actually helping him at all and was just exposing the fact that his identity was a lie all along. When all of these pieces sifted into place, there were only two paths left to the Dream Assuras, one of which they didn't even consider. The first was to drown with Flora. The second was to abandon her like they had done everyone before her. They expelled her from the clan, and unlike everyone else, they didn't even allow her the chance to take her valuables. She was completely shunned and ostracized, her name stricken from all records. As for her life and death, they didn't care. Everyone knew that this was the policy of the Dream Assuras, and maybe were dissatisfied about it, but they didn't dare to do anything. The Dream Assuras were too strong. They were the demigod race that had formed the most number of gods, and their strength was constantly shrouded by mystery due to their scheming. Even if the public wanted them to punish the wrongdoers more, what could they do? They had no right to force the Dream Assuras to do a single thing. Beaten and ragged from fighting back to no avail, Flora stood in the midst of the swirling madness of the in-between worlds. She had known that fighting back would do nothing, but she had mostly done it out of pride. How many times had she watched others be kicked out? She had even warned her own little brother against it, but she never thought that she would be one of them. She thought she was above it all, that she was untouchable by the standards of the masses. And yet she had messed with the wrong person. Now, everything that she had built had come crumbling down. She was forced to watch it all slip through her fingers, and no matter how hard she grabbed out, she couldn't grasp any of it at all. Soon, there would likely be people who came to hunt her down. Some of them might even be gods. If she went to the human bubble now, she would only be making herself a live target. That was probably one of the first places they might check for her because they knew she'd have a grudge. She wanted to go anyway. She wanted to vent her hatred, but in the end, she laughed. She raised her head high into the skies, her violet hair dancing and her cherry lips parting as her laughter echoed. Chapter 2781, Popping. Chapter 2781. Popping Leonel sat back lazily, reclining against a tree. He didn't even bother to go and check what was happening in the outside world. He knew that it was chaos, but it also had nothing to do with him. For the first time in a while, he could actually relax. Well, the last time he had tried to relax, he had gotten thrown into the midst of such a wild plot, but hopefully this time, that wouldn't happen again. He had ended up helping the spiritual race out more than he desired. Flora almost certainly had some dirt on them that he wasn't aware of, and because of him, they had wiggled out of that and even came out stronger as a result. He didn't like it for the sheer reason they had slandered his wife. He didn't care about their reasons, but he would have to wait a while before he made them give him an explanation for that. For that, it was fine to just lie here and recline, listening to the water wash against the store. The air smelt of spring, though it always did. It didn't have the particular saltiness of an ocean, but instead it was like an enormous fresh lake. It was almost like an office fresh paper smell, but not quite. Leonel laughed to himself. He didn't know why he had suddenly thought of such a thing. He could admit that he was a bit weird in that respect. He had always loved the smell of books and freshly printed paper. It was just that Earth had moved away from that technology long ago, and it was impossibly rare to get a chance to smell such a thing. I wonder, Leonel's thought drifted. There were still two main mysteries that he hadn't quite dealt with just now. Aside from the spiritual race's secret, it was the hand problem. He felt that there was definitely some undercurrent related to it. Anastasia said it was a human hand, and he believed her, but it just felt off. Unfortunately, the anatomy between even people of the same race differed too much. Like, if a doctor of Earth were to cut Leonel open now, they would assume him to be an alien of some sort. His heart was too large, it had extra chambers. He was made up of way too many cells, and his cells themselves had organelles not native to humans. Plus, there was a whole extra circulatory system inside of him that wasn't normal at all, that being his nodal pathways and nodes. When you factored in lineage factors, or different and odd techniques that different people might practice, or ability indexes, the variability even within a race was far too much. This was why Leonel couldn't just like at a hand and make assumptions about what race it was mimicking. He hadn't studied enough bodies. Ina might be able to tell with better certainty, but even she hadn't studied many humans to begin with. She might be able to help the owner of the hand improve before she could even get to the point of understanding what their race was. But that was just the first issue. The second was the Owlins. From his perspective, he had forced the Owlins into this war, and at least from Minerva's reaction, this seemed to be so as well. But the hands seemed to suggest that the Owlins had always been part of this plan. This suggested that the Owlins were likely split, or there was a secret cabal of them hidden in their ranks that was taking action, much like how Flora was acting independently as well, or so it seemed. The question was then, if such a cabal existed, why not rope in Minerva? She was already in the 9th dimension, she was exceptionally powerful, and she was obviously sympathetic to their cause. Leonel grinned. Now that's an interesting tidbit of information. Look at you talking to yourself. Have you gone insane, Leo? James plopped down beside Leonel. I spoke out for your sake, Leonel said with a laugh. As if I'd believe that nutcase. We've got things to do. Like, we're about to host a football game. Huh? Leonel blinked in surprise. Yeah, we got a bunch of the kids together from the Slayer Lego or whatever you call it. We're indoctrinating them into the way of real football, not that soccer kicky thingy. Leonel burst into laughter. Only James could mix up Legion and Lego. Okay, I'm in. Leonel hopped up, stretching. You're not allowed to play. Eh? Leonel didn't know what to say. You're too competitive. Says who? Says me. This is the little kiddies' first time. They have to love the game, not fear it. It's not time for you to appear yet. You're only allowed to coach. Leonel shook his head. Fine, fine. James laughed and wrapped an arm around Leonel's neck, pulling him away. The time was more fun than Leonel expected it to be. At first, he was disappointed that he didn't get to play, but soon he was so lost in the moment that he was grinning ear to ear. Without the gap between men and women closed thanks to force and ability indexes, the boys and girls played without restraint, and the variability that different abilities gave forced them to create new rules on the spot and even widen the range of the field by as much as 100 times. There was far more to leading a group of people than to just lord over them and provide them the chance to grow stronger. Leonel quickly realized that this was Joel's way of telling him that they needed to do things like this more often. Who else would be able to see through these things if not his right-hand man? Ina and her friends sat high in the stands created from Leonel's Earth Force, watching with happy smiles on their faces. So, Aina looked toward Yuri and Savan. When are you two going to start popping out babies? She blinked innocently while Yuri and Savan looked like their tails had just been stepped on. Chapter 2782. Remember, Chapter 2782. Remember, Leonel spent the next few weeks seemingly wasting his life away, but it was honestly the most fun that he had had in a long while. He didn't think about Flora, or goggles, or any number of things that he still had to do. The world had essentially forgotten about him. There was too much going on. The Dwarven race was under a lot of scrutiny. The Cloud race was facing suppression from all sides. Flora's whereabouts were unknown. The war of the Owlins and Void race was only ramping up even further as more and more factions became embroiled in the conflict. And yet the young man that had triggered it all was lying down with his head in his wife's lap without a care in the world. From time to time, he would laugh about her grumbling and scheming to get her best friends pregnant. In fact, she had created 3 separate force pill formulas in just the last week to help them along. One was able to improve their chances of getting pregnant to almost 100%. The second was able to reduce the pain of birth to near negligible levels. In fact, it wasn't even a pain nullifier. It worked by loosening the muscles and flesh during birth and giving the baby a wide canal to just slip and slide down as they pleased. The third was able to nurture their babies, maximizing their talents in the womb and ensuring that they grew up strong and prepared for the harsh world around them. Unsurprisingly, Yuri and Savan ran away with their tails between their legs. The second pill especially felt like it was plucked right out of a horror movie. Too many embarrassing things could happen if everything just went loose down there. How could they even guarantee that it would all snap back as it should naturally? Aina tried to assure them that it would. In fact, because there would be no rips or tears, the body would go back to normal with even greater ease. But the poor girl didn't seem to realize that this was just an excuse for her friends to escape her. Leonel had a great time listening to and observing all this conflict. Aina was practically in despair, watching her dreams crumble right before her eyes. Wouldn't this have been a cheat to an enormous family? How could this happen? There was one day where Leonel almost lost his life, though. He had the audacity to make the joke that if he had a few extra wives, this would fix everything. Luckily for him, Aina was still in the 4th dimension, so he was able to run away. If not, he might have really lost his member that day. Time ticked by, and soon, Leonel's thoughts finally drifted to work somewhat naturally. Honestly, it wasn't exactly so. It was instead that he happened to run into a familiar couple, Simona and Eduardo. The duo wasn't having too bad a time. They could go anywhere they wanted in the segmented cube despite being prisoners, so they had partaken in some of the festivities, albeit off to the side. What was especially funny about this was that Eduardo seemed to be fascinated by football. Leonel didn't pay much attention to them at first until he recalled something: the Godlins. Honestly, it wasn't that Leonel didn't recall the family, it was more so that his plate was so full that they were probably near the bottom in terms of priority. First there was the Gathering of Kingdoms, then the Gathering of Minds right afterward, and then came the attack of the spirituals just when he wanted to relax. Of course, even before that, there was the situation with the Dream Pavilion challenge sequence, and then he got married right before the Gathering of Kingdoms. When did he have time to even spare the goblins a thought? That said, even though they were nearer the bottom of his list of priorities, he did have Anastasia check on them from time to time, and it could only be said that their movements were odd, or rather, they were the exact opposite of odd, which was precisely what made them so weird. They were just going about their normal lives, according to Anastasia. Training, eating, drinking, banging, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Leonel was almost certain that it wasn't that everyone was normal, but rather that Anastasia couldn't deduce what was wrong. But once again, he found them to be too low on his priority list to check personally. The barrier that they had up now was no longer able to stop him after his crafting breakthrough. Anything created by King looked like a joke in his eyes now. But the question was, if that was all they had. The cult had surprised Leonel. The 4 great families had surprised him by somehow vanishing from thin air. The Godlins had also already surprised him once before, just by virtue of the existence of finality, universe, and domain as well. Who knew if they had anything else in store for him this time around? Leonel took a step out of the segmented cube and into the vast dream pavilion. Leonel looked to the side to find Eamon. The latter had buried his head in a book and he was furiously reading it. Leonel never thought that he would use such an adverb to describe reading, but that was exactly what was happening. The young man's dream force was spiraling about wildly, and even though he wasn't reading a real book, but rather a crystal that projected on, Leonel could practically hear the page turns. Every time, it was like a slap of wind was echoing through the world. Leonel hesitated for a moment, but when Goggles's image came to mind, he pushed it down and stepped forward. Eamon was startled away and looked up with red eyes. "What's wrong?" Leonel asked. Eamon smiled bitterly. "Is it wrong to love someone who loves someone else?" Chapter 2783, 521. Chapter 2783, 521. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a question that should have moved him very far from his original baseline at all. He should have been able to read from Eamon's expressions that it was something like this. However, the problem was that this situation was too familiar. In love with someone he shouldn't be? Wasn't that the woman he jokingly called Ina's mother-in-law all the time? Leonel might not interact much with Eamon, but he had seen plenty from afar. He knew how much he cared about Sindra, but he also knew how much Sindra cared about Meal. Much like he had ignored the oddities surrounding Goggles, he had ignored this one as well, because it was simply too uncanny. Goggles had truly been in love with Roland's wife back then. Something that probably came off as mostly a joke to everyone else was quite serious to him, or else he wouldn't have risked so much and even practically changed himself for her, even if it meant that he wouldn't actually get to be with her. And now Eamon was in love with someone that Leonel effectively thought of as Meal's woman. In some ways, he even thought of her as a quasi-mother-in-law already. Leonel forced himself to calm down. He truly didn't care much about Goggles at all. The reason he had such a visceral reaction the first time, and now this time, was because Goggles was a representation of his father in his eyes. Not in type, and certainly not in ability, but he was a mirror that forced Leonel to look into it. He could only logic his way out of the uncomfortable feelings. First, Goggles had met Roland's wife while she was already married, but Meal and Sindra had yet to even have a date together, let alone marry. Being able to see their feelings for one another because of Dreamforce was a completely different beast compared to them actually acting on it. He couldn't expect that Eamon would be as sharp as he was, which was why he had taken so long to realize what was happening and that he had already lost the woman he loved. Second, their reactions to this information was entirely different. Goggles always used to joke about it to the point that even Leonel didn't realize he was being serious until it was far too late. This caused Leonel to misjudge a character he thought he knew quite well. As for Eamon, he showed his heart on his sleeve and had even told Leonel directly about what the problem was. Goggles was too good at scheming and hiding his real thoughts, while Eamon wasn't this sort of person at all. Putting them in the same box was doing a disservice to Eamon, one he didn't deserve at all because none of this was his fault. After thinking this far, Leonel calmed down and plopped down beside Eamon. He forced a smile and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. "I'm honestly not the best person to ask for relationship advice," he finally said. Eamon's gaze dimmed. He thought that Leonel was just saying that. He had such a beautiful wife, and there were clearly women throwing themselves at him all the time. How could he not know? Leonel picked up on the subtle hints quite easily, and his smile grew more bitter. How could he even explain it? That his future self was so powerful that he fell in love without even understanding why he was in love. Sometimes he even thought about if Ina really did love him at all, or if it was something his future self had done as well. In a lot of ways, they were robbed of their story because of the way this world worked, and it was hard to tease apart the truth from the fiction. He could only do his best to cherish his wife in the here and now. Leonel sighed. "Do you know how many times I confessed to Ina?" Eamon blinked, not quite understanding the odd question. Wasn't that something people normally did just once? "No," he said tentatively. 521 times. Eamon was speechless. "She ran away every time and never gave me an answer. Then when I finally saw her again after the metamorphosis descended, the first thing that girl did was rip the heart out of some guy's chest. I was under the impression this whole time that she was some shy girl who couldn't even say no clearly. Come to find out she's some murdering psycho." Eamon coughed, and before he could stop it, he burst into a fit of laughter. Leonel thought he would stop after a while, but he just kept going, and going, and going. Hey, don't you think you're laughing a little too hard?" Leonel asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He was really going through it back then. It felt like his whole world was flipped upside down. Eamon snorted and wheezed as he tried to stifle his laughter, but it was nigh impossible. Nothing he did seemed to work. Eventually, he managed to calm down and take deep breaths. I really can't imagine it," Eamon said with a chuckle. First Demelium, he really couldn't. Leonel looked good at everything. What do you mean confessing to the same woman 521 times? Didn't he know how to take a hint? You see why I can't give you advice now? I stumbled around with this stuff just like you. How am I supposed to tell? What I can tell you, though, is this. Don't waste time on a woman who doesn't love you, and don't hurt a woman who does. Do you understand? After his and Ina's breakup, Leonel learned that first lesson well, but the second, it took some maturing before he put some other things before his ego. Ina had hurt him, so he used logic as a shield to hurt her back. That was the crux of the issue. If not for how mature Ina had been about that situation, maybe they wouldn't even be together now. Chapter 2784, Stand. Chapter 2784, Stand. No relationship can work one-sidedly. You can follow your heart, but not to your detriment or to the detriment of the person willing to give you theirs, Leonel said with a solemn tone, his words hanging in the air. Eamon fell into silence and nodded slowly. The two just sat there in silence, and at some point tears began to flow from Eamon's eyes, but Leonel didn't leave. The two sat there for a long while until Eamon's tears dried. He wiped his cheeks and took a shuddering breath. I know that I shouldn't like Sindra, or at least that's what she's told me. She said that she was forced to do a great many things to survive and get to where she is today. She's also much older than me, much wiser as well. In some ways she even raised me even though she was never my mother in a real sense. I knew that it was uncomfortable for her to see someone she had known as a little boy suddenly begin to pursue her like I did, and it was selfish on my part, I know that. I will apologize to her and close this chapter. Maybe in another life. Leonel smiled and patted Eamon's shoulder. Come with me, we're going somewhere cool. Eamon blinked in surprise, not quite understanding what cool thing they were going to see, but when he finally laid eyes on it, he was truly speechless this time. It could be said that Leonel was one of a kind in the worst and best of senses. To think his idea of somewhere cool was strolling into Godland territory. The two stood high above Godland City, both standing on a platform formed by Leonel's emulation spatial force. Down below, people scurried about and did their business, but they couldn't seem to spot them at all. And this wasn't because of Leonel's actions. Interesting, Leonel said. Do you see what the problem is? If I was living in a city that was perpetually caged in, I wouldn't be so carefree. This one sentence by Eamon made Leonel look toward him with a flickering light in his eyes. The current Eamon didn't seem to lack confidence or the ability to introspect at all. In fact, he looked thoughtful, a hint stoic, and even a touch handsome. At first, Leonel thought it was because he had just found a problem to focus on, but it's both. Not only does he have a problem to focus on now, but he's also had a bit of a change in demeanor. This could greatly help his Dreamforce in the future. The answer Eamon gave just now didn't have much detail, but between Dreamforce experts, not many words needed to be exchanged to begin with. In fact, even if they spoke in intelligible syllables, so long as they still had their Dreamforce, people around them would understand them perfectly. What Eamon was saying was that the Godlands couldn't get away with caging their citizens in like this for what was approaching 2 years now already. The only way their citizens could be so calm after so long was if they didn't realize that they were caged in the first place. Meaning, the reason they couldn't see Leonel and Eamon was because the skies perpetually looked completely normal to them. It was both a defensive and illusion formation at the same time. This formation is very impressive, Eamon said, seemingly finished analyzing and looking toward Leonel. Seeing that Leonel was already staring at him, Eamon blushed in embarrassment, wondering if he had said something wrong. You're right, it is, Leonel nodded. The last time I came here, this formation wasn't nearly as good. It seems that they had other cards up their sleeve. Leonel had already checked over the formation as well in the past, but it still wasn't this good back then. Something changed in the last year or so. It was unexpected. Did they really gain the ability to improve this formation by this much in such a short time? Well, it doesn't really matter much, Leonel said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a spear manifested from Emulation Spatial Force and Scarlet Star Force. The world trembled as Leonel's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly swung down with a single arm. Shak Kai Ai. It was a sight akin to sparkling wine and fragmented glass. The shards of formation fell from the skies, raining down and startling the citizens below. They all looked up at once to find Leonel and Eamon lording over them. Eamon was suddenly frozen after being ogled by so many, while Leonel laughed, patting him on the back as though to say, "Get used to it." "Leonel!" The familiar roar echoed over the city and a streaking beam of light cut through the air. Leonel simply pointed his spear forward. At that moment, Patriarch Godland felt as though he had been locked onto by a beast. If he kept rushing up to collide with Leonel like he wanted to, he would end up skewered through. He had gotten complacent in these last few days. The family was progressing well, there was relative peace, and no one had been able to bother them. They had been worried about the gathering of kingdoms, but that oddly seemed to fizzle out without much change at all. The only last worry on his chest was his daughter. He knew that she was still alive, but that was no real consolation. Who knew what she was going through? The moment the man responsible appeared before him, his towering fury got the best of him. But Leonel's actual appearance made him feel as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. How had he grown so powerful in such a short time? Why was his aura so oppressive? And how had he destroyed a formation this powerful in a single strike? Had Leonel used more than one, they would have sensed it. The fact he broke in so suddenly could only mean they never stood a chance in the first place. Patriarch Godland ground to a halt. Did he even have the right to stand before this young man anymore? Chapter 2785, Farce. Chapter 2785, Farce. Patriarch Godland didn't know what to think or what to say. The family had grown so fast in recent years that he didn't think that Leonel would be a worry. His only personal hope was that he could save his daughter one day, but he also knew that it wasn't yet time to leave. What he never expected was that there'd be a day when Leonel actually came to him instead of the other way around. Oh? Not fighting anymore? Leonel blinked innocently. The rage in the Patriarch's chest almost bubbled over. That toying expression reminded him of what Leonel had done to them the last time they saw him. Not only had he managed to steal their most important techniques, but he had even escaped right from under their noses as though their defenses were worth nothing at all. They had been led by the nose by a mere fifth dimensional. Patriarch Godland froze. Why was Leonel still in the fifth dimension? No, it felt so much deeper despite the fact he was still in Tier 1. It didn't make any sense. How could he know that the Leonel he knew was actually in the third dimension, not the fifth? While this was truly the fifth dimension for Leonel, the shock was enough to leave him crippled for a moment. Alright, since you don't want to fight, we don't have to. If I'm honest, I'm not really in a fighting sort of mood right now, and you're also not really worth my spear, Leonel spoke candidly. I'm here for one reason and one reason only. Your Godland family is a convenient jump-off point. The human race is a collection of loose sand right now, and I, quite frankly, don't have the patience to organize it all. The cult is finished, the 4 great families are gone, the Dream Pavilion is under my control. So honestly speaking, there's just you left. Leonel raised his spear and rested it on his shoulder, his tone remaining casual. That was right. The real reason he wasn't so eager to wipe out the Godlands was because honestly, he didn't really care much about what happened back then anymore. So much had happened since that pressing the godlings down and forcing them to obey his orders was more than enough payback for him. Ever since the demon emperor was killed in a single strike by Aina, they had been extremely quiet. They didn't even dare to venture toward the human half of the bubble, fearing what might happen again. And aside from the Dreamforce experts that Leonel was secretly nurturing, not to mention his own brothers and the other members of the Slayer Legion, he wasn't paying much attention to the rest of the human bubbles, but the situation wasn't good. There was still relative anarchy anywhere the population was dense enough. Those that lived in the wilderness were better off, especially since the fusion of the bubbles had completed, so the sporadic appearances of demon worlds around the bubble had vanished, leaving them safer overall. Essentially, cities like the ones the Oleodarchs used to manage no longer acted as protections against demons because those entrances had vanished. Even so, the worst part of the situation was the areas where humans were the most densely populated, and the issue with that was that those also tended to be where the most talented humans were too, so that only made the problem worse and more violent no matter how you looked at it. The godlings were the most useful tool he had to rein the human population in. Patriarch Godlin slowly took deep breaths. By this point, the entire city had been alerted, and several individuals began to rise up into the skies, including Eduardo's father and grandfather. Leonel could sense how hostile they were, but he also didn't seem to care in the slightest. He let them gather up as though nothing at all could move him, and then he saw her. Simona's mother was a woman that was easy to forget. It wasn't because she wasn't beautiful, but because she was too reserved. It was hard to understand what she was thinking or what she was scheming. Looking at her now, though, even though he had planned to look away, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. There was something off about this woman, something that his improved Dreamforce picked up on that he wasn't able to in the past. She's a wise Star Order? Leonel's frown deepened. He ignored everyone else and continued staring intently at this woman. No, she wasn't a wise Star Order, but she was something similar, almost like Syndra, who was a Snow Star Order, but she wasn't that either. In fact, Leonel didn't feel that she was part of the Northern Star lineage factor at all, but part of something else entirely. Something else? Leonel's gaze flashed as he suddenly recalled something: the constellation families. As a layman, Leonel didn't understand what was special about the constellation families. Other than finding it weird that the Morales took so long to form one when much weaker families already had them, he didn't really give it a second thought. But after seeing much more of the world, if he went back and tried to retrofit those beliefs into this world, they didn't coincide at all. He had yet to see a single other race or family with a constellation, so was it really so normal, or was it the other way around? If the Fox went to the incomplete world to survive, then could it be that there were others like them, looking for the same chance at survival? Was that what he was missing this entire time? Was it a mistake to give them such an opportunity to grow? Leonel's lip curled. He raised his spear from his shoulder and pointed it not toward Patriarch Godlin, but his wife. If I beat the strongest person here, we can skip this farce, right? Chapter 2786, Black. Chapter 2786, Black. Aminta's eyes narrowed. Her brother Mauve stepped forward. Kid, you're only arrogant more and more arrogant by the... Leonel's spear swung down, and for a moment, the world seemed to be split in two. Touching upon the self-state didn't just increase the strength of his created spears considerably, but it also brought his spear skill to an entirely different level. There was already a thin veil between his path of the spear and his crafting to begin with. Now, they were practically one, having reached an impossible-to-fathom level for most of those present. Mob's eyes widened. It felt like Leonel had already marked him for death, and the skies themselves had accepted. He could practically see the Northern Star looming over Leonel's shoulder. Death. That was all that was in store for him if this spear descended, and no one could react to it. It was then that a light sigh rang out. Bang! A violet blade met the wave of silver, gold, and red. They clashed in the skies, and most were sent flying in all directions, unable to maintain their footing in the air. The only one who seemed perfectly fine was Eamon, who stood behind and to the left of Leonel. It was clear who had the upper hand in that strike, but it was hard to draw any real conclusions. Aminta had reacted later and was clearly reluctant to do so. At that moment, the pious family matriarch held a beautiful violet blade in her hands. The crafting could only be said to be absolutely exquisite, and even Leonel was drawn to it immediately. It wasn't a sword nor a saber, but it was rather a scythe with a blade that curled almost like a scorpion's tail. The polearm was a bit irregular, crafted from what looked like amethysts and diamonds. Without the blade, it would have looked reminiscent of a mage's staff. With the blade, it completed an otherworldly presence. Leonel's gaze narrowed. This scythe was made by an exceptional craftsman. He had to admit that even he couldn't create such a good weapon, not right now, but it wasn't just that. There was a mysterious blade force hanging in the air, one that was unique to the point this was the first time Leonel had ever sensed it. He could only call it scythe force, but it was tinged with hints of a dense corrosive aura that seemed both with and against it. It was like Aminta had only half fused two different forces into one, and that was when it clicked for Leonel. Right now, Drake was trying to create a gun force. It felt like Aminta was doing the same with scythe force, but this was still on another level. Gun force didn't exist in wider existence, but scythe force seemed to, at least in part. Aminta was forcefully changing it to be more in line with her character. This woman is a genius, and exceptionally dangerous. Leonel's gaze sharpened and the two of them moved at once. Biang, 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 biang. The others had yet to even recover, but when the shockwaves of Leonel and Aminta's battle reverberated, they realized that this wasn't something that they could get involved in. Vivek, the Godland patriarch, was shocked as well. He knew that his wife was hiding secrets, she had disclosed them to him, but he didn't know the true extent of her power. This was the first time he was truly seeing it. Bang, 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 clang. Leonel's gaze flickered as his pole arm clashed against Aminta's blade. There was actually a nick that threatened to spread and split his spear in two. His figure flickered once again, space rippling. Universe and domain descended, but to his surprise, he found a pair of domains countering his own. She comprehended universe and domain as well. Leonel was inwardly shocked once again. Weren't the Godlands unable to find anyone who could? Just how much was this woman hiding? Aminta suddenly spun, her scythe curling through the air and forming tendrils of gorgeous violet blades. When they came together, they formed a lethal rose in the skies. Finality. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. Shit. The rose suddenly exploded, a whirlwind-like storm of poisonous blades shooting toward Leonel. They exploded with power, the scythes of force expanding to double their size in an instant. Leonel shook his head and sighed. Fine. She could use universe. She could use domain. She could even use finality. But did she have as many life-state forces as he did? Bang! The scythe blades shattered as a golden spear force erupted from Leonel's blade tip and his dream sovereignty robes descended. An aura of destruction trembled, and in that instant, Aminta found herself suppressed from all sides. Leonel took a step forward, and the space beneath his feet rippled as though he had just stepped onto a still lake. His aura continued to rise as the stars within him roared to life. Plumes of smoke came from the soles of his feet and the corners of his eyes, a fiendish grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, his spear thrust out. For a moment, his blade seemed to be the center of the world. Beautiful, untouchable. It was a stroke that left those that saw it both in awe and in fear. Aminta felt her body tighten. She was truly restrained in every aspect. No matter what she did, she couldn't move a single inch. Leonel had spoken, and he wanted her dead, and that alone was enough for the universe. The spear tip appeared before her throat, and that was when she roared out. Her robes burst and a tight, sleeveless bodysuit appeared. Her back was exposed to the world, and the tattoo of a vicious black and violet scorpion was revealed. Her wildly fluttering hair tied itself up into a tight and long ponytail that descended down her back. Its tip glistened with a silvery blade, and it looked like she could use it to attack whenever she so pleased. And the fact its length had become over 2 meters confirmed that point. However, Leonel hardly paid attention to any of this. He was looking at the sky that had turned almost entirely black. Chapter 2787 Balance. Chapter 2787 Balance. There, high in the skies, the only points of light were flickering stars. It was a gorgeous sight that only became more so after the silvery points of light became an array of violet instead. They connected, one after another, the contrast of the black skies against the violet making the lights almost seem piercing, as though every time one star connected to the next and then the next, it was another dagger right through the heart. And yet, rather than pain, it was akin to a resonant bell through the body, like your very soul was acknowledging the beauty of what was being seen. And then the shape solidified. A sculpture of transparent violet starlight trembled in the skies, taking the shape of a scorpion. A pillar of light descended from the skies, falling atop of Aminta's head and pushing Leonel even further away. Leonel watched this scene silently, a frown creeping up on his face. He had never seen a constellation used like this, at least not to this extent. It should be a technique, one that wasn't in the Godland library, but rather kept by Aminta personally. And it seemed like compared to her mastery of universe, domain, or finality, her understanding of this method was on a completely different level. When the pillar of light vanished, Aminta's hair and eyes seemed to become several shades lighter, giving off their own light. Her long ponytail seemed to be dancing in the wind at first glance, but upon second inspection it was rather that it was wildly swaying, an abrupt, violent yet controlled movement. With a bang, she shot forward, her scythe sweeping out from one direction and her tail piercing from another. The attack left Leonel without any choice but to retreat. However, the moment he took a step back, there was a second attack, then a third. Pincer and scythe moved as one, until suddenly Aminta's eyes became nothing more than orbs of violet. There were no pupils, no sclera, no distinct irises, just a smooth orb that pierced into the soul. Leonel quickly realized that this wasn't a trick of the mind. It was an ocular technique of some sort, and it seemed to attack his dream force, pressuring it and beginning to eat at the edges. It dulled his senses and some of his mental sharpness, and as time passed, it only became faster and faster. It was clearly poison, but it was poison on a level beyond anything that Leonel had even considered in the past. It wasn't just capable of attacking the tangible, but it seeped through the dimensions, even beginning to impact Leonel's real soul, amorphously and seemingly without meeting the slightest bit of resistance. Leonel's brows shot up, and he felt that this situation was quickly getting out of his control. However, panic wasn't his first reaction. In fact, if it wasn't for the change to his Dreamforce path, he wouldn't have had a change in expression at all. He didn't have to dismiss his opponent, he could respect them, but that didn't mean he had to fear them. Leonel's spear spun in his hands, the rotation countering both scythe and pincer at once. He took a step forward, and his aura erupted. With a roar, the earth of the Godland city trembled. Towering pillars of earth formed then were crushed by a mysterious force, as though a god had reached down and formed it like clay. Boom, boom. Leonel's exchange with Aminta never came to a stop. Scythe, spear, and pincer danced in the skies, each collision sending out a wave of destruction in all directions. From Leonel's half, everything that came across his destruction sovereignty crumbled to ash, corroding from the outside in. From Aminta's half, everything that came across her poisonous force crumbled to dust, corroding from the inside out. Aminta saw the enormous meteors forming in the skies, but she could do nothing to stop their formation. Her hands were completely tied down by Leonel. However, she wasn't worried. If Leonel planned to use the citizens to threaten her, she was entirely unmoved. At the same time, those meteors were far too large to attack her while they were in the midst of this battle. Leonel would end up harming himself as well. That was until the meteors shrunk by half, and then by another half, and then by half again. The space around the once enormous meteors shook and quaked as the force to compress them became larger and larger. Aminta's gaze trembled, or as much as they could in its current condition. She didn't understand how anyone could have this much control over Earth force, and she feared what the result of such an action would be even more. Auspicious air suddenly bloomed from Leonel. Deep within his ethereal glabella, a poisonous force tried to assault the core of his mind, but a fluttering wind caused his mana core to glow. The bronze leaves on the glorious tree shone brighter and brighter until the meteors compressed once more. From over 50 meters in diameter, the meteors had become not even half a meter. They looked as black as the night sky above them and yet still stood out in the darkness, shaking the space around them. Leonel took a single step back, dodging out of the way of the coming pincer of Aminta's hair and parrying her scythe with a swift motion. And then the two once meteors rocketed forward. They followed the trajectory of Leonel's spear, somehow both blunt and sharp at once. By this point, Leonel's spear was littered with nicks and cuts. If not for continuously reforming it, it would have long since collapsed. But when the meteors descended, everything changed. One of the meteors began to glow a fierce white light, and the other glowed a dull black. They balanced into a form of yin and yang, the auspicious air around Leonel doubling and then doubling once more. When the ball of black finally descended, everything that was in its path was severed, and Aminta was blown back so fast and hard that her body caught fire. Chapter 2788. 2 New. Chapter 2788. 2 New. Leonel stood high in the skies, his auspicious air emanating stronger and stronger waves as a white and black ball circulated around him. In that moment, it looked as though the skies had become painted in bronze, almost erasing the darkness brought by the constellation that was high up above them all. Leonel's expression was calm. Quite frankly, what he had just done was entirely on a whim, but the flexibility that came with the mage core in his ethereal glabella in combination with his ability to create natural force arts could only be said to be on an entirely different level. He had tapped into the earth force of his mage core and synced it with the formation of a natural force art that played on his own body. At this moment, his body was a perfect fusion of the dark and light halves of the Northern Star lineage factor, and as such, it could be said to only exist because it was likewise in perfect balance. When he condensed so much earth and baptized it beneath this unique force art, it was like he was molding it into an entirely separate existence. The push and pull of yin and yang could almost be used like a perpetual motion machine, explosively increasing his own strength and lowering the strength of his enemy at the same time. Interesting, quite frankly, Leonel didn't think too much about it. He had only taken some inspiration from the way Syndra used light force and began to think about these matters more from the perspective of someone from Earth. The result was outside his expectations. He ignored the beaten and ragged Aminta, raising a palm and allowing the two orbs to hover over his hand. They orbited around one another. He could feel a strong pulling attraction coming from the black orb, and from the white, he felt a strong repelling force. Right now, they were restrained, but if he nudged them with his earth force a bit, the power is mine to wield. The ground beneath Ryu's feet suddenly exploded. A pit that reached into a depth of over 100 meters forming, and the building that had once been there was flattened to nothingness. Leonel's gaze flickered. All he had done was activate the white orb a bit and direct the repelling force downward, and yet this was what happened. If he had used the black orb instead, did that mean that the building would have rushed at him instead? That's fascinating. The ground quivered with newfound strength under his command. This is the power I possess. This was most definitely the product of the natural force arts. Leonel found that it couldn't just change the range to which he could control force external to him, but it could even change its character somewhat. By every metric, this was just normal earth force from the normal ground. It would be ranked at the bottom of all earth forces, and yet here it was exuding a might far beyond its own. Leonel's Morales lineage factor only allowed him to wield relatively normal Earth forces, but he had practically just created 2 new Earth forces right now that could probably rank favorably amongst the top 20 at the very worst. In fact, they had much more potential than that. But it also only worked so well because of the template I used, that being my own body. I probably couldn't just randomly come up with ideas and change forces to my whims, not without thoroughly understanding them first, that is. Under the balance of push and pull, a strong force field formed around Leonel. At this point, it was unlikely that anyone here could even penetrate these defenses. Shall we put an end to this? At that moment, Aminta finally managed to struggle to her feet, only for the black ball to pulse. She was ripped up by a mysterious force, her body shooting through the air and suddenly stopping before Leonel. The orbs rotating around Leonel began to rotate around her instead, and she was completely trapped. Even a twitch of her fingers was nigh impossible in such a state. Vivac's eyes went bloodshot, but there was such a strong force field around them that he couldn't even close the distance. Enough. Release her. All right, that's about enough, right? Leonel smiled as though he hadn't just come out of a heated battle. Well, it was heated in the eyes of everyone else, but to him it was mostly just a good sparring session. He didn't use his divine armor because he simply didn't need to at all. Aminta was strong, sure, but she was only strong in comparison to a human. In her defense, her strength actually wasn't very far from the Emberheart and Moonstone Lords, if it was taken into account that she was still in the 8th dimension, that is. If she broke into the 9th dimension, she may be able to give them a good battle. But in practice, she was still inferior to them, and Leonel for that matter. However, this wasn't to say that she was helpless. From what Leonel could tell, Aminta had sacrificed a lot to achieve this. She had spent a long time in the incomplete worlds and had likely ruined her greatest potential. As for the reason why, Leonel could already see it, the Constellation family bloodlines. During their battle, he had been using his internal sight to thoroughly check the city, and he quickly found out why it was that everything seemed normal. That was because the largest changes weren't external, they were internal. He could sense that many had gained the bloodlines of the 12 constellation families, and they were slowly growing used to their new power. Aminta was never meant to be their figurehead. She had given up this right so that she could plant seeds. In the future, so long as the children Leonel was observing grew up, they will be formidable. They would become far more powerful than even Aminta. However, Leonel was also smart enough to understand exactly how all of this happened. Now, can you tell me how many lives you sacrificed to make this possible? Chapter 2789, Revenge. Chapter 2789, Revenge. Aminta's heart lurched when she heard this, but her lips were sealed, both by design and by her will. However, Leonel didn't really need to hear the answer. He already knew it. In this regard, Aminta and his grandfather weren't all that different. Leonel had many thoughts about where his grandfather might be and what he was doing now. There was no reason for him to have been gone so long. It didn't make any sense, especially considering the time dilation between the regions. However, seeing how far Aminta had gone to revive the Constellation families, he had a guess. When Leonel left, the Fox family barely had any members. Other than himself, who was already barely considered a fox to begin with, there were only his grandfather, his mother, and his uncle. Whatever was causing his grandfather to drag his feet so much almost certainly had to do with the revival of the fox. And as for how he would do it, would it be much different than what Aminta had done? Leonel had known for a long time what kind of man his grandfather was. Emperor Gervais Fox would take the path that suited him best. He had personally handpicked Leonel's grandmother to be his wife for reasons that likely weren't purely out of love, if there was any love to begin with. He hadn't hesitated to all the deaths of billions of his own citizens to ensure that Earth wasn't overrun by invalids. He had no qualms about manipulating his own grandsons to do his bidding, throwing them directly into the line of fire as he sat back on his throne. And yet, Leonel couldn't say that he hated his grandfather very much anymore. In fact, as time passed, Leonel found himself cozying up to the old man, thinking of him as a real grandfather rather than the caricature of one. Part of that was because he no longer had the right or the moral high ground to denounce his grandfather's actions. He was no longer that naive teenage boy. Another part was the fact he could feel that though his grandfather's actions were cruel in the eyes of many, in a lot of ways he wasn't unlike Leonel, morality was too subjective. There were too many moving parts, too many differing opinions, so the two men, grandfather and grandson, did the only thing they could do, put their families first and foremost. Leonel had a feeling that the day his grandfather appeared once more, there would be hell to pay. What kind of painful existence was it to endure being the last of your kind? At one point, he was the only fox that remained in the entire world. How much rage was buried in his heart? Leonel shook his head and sighed. Then he waved a hand. The ball of yin and yang vanished, and, caught off guard, Aminta practically plummeted from the skies. Without her constellation active, she couldn't fly on her own, so she could only quickly take out a flying treasure once more before she hit the ground. All right, I'm not really interested in all of this. Like I said, you're useful to me, so are you going to cooperate? Or not? Leonel looked into Aminta's eyes. She still seemed to be a bit shell-shocked, not quite understanding what was going on. But when she heard Leonel's words, she looked toward him as well. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Just when Vivac was about to speak and refuse, Aminta nodded. We accept. She spoke so softly it sounded almost like a light breeze. However, everyone here was an expert. They most certainly heard her clearly. At the end of the day, her thoughts could be summarized in a single phrase: at least Leonel was human. With Aminta's words, everything went quite smoothly. After one battle, her prestige amongst the Godlands rose to an entirely different level, and it could be said that she was their de facto leader at this point. Strength weighed too heavily in a world like this one, and Aminta was the wife of their patriarch to begin with. It was easy to accept her. Like this, they began to make plans to corral the rest of the human population under one banner, and Leonel got the chance to be lazy again. After a couple weeks, Leonel realized that things would stabilize, so he had a meeting with Aminta and Vivek once more. Standing in the Godland Patriarch's office, Leonel waved a hand and burst into a fit of laughter. Simona and Eduardo appeared, their lips locked together. They were so passionate that they didn't even realize the scenery changed at first. When they both looked up because of Leonel's outburst, they flushed as red as tomatoes. Leonel had had Anastasia double-check to make sure the two were decent, and when she told him about their current state, he chose to play a little prank. Watching their faces twist in horror, especially when Eduardo realized both Simona's mother and father were here, Leonel was having the time of his life. Eamon, who stood to the side, covered his mouth to stop himself as well. He had been shadowing Leonel for the past month or so and had learned a lot, both in terms of crafting and more neutrally in terms of Leonel's personality. He was hard to get a read on most times, but from time to time he would do something like this that would make him want to grin ear to ear. "Mother, father," Simona spoke after clearing her throat, sending several glares toward Leonel. If she could eat him alive, she would. Aminta had a light smile on her face while Vivek's expression was rapidly changing colors. Regardless, their lack of response left her feeling like a piece of meat on a hot skillet. "Woo, that's funny. Consider this to be my last bit of revenge, Vivek," Leonel said after wiping the tears from his eyes. Chapter 279 Die. Shut up. Chapter 279 Die. Shut up. Vivek had tried to kill Leonel and his cousin in the past. That wasn't something that could be easily forgiven, but this time, Leonel had chosen to let things slide. After the change to his Dreamforce path, Leonel was always making conscious efforts to find a balance between doing what was smart and what was right. Throwing his wife in the line of fire for him was a step too far. However, him taking an insult on the chin was not. He had to respect the world he was in and realize that he couldn't do everything alone. He had to lean on others when given the opportunity to. If he acted on impulse and just slaughtered the entire upper echelon of the Godland family, what then? Well, he'd have to find people to replace those leaders, or he'd have to do it himself. He wouldn't have the heart of the people, and who knew how many would choose to act like Goggles did? And what could the remaining Godlands who chose to bury a grudge deep within their hearts, waiting for the perfect time to strike? Acting as he pleased felt good in the moment, but it was ultimately never the best thing to do. He would have to settle for making this father uncomfortable and forcing him to sit with his inferiority. As for the rest, it would come in due time. Sometimes it was enough to take a win at face value and not chase for more. "All right, let's go, Eamon. You've been working hard. You should take a rest." Eamon smiled. "All of this is fun. I've never cared about much other than crafting, and since I've decided to move on from other things, this will always be what's more important to me." Leonel looked over toward him and nodded. It was good to have a purpose in life. It could help drive you. But he had seen enough from his future self to know that that alone wasn't nearly enough. However, just telling Eamon that wouldn't change anything. He had to show him. The two returned to the Dream Pavilion and the segmented cube, enjoying another round of bonding. Leonel allowed Eamon to get acquainted with everyone before he slipped away. Leonel soon found a familiar young man, still swinging a sword. His long black hair cascaded down his back, and despite the speed with which he was swinging the thick wooden sword, there wasn't even the slightest whistle of wind following its stroke. "Still not going to join?" Leonel spoke out. Ameri was startled, and when he saw that it was Leonel, his gaze was filled with a hidden gloominess. The last time Leonel came here, he couldn't sneak up on him. In fact, he had noticed Leonel immediately. But now, how was this possible? He never missed a single second of training, and he was constantly chasing perfection. How could Leonel still improve so much faster than himself? He looked down at his sword and closed his eyes. Swinging a sword alone wasn't enough. He needed battle. He needed blood. He wanted to leave and go off on his own adventures. But was that even possible anymore? Even if he set aside whether Leonel would allow him such a chance, what would he do as a human in that cruel world? Would he be able to succeed in much of anything, or would he end up as some bastard slave the moment he stepped into the wrong neighborhood? Soon, the human bubbles will stabilize, and they'll need help bringing the demon bubbles into subservience. That will be a good chance for you to hone your skill. I will let you know when the time comes. Leonel turned and left. Whether it was Kira or Noah, both of them had begun integrating much more. The last person he was worried about was his cousin, Fifth Nova. He was maybe even more reclusive than Amory, but just as he was about to check on him, his eyes narrowed. Leonel stepped out of the segmented cube, finding faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar in the skies. Among them, there was a particularly wizard-like man, one that Leonel remembered pointing out, Gems. These were none other than the Dreamforce experts that had escaped when the challenge sequence began, feeling that it would be a hopeless cause. These cowards had actually taken more than 2 years to muster up the courage to come back, something that was amusing in and of itself. But it was even funnier when you realized that, if not for all the large movements the Godlings were making, they still wouldn't have dared to come. In the minds of these cowards, it was so far out of the possibility of reason for Leonel to have won that there was almost certainly something they were missing. Most probably thought the Dream Pavilion had already been taken over by another race. It was just that this race didn't care enough to interact with the rest of the human worlds, and why would they? The Dream Pavilion alone was practically a whole world. They didn't need to step outside. At most, the fact there was no news only made them wonder, but not enough to actually risk themselves by coming back. But then the Gathering of Kingdoms happened, and there was oddly still no culling waiting for them. That was a second oddity that made them pause. Murnum. And then, finally, there was the Gathering of Minds and the actions of the Godlings. Only then did they finally gather up their balls and return. To their surprise, there really was no one but humans here, many of whom they didn't recognize because Leonel had only recently recruited them, but this was still firmly a human stronghold. Gems was the first to notice Leonel's arrival. He stood high in the air above Leonel and frowned. He still didn't understand what was going on here. Who is the current? Leonel picked at his ears. Shut up. Chapter 2791, Hammer. Chapter 2791, Hammer. Gems was immediately caught off guard by Leonel's interruption. He was asking for who the current pavilion head was. How dare Leonel treat him like this? There wasn't a single fiber of his being that believed that all of this was done by Leonel. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Clarence's mad plan had succeeded, and he managed to enter the life state. He had seen Leonel in the Gathering of Minds, but the scope of these people's understanding was far too limited. They feared the other races, but they didn't know to what extent they should fear them. To them, Leonel was just facing off against other members of the younger generation. Wouldn't they be able to defeat them just the same? And because they had escaped from the Dream Pavilion, they hadn't been able to watch the challenge sequence, so they had no idea what happened in this respect. They had spent their entire lives protected by a formation. How could they know the extent to which that formation had protected them? How could they know that even the younger generation of the mortal races could slaughter them, let alone the younger generation of demigods or above? When Gems saw Leonel, he still acted with the demeanor of an elder, and because he knew Leonel had lost the life tablet, he was even more confident. What chance did Leonel stand against him without it? He was still a member of the Dream Pavilion, a deputy at that. He could certainly mobilize much more of its strength than Leonel could. It could be said that this was a guaranteed victory in his eyes. Thinking to this point, he pressed down his fury and maintained his elder-like demeanor. I will give you one more chance. Where? Bang. Leonel slapped out with a palm, and rather than being sent flying, a wave of dream force took shape and slammed Gems into the ground. The old wizard-looking man coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though all the bones in his body had been shattered at a single given time. The other deputies and lesser members froze. What had they just seen? Leonel took a step forward and appeared before Gems. He squatted down and picked up the old man by his hair, forcing him to look into his eyes. Do you really think that you have the right to speak here? Leonel asked in a calm tone. The fear in Gems's eyes was practically palpable. For a moment, it looked like he was about to piss himself, until that was exactly what happened. Leonel shook his head. He found it hard to believe that someone so old could still exhibit such pathetic control over themselves. But when he thought about it, things were always like that. Age was never the best gauge of someone's maturity, and it was often the oldest individuals who became the most immature, especially when they received pushback from someone they deemed to be less experienced and less worthy than themselves. You left the Dream Pavilion when it needed you most, and now you're coming back. For what exactly? Are you even necessary? Bang! Gems's head exploded into a rain of blood. A violet glowing bloomed in Leonel's eyes, and his soul was forced into a ball before it could dissipate. These people were useless to him, but Leonel had some thoughts recently. Assimilat was what he had used to help Tolliver gain the talent of an infinity beast. Of course, he had to rely on the energy from an entire vital star, but he had succeeded nonetheless. But what if he did the same on a smaller scale? These old bastards were useless to him. They were people who would turncoat at a flip of a hat. It would have been one thing if they had other things to rely on, but not only were they cowardly, they were also fools. What did they think was going to happen after they escaped from here? They didn't even try to leave the human bubble because they feared the in-between worlds. After all, not everyone could practically ignore anarchic force of a certain level like Leonel could, so their plan was essentially to hide away in bubble and hope they weren't found for the rest of their days. They were not only incredibly selfish, but they were so controlled by their own fear that they couldn't even make rational decisions. This was a reason Leonel didn't plan on letting them live, but there was another reason as well, and that was because he suddenly had a very big distaste for betrayals. He had always known that betrayal was bad, but not in his eyes it wasn't just bad. It was the worst sort of sin, and these people deserved to pay dearly for it. Their bodies exploded one after another, and Leonel never bothered to blink even a single time. He didn't give a damn. They fell to their knees, pleading, hoping, praying, and it still changed nothing. In just a brief instant of time that must have felt like an eternity to them as their lives played out before their eyes, Leonel killed them all, grabbing hold of their souls and controlling each and every one. With a wave of his hand, the blood disappeared as though it had never been there, and Leonel entered the segmented cube once again. Quiet fell on the dream pavilion. Leonel walked through the segmented cube's world, his steps light as he entered the region of his fifth cousin's territory. Clang, 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 clank. Leonel soon laid eyes on Ramon laboring over a flame. He wasn't using his metal spirit to craft, but was instead forging like an olden days blacksmith, something that Leonel didn't expect to see. He lived in a simple cabin, but he had turned its entire surroundings in a forge. The heat was so great that it seemed that the forest would be burnt to ash. Standing over an anvil, he hammered away. Chapter 2792, All Roads Lead to Rome. Chapter 2792, All Roads Lead to Rome. Interesting, Leonel thought. The Morales obviously had their own ways of teaching forging, but Leonel didn't believe that this was one of them. This should be something that Ramon had come up with on his own. From Leonel's understanding, in their generation, Ramon's talent in forging was only beneath his own, and even then, he could close the gap much more if he had had the training of Leonel's father. However, unlike Eamon, he still had much less room to grow. After all, Eamon was self-taught, but even if Ramon's teachings weren't as good as Leonel's own, he still had the Morales family. The issue was, obviously, that the standard of the Morales family was beneath even the human bubbles, let alone the rest of existence. Leonel watched silently and didn't interrupt Rowan. He continued to hammer away at what looked like the tip of a blade, a spear blade to be most accurate. It was glowing a fiery red beneath the heat, and with each strike, incremental changes would be made. Leonel couldn't help but recall the barbarian race youth. Was this part of what Rowan was trying to tap into? Rowan wasn't ignoring Leonel. Instead, he truly seemed so engrossed that he had forgotten everything else. From the raise of the hammer, to the swift downward stroke, to the recalibration for the next blow, it was all perfect. Rowan suddenly picked up the blade with a pair of tongs and rushed it to a tempering station, dipping it in and taking it out. He squinted, looking for warps in the blade. After a while, he shook his head and tossed the blade away. It was only then that Leonel noticed a scrap pile filled with seemingly identical blades. Rowan turned to return to his cabin, maybe for a short rest, but when he saw Leonel, he was startled for a moment before nodding and greeting. As per usual, the young man was quiet and reserved. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Leonel asked. At first, Rowan thought that Leonel wanted to question his methods, and he was a little bit peeved. However, seeing the patience in Leonel's eyes, Rowan realized that he didn't mean it like that and felt a bit embarrassed. These days, he was much too sensitive. He didn't interact with very many people anymore, and he didn't feel like it was necessary to either. After losing his wife, it felt like the truest waste of time to interact with the world. What would he gain from it? But that didn't mean that he felt that snapping at others was the right thing to do. Hadn't Leonel lost people as well? He had watched his own father die before him. "I lack talent in combat. I am trying a new method," Rowan said softly. Leonel could tell that Rowan didn't really want to talk. He was just trying to be polite by answering his question, but even then he had only answered with the shortest phrases he could, not really wanting to get into it. Even so, Leonel nodded, seemingly understanding. He went to the scrap pile and picked up the recently finished blade. "Wait, it's..." Leonel's fingers didn't seem to notice. There wasn't even the slightest sizzle. Although the blade had just been dipped in water, it was still incredibly hot. These were temperatures scaled to the 7th dimension, so it could be imagined how terrible they were. If this blade was placed on 3rd-dimensional Earth, it would have triggered a drought. In the worst case, it would have burned through the entire atmosphere and left them vulnerable to the elements of the universe. Yet, Leonel picked it up as though it was just another bit of cool metal. "I see. You're trying to understand the way of the spear in a completely different way." Rowan's eyes widened in shock. He assumed that Leonel would think he was just trying to get some physical labor in, but to think that he would see through him so thoroughly. Crafting spears is a good method of understanding the... Here, Leonel took off his spear domain ring and tossed it to Rowan. "Whenever you can construct a spear without it being destroyed by this ring, you know that you would have taken the first step." Leonel had long since been keeping the spear domain ring out of pure habit. In practice, it was now completely worthless to him. In fact, he had been having some thoughts about improving it, but he was saving it for the construction of his 6th-dimensional divine armor. Rowan caught the ring, his eyes sparkling. Leonel ignored him for a moment, observing the spear blade for a long while in silence. Rowan was actually already close, but Leonel realized the reason he had yet to take that final step was actually because he was trying to accomplish something far greater. Each one of these spear blades was made from a slightly different material, but Rowan was trying to hammer them all the same way. This path was incredibly profound. He was trying to find his own true spear. If he succeeded, he would become a spear sovereign without a doubt, and one that was even more powerful than Leonel's own. Leonel hadn't put nearly as much thought into his path of the spear, but Rowan had given him inspiration. Essentially, Rowan was picking slightly different materials every time and trying to construct the exact same spear. Didn't this sound familiar? Rather than relying on the materials to dictate the product, he was forcing the materials to conform. Wasn't this the self-path? Of course, it was precisely because he was so ambitious that he couldn't take that step. But it was admirable nonetheless. He felt his combat talent was lacking, so he was using what he was talented in to improve in other areas. All roads lead to Rome, Leonel thought silently. Suddenly, he could feel his forces being elevated by a mysterious force, almost as though they all wanted to break through at once. Chapter 2793, Decided. Chapter 2793 decided Leonel calmed the restlessness in his body. It wasn't that he didn't feel that this was an interesting path, it was just more so that he didn't feel it was appropriate for all of his forces to follow it. If he stripped away his forces of what made them unique and forced them all to conform to his own thoughts, then would they even still be the forces he had come to know? That said, this path, it was perfect for a weapon force you had to mold into your own image. The catch was that Leonel still wasn't sure of exactly that path he wanted to take. Right now, whether it was his bow force or spear force, they were more amorphous than not. But that was the nature of the path he had taken to improve them. Being able to use artistic conception to bolster the strength of his weapon forces was excellent, but that also made them lack an identity at the same time. It could be said that the only reason they were sovereign forces to him was because he had great talent and because they were still at the life state. Fifth Nova made him realize something. If his weapon forces stayed the same as they were now, would they still be able to remain sovereign forces when he entered the creation state? That still wasn't certain, and that was a problem. Ramon, though, seemed to understand his path quite well. It was just that he couldn't take that last step just yet. Even so, he had managed to find a method of honing himself that even Leonel was impressed by. Ramon had promised himself to not be weak anymore. The next time he had to protect someone he cared about, he wouldn't have to stand behind them any longer. He would be able to protect them instead. And he took that extremely seriously. Leonel only spoke to Ramon for a short time before he slowly strolled away. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend more time with this cousin of his, but rather that he felt it was inappropriate to do so. He could feel that Ramon was still a bit withdrawn. If he tried to force a relationship just because he wanted to, it would have the opposite effect. Plus, his thoughts were swimming with Ramon's spear force. I miss it, Leonel thought to himself. The sudden thought came out of nowhere, but it was his own, so Leonel obviously knew exactly what he was talking about. That was, of course, his old path of dream sovereignty. He liked not fearing anything, not thinking twice before he acted, moving about on a whim and cutting down those that left a feeling of distaste in his mouth. For the sake of his father, his wife, his friends, and what remained of his family, he had taken a different path, but only he knew just how much it ate him up inside. Every time he had to lose on purpose just to further a goal, it felt like there was a knife twisting in his gut. It made him feel so uncomfortable that it was hard to put into words. And honestly, he hated that feeling. Not the losing part, but the fact losing actually managed to hurt him so much. It was so childish. Why did he care so much about winning? He couldn't blame it on his future self anymore. He was gone even if a small part of his influence lingered. This was all him. Hating to lose was one thing, but why did he hate it so much even if he knew it would lead to a bigger victory in the end? It was like he was unwilling to compromise. It was impossible to describe that as anything other than childish. He had no intention of going back to the person he had been before. He had worked too hard to get here, but a small piece of it, Leonel had come to understand something else. Forcing himself to do something was fine, but if it compromised his own faculties, his own forward progress, it would be more detrimental than not. His Dream Force's path right now was perfect. It was an homage to his father, and it would help him keep the most people alive. That was what he wanted. But what about himself? What had he done for Leonel Morales? As in all things, there had to be balance in life. But if he couldn't change his Dream Force sovereignty, then what should he do? Leonel walked aimlessly, raising a palm to face the sky and allowing golden strands of bow and spear force to circulate in the air. They chased around one another like wisps of wind, growing faster and faster. He had never really thought about why he was so good at using bow force, but now that he understood so much about weapon forces, it seemed almost too obvious. What was the job of a bowman? In Olden Earth, they probably just relied on numbers, sending out large volleys into enemy ranks and just hoping that they'd hit something. But what about in this world? A bowman sat back, they analyzed, they targeted threats, and they controlled the battlefield from a bird's eye view. It was the kind of weapon force that was perfectly in line with Leonel's character. The loftiness, the precision, the intelligence required, the dominance that was necessary. An odd pulse began to take form on Leonel's wrists. Soon, they both became bands of gold, but it was the ornament in the center that was special. One had a perfect spear ready to pierce through the skies. The other had a curved bow ready to shoot down stars. They looked like a pair of illusory bracelets on Leonel's wrists, and if he was paying attention, he would have noticed that they were enhanced versions of the domain rings. He had decided what his path would be. Chapter 2794, Matters. Chapter 2794 matters. His Dream Force would dictate his state of mind. It would be the intelligence that guided his actions, and it would protect him from overextending himself and making foolish decisions. However, when his Dream Force had decided that it was time to battle, that there was no other option but to cut down his enemy, another part of his would make itself known. A sovereignty among sovereignties. An air of otherworldly confidence to have a spear that could pierce through anything, a bow that could shoot down anything. The golden bracelets around Leonel's wrists grew to the point they looked like halos hovering around his arms. At the same time, they began to gain small freckles of violet as though they had been tainted by Leonel's king's might. The world shook and vibrated wildly as Leonel's spear and bow force skyrocketed, taking one step forward after another until the both of them were firmly at the quasi-creation state. And with the auras of their sovereignty, bang, shack, the world fissured and shattered around Leonel. His will was so strong that even the appearance of his bow and spear force seemed to want to collapse everything. Anastasia suddenly appeared above Leonel, her face in a panic. But when she saw that it was Leonel, she relaxed somewhat. She wasn't sure what to do. If this continued, it would be pretty back. But at the same time, Leonel was in a bit of a daze, and he didn't seem to realize what he was doing. Just as she was about to make a decision, Aina appeared in a flash of black lightning as well. She had sensed something odd going on as well. She even thought that Leonel was in danger. When she saw the halo-like bracelets around his wrists, her gaze couldn't help but flicker. What powerful weapon forces, but they were also mixed in with something else. It was like they had suffered the brunt of Leonel's frustration and were forced to endure it, even though they were on the verge of completely collapsing. Aina had never seen those symbols before, but how could she not have seen Leonel's spear and bow domain rings before? Both were shaped exactly like that, an incomplete ring with a miniature weapon hovering between its unfinished loop. It couldn't be a coincidence that this phenomena was identical to that. In a lot of ways, it reminded Aina of her manifestation, but she didn't quite understand why. Aina stepped forward, weathering the storm as a droplet of blood trickled down the corner of her lip to place a hand on Leonel's shoulder. Then, the two vanished. Anastasia patted her chest with her little hand, still not understanding. Her world was so sturdy. Although Leonel was excellent, even a ninth-dimensional demigod shouldn't be able to cause this scene. It didn't make any sense. The moment Leonel and Aina appeared out in the real world, there was a violent upswell. The skies seemed to connect with the earth, and the entirety of the human bubble began to tremble wildly. Suddenly, the halo-like bracelets around Leonel's wrists solidified, and it looked as though one could reach out and touch them, as though they had been formed of the most shimmering brass. It was then that the flecks of violet also solidified, giving them a violet-gold look. It suddenly became obvious why Leonel had caused such a commotion inside of the segmented cube. Whatever was happening now, there was a need for Leonel to resonate with something in the outside world. It wasn't Leonel's strength causing this, but rather whatever he was communicating with. Deep in an unknown corner of existence, an ancient ground trembled. At the center of it, an enormous sword of stone was pierced into the ground. It was impossible to tell the size of such a weapon. Even a scale of hundreds of kilometers wasn't adequate. From afar, it looked fine, but at that moment, a leaf fluttered over from an unknown location. The moment it reached a certain change, golden blade lights manifested and shredded it to pieces. In an instant, the leaf was cut apart so many times that by the time the blade lights vanished, there was nothing left but a floating mass of atoms, completely invisible to the naked eye. On the opposite side of this towering sword, there was a rod pierced into the ground. It was just as tall, just as mighty, but any spearmaster worth their salt could tell that it was a spear at first glance. The ground around it was perfectly smooth, and when a rush of wind kicked up a pebble into its vicinity, a replaying of what occurred in the sword's domain was recreated. This piece of land silently floated through the outer reaches of existence. Leonel roared, a wild sphere of bow and spear force forming around him. They seemed to clash, his body becoming a battlefield. "Pipe down," he roared. The bracelets on his wrists cracked, only to be quickly filled by more violet. His will forcefully suppressed them, pulling them into submission as his aura continued to soar. Flora coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping it with a sleeve. A dangerous light flashed in her gaze as she stepped over a corpse, vanishing into the distance. Every time she dealt with a situation like this, a great amount of rage would billow up. Just to survive, she was being forced to progress much faster than she wanted, scaling the dimensions without solidifying her foundation like she wanted. This was the worst sort of sin to her. This would almost certainly limit her future potential, but if she was dead, there would be no future in the first place. It should be here, she thought to herself. At that moment, an invalid appeared before Flora, but she showed not the slightest hint of fear. "I have information you might be interested in." The invalid stared blankly, not responding. But Flora expected this. Even variant invalids were all fools, let alone an invalid. "Take it, and give it to someone who matters." She handed something over, and then vanished. Chapter 2795, Vague. Chapter 2795, Vague. Leonel didn't know what was going on. It was in one part because he didn't understand, and another part because it was difficult to think at all. He rarely found his mind being overloaded by anything, but at the moment it felt like that was truly what was happening. There were too many sensations, so many sparks going off in his mind that he couldn't do anything but stand there. He didn't have the mental capacity left to even control his body, let alone pay attention to any sensory information coming in from his surroundings. He didn't hear Anastasia's voice or his wife's. He found it difficult to pay attention to anything but the Big Bang echoing through his mind. He felt like his body was being stretched through both the past, the present, and the future, as though he was forming a will that surpassed it all. He didn't know how long it lasted, but all he could think of as he came down from that high was how disappointed he was. He felt like he had opened a gate to unprecedented power, and yet instead of being able to take advantage of it, it was locked away in his body because his dimension was far too weak. It was a good thing. If the true extent of this power remained while he lacked the ability to withstand its might, his body would implode. However, he still didn't like it. It was hard seeing power you had rightfully earned slip away from you. Leonel's eyes slowly came into focus. He went from a person who was all of paralyzed, blind, and deaf to someone whose senses nearly overloaded him in the next instant. The world felt so bright, so clear, so malleable. He vaguely saw the bracelets around his arm and wrists before they slowly faded away, and his first thought was much like Ina's. They looked identical to the spear and bow domain rings. They were partially complete rings, almost as though someone had cut a small piece of them. In that missing portion, there was the hovering piece of a weapon. It was a gorgeous piece of craftsmanship that only seemed stronger in this form. Even though they were slowly fading, Leonel found that even as they did so, lifting his arms was actually so difficult, almost as though succeeding in doing so would allow him the ability to destroy the world. If he could barely lift his arms in this state, then what about when they were fully formed before? How had he even managed to stay on his two legs? What happened? The last thing he remembered was solidifying his weapon force paths, or specifically his sovereignty, but the moment Leonel thought about his weapon forces, the skies rumbled again and the fading bracelet shuddered, reversing the process of fading and slowly becoming more corporeal. Leonel's focus and mind, along with his forces, seemed to be quickly draining away all at once. In just a few seconds, he was completely depleted and the bracelets winked out of existence. He collapsed, his vision turning black. He vaguely caught sight of Ina catching him before his head hit the ground. Leonel groggily opened his eyes. A mind-splitting migraine threatened to crack his skull in two as he struggled to sit up. But before he could, Ina pressed a palm to his chest, holding him down. "What the hell happened?" Leonel muttered. "I should be asking you that," Ina said with a hint of exasperation. Leonel chuckled. "You're the 5-star health professional. How about you diagnose me?" Ina rolled her eyes and gave Leonel a flick on the forehead that felt like a bomb going off in his head. He groaned. "Domestic abuse," Ina shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is that those bracelets looked like your weapon rings and also felt a little bit like my manifestation at the same time, but my manifestation relies on my lineage factor, at least in part. This doesn't seem to be the same, all." Leonel frowned. It seemed that he would have to have another talk with the Godlin family. But if Ina was correct about the rest of it, didn't that mean that it was a dharma of some kind? They said that when one entered the creation state, there was nothing beyond. However, there were levels of refinement within. A normal creation state was already excellent. But a creation state that formed a dharma was on another level. A creation state that formed an idol was even beyond that. Leonel didn't know many details outside of this, as he had only vaguely heard it in passing thanks to Anastasia. But he was certain that there were also other matters to consider as well. He just didn't know what those matters were just yet. All Leonel knew was that he had really gotten screwed over this time. He didn't actually believe that the main strain on his body was the fact he had apparently awakened a dharma or whatever it was. The main issue was that he had awakened too. His bow and spear force didn't seem to want to coexist anymore, and they were trying to force him to pick one or the other. This had never happened before, and he wasn't sure why. The only explanation he had was that it had to do with his path. He had chosen a path of absolute supremacy, so how could there be two absolute supremacies in the same body? Wasn't that a contradiction you couldn't ignore? However, Leonel had still managed to force them into submission. He didn't care what they thought. The supremacy in his body wasn't the forces, it was himself. They were just conduits through which he could exhibit his might, not his might itself. That seemed to have forced his weapon forces into a more quiet state, but this seemed to only be a temporary solution. As for why that was, Leonel had only a vague guess about this as well. Chapter 2796, Idle, Chapter 2796, Idle. If Leonel was correct, then the reason this was only a temporary solution was that his control wasn't there yet. The ability he had awakened was so powerful that it wasn't yet his place to truly control them. It could be said that he was only strong enough to give it a temporary patch. However, the main problem should just be using both of them at the same time. That wasn't something that he did too rarely, but it also wasn't something that his entire battle style relied on. So long as he avoided it, he shouldn't end up in the same situation again. Regardless, this should mostly be a good thing. Whatever breakthrough he had had just now, even if it caused problems in the future, would only help him. Eventually, Leonel had enough strength to get up, and Ina finally allowed him to do so as well. Then, he made his way to the Godlins. He had some questions. Vivek and Aminta didn't expect Leonel to suddenly visit so soon after the last time. A part of them was still worried that everything would come crumbling down once again, but they were thinking too much. When Leonel asked his question, they were taken aback and looked toward one another. Where did the symbol for the domain ring come from? Now that they thought about it, Leonel was indeed from an incomplete world. There were many things that powerhouses of even their worlds didn't know about, let alone someone like Leonel. "I don't have the full story either," Vivek said. "I can only say that in the past, beasts ruled everything. They were more powerful in all aspects and far more adept at force manipulation. While humanoids understood force manipulation to some extent, Beasts were born with innate understandings and instincts that humans couldn't replicate on a large scale. If you took 100 people from a human family and 100 beasts from a single clan, the curve for a human's force manipulation would be a normal distribution, but for a beast clan it would be highly skewed. Of course, when the entire beast population was taken into account, that was still a normal distribution. But when you were talking about individual bloodlines and bloodline types, this was where it changed. This was where the ruling class of beasts came from, and it was also where the god beasts were born. It could be said that the humanoids were at a huge disadvantage during this period. There was little they could do to combat this, until the first humanoid learned how to create weapon forces. Leonel's brows rose. He realized at that moment that he had guessed a lot of this. He had even realized already that it was possible to construct weapon forces from far simpler forces, creating specific doctrines. Weapon forces were a unique category amongst forces, and they were very uniquely human. Little Blackstar, for example, couldn't use weapon forces, and neither could any of the beasts that Leonel had come across in his life. Well, it was hard to say if they couldn't, or if their talent was just a double-edged sword. Beasts were born with an innate understanding of one or more forces. It could be said that any forces outside of these one or few were impossible for them to learn. Little Blackstar wouldn't be running around wielding light force anytime soon, and almost certainly never. Since weapon forces were created, there was no way for beasts to use them as a result. In that case, if you took this to the logical conclusion, there was one obvious question: who created the first weapon forces? And that seemed to be what Vivek was answering. It could be said that though the change wasn't immediate, the creation of weapon forces gave humanoids a chance to tip the scales in their favor. This is because, although weapon force, in part, relies on affinity, there's also a huge component of personal freedom and personality to it as well. Weapon forces allowed humanoids the flexibility of anchoring at least one of their forces to their personal tastes, and this was a huge game changer. If one had to give just one reason the humanoids were able to supplant the god beasts, it was because of this, make no mistake about it. Even after the god beasts of creation and the god beasts of destruction fell, humanoids were still absolutely no match for the other god beasts until this change allowed them. Leonel's eyes narrowed. This was interesting for a very specific reason. The Pluto didn't seem like the type of race to use weapon forces at all. Their bodies were so powerful, their blood so precious, that it seemed a waste for them to rely on weapons at all. But then again, wouldn't fist force and other things of the like fall firmly into this category as well? He didn't have the whole picture just yet, of course. So it was hard to tell how true his statement was. Interesting, that's a nice story, but you still haven't told me where the symbol comes from, Leonel replied. Vivek nodded. After the creation of weapon forces, there eventually came to be those who reached the impetus state, then the life state, then the creation state, and eventually they formed idols. I only know this from reading our records, but idols are meant to be unique existences. Even if two people form an idol from the same force, the path cannot be the same. The main problem is that with weapon forces in specific, there's some clashing that can occur because of this. Weapon forces are both innately unique and innately universal at the same time. So when an idol is challenged, it holds a completely different weight. At any given time, there can only be one idol of a weapon at a time, and every few generations there will be a battle to decide the outcome. Chapter 2797, Fury. Chapter 2797, Fury. Leonels didn't expect this kind of response. A battle to decide who would become the idol of a generation. But if this was the explanation then, why did he already feel like he was one? It felt odd. What Leonel didn't know was that the phenomena he caused was sensed by the gods. The idol battlefield was a location that moved without rhyme or reason, and it was impossible to keep tabs on it in the long term. It could be said that the only reason this battle only took place once every few generations was because all the time in between was spent finding exactly where it was. It was hard for even the gods to understand exactly what the idol battlefield was all about and why it was formed in the first place. The stories were so old and had grown so muddled that it was difficult to place a finger on exactly where their origins lay and what was truth from fiction. All they knew was that the idol battlefield always disappeared after its winners were crowned, and it only appeared again when there were a sufficient number of candidates prepared to do battle once more. But even now, the idol battlefield seemed far more agitated than usual. It was much too far away from the normal reaches of existence for anyone other than the most powerful to feasibly travel to it, and yet it was making such a commotion. This was the first time they had found the battlefield before it was within their range. It traveled through a vast nothingness, the regions of existence that the Northern Star had already rendered to not even a memory. For it to suddenly throw such a tantrum, what could have happened? Even without understanding, many weapon masters began to sharpen their weapons, readying themselves for a battle of ages. According to its former speed, the idol battlefield should have taken hundreds more years to reach them once again. But with how agitated it was now, would its speed still be the same? In as little as a decade at most, or even sooner, it was very likely that it would rear its head once more and the bloodshed would be legendary. With this anomaly happening, who dared to say that this event would be the same as the others? Who was to say that there wasn't some added specialness to this event this time around? After getting the information he wanted from the Godlands, Leonel returned to the Dream Pavilion. He looked toward a few snow globes that hid the soul kernels from the former Dream Pavilion deputies. He had originally wanted to give one to Ramon, but he both ended up getting distracted and felt that it was no longer necessary, at least not for Ramon. Ramon was following his own path and Leonel didn't want to interfere with it. Plus, it was hard to say how effective all of this would be. Leonel's original plan was to use them like forgetful orbs. With Assimilate, Leone was able to give souls more permanency by anchoring them to an object. Depending on how he used it, he could force one of many effects. First, he could increase the talent or the soul, he could increase the talent of the object, or he could create something that could enhance a third party. The first two were guaranteed. It was just that the last one was little more than speculation on Leonel's part. He actually wasn't sure if this was possible at all, but he had a good feeling that it was. There was no reason for it not to be. Actually, ever since he stepped a half foot into the self path, he had had this idea. His father was only adept at using his own self as a conduit for his crafting. But as a descendant of the fox, couldn't Leonel do more than that? If he could take and control the souls of others, didn't that mean that he could use their self as a conduit instead? In that case, his self path would be even more potent. As Leonel was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he stood up abruptly. A dense killing intent exuded from his gaze as he suddenly bolted. Within the segmented cube, Ina frowned as she sensed the change in Leonel's mood. However, when she saw what was being reflected in his mind, her mood too took a turn for the worse. What was happening here? Boom! Leonel left booming concentric circles in the air as he ripped through the wind that stood in his path. His footsteps were so powerful that even the steps that he formed from his emulation spatial force shattered as he rumbled forward. By the time he was approaching his destination, his eyes were a fiery shade of red. He descended from the skies. Without even a single word, he fell like a meteor, a spear appearing in his hands. Boom! When he hit the ground, the earth rippled out in waves. Large numbers of enemies were wiped out left and right, leaving nothing but motes of light in their wake as they were wiped from the face of the world. There was only one race of beings that would cause such a thing upon their deaths. Invalids. A large crack had appeared in the human bubble. Out from the in-between world, large numbers of invalids surged out. The mindless zombies stumbled out. Many of them seemed even weaker than the first invalids to appear on Earth, but many more reminded Leonel of the B, A, and S-grade invalids that he had used to fear so much. Except this time, they were an existence that could threaten even his current self. There was a reason Leonel was so absolutely furious. There was only one reason these invalids were here, and their target couldn't be anyone other than his wife. Someone was targeting him, and he had a pretty good idea of who it was. It seemed that they had taken his mercy as kindness, not realizing that they had just moved their death date up. Leonel roared, billowing smoke of destruction coming from the soles of his feet and the corner of his eyes. Chapter 2798 now? Chapter 2798 now? Leonel's spear moved like the wind. Suddenly, billowing tendrils of foggy silver-blue light came off of him in waves. From certain angles, it even seemed as though he was a blue star letting off waves of solar flares, his furious momentum rising to another level, star fusion. He became even faster, his lungs expanding and the beats of his heart sending rippling waves through space. Just his heartbeat alone sounded like a war drum, echoing through the air and even sending the weaker invalids flying while directly shattering the even weaker ones to nothing but motes of light. Every time one of these invalids came after his wife, he was reminded of that day back on Earth. By that point in their relationship, Leonel had already accepted that the Ina he knew and Ina he had come to know after the metamorphosis weren't really his wife. Instead, they were a combination of the two. His wife could be very shy sometimes, but she could also be very demanding. She could be very soft-spoken, but she could also be a mass murderer. However, the one thing that she never was fearful. That was an emotion he had never sensed from her until the puppet master appeared. That day, she was paralyzed, not just by his power, but also by an attack on her heart and her psyche. He understood his wife maybe even better than he understood himself. No, he almost certainly did. Family was something deeply personal to her. Battle was something also deeply personal to her. And yet, the puppet master had wanted to take away both. He had the ability to freeze her body, ripping away her ability to defend herself, and all the training that she had put her heart and soul into had become worthless in a single instant of time. She wanted a family. She had been stripped of that right by the Brazinger family, so she had always promised herself that when things settled down and she could find a man that she trusted, she hoped to build a large family with him, 5, 10, even 20 kids if it came to it, and yet the puppet master had wanted to commandeer even that, stripping her of her right to build her family in her image and trying to turn her into some sort of breeding farm for the invalids. Regardless of which it was, it hit Ina hard, and even to this day, when she met invalids, Leonel could sense hints of that past echoing through her heart. It wasn't just for selfish reasons that he hated the fact he had sent Ina off to send that letter back when they were trapped in the cult. It was also because he knew that she would have to likely face the one creature she didn't want to face the most, a variant invalid. All of those memories and thoughts came bubbling up once again the moment Leonel saw this horde. He was so furious that he didn't think of anything other than slaughter. After he killed one, he wanted to kill another, then another. He didn't know fatigue, his mind didn't even have a metric for stamina at the moment. He wanted them all dead. Even their commanders weren't spared. The variant invalids that were all directing them couldn't last even a single strike beneath his blade. The plumes of destruction were so potent, so violent, that at a certain point the entire region around Leonel became nothing more than a death zone. His absolute domain's presence seemed to fuse into his destruction world, manifesting at once and shattering the very existence of invalids that were far too weak that stepped into his range. By some unknown point, Leonel had slaughtered his way all the way through the army and had even made it to the crack in the human bubble. Waves upon waves of invalids were still making their way in, only to be stopped by a destructive spear that knew no limit. His spear tip vanished, dancing through the wind. He tapped into his spear domain lineage factor, or rather its mutated form, for the first time in a long while. And this time, they erupted with strength that was unprecedented in the past, time and space distorted beneath his blade. Even without the slightest hint of spear force fused into his attack, his skill had reached an entirely different level, so much so that auspicious air began to form and gather on its own, resonating with his spear stances and blessing his attack. A foggy air of dense, ancient bronze began to dance with the dense billowing blue and the smoky black coming from his destruction sovereignty. He was simply a lethal killing machine. No thing could stop him as he stepped out into the in-between world, his fury agitating even the liquid anarchic force in the region. Leonel unleashed a roar, and his hair danced in its violet hues. Star fusion, combustion. The beautiful blues became a furious red. His body emitted waves of steam as he swept his spear across. Time and space couldn't limit him in the slightest. It seemed that enemies fell even before his blade swept by them, and even more fell long after it had already passed. The devastation knew no bounds. Somehow, rather than calming after entering the in-between world, it was as though another hidden beast within him had been released. If it wasn't for the fact that invalids left no skin and bone behind when they died, it could be said that they would have already been swimming in an ocean of blood. None of them understood the kind of a fury a husband could tap into when protecting his wife. Not a single one of them understood that they hadn't just touched on Leonel's reverse scale, but instead on the very core of his existence. When he was merely an ant of the dimensional verse, he had dropped a city from the sky in rage. What did they think he was going to do now? Chapter 2799, Bull, Peacock, Apex. Chapter 2799, Bull, Peacock, Apex. In the far-off distance, a trio of gazes flickered, not quite understanding what they were witnessing. They stood near the back of the invalid army, but they could clearly feel every change. In truth, the formation of invalids only ever came from incomplete worlds. Complete worlds didn't have to contest with subdimensional zones or metamorphoses, so it could be said that any invalids that were here were the product of incomplete worlds that hadn't managed to get rid of them in time and had thus been taken over by them. There were actually quite a number of such worlds, and over the years these invalids had spread out and claimed complete worlds for themselves as well. Variant invalids were extremely talented existences, no less so than sparks, and on the highest end they were comparable even to godchilds. Even so, they had to remain low-key because there were too few of them. The problem was that a blood sovereign was too great of a strategic resource. They were far too rare, and even in the entire Invalid Empire, there were only a handful. The number didn't even reach double digits. It was impossible then for them to give up this sort of opportunity. So, in a rare moment, they had actually brought out a decent number of warriors. In truth, they had thought that it was far too much. Did they even need this much for a mere human bubble? This could be said to be the most convenient blood sovereign they would ever pick up, right? So what was this situation? Leonel seemed to be single-handedly crushing their army of tens of thousands. Granted, most of them were weaklings. After all, invalids were invalids for a reason. They were made up of people who failed to awaken their ability indexes. It wasn't until they became variant invalids that they were a true danger to the world. But even so, the weakest was in the 7th dimension. How could a 5th-dimensional existence like Leonel possibly destroy so many of them and with such ease? Was he truly such an outrageous monster? Among these three was a familiar figure, Apex. He also happened to be the unhappiest of the bunch. He was the one who found Ina's leg. He was the one searching for the location of the human bubble all this time, and this should have been his to benefit from alone. Instead, they had ended up in a situation where Ina's half-digested leg had instead become proof that allowed this mobilization. If not for him, there would have been a more careful and long-drawn-out investigation to ensure that the information they had received was true. But because he had been covertly trying to find the location of the human bubble, when the organization mobilized their true experts to begin investigating as well, his own efforts had been uncovered. Due to that, he was summoned and then reprimanded for hiding such information for his own selfish motives. But obviously, since he was here, the reprimanding couldn't have been so bad. The invalids didn't have such scruples when they did things, and their concept of betrayal was very loose. Plus, given who his master was, it was impossible for him to be truly punished in the deepest sense of the word. So in the end, here he was. All that said, he was actually getting a sick, twisted satisfaction out of watching the army be wiped out like this. How dare they take his cattle from him? It was worse than taking meat from his mouth. We should go. The elders won't be happy if we actually lose the entire army. Some of them had a chance of becoming variants in the future. Bullshit. This trash wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Beside Apex, there was a man simply known as Bull. He was the second to speak, and he was the burliest of them all. Muscles and veins bulged across his body, and his skin had a bronze-silverish sheen to it that made him look like a polished metal rather than a human. The other was known as Peacock. He was the slenderest of them all, and there was a crown of feathers in his hair. He had a handsome countenance, and one would expect him to be dressed elegantly, but instead he was dressed like a village chieftain, a beast-skin skirt wrapping around his waist. If one looked to Peacock's back, you would find a dense pattern of tattoos fluttering with an array of greens, violets, and pinks, not much unlike a peacock's feathers. Then you take the punishment then, Peacock sneered. You want to go up so badly, then go. No one is stopping you, little penis. Peacock's white orbs flashed with rage. Bull's play on his name never failed to fill him with fury. Suddenly, the tattoos on his back glowed and a feather whipped out at Bull's back, sending him flying overhead and toward the battlefield. Yo, you bastard, Bull roared out. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly. In fact, even though that could fly would have a hard time of it in the in-between worlds to begin with. Without a choice, he could only continue on his trajectory. Leonel looked up. The depths of his eyes looked like a bottomless abyss. They should have been a beautiful pair of irises, one painted by delicate lines of pale violet, like the explosion of a star concentrated into a dot. And yet that beauty seemed nothing short of maleficent at this very moment. Looking at the man barreling through the skies, the behemoth that stood at nearly 3 meters tall and had a body formed from a mountain of metals, he looked entirely unmoved. Meeting this gaze in close proximity for the first time, Bull felt his heart freeze over. The was a variant invalid. He didn't feel emotions. The only thing that drove him was a fierce need for survival, a constant drive to evolve. And at the moment, it was like all of that had vanished. He just wanted to run. And that was when the spear thrust out. Chapter 2800. Die. Chapter 2800. Die. Bull punched out. He had no choice. Fear or not, if he wanted to survive, there was no other choice. Clang. Bang. The result was out of Bull's expectations. Despite the heart-shuddering amounts of fear he had felt, the clash was fairly even. He managed to protect himself, falling back and maintaining his balance. But then it crashed into him all at once. Domain. Universe. Leonel expressionlessly took a step forward, his aura skyrocketing. His spear thrust out again as beneath the weight of the two combined domains, the invalids in the surroundings were crushed. For dozens of kilometers, the only one who seemed capable of withstanding Leonel's pressure was Bull himself. And even then, it was only barely. Die, Leonel said lightly. The world shifted and twisted. In that moment, Bull could have sworn that he saw the anarchic force grow even more agitated. A spear more beautiful than any he had ever seen in his life appeared before his brows. He tried to protect himself, but it was worthless. Finality. PCHU. The spear split his skull. Bull opened his mouth to say something, but with a twist of his wrist, Leonel shattered his head into a rain of blood and gore that quickly became motes of light. Stay the fuck away from me. Leonel waved a hand, and the huge surge of light that wanted to enter his body was swatted away, crushed and vaporized beneath his world of destruction. Leonel took a step forward and then another. Peacock and Apex's eyes widened, not expecting Bull to die so unceremoniously. Was this even possible? Bull was a variant invalid genius, a man who had quite some favor and was in the deep reaches of the 7th dimension. It was much harder for variant invalids to progress than other races despite their talent, so the value of one 7th-dimensional existence meant profoundly more to them than it did to any other race. And yet, one had died, just like that. A swirl of destructive smoke rose from Leonel's body, forming a pillar that pierced the black skies above and seemed to cast the world into further darkness. His spear swiped out and another large wave of invalids were torn to pieces, again and again and again, until he was already well within range of the duo that remained. The human bubble was in another uproar. The cracking of the barrier wasn't something that could be ignored, but once again, much like the last time, it was as though it had just all fizzled out without any backlash. No one knew that there was a man fighting an enraged battle in the in-between world. In the Godland compound, Aminta had had much the same reaction as everyone else, and unlike them, she knew that it was invalids that had suddenly appeared. But when she saw Leonel's true strength, she was doubly shaken. It became clear to her in that instant that if Leonel had wanted her to die, she would truly be dead and there was nothing she could do about it. The human race is still far too weak. A flash of determination sharpened her gaze. If there was this first wave of invalids now, even if Leonel fixed it, there would be another and then another. Without the barrier of protection and without the ability to exchange for another from the Dream Pavilion, the situation would only grow worse. There was no doubt that this was just a precursor to a much larger issue. Would they ever have peace? Would they ever stop sending invalids? What were they even here for to begin with? The only path forward was to grow stronger. Minerva stood high in the skies. Blood dripped from her in waves. She had lost an arm and a leg on opposite sides of her body, and her wings barely looked recognizable beneath the torn flesh and rain of crimson. But none of that mattered to her. Beneath her feet was the unrecognizable body of a Void Race member. A true Void Race member. The battle had been waged for months, and it could be said that the two had long since forgotten what they were fighting for and even whose side they were on. None of that mattered to them. The only thing that did was the opponent right before their eyes. And in the end, it was Minerva who came out on top. She lifted her head to the skies and unleashed a mighty roar. There was nothing delicate about it at all. Her dream force shattered the barrier to the creation state, and her aura continued to grow. Her wounds were visibly sealing beneath the might, and soon the naked body of a woman with beauty beyond words had appeared high in the skies. Even the scars on her face had vanished, while her clothes had long since been ravaged to nothing by the long, drawn-out battle. Even with the support of the Dream Pavilion, and being 2 dimensions above this Void Race genius, it had actually taken so much to claim victory. However, just the same, her hands moved to her face, and she viciously claws downward, destroying her countenance once more. This time, she didn't stop there, raking her fingers over her skin and shredding herself apart until she was almost unrecognizable. These wounds were nothing more than flesh wounds, completely unable to impede her battle prowess. If anything, they made her feel good. Her beauty had been nothing more than annoyance all her life. But from today forth, they wouldn't know her as Minerva, the gorgeous empress. They would know her as Minerva, the warrior empress. She wasn't an Owlin, she was a Minerva. She had met a god and slayed one. She had trampled one beneath her feet, and she would do it again, and again, as many times as she needed to finally return her race to the pinnacle it deserved. Her aura flourished and a wild change occurred once more, but this time inside of her.